The silence of the examination hall is heavy, broken only by the rhythmic, agonizing tick of the clock on the wall. Xiao He sits at his desk, the picture of calm, resting his chin on his hand as he waits for the final seconds to bleed away. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he spins his pen in a mesmerizing blur, a silent display of the dexterity that makes him legendary. Sunlight streams through the windows, illuminating the rows of stressed students who are desperately scribbling their final answers. The clock continues its relentless march, mocking those who haven't finished. Suddenly, the tension snaps as the order to stop is barked across the room. Xiao He blinks, his sharp eyes finally focusing as he returns from his internal world. He stretches his arms, the weight of the midterms finally lifting from his shoulders. A silent gesture of success passes between him and his thoughts. He knows he's aced it. As the students filter out, two girls rush toward him, their faces flushed with excitement as they call out his name. They are overflowing with gratitude, gushing about how his tutoring saved them from a total disaster. His friend quickly leans in, whispering for them to keep it down before they draw unwanted attention to the school's ice prince. Xiao He's gaze is piercing, his eyes shimmering with a cold, ethereal beauty that makes hearts stop. His profile is perfect, looking more like a masterpiece in a gallery than a mere college student. The girls can't help but tremble, caught between the fear of his coldness and the sheer magnetism of his presence. Without a hint of emotion, he turns his back on them, his voice low as he tells them to simply work harder next time. They watch him walk away, clutching their cheeks and squealing about how incredibly cool he is. His friend grumbles loudly, complaining that if it weren't for Xiao He, he'd be the most popular guy on campus. Xiao He doesn't even break his stride, dryly reminding his friend that without him, he would have failed 5 classes by now. The exams are over. It's time to stop talking about grades and start talking about glory. The friend cheers, his energy returning in an instant. He leans in close, trying to entice Xiao He with news of an upcoming offline gaming event with a massive cash prize. Xiao He doesn't say a word, simply reaching up to slide his earbud into place. His thumb brushes against the controller, a familiar spark of excitement igniting in his chest. He settles into his high-end gaming chair, the blue neon lights reflecting in his calm, calculated eyes. "I'm not interested in the money," he murmurs, his voice dripping with cool confidence. "I just need you to be my support." He closes his eyes, and the world of textbooks and lectures dissolves into a sea of digital light. When he opens them again, he is no longer a student. He is Xiao Wujin, a legendary warrior with hair like midnight flowing in the virtual breeze. He stands tall and imposing, his presence commanding respect from everyone in the server. Beside him, his friend's avatar, Yang Laoban, is busy preening in a flashy, expensive limited edition costume. But the peace of the digital realm is suddenly shattered by a violent, earth-shaking explosion. A massive orc-like monster looms over a small, helpless girl, its heavy club raised high above its head. Die! The beast bellows, its axe descending with enough force to split the ground itself. The girl character squeezes her eyes shut, her face pale as she prepares for the impact. But as a soft glow surrounds her, she peeks through her lashes, sensing a change in the air. In a flash of movement, Xiao Wujin appears, sweeping her into a heroic carry just as the monster's attack erupts in a cloud of smoke. Could it really be him? The onlookers gasp, their eyes wide with shock. Xiao Wujin looks down, his expression unreadable, yet his gaze is sharp enough to cut through steel. He is the undisputed #1. A player whose name is whispered in awe across every region. A fangirl rushes up to him, blushing furiously as she begs to add the legend to her friend list. The girl he rescued stares up at him, clutching a bag of rare medicinal herbs to her chest. With a rare, almost imperceptible softening of his features, he holds the bag out to her. "For you," he says simply, leaving the crowd in an absolute frenzy of adoration. Chibi-style fans gather nearby, their hearts practically jumping out of their chests as they marvel at seeing a top-tier player in such a low-level zone. They whisper frantically, planning how to ask for his contact details before he vanishes again. But they are being watched by someone far more dangerous. A dark, menacing shadow looms behind the unsuspecting fans, its eyes glowing with a predatory light. "Die, bitches!" A voice screams, twisted with chaotic glee as a demonic face appears. "So what?" She snaps, her eyes flashing with a competitive fire that most girls her age save for boy trouble. To her, they're all just weaklings, mere obstacles in the way of her digital glory as she lounges amidst a sea of snack wrappers and the comforting glow of her screen. Meanwhile, in a much more frantic corner of the world, Yang Yao is having a complete fashion crisis, striking poses in front of his closet while begging for a compliment from his roommate. "Are you in heat or something?" Xiao He asks, his voice dry and unimpressed as he sips his tea, watching his friend's ridiculous display. But Yang Yao is too far gone in his excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs that today is finally the day it's a date. He's practically glowing as he explains that he met a girl in-game who goes to the high school right next to their university, and they're meeting this very afternoon. Xiao He just stares at him, wondering if his friend has finally lost his mind. "She's a high school student? Are you a creep, Yang Yao?" he asks, his judgment heavy enough to sink a ship. Yang Yao collapses into a heap of dramatic tears, wailing that all the girls at their university are already obsessed with the campus idols, leaving him with no choice but to look elsewhere. Just as he's reaching the peak of his performance, his phone erupts with a ringtone that screams of desperate romance. He answers it with a shaky hello, only to be blasted by the dean's furious voice, demanding to know why his exam paper has someone else's name on it. With his dreams of a romantic afternoon shattered, The scene shifts to the imposing gates of the high school, where the sun is beginning to set on Yang Yao's hopes. Xiao He finds himself standing in the courtyard, looking like a total heartthrob in his casual jacket and cap, though his expression is one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Why do I, he mutters to himself, the weight of his friend's favor pressing down on him. He can't believe he actually agreed to help Yang Yao meet a girl from a video game. Back at the apartment, Yang Yao had pulled out every pathetic, teary-eyed trick in the book, begging Xiao He to go to the library wing and just say something nice about him. Xiao He had initially refused, but even his icy heart has a price specifically, the promise of 2 free meals. Now, he's stalking through the Xiaokong Library's history wing, his sharp eyes scanning the rows of books and the students huddled over them. He repeats the instructions in his head, the leftmost side of the history wing. He spots a girl from behind, her hair tied in 2 neat, innocent braids. His breath hitches for a split second. "Hello? Could I ask?" He begins, his voice trailing off as he approaches. He catches a glimpse of her profile, the soft curve of her ear and the way she seems absorbed in her studies. When she finally turns around, he's met with a girl wearing thick, clunky glasses and a face full of freckles, looking utterly bewildered. Xiao He's internal monologue immediately turns toxic as he swerves away, hiding behind a pillar with a look of pure shock. "What the heck? Is this your aesthetic, Yang Yao?" He hisses, his eyes wide with disbelief as a cold sweat breaks out on his brow. His phone begins to buzz incessantly in his hand, the screen flashing with his friend's name. On the other end, Yang Yao is whispering frantically, asking for the situation and if the girl is as cute as he imagined. Xiao He looks back at the girl, his lip curling in a smirk that's more cruel than kind. "Yeah," he lies smoothly. "You two would look great together." Hearing this, Yang Yao lets out a wail of agony that probably echoed through the dean's office, crying that he missed his chance at a perfect first meeting. Xiao He, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction, tells him his eyes aren't bad, but he's definitely not going to finish this meeting for him. He tells Yang Yao to just make up an excuse and cancel. The girl with the braids, however, is standing right there, her heart shattering as she overhears him mocking her to his friend. She doesn't wait for another word, turning on her heel and sprinting away into the depths of the library. She stops eventually, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she stares into space, the silence of the library feeling heavier than ever. Tears well up behind her glasses as she realizes her secret, unrequited crush was never going to happen. Xiao He, oblivious to the girl's pain, leans against a bookshelf and sighs, wondering if the coast is clear. He decides to kill some time by pretending to read, picking up a book with a bright pink cover. It's a guide on how to love, and as he flips through the pages, he finds a quote that makes him scoff. "Maybe God wants you to meet many wrong people before you meet the right one," the book suggests. He stares at the words, his eyes cold and cynical. "What a load of rubbish," he mutters, slamming the book back onto the shelf with a sharp thud. But the universe has a funny way of working. Just on the other side of that very bookshelf, a girl with long, silver hair is standing, her presence a silent contrast to his bitterness. They are inches apart, separated only by a wall of paper and ink. She steps out from the aisle, her phone in hand, looking around with a confused pout. "Hello? I'm Shen Xin," she says softly, her voice like a bell in the quiet room. She looks down at her screen, where a pre-written explains that her friend used her account, and she's only here to apologize. But the frustration of being there at all is starting to get to her. She starts gnawing on her phone in a fit of chibi-style rage, her internal thoughts screaming about how much she hates talking to strangers. Suddenly, a notification pings. Her eyes go wide as she reads that her online friend can't make it after all. What a relief! She cheers internally, her face lighting up with a joy that's almost infectious to the students watching her weird behavior. She's just glad she won't have to deal with another person thinking she's strange. Still, as she starts to walk away, a small part of her wonders what he was like. She scoffs, blowing a bubble with her gum that pops with defiant snap. He stood up a girl. He can't be anything special. Probably super ugly. She thinks her ego protecting her from the near miss. She decides it was all a massive waste of time. "Let's just go home and play games," she declares to the empty air. As she marches toward the exit, Xiao He is walking in the opposite direction, their paths crossing for a fleeting second without either of them realizing who the other is. Back in the safety of her room, Shen Xin wastes no time, her hands reaching for her pink cat ear headset with practiced ease. The moment she puts them on, the real world dissolves. She logs into the game, her avatar a stunning celestial fox girl appearing in a world of starlight and magic. She looks up at the moon, her digital eyes searching for something she can't quite find in reality. "Is it you?" A voice seems to whisper in the wind as a shadow falls over her. She looks up, her breath hitching as she comes face to face with the game's most wanted bandit, his sword drawn and his presence overwhelming the quiet forest. The moonlight catches the sharp edge of a blade as a silent confrontation begins. "Is it you?" she gasped, her voice trembling while looking up at her captor, standing tall with an aura of absolute authority. The most wanted bandit is finally cornered. Confusion clouds her mind as she finds herself trapped behind cold iron bars. Her heart races and her hands tremble as she realizes the gravity of her situation. "How did I end up here?" She cries out, desperation bleeding into her every word. Unmoved by her pleas, the hero Xiao Wujin unfurls a scroll detailing her numerous crimes. To him, catching a high-level criminal is just another day's work. The crowd watches in awe as the server's top player secures his prize. He offers a smug, knowing smile that only fuels her burning rage. She bites her lip, refusing to let him see her break even as defeat stings. Just you wait, she snarls, her knuckles turning white as she grips the bars. Meanwhile, the hero barely spares her a glance as he calculates the massive bounty. Voices call out to the leader, their respect echoing through the digital streets. Carried high on an expensive litter, he looks every bit the local tyrant. But beneath the bravado, he's plagued by a single, nagging question about a certain girl. His friend isn't having it, shouting that they should just talk face to face. The atmosphere shifts as he breaks down, sobbing over a high school girl who stopped coming online. In a fit of frustration, his friend grabs him, trying to snap him out of his misery. She likes me not, he mutters, pulling petals in a daze. Back in the cell, the fox girl vents her fury by bashing against the bars. She's been uncaught for a year, and this humiliation is more than she can bear. Her eyes burn with a new fire as a devious plan begins to form. I can still use my alt account. She realizes, a light bulb virtually appearing over her head. The scene shifts to a majestic floating island where high-ranked players gather. A challenger approaches with a cocky smirk, thinking today is the day of the hero's downfall. The tension is palpable as the top two ranks face off, but in a flash, the challengers find themselves face down in the dirt. Xiao Wujin sighs, his 11-win streak feeling almost hollow. His friend cheers in the background, but the hero's eyes are elsewhere. Suddenly, a presence catches his attention, causing his breath to hitch. A girl in a beautiful, flowery dress stands before them, looking like a dream. Xin? Why are you here? His friend asks, his face turning a deep shade of red. The hero realizes this is the very girl he's been searching for in-game. His friend erupts in joy, celebrating the long-awaited meeting. Yet, the girl seems to walk right past them, completely ignoring their existence. Xiao Wujin, it's you, right? She asks, her voice cold and sharp as steel. She draws her blade with a lethal grace, the blue light reflecting in her determined eyes. He looks at her, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Get ready to die, she cries, lunging forward with everything she has. The outcome is swift, leaving them both staring at each other from behind bars. How is this possible? He wonders, his mind reeling from the absurdity. His friend is livid, demanding an explanation for why Xin ended up in prison. In the real world, the girl screams in frustration, clutching her cat ear headphones. She hurls her pillow across the room, her face flushed with pure, unadulterated anger. To think that both of her accounts were thrown into jail by the same man. Her friend teases her, suggesting she's actually fallen for the server's top player. He denies it instantly, insisting he doesn't even know her. But the friend isn't convinced, seeing how she only has eyes for him. Xiao Wujin stares at his screen, his expression unreadable. He lets out a heavy sigh, trying to brush off the complicated feelings. She's not my type, he promises, though his heart might be lying. The sun sets over the school tennis courts as the game reaches its peak. She wipes the sweat from her brow, her long hair flowing as she focuses on the ball. Don't use my account to meet guys, she warns her friend during a break. Her friend just laughs it off, teasing her about being a shut-in gamer for 3 years. She scoffs, her competitive spirit showing even off the screen. With a powerful swing, she proves that her gaming skills translate to the real world. She's exhausted but triumphant, her cheeks glowing from the exertion. I'm the best, she declares, her confidence returning in full force. A classmate approaches her, his voice hesitant as he calls out her name. She turns her gaze toward him, her large eyes filled with curiosity. I have something I want to tell you, he whispers, his face turning a bright, nervous pink. She stood there with her arms crossed and a cocky smirk playing on her lips, boldly declaring that mastering the art of dating was just as simple as beating a video game. But her bravado is instantly shattered when a soft-spoken classmate approaches her, his voice trembling as he nervously calls out her name. Her heart skips a beat, her wide eyes reflecting a sudden shift in the atmosphere as the world around her seems to slow to a crawl. The boy fidgets restlessly, a deep crimson stain creeping up his neck as he admits there is something he's been desperate to tell her. She can only blink in stunned silence, her mind racing to process the raw, undeniable vulnerability written all over his face. I've had a crush on you since our very first year of high school, he confesses, the words finally tumbling out in a rush of long-suppressed emotion. He clutches the hem of his jacket, his knuckles turning white as he vows that his feelings for her haven't wavered for a single second since that day. As her friend watches the drama unfold from a safe distance, the boy finally gathers every ounce of his courage to ask if she'll go out with him once their grueling exams are finally over. Her vision begins to swim, her pupils dilating into chaotic spirals as the sheer weight of his confession hits her like a physical blow. Seeing her start to spiral, he offers a gentle, awkward smile, telling her she doesn't need to give him an answer right this moment. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation, she lets out a startled cry and bolts, leaving him standing alone in the quiet hallway. She finally stops to catch her breath, her chest heaving as she tries to make sense of the emotional storm raging inside her. Why would he say something so terrifyingly weird? It's too scary, she wails, her face buried in her arms to hide her burning blush. Her best friend can't help but burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter at the sight of the self-proclaimed dating expert falling apart. Weren't you just saying that dating is no biggie? Her friend teases, relishing the way the girl fumes in absolute embarrassment. The sun begins to set over the quiet apartment complex, casting long golden shadows as she finally reaches the sanctuary of her home. She bursts through the door, letting out a heavy sigh of relief that the most stressful day of her life has finally come to an end. Without a second thought, she tosses her backpack aside, eager to leave the real world and its complicated feelings behind. With a dramatic leap, she dives headfirst into her massive, fluffy pink beanbag chair, letting it swallow her whole. She lies there motionless for a long moment, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the thundering of her pulse. But even in the quiet, his voice echoes in her mind, repeating the confession that turned her entire world upside down. She lets out a muffled scream of frustration, kicking her legs as she tries to bury the memory deep within the cushions. "I can't think about this anymore. Let's just play games instead," she shouts, reaching for her headset to escape into a world where things actually make sense. In an instant, she is transformed into her in-game persona, a fierce and beautiful fox-eared warrior ready for any challenge. She sprints through the virtual landscape, her eyes scanning for an easy target to rob just to vent some of her pent-up energy. Suddenly, a young man in traditional robes appears before her, his bright eyes and cheerful expression catching her completely off guard. Her heart jumps into her throat when he asks if they can play together, his voice sounding eerily familiar to her ears. "Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Are you sure you want to play with me?" she screams, her avatar's face twisting into a mask of defensive fury. Nearby players begin to whisper, warning the newcomer that she's a notorious criminal who shouldn't be trifled with. The boy looks around in total confusion, unable to understand why everyone is so afraid of the girl standing before him. She narrows her eyes at him, a sharp spark of suspicion flickering in her gaze as she studies his every move. Before she can react, he reaches out and firmly grabs her sleeve, dragging her away from the prying eyes of the crowd. They zoom across the map, a blur of color and motion as he leads her toward the highest point in the realm. High atop a golden pagoda, she demands to know how he could possibly know her real-world identity. He admits that a mutual friend spilled the beans, and she immediately vows to have her revenge on the one who betrayed her secret. She looks out over the digital horizon, the breeze ruffling her hair as she realizes she can't even hide in her favorite game anymore. Her voice drops to a soft, vulnerable whisper as she explains that her circumstances in this game are a bit special. But when he mentions her secret alt account, her temper flares up again, her face turning a bright, angry red. A memory suddenly flashes back to a simpler time, when a young boy stood by a sparkling pond, reaching out for a tiny, crying frog. With a triumphant shout, he held his prize high, his face glowing with a pure, innocent joy that she had never forgotten. In the distance, a younger version of herself watched him from behind a tree, her heart filled with a strange, new curiosity. She had always been so lonely, convinced that she simply didn't know how to connect with the people around her. But then, a small white creature had approached her, rubbing its head against her hand in a silent plea for affection. She had pulled the little animal into a tight embrace, her cold exterior melting away in the face of such unconditional love. The boy's voice brings her back to the present, telling her that she isn't nearly as cold-hearted as the rumors suggest. She freezes, her breath catching in her throat as she realizes that he's seen through her carefully constructed walls. He notes that back at school, she always seems so distant and unapproachable, like a shadow moving through the halls. But he remembers the time he saw her tenderly cradling a stray kitten, her eyes filled with a softness she never showed anyone else. He had watched her from the bridge that day, his heart swelling with an admiration he couldn't quite name. She had looked so happy in that moment, her laughter ringing out like music as she played with the tiny creature. Back in the game, she clutches her companion tighter, her eyes downcast as she tries to process his words. Tears prick at the corners of her eyes, her face burning with a mixture of anger and a terrifying sense of being truly seen. "I just happened to be there to help," she yells, throwing the creature aside in a desperate attempt to regain control of her emotions. Suddenly, a new figure emerges from the mist, his long dark hair and piercings demanding her immediate attention. She stares at him, her heart pounding against her ribs as she senses a dangerous shift in the air. His eyes narrow as they land on her, a sharp glint of recognition flashing within their icy depths. The boy avatar offers a playful, mischievous grin, completely unaware of the tension beginning to coil between them. A bystander watches them with a smirk, convinced that the two of them are caught in the middle of a heated flirtation. She can only stare in confusion, her cheeks flushing as she wonders what on earth could be going on. Xiao Wujin lets out a long, weary sigh, realizing that he might have just encountered a very unexpected love rival. "Xiao Wujin, why are you here?" she demands, her voice cracking with the strain of a dozen conflicting feelings. With a sharp metallic ring, she draws her blade, the steel gleaming in the light, as she prepares to settle this once and for all. The man can only stare at her in stunned silence, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he realizes he's in serious trouble. Shen was just trying to have a normal conversation with her classmate, but the air around them was about to turn ice cold. Watching from the shadows, Xiao Wujin felt a bitter sting of jealousy prick at his heart as he realized he might have an unexpected rival for her attention. Shen's breath hitched when she spotted him stand beneath the swaying willows, his presence like a dark cloud over her sunny afternoon. "Xiao Wujin, why on earth are you here?" she demanded, her cheeks flushing with a mix of irritation and surprise. Before she could even process his arrival, he lunged forward, his gloved hand clamping firmly around her wrist in a possessive grip. His eyes darkened with suspicion as he leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "I've already seen that guy, and now Yang Yao too. Are you two-timing everyone now? Shen's jaw dropped, her heart hammering against her ribs as she stared at him in utter disbelief. Two-timing? What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting? She shrieked, her voice cracking with indignation. Xiao Wujin didn't let go. Instead, he stood tall, his other hand resting dangerously on the hilt of his blade as if marking his territory. Stop saying these things. I don't understand a single word coming out of your mouth, she cried, her eyes shimmering with frustrated tears. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face, regret perhaps. As he finally looked away, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. I shall let you go for now, but don't you dare Yang Yao know about this. With a sudden, sharp motion, he released her, the physical connection breaking and leaving a cold void where his warmth had been. He turned his back on her without another word, walking away with a heavy, deliberate stride that left Shen standing frozen in the grass. Don't ever come back, he muttered over his shoulder, his profile sharp against the fading light. You'll only end up hurting him. Shen felt a wave of sheer bafflement wash over her, her mind reeling at the sheer audacity of his accusations. Is he actually serious right now? This misunderstanding is spiraling out of control. Her poor classmate rushed to her side, his face pale with worry. Shen, are you all right? Did he hurt you? The boy looked toward the retreating figure of the martial artist, his voice trembling but determined. Why did that man pick on you like that? Far ahead, Xiao Wujin paused, his sharp eyes narrowing as he sensed the boy lingering near his prize. He cast a chilling glance back over his shoulder, a silent warning that could make even the bravest warrior's blood run cold. Come at me if you have a problem with her, the classmate shouted, puffing out his chest in a desperate attempt to be a hero. But before the boy could even blink, a blunt force struck him right between the eyes with pinpoint accuracy. With a pathetic little groan, the poor lad crumpled, falling flat on his face as his soul practically left his body. Shen and Xiao Wujin both stared at the heap on the ground, a shared moment of "you've got to be kidding me" passing between them. Miraculously, the boy scrambled back up, blood trickling from his nose as he struck a wobbly pose. I'm fine. I will definitely protect you, classmate Xin. You started this whole mess. Now you solve it. Shen hissed, turning her fury back toward the brooding man in black. Xiao Wujin let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing his temple as if dealing with her was the most exhausting task in the world. He leaned down toward the trembling boy, whispering something into his ear that made the lad's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. The classmate's face drained of all color, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow as the weight of Xiao Wujin's words sank in. Classmate Xin, I'm so sorry for bothering you. Please forgive me, he wailed, turning tail and sprinting away as fast as his legs could carry him. Shen stood there, her mouth hanging open, completely floored by the sudden departure. What on earth did you say to that poor boy? She asked, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and curiosity. Xiao Wujin smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye as he adjusted his scarf. Nothing much. I just told him that you prefer the company of girls. As they walked near the peaceful koi pond, he wasn't finished. And if you don't behave, I'll find Yang Yao and tell him you're just playing hard to get because you're madly in love with him. That's absolutely horrible. You're a demon? Shen screamed, her face turning a vibrant shade of scarlet. She lunged forward, her fingers catching the fabric of his dark robes to keep him from leaving. I can't let you do that. You'll ruin everything. Xiao Wujin stopped, his gaze dropping to where her small hand gripped his sleeve, the air between them suddenly thick with unspoken tension. Shen's head bowed, her grip tightening as her anger began to melt into something much more fragile and painful. Her lower lip trembled, the weight of his constant teasing, and the complexity of her own heart becoming too much to bear. Of course I feel happy when someone likes me, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of the leaves. He was nice and gentle. Xiao Wujin remained silent, the top of his head shimmering in the dappled sunlight as he listened to her rare moment of honesty. His expression softened, the hard lines of his face relaxing as he realized the depth of the girl's loneliness. He stood perfectly still, allowing her to hold on to him as she struggled to find the right words. But I don't have the courage to actually like someone back, she admitted, a single tear threatening to fall. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. Because liking is just a temporary thing, isn't it? It always ends in pain. Without waiting for an answer, she released his sleeve and turned away, her small figure disappearing into the deepening shadows of the garden. You're annoying. Why do I even have to tell you these things? She shouted back, trying to reclaim her dignity through her anger. Xiao Wujin watched her retreat, his arms crossed over his chest as he processed the wall she had built around her heart. He stood there for a long time, the silence of the evening settling around him like a heavy cloak. A realization began to dawn on him. Perhaps this girl wasn't nearly as fickle or shallow as he had desperately tried to believe. He looked around the empty path, a sudden sense of loss hitting him as he realized she had vanished. Suddenly, a burst of triumphant laughter echoed through the trees as a heavy silk pouch sailed through the air. Shen reappeared a safe distance away, a wicked, beaming smile on her face as she held up the very money bag she had just swiped from his belt. Everything I just said was a lie to deceive you. She stuck her tongue out at him, her playful spirit returning in an instant as she celebrated her successful heist. Xiao Wujin stood frozen, his hand instinctively reaching for his empty belt as the shock of being played by a fragile girl set in. A massive vein throbbed on his forehead as his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "Despicable Xin Xin, you are dead meat," he roared, but she was already long gone. The poor boy flees in a panic, bowing his head as he begs classmate Xin for forgiveness. Her companion narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly what she said to scare the lad off. With a mischievous glint, he teases her about her supposed preference for girls, leaving her absolutely flustered. Back in the sterile reality of the medical laboratory, the heavy scent of chemicals fills the air. Trays of surgical tools sit ready for the afternoon's grim task. Xiao He trembles slightly, a scalpel in one hand and a tiny frog in the other as he prepares for dissection. He leans in, whispering a plan to skip their boring lecture and join the upcoming tournament instead. His friend remains focused, peering through the lens of a microscope with practiced precision. Behind his medical mask, Yang Yao's gaze remains cool and detached from the classroom chatter. A chibi Xiao, he stares down his subject, trying to find the courage to begin. The weight of the boring curriculum clearly takes its toll on his sanity. Yang Yao sighs, noting that finding a teammate who can actually keep up with them is a total nightmare. Their miniature versions bicker about the recruitment process and the lack of skilled players. A sharp, golden eye reflects the inner calculations of a master gamer. Xiao He snatches his attention back, teasingly bringing up the mysterious little Sen Sen again. Later, they find a moment of peace beneath the swaying branches of a tree. Suddenly, a massive digital billboard catches their eye, lighting up the city skyline. It's the esports goddess herself, Chengmo, looking radiant and untouchable. Yang Yao looks up, his expression unreadable as he stares at the woman on the screen. The billboard displays a handsome male player standing back to back with the goddess. A close-up reveals an eye filled with the cold ambition of a champion. Yang Yao finally breaks the silence, telling his friend to quit daydreaming so they can head back. Chengmo's digital image continues to glow, a symbol of everything they strive for. In the shadows of the real world, a girl in a simple cap watches the display with hidden intensity. Her eyes mirror the beauty of the goddess, though her reality is much more complicated. The glamorous pair on the billboard seems to mock those standing on the ground below. The time for talk is over as Xiao He slips on his headset, ready to dive back into the virtual world. With a flash of light, the start game command flickers across the screen. Their avatars materialize, looking far more heroic than their exhausted student selves. A massive banner drops from the digital sky, announcing a shocking tournament for a bride. Xiao Wujin's eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the ridiculous proclamation. A heavy gong sounds, vibrating through the digital arena to signal the start of the chaos. Someone is clearly enjoying this prank, a wide grin spreading across their face. The host shouts for everyone to hear that the region's #1 player is looking for a wife. The female players in the crowd erupt into cheers, desperate for a chance at the champion. Xin stands frozen, her heart skipping a beat as she tries to process the insanity. She can't help but stifle a giggle, thinking that this humiliation is exactly what he deserves. Xiao Wujin lunges forward, grabbing the host's collar in a fit of absolute rage. The host stammers, arguing that a tournament is the only way to truly test a bride's skill. Xin watches the brawl from a distance, her eyes filled with both worry and amusement. From the crowd, a new challenger emerges, his long white hair flowing like silk. He offers a charming, confident smile that seems to target Xin specifically. His eyes lock onto hers, burning with a fire that demands her full attention. He steps closer, admitting that he has admired her from afar for a very long time. His voice drops to a sultry whisper as he prepares to make his move. With a predatory look in his red eyes, he declares that if he wins, she will have to marry him. Xiao Wujin is causing an absolute scene, ringing his gong with a mischievous glint in his eye as he announces his ridiculous tournament to the entire region. Xin isn't having any of it, grabbing him by the collar and screaming for him to end this humiliating farce immediately. She tries to reason with the idiot, explaining that a tournament is a much more direct way to evaluate someone's actual skill level than a simple interview. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy, confident footstep cuts through the noise as a mysterious figure in white boots approaches. A silver-haired man watches the chaos from the shadows, a dangerous and knowing smirk playing on his lips. The crowd erupts in confusion, with a massive monk-like man shouting to ask if even men are allowed to enter this supposed bridal contest. The excitement becomes a physical force as people begin to shove and bump into one another, desperate to get a closer look at the spectacle. Poor Xin Xin finds herself caught in the middle of the stampede, her face contoured as she's squeezed from all sides by the surging crowd. Despite the chaos, the cheers of the spectators reach a deafening roar as they celebrate the start of the recruitment. Xiao Wujin's playful demeanor vanishes for a split second, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze that seems to pierce through the noise. Xin Jin tries to compose herself, covering her mouth as she prepares to deliver a response that will surely stun everyone present. The tension between the two leads is thick enough to cut with a knife as they stand face to face, eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Xiao Wujin leans in close, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur as he addresses her directly, ignoring everyone else. Stunned into a state of total confusion, she can only blink and wonder why on earth he's singling her out like this. Her pride quickly flares up, and she demands to know what makes him think she would ever want to be on his team in the first place. He looks genuinely taken aback, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and wounded ego as he asks if she really has the nerve to reject him. She doesn't back down for a single second, snapping that she has no intention of agreeing to his ridiculous demands. Instead of being angry, a dark and calculating smirk spreads across his face, signaling that he has a hidden ace up his sleeve. Before she can react, he pulls out a megaphone and bellows to the entire crowd that she has challenged them all to a 1 versus 100 match. The crowd gasps as he adds the ultimate bait, announcing a staggering prize of 10,000 gold for whoever can defeat her. Xin Xin's jaw drops, her eyes wide with pure betrayal as she realizes the impossible situation he's just forced her into. Greed ignites like wildfire through the spectators, who can't believe such a fortune is actually on the line for a single fight. A massive warrior wielding a giant axe lunges forward, determined to teach the little miss a lesson she'll never forget. The sound of steel meeting steel rings out with a violent clang as Xin expertly blocks the heavy blow with her slender blade. Her expression turns cold and deadly, her focus narrowing down to the edge of her sword as the battle truly begins. With a burst of incredible speed, she leaps high into the air, her silhouette a blur of grace and lethal intent against the sky. She descends like a vengeful spirit, her sword glowing with an ethereal light as she prepares to strike her opponents. Her eyes flash with a terrifying brilliance, showing the crowd that she is no longer holding back her hidden power. While she handles the horde, Xiao Wujin and his companion decide it's the perfect time to make a quick, cowardly exit from the scene. The remaining challengers point frantically toward the gate, convinced that she's trying to flee the chaos she started. She grits her teeth in frustration, insulted that anyone would think she'd run away from a fight this entertaining. Her patience finally snaps, and a chilling aura begins to radiate from her small frame, freezing the air around her. Her eyes turn into voids of pure white light, signaling the release of a power that shouldn't belong to a normal player. In the blink of an eye, the arena is transformed into a graveyard of defeated opponents, their bodies scattered like discarded dolls across the floor. The few survivors can only tremble in absolute terror, realizing they are facing a monster in human skin. She stands amidst the carnage, her gaze icy and detached as the glow in her eyes slowly begins to fade back to normal. Xiao Wujin watches her from a distance, his eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity and something far deeper than mere interest. He scoffs softly to himself, admitting she's not bad, but claiming she still has a long way to go if she wants to catch his heart. Touching his chin thoughtfully, he admits to himself that he's stumbled upon something truly fascinating and potentially dangerous. His mind begins to race, and for a moment his eyes look like they're scanning lines of hidden code from a past life. Back in the dimly lit reality of his room, his fingers fly across the keyboard with practiced, rhythmic speed. The blue light of the monitor illuminates a search for the legendary, long-lost sports prodigy Wei Sheng Xin Yue. With a decisive click, he opens a video file that holds the key to the mystery he's been chasing all this time. The grainy footage shows a familiar combat stance, one that matches the girl in the game with haunting accuracy. Xiao Wujin stares at the screen, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the truth begins to sink into his mind. He compares every movement and every angle, confirming that her in-game playstyle is an identical match to the fallen legend. The realization hits him like a physical blow, his eyes widening as he realizes exactly who he has been playing with. A slow, triumphant smile spreads across his face, the thrill of the hunt finally reaching its peak. His friend notices his strange behavior and asks what on earth has gotten into him to make him look so possessed. The records state she was a genius who was unfairly kicked off her team and then vanished from the world without a trace. The friend looks on in total shock, unable to grasp the magnitude of the secret Xiao Wujin has just uncovered. Xiao Wujin leans back, looking utterly pleased with himself as he claims to have found her biggest secret. His friend can't help but scream in anticipation, desperate to know what he's discovered about the mysterious girl. With a playful glint in his eyes, Xiao Wujin tells him that if he wants to know, he's gonna have to beg for it. While the rest of the world is tuned into the high-stakes drama of the professional arena, our girl is living her best life, elbow deep in a bucket of crispy fried chicken. Empty soda cans are scattered across the table, a testament to her dedicated binge-watching session. Xin sits nestled in her beanbag, eyes glued to the screen as she mindlessly snacks, the glow of the television illuminating her messy hair and relaxed expression. On the screen, the atmosphere is far more suffocating as the superstar player, Cheng Mo, makes a grand entrance, flanked by stern-faced bodyguards while fans scream her name in a frenzy of adoration. Cheng Mo looks every bit the Ice Queen, her gaze cold and untouchable as the camera catches her sharp, elegant features. Xin, however, isn't impressed, letting out a frustrated huff as she glares at the screen, muttering about hypocrites under her breath. The commentary drones on until Xin can't take another second of the posturing, collapsing back against her cushions with a groan of pure, unadulterated boredom. "If I stay here any longer, my brain will rot," she sighs, her eyes suddenly snapping open, with a spark of mischievous intent as she decides to blow off some steam the only way she knows how. In an instant, she dives back to the virtual world, her avatar materializing amidst a flurry of delicate cherry blossoms, looking like a dream in her flowing traditional robes. But the peaceful atmosphere is shattered the moment she steps into the town square, as every player nearby freezes, their eyes widening in total disbelief. A cold sweat breaks out on her neck as she hears the hushed, Frantic whispers of the crowd, realizing that her arrival is anything but welcome. Xin blinks, her chibi form looking utterly clueless as she wonders if she accidentally deleted her own reputation overnight. Suddenly, a piece of parchment comes flying through the air, slapping her right in the face with a comical thwack. She peels the paper off, her heart dropping into her stomach as she sees a high-quality rendering of her own face staring back at her. It's a bounty notice, and the price on her head is in staggering 10,000 gold pieces, enough to make even the most loyal friend turn into a bloodthirsty hunter. Her blood boils when she sees the name of the issuer, Xiao Wujin, the man who seems determined to make her life a living hell. Before she can even process the betrayal, a duel request notification pings loudly in her ear, sent by a player with a name too ridiculous to take seriously. Within seconds, her entire field of vision is obscured by a chaotic mountain of red duel requests, the sound of constant dings echoing like a funeral knell. Her eyes dart back and forth, wide with panic as she realizes she's become the most hunted woman in the server. A shadow looms over her, and a player lunges from the darkness, his face twisted in a mask of greed as he prepares to claim the prize. A blade whistles through the air, missing her by a hair's breadth as the ground beneath her feet erupts in a shower of sparks. Xin expression hardens, her fear replaced by a sharp, lethal determination as she realizes she won't be escaping this with words alone. Reaching into her inventory, she pulls out her secret weapon, a neon-colored stink bomb with a grin that promises absolute chaos for anyone brave enough to follow her. The scene shifts to the quiet, moonlit rooftops of the city, where the lights of the palace flicker in the distance. Below, a tiny, fuming Xin is caught in a standoff, her face turning a bright shade of red as she curses the very ground Xiao Wujin walks on. Xiao Wujin himself stands tall and unimpressed, looking down at her with a calm that only makes her more furious. "Are you quite finished cursing my ancestors?" he asks smoothly, his eyes tracking her every movement with an infuriatingly handsome smirk. Xin points a finger at his chest, screaming that she can't even show her face in public anymore because of his ridiculous bounty. He doesn't flinch, reminding her with a dark, low voice that she was the one who stole his money and disappeared like a thief in the night. Xin's bravado wavers for a split second as a memory flashes through her mind, the two of them standing side by side under the willow trees in a much simpler time. She remembers the feeling of his sleeve in her hand, the quiet intimacy of their partnership before everything went up in flames. But the guilt is short-lived as she recalls the moment she actually made her move, slipping away into the shadows while he wasn't looking. In her mind's eye, she sees her past self triumphantly holding a heavy bag of gold, the coins cling together like music to her ears. She had laughed with pure, villainous joy, boasting about how easy it was to deceive a man of his stature. She had even turned back one last time to stick her tongue out at him, disappearing before he could utter a single word of protest. Back in the present, she tries to play it off, screaming that it was only a few hundred gold and that she'll pay him back if he just leaves her alone. Xiao Wujin isn't interested in the money. He's interested in the chase, his chibi expression matching her own stubborn energy. He reaches out, grabbing the long ribbon of her hair and pulling her back toward him, refusing to let her escape his reach. "If you're so confident, duel me right now," he challenges, pointing toward a golden glowing button that pulsates with magical energy. Xin's pride takes the bait, her eyes burning with a competitive fire as she screams that she'll show him exactly who he's dealing with. With a dramatic flourish, she slams her palm against the green button, the interface shattered by the force of her conviction. Xiao Wujin's lips curl into a satisfied, predatory smile, his eyes darkening as he realizes he has her exactly where he wants her. He leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tells her that despite everything, he has never once looked down on her skills. Xin freezes, her breath hitching in her throat as she looks up at him, caught off guard by the sudden shift in his intensity. She searches his starry eyes for a sign of a joke, but all she finds is a reflection of her own stunned face. He looks incredibly cool in the moonlight, his long ponytail swaying in the breeze as he maintains his steady gaze. Xin blinks, her brain short-circuiting as she tries to find a witty comeback to his unexpected sincerity. But the romantic tension is shattered when he casually points out that the button she just pressed wasn't for a duel at all, it was a party request. Xin stares at the new invitation to the team notification, her jaw dropping as the realization of his trickery sinks in. "Xiao Wujin," she shrieks, her face turning a vibrant shade of scarlet as she realizes she's been played like a fiddle. He just chuckles, telling her that being on his team is a much better deal than being a wanted criminal. As she continues to protest, he leans over her, trapping her against the wall with one hand while the other rests near her head, his proximity making it impossible for her to look away. He stood before her, his blue scarf catching the wind like a promise of trouble. She could feel the sweat beading on her forehead as she looked up at him, her heart hammering against her ribs in a frantic, uneven rhythm. High above them, a finger pointed toward the heavens, marking the very spot where their destinies would soon collide. Xiao Wujin's expression remained unreadable, his sharp prile silhouetted against the shimmering starlight as if he were a ghost of the digital world. Below them, the crowd was already losing their minds, swooning over the sheer charisma radiating from the man on the wall. "Everyone listen up," he announced, his voice booming with a confidence that demanded total submission from every player in the vicinity. Standing atop the stone battlements, he looked like a king surveying a kingdom he intended to conquer, regardless of the cost. Shen Xin watched from the shadows, the weight of the upcoming national tournament pressing down on her shoulders like leaden chains. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, everyone dying to know the identity of the mysterious player who had finally captured the attention of the server's greatest rogue. It's too late to back out now, he teased with a smug, playful grin, clearly enjoying her mounting frustration and the way her cheeks flushed crimson. Her jaw dropped, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and disbelief at his sheer audacity to claim her in front of everyone. With a final, mocking wave and a sharp goodbye, he dissolved into a shower of digital light, leaving her alone in the cold silence. His parting words lingered in the air, a haunting question that cut right to the core of her secret identity. Back in the silence of her room, the glowing red prompt on her screen felt like a death sentence for the life she had built in secret. She sat there with her headphones on, the neon glow reflecting in her tired, hollow eyes as she contemplated ending it all. With a trembling hand, she guided the cursor over the confirmation button, her finger hovering for a heartbeat before clicking yes. The screen went dark, mirroring the emptiness growing in her chest as the only world she felt safe in vanished into nothingness. She closed her eyes tight, trying to block out the memories that refused to stay buried in the graveyard of her past. Suddenly, she was back in the biting cold of that winter day, standing amidst the falling snow with the teammates who had once been her only family. "If it wasn't for your arrogance, we wouldn't have lost," the captain screamed, his face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. She stood there, frozen, the brim of her cap hiding the tears that were starting to blur her vision as the snow settled on her shoulders. Every word they hurled at her was a jagged blade, accusing her of being a selfish player who only cared about her own glory. He pointed a trembling finger at her, his voice cracking with the weight of their collective failure and the bitterness of their defeat. Her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces as she realized that no matter how hard she played, she would always be the villain in their story. She watched their retreating backs, two figures walking away into the white void of the storm, leaving her completely alone. The logo on their jackets, once a symbol of her pride and belonging, now felt like a brand of shame burned into her very soul. The harsh fluorescent lights of the classroom snapped her back to reality, where the mundane world continued to turn without a care for her internal war. Behind her, the gossip was already starting, her classmates whispering excitedly about the new match and the man who had replaced her. They laughed and joked about the useless, previous leader, oblivious to the girl sitting just inches away whose life they were dissecting. She bit her lip so hard she could taste the metallic tang of blood, her vision swimming as the mockery became too much to bear. Suddenly, she slammed her hands onto the wooden desk with a deafening bang that silenced the entire room in an instant. Her knuckles turned white from the force of her grip, the desk vibrating under the weight of her suppressed agony. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, the world spinning around her in a dizzying kaleidoscope of pain and resentment. Without a word, she bolted for the door, her footsteps echoing like thunder as she fled the suffocating atmosphere of the school. Reaching the rooftop, she lashed out at the chain-link fence, a desperate kick born from a year of bottled-up resentment. "I don't care. I don't care about any of you," she screamed into the vast, uncaring sky until her throat was raw. But even as she screamed, Xiao Wujin's face flashed in her mind, the one person who had dared to look past the rumors. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek as she remembered the trust he had so freely offered her. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her voice trembling as she admitted the one truth she had tried so hard to deny. Meanwhile, at the local court, a basketball sliced through the air and snapped through the net with a satisfying, rhythmic crunch. "Who is it? Who's the teammate you found for the 3v3? His friend asked, leaning in with intense, burning curiosity. Xiao Wujin just smirked, a drop of sweat rolling down his neck as he thought of the fiery girl who had finally agreed to join his side. He looked out over the court, his mind already miles away, focused on the battle that was about to begin in the digital arena. "I'm handsome, skilled, and persistent," he mused to himself with a cocky tilt of his head. There's no way she could have said no forever. The day of the tournament finally arrived, the stadium lights blinding as the announcer's voice filled the massive arena. High above the digital landscape, a figure leaped gracefully from one pillar to the next, a display of pure, heart-stopping agility. The spotlights converged on the center of the stage, illuminating the two figures who stood ready to face the world together. Xiao Wujin stood tall, his eyes fixed on the entrance where his partner was expected to appear at any moment. The crowd held its breath, the tension in the air so thick you could cut it with a knife as they waited for the mystery to be solved. Then, the sound of a heavy heel clacking against the stone floor echoed through the silence, announcing her arrival. A rival player's eyes widened in shock, her breath hitching as she recognized the familiar, powerful silhouette emerging from the light. She looked down at the ground, her heart racing as she stepped into the center of the arena, the weight of 1,000 eyes upon her. There she was, clad in vibrant red and white, her fox ears twitching with a defiance that set the whole room on fire. "Yao Yao? Why is that little pest here?" A voice shrieked from the audience, filled with venomous, jealous hate. She ignored them all, her gaze locked onto Xiao Wujin as she stood her ground, her long white tail swishing behind her. "I've deleted my old life, and I'm here to take what's mine," she declared, her voice ringing out clear and strong. The spectators were in an uproar, unable to believe that the disgraced former leader had returned in such a spectacular fashion. Xiao Wujin couldn't help but smile, a look of pure triumph crossing his face as he realized his gamble had paid off. She looked at him, her golden eyes burning with a newfound purpose that left him momentarily breathless. Together, they stood before the world, a team forged in the fires of scandal and bound by a bond that no one could ever hope to break. The tension in the air is thick as the trio stands ready for the qualifiers, their presence alone commanding the attention of the entire arena. Across from them, their opponents tremble, lamenting their terrible luck at having to face the legendary Xiao Wujin in the very first round. "Why would you pick her as our teammate? That's not like you," the glasses-wearing ally whispers, his voice laced with doubt as he eyes the fox girl standing beside them. Xiao Wujin merely offers a small, mysterious smile, his gaze fixed forward as he coolly replies that as long as she doesn't drag them down, everything will be fine. Hearing his dismissive words, Yao Yao's brow twitches with irritation, her golden eyes burning with a silent, fierce pride as she grits her teeth. The battle erupts in a sudden blur of motion as Xiao Wujin lunges forward, his movements fluid and deadly as he cuts through the air like a phantom. Forget the others. Xiao Wujin does the most damage. Just keep him busy, the enemy commander shouts. Desperate to neutralize their strongest player, they swarm him with everything they have, hoping that by overwhelming the leader, the rest of the team will crumble under the pressure. But Xiao Wujin's expression remains chillingly calm, his sharp features illuminated by the glint of steel as he prepares his next move. Suddenly, Yao Yao leaps into the fray with a wild, untamed grace, her fox ears pinned back as she prepares to prove everyone wrong. With a sickening crack, an opponent is sent flying, unable to withstand the sheer force of her unexpected and brutal assault. In mere moments, the once confident enemies are left sprawled across the cold stone floor, defeated and gasping for breath. Yao Yao nonchalantly spits out the toothpick she was chewing on, looking entirely bored by the lack of a real challenge. She turns her sharp gaze toward her teammates, her voice dripping with sass as she warns them not to be so sure about who is dragging whom down. Xiao Wujin stares at her, his eyes widening slightly as he realizes there is far more to this girl than her notorious reputation suggests. Just then, an arrow whistles through the air, but Yao Yao catches it between two fingers with terrifying precision, mocking their little tricks. Xiao Wujin watches her with a mixture of shock and a growing, dangerous fascination, his breath hitching at her effortless display of skill. "Watch out!" he suddenly cries out as an explosion rocks the battlefield, a cloud of thick, blinding smoke swallowing them whole. Yao Yao cuts through the haze, her vision blurred as she tries to regain her bearings amidst the swirling chaos. Through the dust, Xiao Wujin's face appears, his brow furrowed with genuine concern as he reaches out to ensure she's unharmed. He steps in close, his hand gripping a stray projectile as blood begins to drip, a silent testament to the protection he just offered her. "You're welcome," he murmurs softly, his voice a low vibration that sends an unexpected shiver down her spine. He raises his blade high, a pillar of light erupting around him as he prepares to end this skirmish with a single, decisive blow. The last remaining opponent, a young healer, bursts into tears as she looks at her fallen comrades, completely overwhelmed by the power before her. "I give up. I don't want to fight anymore," she wails, her face a mask of comedic despair as she abandons all hope of victory. She turns tail and runs as fast as her legs can carry her, disappearing into the distance as the match is officially called. Their teammate sighs in exasperation, complaining loudly that he didn't even get a chance to lift a finger during the entire lopsided fight. "Wait, didn't we forget to pick a team name?" he asks, realizing they are about to be announced to the entire cheering arena. Xiao Wujin gives a stoic nod, stating simply that he has already taken care of that little detail. The scoreboard flashes brilliantly, announcing the victors of the round to the roaring crowd. Team Xiao Wujin. The teammates look absolutely disgusted when they see the shitty name he chose, which is literally just his own name and two teammates. Despite the lackluster name, the team begins a legendary run, tearing through the competition one by one with ruthless efficiency. Yao Yao becomes a whirlwind of destruction, her foxtail swishing as she leaves a trail of defeated players in her wake. The crowd begins to whisper in awe, marveling at the fact that this ragtag group has managed a staggering 30-victory streak. As they stand before the massive gates of the main arena, the weight of their incredible success finally begins to sink in. Yao Yao lets out a bright, genuine laugh, her face glowing with pure happiness she hasn't felt in a long time. Xiao Wujin watches her from the corner of his eye, a soft, uncharacteristic warmth softening his usually cold and calculating gaze. No, the moment is ruined as a group of jealous fangirls begins to scream, demanding to know why their Wujinjij is with such a low life. "Why would you team up with her? She's a thief who has been mugging us all this time." They jeer, their voices filled with venom. Yao Yao's smile falters, her eyes casting downward as the harsh, hateful words of the crowd begin to sting her heart. Xiao Wujin steps forward, his voice cold and unwavering as he declares to everyone that her past mistakes stay in the past and she won't do it again. He looks the crowd in the eye, his protective aura flaring as he vows to take any punishment meant for her in her stead. Yao Yao looks up at him, her breath catching in her throat as her eyes sparkle with shock and a blossoming, deep affection. The tension in the courtyard is thick enough to cut with a blade as the crowd looks down upon the small, determined figure. Since God Xiao is ready to vouch for her, then we will trust her this once, the leader finally declares, though his voice drips with a reluctant, icy hesitation. One of the onlookers steps forward, her eyes narrowing as she delivers a stern, biting warning. Tao Zhi Yao Yao, I hope you change your ways and don't disappoint our God Xiao, she shouts, her voice echoing through the silent courtyard. Yao Yao's blood boils at the insinuation, her fiery spirit refusing to be tamed by their judgmental glares. What? Who said I changed my ways? Let me go kill them. She screams, her face flushed with rage as she struggles against the invisible weight of the situation. Xiao He looks down at her with a calm, steady gaze that contrasts sharply with her explosive temper. Tomorrow is the national qualifiers. He reminds her, his voice low and grounding, cutting through her hysteria. He leans in closer, the gravity of the upcoming match settling between them like a heavy shroud. If you go to jail, how are we going to compete? If you miss it, we'll have to wait 3 more years, he explains, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that makes her breath hitch. Yao Yao turns her head away with a stubborn huff, her long white ears twitching in irritation even as her heart begins to race from his proximity. Xiao He watches her closely, his sharp eyes softening for just a fraction of a second as he observes her adorable, pouty defiance. Killing players, mugging them. It's a way to play the game and it exists for a reason, so I won't judge you for it, he says, his voice taking on a surprisingly gentle, velvety tone. Yao Yao remains silent, her brow furrowed as she processes his words, her usual fire dampened by his unexpected understanding. Suddenly, she feels the warmth of his hand against her, a gentle caress that sends a jolt of electricity through her entire body. He leans down, his face just inches from hers, a faint, teasing smirk playing on his lips. At least, be good for now. Be a good girl, he whispers, the command feeling more like an intimate, heart-stopping secret. His hand rests firmly on her head, smoothing down her hair in a gesture so tender and protective it leaves her completely speechless. The sheer shock of the physical contact leaves her frozen, her mind spinning as the world around her seems to fade into a blur of red and white. Later, back in the quiet of her own room, the memory of his voice haunts her, making her cheeks burn with a deep crimson glow. Why is Xiao Wujin so chatty? I wonder how he is in real life? She muses, her heart still thumping erratically against her ribs. She tries to picture the man behind the screen, imagining a nerdy, talkative guy with thick glasses who couldn't possibly be as cool as his legendary avatar. She shakes her head violently, her white hair flying as she tries to dispel the confusing, fluttery thoughts that are threatening to take over her mind. I haven't played competitively online in a long while. It feels so great to win. She cheers to herself, throwing her arms up in a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. To celebrate her victory, she decides to treat herself to a massive feast of fried chicken and spicy soup. As a reward, I'll order a XXL burger, she declares, her eyes sparkling with hunger and the thrill of the win. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a handsome young man walks down the street carrying bags of takeout, his mind focused on the high stakes of the upcoming competition. He looks a bit exhausted, a small sigh escaping his lips as he thinks about the mental toll of dealing with Yao Yao's constant, chaotic antics. Suddenly, his friend bursts into the room, his face pale and his eyes wide with panic. Xiao He! This is bad. Come have a look, he shouts, gesturing wildly toward the glowing computer screen. Xiao He freezes, a cold sense of dread pooling in his stomach as he stares at his friend's frantic expression. They lean over the laptop together, the harsh blue light illuminating their shocked faces as they scroll through the latest viral updates. The screen is filled with toxic comments and a game over screen featuring Yao Yao, proving that the digital drama has spiraled into a full-blown scandal. Xiao He, what do we do? Tomorrow is the Nationals, his friend asks, his voice trembling with worry as they read the hateful messages flooding the forums. Across town, Yao Yao is happily munching on her burger when she finally checks her phone, her eyes widening in absolute horror. Huh? She gasps, nearly choking on her food as she sees the trending subjects slandering her name and reputation. Her thumb trembles as she scrolls through the comments, each hateful word feeling like a physical blow to her chest. What is happening? She screams, her appetite completely vanished as the reality of the online witch hunt sinks in. Back in the digital world, the atmosphere is even more hostile as a mob gathers to demand justice. Xiao Wujin, give us an explanation, they roar, surrounding the duo with righteous, misplaced fury. A girl in the crowd points an accusing finger, her voice dripping with venom. Stop protecting Tao Zhi Yao Yao, she isn't worth it. If you keep doing that, we will hate you as well, she warns, the crowd closing in. Yao Yao's eyes fill with tears of pure frustration as she screams at the top of her lungs. I didn't kill that person nor mug them. She cries out, her voice cracking with the pain of being falsely accused. A player wearing a traditional black hat steps forward, brandishing his weapon with a cruel sneer. You actually came online? You did this today and you can't even admit it? He mocks, his voice echoing the sentiment of the mob. Yao Yao's temper flares again, her desperation turning into raw, cornered aggression. Stop saying shit! Come and fight me, she bellows, her small frame trembling with a mixture of rage and fear. Xiao He places a firm, steadying hand on her shoulder, his presence a cooling balm against her scorching anger. Calm down, you'll only add oil to the fire, he commands, his voice steady and authoritative. Suddenly, something red and messy streaks through the air, launched from the angry mob with malicious intent. A tomato strikes Yao Yao right in the face with a sickening bam, the red juice splattering across her cheek as the crowd jeers for her to get out of the server. She stands there in stunned, heartbroken silence, a single tear tracking through the red pulp on her face as the weight of the humiliations over her. The boy in the hat continues his verbal assault, his words cutting deeper than any physical projectile. Shensin, did you lose on purpose? You've obviously betrayed us, he accuses, his eyes cold and unforgiving. He leans in, his voice a low hiss of utter contempt. To join another team, you'd actually go to such lengths. Shaming us, he spits out, twisting the knife in her heart. Xiao He looks over at Yao Yao, seeing the broken, haunted look in her eyes and the red stain on her face. And something deep inside him finally snaps. I didn't kill this person, Xiao Wujin. I didn't. She sobs, looking up at him with a raw desperation that shatters his composure. Xiao He meets her gaze, his expression hardening into a mask of absolute, terrifying resolve. Okay. I believe he says simply, his voice carrying a weight that silences the entire digital mob. Another projectile whizzes through the air, aimed directly at the vulnerable, crying girl. But before it can reach her, Xiao He's hand shoots out with lightning speed, catching the tomato mid-air with effortless grace. Everyone calm down, he roars, his aura flaring with a power that demands instant respect. He stands tall, shielding her with his broad shoulders as he makes a vow that will change the course of their lives. Please give me a little time. I'll find the identity of the player who framed Tao Zhi Yao Yao, and if I can't find them, I'll give up on the competition and quit this game forever, he declared, his eyes burning with a fierce, protective fire. Xiao He, his friend gasps, his face pale with the realization of the stakes they're playing with. If they fail to find the truth, the promise to quit the game becomes a death sentence for their digital lives. But while one friend wails about the sheer amount of money he's poured into his account, Xiao He's mind is already miles ahead, focused on the digital trail left behind by their enemy. With a few sharp clicks of the keys, he dives into the back end of the server, his eyes narrowing with a predatory focus. He isn't just looking for a name. He's looking for a digital fingerprint, and there is the glowing string of numbers that ties everything together. The two of them stand over the screen, the blue light reflecting the grim triumph on their faces. Xiao He's voice drops to a low, dangerous register as he admits he can finally guess why this person harbors such a venomous hatred for Tao Zhi Yao Yao. His gaze lingers on the screen, a spark of cold fire dancing in his eyes as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Back within the virtual world, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a blade as Tao Zhi Yao Yao demands to know if the proof has finally been found. God Xiao stands before the restless crowd, his posture radiating a calm, terrifying authority as he beckons the accuser forward. The onlookers begin to murmur, their voices a rising tide of doubt and curiosity as they wonder if they've been pointing their fingers at the wrong person all along. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao He raises his hand, demanding silence from the virtual masses. We found it, he declares, his voice echoing through the plaza as he reveals that the IP address of the fake account and the primary hater are one and the same. The crowd erupts in a chorus of shocked gasps, the realization dawning on them that they've been nothing more than pawns in a very messy game of revenge. The girl who led the charge against Tao Zhi Yao Yao screams in denial, her face contorted with a mixture of rage and fear. She looks like a cornered animal, her eyes darting around as the world she built on lies begins to crumble around her. What do you want then? She shrieks, her voice cracking under the weight of the exposure. God Xiao doesn't flinch, meeting her frantic gaze with a look of pure, unadulterated pity. He calmly explains that he didn't just find her IP. He browsed through her online albums and saw the truth she tried to hide. You're the one who framed her, he says simply, the words landing like heavy stones in the sudden silence. The girl stands frozen, the shock of being unmasked leaving her breathless as the crowd turns their judgment toward her. She tries to pivot, shouting that it doesn't matter because Tao Zhi Yao Yao doesn't deserve to be in the finals anyway. She's a whirlwind of fury, her tiny avatar vibrating with the sheer force of her indignation. But Xiao He cuts through her noise, revealing that her hatred isn't about the game at all, it's about her obsessive devotion to a retired legend. Wei Sheng Xin Yue, he says, and the name hangs in the air like a ghost. The girl's eyes widen, the air leaving her lungs as her deepest secret is dragged into the light. Even the crowd falls into a stunned hush, remembering the previous team leader who vanished from the professional scene. Xiao He leans in, his voice a whisper that carries to every corner of the map, pointing out that she hates Tao Zhi Yao Yao simply because her playstyle is a haunting reminder of the idol she lost. She was my favorite, The girl finally breaks, her voice thick with a fan's desperate, broken loyalty. She refuses to believe that her idol would ever cheat or sell out her teammates, her heart still anchored to a past that no longer exists. The two avatars stand in a tense standoff, representing two different eras of the game clashing in the present. "I've been her fan for 5 years," she cries out, her grief finally overriding her malice. Her face is a mask of pure, raw emotion as she screams her defense of a woman who isn't even there to hear it. She wipes at the tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling as she insists that her idol was the type to sacrifice everything in silence. In her mind, she sees the memory of her hero being branded a toxic player, a cancer to the community. She stands defiantly, a lonely soldier fighting a war for a fallen queen, claiming Tao Zhi Yao Yao is unworthy of using those legendary moves. Xiao He watches her, his expression unreadable, as he observes the depth of her tragic obsession. What is even wrong with her? He wonders aloud, the complexity of human emotion proving more difficult to solve than any computer code. In the silence of a real-world room, a pair of cat ear headphones hits the floor with a dull thud. A trembling hand reaches for a remote, clicking the screen off as the weight of the confrontation becomes too much to bear. The girl reaches for a bag of chips, her movements mechanical and numb, as she tries to find some small comfort. She stuffs a handful into her mouth, her chest tight with the effort of holding back a sob. Suddenly, she begins to choke, a violent fit of coughing racking her small frame as the world blurs around her. "Water." She gasps, scrambling toward the kitchen with desperate, clumsy movements. But her foot catches on a rug, and with a sharp cry, she goes sliding across the floor. She hits the ground hard, the bag of chips spilling out like a mockery of her current state. Lying there in the ruins of her snack, the dam finally breaks, and she begins to wail. The tears fall onto the cold floor as she cries out to the empty room, her heart shattered by the defense she didn't think she deserved. "Why?" she sobs, her voice echoing with a profound sense of self-loathing. "Why would you love someone as terrible as me?" She stood there in the quiet of her room, her fingers tracing the edges of her memories as she looked at the blurred reflection in the glass. On the shelf sat the gleaming star of her past, a #1 trophy that felt like it belonged to a completely different lifetime. She held the small token in her hand, her eyes softening with a bittersweet longing as she recalled the sheer weight of that victory. In her mind, she could still hear the roaring cheers of the crowd from the day they were crowned the champions of Server 4, finally earning their hard-fought ticket to the Nationals. "We can do it! We're YG," she had shouted back then, her heart bursting with an innocent, fiery hope that nothing could stop them. With a confident thumbs up and a dazzling smile, she had promised her team that the national championship title was already within their reach. Back in the present, her silhouette was a picture of quiet contemplation against the bright light of her window, still holding on to that piece of her pride. Her hand suddenly tightened into a firm grip, the edges of the metal digging into her palm as a new resolve hardened in her chest. "I can't let those that love me wait too long," she declared to the empty room, her eyes burning with a fresh, determined fire. Transitioning into the digital world of the game, the screen flashed with the high-stakes announcement of the Server 1 Top 3 showdown. The three of them stood together on the loading screen, a formidable trio the server had learned to both respect and fear. Xiao Wujin, Tao Zhi Yao Yao, and Yang Laoban. Yang Laoban couldn't hide his mischievous smirk, his eyes dancing with the thrill of the upcoming slaughter and the fame it would bring. "We must grab that first place," he insisted, his mind already calculating the massive 1 million gold prize waiting for the victors. The girl listened intently, her gaze fixed forward with an intensity that suggested this match was about much more than just the currency. Xiao Wujin leaned in closer, his voice low, teasing him as he noted that she hadn't shut up about the prize money all morning. Their eyes met for a brief, electric second, a silent challenge passing between them that made her heart skip a beat even in the heat of the moment. "I didn't," she hut, her face flushing a deep crimson as she tried to maintain her dignity under his piercing, knowing gaze. She looked up at him, her long rabbit ears twitching in adorable confusion as she tried to figure out what he was really thinking. "Thanks. Thanks for what?" she stammered, her voice small as she searched for the meaning behind his sudden change in tone. In that moment, she felt like a literal angel, her heart overflowing with a hidden gratitude for the unwavering trust he placed in her. But the sentimental moment was quickly broken as she screamed in comedic frustration, her chibi form shaking with a mix of pre-match nerves and irritation. Xiao Wujin just let out a charming laugh, his eyes crinkling as he told her he'd be perfectly happy to just sit back and watch her fight 3 people all by herself. The digital atmosphere shifted instantly as the timer hit 0, and the first round began with a deafening, bone-shaking roar. A massive, spiked iron mace came crashing down from above, the sheer force of the animation sending virtual shockwaves across the arena floor. Amidst the chaos of flying debris and flashing spells, the battle reached a fever pitch of high-speed action. "Watch out!" she screamed, her eyes wide with genuine terror as a lethal, glowing projectile aimed straight for her companion's head. Xiao Wujin moved like a shadow, his staff glowing with a brilliant, celestial light as he prepared to unleash his most devastating skill. "Thunder!" he roared, and the virtual sky itself seemed to split apart to answer his command. The enemy monk didn't even have time to register the threat before the blue electricity surged through him, momentarily revealing his skeleton in a flash of light. Xiao Wujin didn't pause for a second, his movements a blur of deadly, calculated grace as he repositioned himself for the next strike. With his long hair whipping in the wind of his own incredible speed, he looked like a god of war descending upon the digital battlefield. Then, with a final decisive movement, the match reached its conclusion, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing in the voice chat. Cha-ching! The victory screen exploded in gold, and she clutched the heavy bag of winnings to her chest as if it were a lifeline. She cheered wildly, her avatar jumping for joy as the reality of their overwhelming victory finally started to sink in. But as she looked at the system transfer notice, her breath hitched in her throat. Xiao Wujin had sent her his entire share of the prize. "You gave me your part?" she gasped, turning to find him looking away with a nonchalant, cool expression. Poor Yang Laoban was left fuming and sputtering in the background, realizing that Xiao Wujin had been generous with Yi's portion of the loot as well. Xiao Wujin just glanced at her one last time, a soft, almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips as he told her he wouldn't have had any use for the money anyway. With 300,000 gold burning a hole in her pocket, our bunny-eared heroine feels like the absolute queen of the world. But wealth brings its own exquisite torture deciding exactly how to spend such a staggering fortune. "Let's hit the shop," she chirps, diving headfirst into a realm of digital luxury and shimmering pixels. Rows of high-tier skins line the walls, each one more extravagant and costly than the last. She tries on a heavy golden crown, the simulated gems catching the light as she admires her reflection. With a dramatic flourish, she snaps a velvet red cape behind her, testing the physics of her new royal grace. "I am the finest stud in this entire game," she declares, striking a pose that is as bold as it is ridiculous. But the fantasy shatters the moment she spots the price tag 230,000 gold for a single outfit. "This is a total ripoff. I'm never buying this," she shrieks, hurling the expensive threads back into the digital void. Suddenly, a movement catches her eye, making her breath hitch in surprise. Her companion approaches with a mischievous glint, holding a beautifully wrapped box. "I bought this using your money, so I'm not losing anything," she teases. She is practically vibrating with glee, certain she has found the ultimate, most expensive skin available. But the reveal is a disaster. Our heroine finds herself stuffed into a clunky turtle shell, waving a star wand like a confused fairy. Xiao watches the chaos unfold, holding a mysterious gift box of his own with a quiet, steady gaze. The girl pouts, her brow furrowing as she tries to process this sudden fashion catastrophe. Buying clothes for Xiao is such a waste, the turtle-clad girl grumbles. He's like an old man who never upgrades his gear. But as the words leave her mouth, a shimmering light begins to envelop him, sparkles dancing through his dark locks. The light fades to reveal a breathtaking transformation. Xiao stands before them, looking every bit the legendary, handsome hero. "This damn Xiao!" She fumes, her face turning a vibrant, jealous shade of red as she realizes he's outshone her. In her mind, she is a sparkling princess surrounded by hearts and flowers. In reality, she is just a girl in a turtle suit screaming at the top of her lungs. Xiao, ever the stoic, simply turns toward the exit. "All right, let's go train if you actually want to win this Friday," he commands. The girls grumble, their pride wounded as they trudge behind him in their ridiculous gear. But our heroine has one last trick. "I bought a secret medicine for the competition," she whispers with a devious wink. "And I'm not telling a soul." The quiet hum of the cyber cafe usually provided a sanctuary from the world, but today the air felt heavy with unspoken thoughts. Under the brim of her black cap, He's expression was unreadable as she lingered by the terminal, her mind still reeling from the day's events. Back in the safety of her room, she collapsed onto a plush pink beanbag, the bandages on her leg a stark reminder of her recent clumsiness. She bit her lip, her eyes narrowing with a sudden, serious resolve as she stared at the glowing screen of her phone. Suddenly, a sharp chime shattered the silence, making her jump nearly out of her skin as a notification lit up the display. Her heart hammered against her ribs when she saw the name on the screen, a friend request from a user named Xiao. "Xiao Wujin?" she whispered, her hands trembling as a wave of pure anxiety washed over her. Panic flared in her chest as she remembered her public posts, specifically the one where she was making a ridiculous face for Children's Day. Or worse, the post where she shared her tragic attempt at cooking, proudly displaying a plate of charred, blackened sausages. "I can't let him see my moments," she squealed, her fingers flying across the screen in a desperate race against time to hide her past. With a heavy sigh of relief, she finally managed to restrict his access, her face flushed from the sheer terror of being judged. Now that the danger was averted, she couldn't help but wonder what his life looked like behind the digital curtain. She leaned in closer, her eyes wide with curiosity as she prepared to delve into the mysteries of man she had only known through a game. To her surprise, his profile was a wasteland of serious, health-related articles that looked like they belonged to a middle-aged man. Her brow furrowed, a tiny no way escaping her lips as she stared at the clinical feed. It was hard to reconcile this stiff, academic persona with the powerful warrior she fought alongside in the virtual world. Another chime rang out, and this time her breath hitched. He had sent her a direct message. He wasn't just checking in. He was giving her detailed medical advice on how to treat her wounds so they wouldn't scar. When she asked how he knew so much, his reply was simple and elegant. "I'm a medical student." She bit the edge of her phone, a soft blush creeping up her neck as she processed this new, sophisticated layer to him. In her mind, she began to picture him as a classic, geeky overachiever, complete with thick glasses and a lab coat. Meanwhile, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the campus of Dongchuan University in a deceptive warmth. In the bustling hallways, students whispered about their plans for the upcoming winter break. Xiao He walked with his head down, his voice low and bitter as he explained that his traditional father would never allow him to waste time on games. His somber mood was interrupted when a shadow fell over him. It was the campus beauty, Ku Maimei. Her eyes sparkled with a calculated charm as she looked up at him, her intent clear to everyone watching. "If you don't mind," she purred, clutching her phone to her chest. "Could I add you on WeChat?" A chorus of gasps erupted from the nearby students, stunned that the next-door hottie was making such a bold move. Xiao He didn't even blink, his gaze remaining as cold and unyielding as a frozen lake. "I mind," he replied bluntly, turning his back on her without a second thought. As he walked away, Maimei's friend sighed, reminding her that Xiao He was a fortress that no one had ever managed to breach. His escape was short-lived, however, as the stern voice of Mr. Li, the guidance teacher, called out to him. The teacher's expression was grave as he gestured for Xiao He to follow him into the quiet of his office. Spread out on the desk was a daunting list of documents required for an international visa. "The school has picked you," Mr. Li announced, "to participate in the summer exchange program in the USA." Xiao He's hand clenched into a tight, white-knuckled fist, the paper crinkling under the pressure of his hidden rage. "I never even applied for this," he gritted out, his voice trembling with a mixture of shock and betrayal. Mr. Li looked away, unable to meet the young man's piercing gaze as he stammered about Xiao He's excellent grades. The realization hit Xiao He like a physical blow. His father had used his influence to bypass his will entirely. The teacher pleaded with him to cooperate, reminding him that the hospital president's wishes were not to be ignored. Xiao He felt a suffocating weight settle on his shoulders, his eyes darkening as he realized his life was no longer his own. Later, he stood in a vast, opulent office, facing the back of a high-backed leather chair. Slowly, the chair rotated, revealing a man whose presence commanded the very air in the room. His father's face was a mask of cold authority, devoid of any warmth or fatherly affection. "You're here, Xiao he stated, his voice as sharp as a scalpel. Xiao He stared back, his jaw set in a line of defiance that barely masked the hurt deep within his soul. "Dad, why are you here?" he asked, though he already knew the bitter answer. The older man sighed as if he were dealing with a disobedient child, mentioning the refusal to go to America. Xiao He tried to argue, claiming his results weren't good enough, his voice rising in desperation. But his father cut him off, his reflection in the polished floor showing a man who had already decided everything. "I've already prepared everything," the president declared. "You don't have to worry about it." Xiao He's eyes flared with a sudden, dangerous fire as he realized the depth of his father's manipulation. "Do you look down on me that much?" he barked, the words dripping with years of suppressed resentment. His father stood and walked past him, his stride confident and dismissive of his son's emotional turmoil. He lectured him on the perfect path he had paved, from the university to the eventual inheritance of the hospital. He paused, casting a mocking glance at the simple necklace Xiao He wore, calling it a childish toy. Xiao He turned, his gaze following his father with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. "Don't repeat the same mistakes as your brother," the man warned, his voice echoing in the hollow room. Left alone in the silence, Xiao He's fist shook with a violent tremor, the pressure of his father's expectations finally threatening to break him. The edge of the World Light Festival illuminates the night with a warm, golden glow, as lanterns float gently above the bustling bridges and sparkling waters. On the bridge, a girl excitedly suggests playing some mini-games to win rare items, but her companion, Zhao Wujin, seems distant, his mind clearly anchored to a far heavier reality. She notices his somber mood and asks tentatively if this is all because his father is forcing him to move abroad. She mentions how coveted those international spots are, noting that his father must have incredible influence to secure one without Xiao Wujin even applying. Shocked by the timing, she realizes that if he leaves for the USA during winter break, he'll miss the final exams and the big competition they've worked so hard for. Her face contorts into a comical expression of disbelief as the weight of the news sinks in, her eyes wide with shock. "You can't go," she protests, while he simply closes his eyes, the weight of his family's expectations pressing down on him like lead. He sighs deeply, admitting that his father is incredibly stubborn and that once his mind is made up, no one can change his decision. Suddenly, a bright and cheerful girl in a stunning time-limited event outfit appears, holding up her prizes with a triumphant and infectious grin. He agrees to keep busy with the games to distract himself, prompting a look of utter confusion from his friend, who thought he was too depressed to play. The trio dives into the festival activities, aiming their bows with focused determination during the archery minigame. The cheerful girl giggles as she cuddles the adorable spirit creatures she won, her joy acting as a brief, flickering shield against the looming drama. "Look! Once we open this, we're finally done," she exclaims, holding up a glowing orb high above her head like a sacred relic. He looks at the small golden key in his hand, his expression simplified into a mask of stoic resignation as he prepares for the final task. With a steady hand, he inserts the key into the orb, the mechanism clicking into place as they complete the event. In the real world, the girl reaches out as if trying to grab a disappearing dream, her gaming headset still glowing against her pale hair. She peeks out from behind her hands, her eyes wide with a mixture of raw curiosity and lingering sadness. He stares back through the screen with a gaze that is both piercing and filled with a hidden, melancholy depth. "What's up with him today?" He's so absent-minded, she wonders aloud, noticing the shift in his usually sharp, competitive focus. The realization that they might have to replace him for the finals causes her heart to skip a beat in genuine fear. No! I don't want to, she cries out, her bunny ears drooping as her emotions finally boil over. She stammers, trying to explain that they've played together for so long that changing teammates now would feel like a betrayal of their bond. He stands tall and aloof, asking what they are all waiting for while the festive lights of the digital world blur behind him. She looks at him with a pained expression, asking point blank if it's true that he's being forced to quit gaming forever. He looks away, his profile shadowed by the night, unable to give her the reassurance she so desperately craves. Yes, family issues, he mutters, the words tasting like ash as he confirms her worst fears. She stands frozen on the bridge as he begins to walk away, the distance between them growing both physically and emotionally in the silence. His eyes are downcast, reflecting a soul torn between his passion for the game and the cold duty he owes his father. She remembers the moment he convinced her to compete again, the spark of hope he had reignited in her tired heart. In a fleeting flashback, she cheers with her old team, her face radiant with a pure happiness that now feels like a lifetime ago. The memory turns bitter as she watches the backs of those she once trusted walk away, leaving her alone in the cold once more. Why do you want to play competitively? He asks, his voice soft but demanding an answer that reaches beyond the screen. Because I like this game, she answers firmly, her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that demands to be taken seriously. She stares at him, her heart on her sleeve, waiting for him to understand that this isn't just a hobby, it's her life. He turns his back to her, his scarf fluttering in the wind as he tries to hide the conflict raging within his chest. He recalls his father's cold warning not to repeat his brother's mistakes by wasting his life on meaningless pixels. He admits that he only wanted to see if he could surpass his brother, to prove that he wasn't inferior in every single field. She looks at him with a mix of anger and desperation, questioning if he really means what he's saying about quitting. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, seemingly resigned to the path his father has carved out for him. You gave me all your gold, you didn't even upgrade your own gear. Was it all because you didn't care? She yells, her voice cracking with emotion. Her friend watches the confrontation with a nervous, awkward smile, sensing the raw tension vibrating between the two of them. Her eyes well up with tears as she accuses him of never truly caring about the game or the people he met within it. I was a pro gamer once. I left my studies for 3 years for my team, she reveals, her secret finally spilling out in a fit of desperate rage. He looks at her, stunned by the revelation of her past and the sheer, crushing depth of her dedication. To me, this isn't just a game, she screams, the tears finally streaming down her flushed, angry cheeks. She declares that the game taught her one vital lesson: to never, ever give up on your teammates, no matter the cost. Back in her room, she throws her pillow in a fit of frustration, her heart aching from the perceived betrayal of her partner. She wipes her eyes, feeling like a fool for getting so worked up over someone she considers a total stranger. She sobs into her hands, the weight of her loneliness and the fear of losing her team again crashing down on her in the dark. A sharp ding from her phone breaks the heavy silence, making her jump as a notification lights up the room. She growls at the screen, seeing a message asking if she's mad, and vows that she'll never give him the satisfaction of an answer. Her eyes narrow with a vengeful fire as she decides she's had enough of his mixed signals and cold attitude. Her thumb hovers over the screen, trembling with anger as she prepares to hit the remove friend button and end it all. He sits in his own room, looking utterly confused and lost as he stares at his phone, wondering why she has suddenly gone silent. The air between them crackles with a static charge as he leans in, his gaze burning with an intensity that demands an answer. Just say yes, he insists, the words hanging in the space between their hearts. Their hands remain gripped tightly to their phones, digital shields protecting them from the raw vulnerability of the moment. A cold, clinical message flashes on the screen, a rejection that feels like a physical blow. I can't say yes to things I cannot do. Her breath hitches, her features twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated frustration as the rejection stings. In a fit of childish pique, she literally bites down her phone, her inner monologue screaming that he is nothing but a bothersome geek. The tension is broken by a friend's casual mention of Professor Lai and the paperwork for a prestigious program in the USA. He stands there, the shadow of his bangs obscuring the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as the reality of leaving sinks in. With a heavy heart, he accepts the documents, a simple got it being all the emotion he allows to escape. Yet, as he turns away, his eyes peek back, lingering on her for a fraction of a second too long, searching for a reason to stay. He scrolls through their chat history, reading her passionate words about the gaming world and the drive to compete. The weight of her disapproval settles in his chest, and he closes his eyes, trying to shut out the conflict between his duty and his desires. Nearby, she sips her cherry drink with a hollow expression, the sweetness of the juice doing nothing to mask the bitterness of their current standoff. As they walk through the campus, His friend suggests that she could simply come along to the States. The mood shifts to a brief, comedic spark of life as they bicker over the absurdity of paying for classes during a precious vacation. Their conversation drifts back to their fundamental divide, walking side by side yet feeling worlds apart in their views on gaming. "I think you're being a bit dishonest," his friend probes, asking if he doesn't actually find joy in the game they share. He freezes, his boots coming to a sudden halt on the pavement as the truth of that question strikes a chord deep within. Looking up at the vast, open sky, he whispers that he doesn't feel he has the right to admit he loves it. The peaceful atmosphere is interrupted by two passing girls chatting excitedly about a local cake shop. In the distance, they spot Kumaimai, her presence commanding attention even from afar. Rumors follow her like a trailing perfume, with whispers that she has set her sights on him and a crowd of supporters cheering her on. He looks genuinely puzzled, his brow furrowing as he asks if she really has that many friends. In his mind's eye, he sees her as a rare flower, an elegant and passionate figure that stands out from the rest. A small, enigmatic smile tugs at the corner of his lips, a secret plan beginning to take root. "I have an idea," he declares, his eyes sharpening with a sudden, decisive spark. Without another word, he turns his back on his responsibilities, walking toward a different future. Kumaimai turns at the sound of his approach, her face lighting up with a practiced, gentle grace. Her eyes widen, a soft blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realizes the senior she was looking for is standing right before her. "Senior Xiao He," she breathes, her voice a soft melody. "Do you remember me?" She admits, with a touch of bashful charm, that she had been asking around specifically for his contact information. He responds with a smile so radiant it seems to brighten the very air around them, a mask of perfect politeness. The scene shifts to the ethereal beauty of the digital world, where her fox-eared avatar sits in lonely contemplation amidst a field of swaying grass. He appears behind her like a shadow, his voice low and demanding as he asks why she's been ignoring his messages. She rounds on him, her voice trembling with indignation as she points the finger back at him for being the one who ignored her first. His expression turns somber, the playful banter dying away as he states he has a confession to make. They stand together at the literal edge of their world, the horizon stretching out into an infinite, digital blue. Her heart hammers against her ribs, her eyes searching his face for any sign of the feelings she hopes he harbors. But he looks away, the distance between their avatars mirroring the growing chasm in their real lives. "If you can't participate, I won't either," she cries out, desperate to keep their shared world from crumbling. He looks down, his voice dropping to a whisper as he admits he simply cannot wait another year. The urgency in his tone leaves her breathless, the weight of his decision pressing down on her. With a shaking voice, she asks the one question she fears the answer to. "What about your family?" The afternoon sun bathed the local cafeteria in a warm, inviting glow, setting the stage for what many considered the social event of the semester. Inside, Kumaimai's friend couldn't contain her excitement, leaning across the table with wide eyes as she whispered about the unbelievable rumor that the school's most elusive heartthrob, Xiao He, had actually invited Maimai out for coffee. Maimai tried to remain composed, delicately applying her lipstick, but a smug smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she convinced herself that Xiao He was simply desperate for a chance to be near her. Meanwhile, Xiao He's expression remained unreadable, his cool gaze fixed on the task at hand as he prepared to meet the girl who had been the talk of the school forum. Maimai's heart skipped a beat when she finally spotted his tall, striking figure approaching, her face lighting up with a mixture of triumph and genuine adoration. "Sorry I'm late," he murmured with a polite, distant grace, while Maimai and her friend practically tripped over themselves to assure him that his timing was absolutely perfect. As they settled in, Maimai couldn't help but wonder if this was the moment he would finally confess his true intentions for seeking her out. Xiao He looked down at the table, the shadow of his lashes hiding the calculating thoughts swirling behind his beautiful eyes. He pulled out his phone, revealing a screen filled with a post from the school forum that was quickly going viral, a post that had been sent directly from Maimai's own verified account. "It was posted from your account," he stated flatly, his voice devoid of accusation but heavy with a weight that made the air in the caf turn cold. Behind the scenes, his mischievous friend watched the drama unfold with a pen between his teeth, knowing full well that they had manipulated the situation by hijacking Maimai's social media presence to send a message no one would dare question. Xiao He waited for her reaction, his patience as thin as a razor's edge as he observed the girl sitting across from him. His friend let out a dark, triumphant smirk, boasting that guessing a girl's password was child's play when they usually just use their own birthdays or the birthdays of their latest crushes. Maimai stared at her screen in a state of rising panic, reading the comments from users who hailed her as Xiao He's #1 fan and the other half of the school's new power couple. Her blood ran cold as she scrolled further, seeing the tide of public opinion turn as students began to question why Xiao He was on the winter exchange participant list when he hadn't even taken the required test. Xiao He's expression darkened into one of weary resignation, confirming the uncomfortable truth that he had never even applied for the program, let alone sat for the exam. The scandal reached the highest levels of the administration, where Professor Li sat in his office, his face a mask of forced joviality as he discussed the favor of getting Xiao He into the program. However, the mood shattered when an assistant burst into the room, her face pale with worry as she reported that the entire school was currently ablaze with rumors of academic corruption. Professor Li's composure evaporated instantly, his voice rising to a frantic shout as he demanded that the incriminating posts be scrubbed from the internet before the school's reputation was permanently tarnished. Back at the cafeteria, Mei was on the verge of tears, clutching her phone as she begged Xiao He to believe that she was innocent of the drama unfolding online. "I must have been hacked," she cried out, her voice trembling with the fear that her carefully crafted image and her chance with Xiao He was slipping through her fingers. In the background of the chaos, the true culprit celebrated his technological victory with a cheeky wink and a thumbs up, completely unbothered by the fire he had started. Xiao He watched her closely, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of deception in her frantic gaze. Finally, he offered a small, enigmatic smile, telling her it was fine because he had already guessed that she wasn't the one behind the post. Mei let out a sigh of relief so heavy it shook her shoulders, grateful beyond words that her senior didn't misunderstand her intentions. Yet, Xiao He's gaze remained distant, noting that since this mess touched upon his own family's reputation, he couldn't simply ignore it. Seeing an opportunity to prove her loyalty, Mei boasted that with her 800,000 followers, she could easily clear his name and set the record straight. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a public apology and a clarification that her account had been compromised by an unknown entity. But the damage was already done, as new comments flooded in from students who were convinced that the powerful Xiao family was simply using their influence to bypass the rules. The assistant watched the screen with a sinking heart, realizing that the volume of posts was becoming too immense for them to ever fully control. Professor Li looked like he had aged 10 years in a single afternoon, sweating under the pressure as he realized the entire student body now viewed the exchange program as a sham. He frantically wiped his brow, cursing the anonymous person who had dared to stir up such a hornet's nest of trouble. Amidst the chaos, a pair of cold, calculating eyes watched the fallout, belonging to a man who seemed far more dangerous than any school administrator. A thin, predatory smile played across Director Xiao's lips, a chilling contrast to the panic surrounding him. He mused to himself that the boy was certainly getting bolder and bolder, seemingly amused by the high-stakes game being played. As their meeting came to a close, Mei stood before Xiao He one last time, her voice soft as she apologized again for the bother she had inadvertently caused. She looked at him with lingering hope, asking if she could perhaps treat him to a meal someday as a more formal apology. Xiao He turned his head slightly, giving her a non-committal answer that he would consider it only when he found the time. His eye narrowed, a flicker of something mysterious and cold passing through his gaze as he watched her depart. Mei walked away with a heavy heart, the weight of the afternoon's events pressing down on her like a physical burden. The scene shifts dramatically as a grand digital archway appears, emblazoned with the glowing word "Finals," signaling the start of a high-stakes competition. A figure stands with her back to us, her long white hair cascading down a red and white battle outfit that looks like it was plucked straight from a fantasy epic. This digital warrior, with fox-like ears and an air of quiet intensity, prepares herself for the battle of a lifetime. She is surrounded by her teammates, their faces bright with the camaraderie and joy that only comes from fighting side by side toward a common goal. But back in the real world, our protagonist is nothing more than a girl huddled under a massive pink blanket, staring at her computer screen with a mixture of anxiety and longing as she wonders if Xiao He will show up for today's crucial match. With a flourish that radiates peak vanity, Yang Yao strikes a pose that practically glows with arrogance and sparkles. He begins a ridiculous pre-match ritual, counting off his stretches with the frantic energy of a man possessed by his own ego. Beside him, Xiao Wujin remains the stoic anchor of the group, his eyes narrowing as he considers the champion-level threats awaiting them in the first round. "I shall hit them until they call me daddy," Yang Yao declares, his nose practically growing with his inflated sense of superiority. Xiao Wujin isn't amused, his voice dropping an octave as he warns that this fight will be anything but easy. The teammates exchange a suspicious, wide-eyed look, sensing that their leader might be leading them straight into a disaster. The atmosphere shifts as the scene moves to the massive arena, where the roar of the crowd signals the arrival of the World Finals. The announcer's voice cracks like a whip over the speakers, declaring that the battle is finally ready to begin. On one side of the field stands Team Xiao Wujin, the ultimate underdogs from Server 1. Xiao Wujin, their lethal swordsman, keeps his expression unreadable, a calm storm brewing behind his gaze. Tao Zhi Yao Yao, their fierce warrior, grips her weapon with a smirk that promises pain for anyone who underestimates her. And then there's Yang Laoban, the Thunder Mage whose power is as volatile as his personality. Across from them stands the Nightmare of Server 4, a team known as the Magic Love Circles, led by the hulking warrior Lao Deji. By his side is the deadly fire mage Qie Xiaodangao, whose sweet name belies her destructive potential. Completing their trio is Nuo, a wind mage with an ethereal grace that makes him look almost untouchable. This isn't just any team. They are a famous power couple with a staggering 99% victory rate that has everyone on edge. Lao Daji holds his partner Ki with a protective, blushing intensity that suggests their chemistry is their greatest weapon. Nuo watches the opposing team with a playful, sparkling curiosity that feels almost mocking. He leans in close to Xiao Wujin, his voice a breathless whisper of misplaced admiration for the infamous Sword Saint. But the strategy talk is far more cutthroat, as the mages realize they have a distinct tactical advantage over the lone warrior. If the wind and fire mages combine their elements, they will create a hazardous level of power that will completely overpower the Thunder Mage. Yang Laoban feels the heat rising, his pulse quickening as he realizes he's the primary target of this elemental storm. Suddenly, Xiao Wujin pulls his teammates into a tight, unexpected huddle, his sudden closeness sending a jolt of tension through the group. "Go for that Wind Mage directly," he commands, his gaze piercing through the chaos. Nuo's eyes go wide with shock, his playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. Yang Laoban takes a deep, shaky breath, bracing his soul for the onslaught. The announcer's hand drops, and with a deafening shout, the match officially starts. Ki's face twists into a demonic grin, her eyes glowing with a terrifying, murderous hunger as the timer begins. She raises her hand, and the very air begins to sizzle as she summons a ball of pure, concentrated white-hot flame. With a roar, a massive pillar of fire erupts, turning the arena into a literal hellscape. Yang Laoban stands his ground, but the sheer intensity of the heat makes his skin crawl. His eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes he's trapped in the center of an unavoidable firestorm. The explosion rocks the stadium, a blinding flash of orange and yellow swallowing everything in its path. Nuo doesn't miss a beat, summoning a swirling vortex of wind magic to fan the flames into a lethal cyclone. The two elements merge into a chaotic dance of destruction, a level of power that threatens to end the match before it truly starts. Caught in the crossfire, Yang Laoban is sent flying, a pained cough escaping his lips as blood stains the ground. He collapses, his body trembling as he struggles to even draw air into his lungs. His health bar plummets into the red, a digital death knell that signals the team's impending doom. Tao Zhi Yao Yao lets out a primal scream of rage, charging forward with her spear held high, her eyes burning with a desperate need to protect her fallen comrade. But Lao Daji is waiting for her, his massive weapon meeting her strike with a bone-jarring impact. His eyes glow with an eerie, supernatural light, his expression hardening as he easily overpowers her charge. Xiao Wujin isn't faring much better, a deep gash opening on his cheek as he barely dodges a lethal strike. The impact of the enemy's assault sends them both reeling, the ground beneath them cracking from the sheer force. "Xiao Wujin," Tao cries out, her voice filled with a raw, agonizing desperation. Xiao Wujin grinds his teeth, his mind racing through 1,000 losing scenarios as blood trickles down his chin. He looks at his broken team and then at the clock, a grim resolution hardening his features. Xiao Wujin screams in agony, her face battered and bruised as the weight of the battle finally begins to take its toll. Yang Laoban looks back at her with a hauntingly calm smile, his eyes softening as he delivers the crushing news that they have to give up on him. "It's fine," he whispers, a sense of tragic nobility in his voice as he prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice for their victory. Across the field, the enemy warrior's eyes glow with a predatory light, his teeth bared in a snarl of pure aggression. With only 50 seconds left on the clock, the air crackles with the static of an impending explosion. The sound of clashing steel echoes like thunder as they throw every ounce of their remaining strength into one final, desperate strike. The ground beneath them shatters from the force of the impact, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Little Dage watches with a trembling heart, her voice catching in her throat as she calls out his name. Yang Laoban calculates the odds, realizing that turning this into a 2-on-2 battle is the only deal worth making. He grips his blade tighter, a faint smirk touching his lips as he accepts his fate with a warrior's grace. Dage's eyes well with tears, her small hands reaching out as if she could pull him back from the brink of destruction. A flush of hot blood rushes to Xiao Wujin's cheeks as she realizes the depth of the deception played against them. Her eyes burn with a fierce, golden fire, her resolve hardening into something unbreakable. "It was all just to distract you," she cries out, revealing the hidden trap they've been building all along. She launches herself into the sky, her silhouette a dark omen against the blinding white light of the arena. The spectators hold their breath, their gazes fixed on the tiny figure soaring above the chaos. Panic flickers in the eyes of their opponents as they realize the winds of fortune have suddenly shifted. Nuo extends his hand, the words of a powerful winged lock, spell falling from his lips like a curse. Xiao Wujin descends like a falling star, the sheer speed of her movement creating a deafening whoosh through the air. Yang Laoban moves in perfect synchronization, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency as he executes his part of the plan. No lets out a triumphant laugh, taunting them for being foolish enough to fall for his clever ruse. Xiao Wujin's breath hitches in shock, wondering how it's possible for one person to lock down 3 players simultaneously. Nuo's expression shifts to one of realization, a playful glint in his eyes as he admits he lost track of the time. He looks down at the fallen, the silence of the battlefield becoming heavy with the scent of spent magic and iron. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, her excitement reaching a fever pitch as the final seconds tick away. "A tie!" She screams, her face lit up with the joy of witnessing such a breathtakingly close fight. Yang Laoban and Xiao Wujin stand side side by side, their bodies exhausted, but their spirits soaring from the thrill of the draw. Nuo sighs dramatically, his hands spread wide as he laments the missed opportunity for a decisive win. A pillar of soft, blue light descends from the heavens, beginning the process of healing their broken forms. Xiao Wujin stares at the shimmering particles, her mind reeling from the sheer power displayed by Server 4's champions. She can't help but admit that the enemy mage was operating on a level far beyond anything she's ever seen. Yang Goben's eyes darken with suspicion, his intuition telling him that their opponent was merely playing with them. He narrows his gaze, trying to pierce through the mystery of the mage's incredible control. Nuo suddenly appears before them, his cheerful demeanor a jarring contrast to the life-or-death struggle that just ended. Xiao Wujin's chibi form trembles with rage, her tiny face turning a bright shade of red as she fumes at his arrogance. Yang Goben doesn't let his guard down, his voice cold as he demands to know the truth behind the man's identity. He points a finger directly at the mage, accusing him of being the legendary Xiao He from the professional team PPB. Xiao Wujin's resentment boils over, her voice shrill as she accuses him of being a professional bully. Nuo just laughs it off, claiming he had to go easy on them just to keep things interesting. The screen suddenly flashes with a massive, glowing red report notification as the team strikes back through the system. The announcer's eyes go wide with shock as she reads the urgent message appearing on her monitor. The stadium erupts into a cacophony of confused chatter, the news of the disqualification spreading like wildfire. Xiao Wujin's teammates are left gaping in disbelief, their faces twisted into masks of pure astonishment. Nuo wails in comedic despair, his eyes turning into puddles of tears as he realizes he's been caught. Xiao Wujin stands frozen, her mind struggling to grasp the fact that they were handed the win on a silver platter. She whispers the name Yi He again, the realization of who they were truly fighting sending a shiver down her spine. Yang Goben watches the mage's avatar flicker and fade, a grim look of contemplation on his handsome face. Deep within the professional training center, two figures sit in the glow of their high-end monitors, discussing the fallout. The announcer confirms the disqualification, her voice echoing the harsh reality of the frozen account. The crowd's whispers turn into a roar of indignation, unable to believe the turn of events. The winner banner flashes across the screen, though the victory feels hollow amidst the surrounding scandal. Nuo pouts like a spoiled child, his frustration radiating off him in waves. Xiao Wujin looks at her companion, her heart still racing from the adrenaline of the match and the shock of the reveal. She finally understands the truth. They weren't just fighting a mage, but the little prince himself. In the quiet of the pro-gaming house, the humming of the servers provides a steady backbeat to the internal drama. Captain Jing sighs, his voice laced with a mixture of amusement and stern correction for his young prodige. He points out that the boy doesn't even main the mage class, making his performance even more insulting to the amateurs. The young Ye scowls at the mention of his nickname, his face a picture of childish contempt. Jing describes the boy's talent as something out of a myth, a childlike prince who can slay dragons without breaking a sweat. Xiao Wujin's eyes widen as the full weight of the skill gap hits her. He was playing a secondary class and still dominated. Yang Goben brushes his hair back, a gesture of rare vulnerability as he acknowledges the enormous gap between them. Far away from the digital world, the sun sets over the luxurious estate that serves as the PPB team's headquarters. A young boy with golden hair looks up, his innocent appearance hiding the soul of a digital predator. Captain Jing leans forward, his eyes shimmering with a secret pride as he continues to lecture his stubborn little prince. A flickering laptop screen reveals a memory of simpler times, showing a photo of two boys celebrating a hard-earned victory in a spring tournament. The younger boy, Yi, looks up with wide, innocent eyes as he's gently teased about whether he managed to finish his homework amidst all that training. A warm, motherly voice notes that Jing has clearly been looking after him with the utmost care, a bond evident in their shared smiles. In the present, the cool, blue glow of a monitor washes over a young man's face, his expression unreadable as he stares into the digital void. The silence of the room is shattered by a sharp ding, a notification that pulls him back from the depths of his thoughts. His hand darts out, fingers gripping the phone with a sudden, desperate urgency as if the message contains the answer to a question he hasn't even asked yet. A message from a user named The Prettiest Zin flashes on the screen, urging him to join a stream to scout their next big opponents. With a skeptical narrow of his eyes, he clicks the link, the click echoing in the quiet room. On the screen, a vibrant, pink-haired girl named Hua Nian is putting on a show, her face lighting up with artificial joy as a massive donation from a fan named Crybaby rolls in. But the chat is a toxic wasteland, with viewers sneering that female players are just being carried and have no real talent. Hua Nian's eyes tighten for a split second, the mask of a bubbly idol slipping as she reads the hateful comments flooding the sidebar. What's wrong with being protected? She fires back, her voice laced with a bitter edge as she claims that no matter how hard a girl tries, she'll never be seen as better than a guy. She leans toward the camera, a mocking, high-pitched laugh escaping her lips as she tells her haters they're just jealous of her beauty. Watching this digital drama unfold, our protagonist rests his head on his hand, a heavy sigh escaping him as he wonders why everything has to be so complicated. Somewhere else, a white-haired girl is vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles turn white. I am not the same as her, She hisses through gritted teeth, her golden eyes burning with the memory of a past she can't escape. Her mind drifts back to the sterile hallways of her junior high school, a place where her passion was treated like a disease. Her teacher stands over her, acknowledging her high exam scores, but immediately pivoting to a stern warning to drop the gaming competitions. "I guarantee you it won't affect my studies," the young girl pleads, her voice trembling with the weight of her hidden dreams. But the teacher's gaze is cold and dismissive, insisting that gaming is a dead-end road that will lead to nothing but failure. The young girl stands frozen, her heart sinking as she realizes her worth is being measured only by the numbers on a page. She pushed herself to the breaking point, staying up until the early hours of the morning, the clock ticking past midnight as she drowned in textbooks. Back in the classroom, the teacher holds up her mock exam results, praising her improvement with a smile that feels like a slap. But the girl can barely hear her. Her eyes are bloodshot, her face pale and sunken from weeks of neglected sleep. Her vision begins to swim, the edges of the room turning into a dark, swirling haze. With a soft, broken gasp, her strength finally gives out, and she collapses into the dark abyss of total exhaustion. Back in the virtual world, the sound of clashing steel rings out as blades lock in a fierce struggle. Xiao Wujin stands tall, his blue hair catching the moonlight as he calmly goes over the strategy for tomorrow's high-stakes match. Tao Zhi Yao Yao looks up at him, her golden eyes shimmering with a mixture of respect and a deep, hidden longing. Xiao Wujin looks away, his stoic expression masking a flicker of concern for the girl standing beside him. A chibi-style image of the rival streamer pops into their thoughts, her mocking voice echoing the sexist insults they've endured. Xiao Wujin speaks her name, Tao Zhi Yao Yao, his voice low and grounding in the midst of the rising tension. Suddenly, Huan Nian reappears on the live broadcast, her smile wider and more predatory than before. She looks directly into the camera, her eyes locking onto theirs with a chilling, artificial warmth. "Game Guru Xiao Wujin, come and say hi to my fans," she chirps, her voice dripping with a manipulative sweetness that makes his skin crawl. Xiao Wujin's face remains a mask of cool indifference, but a bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he tries to maintain his distance. Tao Zhi Yao Yao can't take it anymore, her fox ears twitching as she shouts at the screen, her pride wounded by the streamer's arrogance. Huan Nian simply giggles, pressing a delicate finger to her lips in a gesture of mock silence. "You don't have the qualifications to talk about others," she sneers, her voice dropping the idle facade for a moment of pure spite. She leans in, whispering that everyone only cares about looks anyway, and that Tao Zhi Yao Yao is probably hiding behind an avatar because she's ugly. Tao Zhi Yao Yao stands paralyzed, the insults cutting through her like a physical blade. Huan Nian laughs again, a bright, hollow sound that fills the digital space as she revels in the chaos she's created. The chat continues to explode, with viewers demanding to see the two girls fight it out in real life. Tao Zhi Yao Yao's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening in her chest as she vows to silence them all. Xiao Wujin watches the exchange with a pained expression, sensing the deep scars that these words are reopening. Tao Zhi Yao Yao glares at the screen, her spirit refusing to be broken by the petty taunts of a digital idol. In the quiet of his room, the young man remembers a girl from his past, a girl with glasses and braids who looked nothing like the fierce warrior on the screen. He touches his chin thoughtfully, a small, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. Huan Nian continues her relentless assault, her voice echoing the bias that has followed Tao Zhi Yao Yao her entire life. But then, a gentle hand reaches out, a silent promise of support that catches Tao Zhi Yao Yao completely off guard. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she felt the world around her start to blur, the weight of his gaze and those unexpected words leaving her completely breathless. "He's seen me before." She thought, her mind spiraling into a chaotic whirlwind of confusion and panic while the pink-haired girl beside them leaned in, eyes flashing with jealousy as she demanded to know if this mystery woman was actually pretty. Xiao Wujin didn't even hesitate, a devastatingly handsome smirk playing on his lips as he looked directly at his companion, his voice smooth as silk when he declared that she was much, much prettier. The rejection hit the pink-haired girl like a physical blow, her eyes welling up with fat, dramatic tears as she felt the sting of public humiliation. Our heroine could only stare in stunned silence, her fox ears twitching as she tried to process the fact that Xiao Wujin was defending her so boldly in front of everyone. But the drama was far from over, as the pink-haired girl pointed an accusing finger, screaming that they were obviously just teammates colluding to make her look bad. Xiao Wujin simply adjusted his scarf, his expression turning cold and professional as he reminded her that in this world, they use skills to prove their worth, not faces on a stream. "Ayu!" the girl shrieked, her chibi form shaking with a rage that was almost comical, if not for the sheer venom in her voice. Our fox-eared beauty felt a surge of newfound determination, her eyes narrowing as she faced the challenge head-on, refusing to back down from the brewing storm. "We'll see who's laughing in tomorrow's competition," the pink-haired girl barked, throwing down the gauntlet with a desperate need to reclaim her pride. A small, victorious smile tugged at our heroine's lips as she realized she wasn't alone in this fight anymore. She reached out and gave Xiao Wujin a playful pat on the back, laughing off the tension by telling him his acting was almost too realistic for her to handle. He looked at her then, his eyes softening with a mysterious depth that made her breath hitch, whispering that perhaps they really had met somewhere in the past. She felt her face heat up, turning into a blushing mess as she squealed internally about how incredibly handsome he was being in that moment. But then, a sudden memory of their real-world selves flashed through her mind: two average-looking students with glasses, a far cry from their glamorous in-game avatars. She watched him walk away with a light heart, her laughter echoing in the digital air as the tension of the confrontation finally began to melt away. Later, back in the quiet of her own room, she sat staring at her glasses, the weight of her secret identity starting to feel heavier than ever. She stood before the mirror, her long white hair cascading down her back as she scrutinized the girl staring back at her. She traced the line of her jaw, her reflection looking pale and vulnerable under the harsh fluorescent lights. Every detail seemed magnified as she leaned closer, her large eyes searching for a beauty she wasn't sure was actually there. She noticed the slight puffiness of her eyelids and the dark circles that had begun to form from too many late nights spent in front of a screen. She even found a small spot on her cheek, a tiny imperfection that felt like a mountain in her eyes. "My looks are just so average," she whispered to the empty room, her hands gripping her hair in a moment of pure, raw insecurity. She shook her head violently, trying to cast the intrusive thoughts aside, reminding herself that winning the upcoming competition was the only thing that truly mattered. As the moon rose high, she sat bathed in the cool blue glow of her monitor, checking the official tournament website for any updates. Her eyes widened as she scrolled through the pages, the light reflecting off her pupils as she found what she was looking for. There, at the very top of the popularity vote, was her name, Tao Zhi Yao Yao, sitting firmly in the #1 spot. Xiao Wujin followed close behind at #2, leaving the popular streamer Huanian trailing in a distant third. Her heart sank as she read the comments section, which was already being flooded with accusations that she was a fake who had bought her way to the top. The vitriol was relentless, with strangers calling her a drama queen and mocking her for being so obvious with her supposed cheating. She buried her face in her hands, the crushing weight of public hatred making her want to disappear into the floorboards. But time waited for no one, and soon enough, the grand arena was filled with the roar of a digital crowd as the tournament officially kicked off. A tiny, energetic announcer floated above the stage, her voice booming over the speakers as she introduced the competing teams. The crowd erupted as the spotlight fell on the little fairy Huanian, the popular streamer who was determined to crush anyone in her path. Her fans were out in full force, screaming her name and waving glowing light sticks in a frenzy of adoration. Then, it was time for the top-ranked team to take the stage, featuring the mysterious Xiao Wujin and the controversial Tao Zhi Yao Yao. Our heroine stepped into the light with a look of pure, unadulterated fury, her eyes burning with the need to prove every single hater wrong. She could hear the whispers of the crowd, the words shameless and fake drifting up like a poisonous mist from the stands. Huanian didn't miss the opportunity to twist the knife, offering a mockingly sweet congratulation on her unearned popularity. "I never even joined that vote, and you know it," our heroine hissed, her voice trembling with the effort to keep her composure. Xiao Wujin stepped closer, his presence a grounding force as he told her to ignore the noise and just focus on the game. She took a deep, shaky breath and closed her eyes, centering her spirit as the countdown to battle began. The match started with a flash of light as Huanian immediately deployed a shimmering pink shield, her movements graceful and practiced. But the streamer's speed was deceptive, and a sudden attack caught our heroine off guard, leaving a stinging red cut across her cheek. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she gripped her sword with both hands, her entire body glowing with a fierce, golden aura. With a roar of defiance, she lunged forward, her blade cutting through the air with such force that it shattered Huanian's shield into a million sparkling fragments. The popular streamer was sent flying backward, her eyes wide with shock as she realized she had vastly underestimated her opponent's raw power. Our heroine stood over her, the wind whipping her white hair as she looked down with cold, golden eyes and challenged her to say it one more time. Flourishing Peach lets out a sharp, mocking laugh, her eyes flashing with a dangerous crimson light as she sneers at her opponent's hesitation. High above the fray, Xiao Wujin moves with the grace of a predator, his blue hair whipping behind him like a banner of war. A deafening impact shatters the air as the blades collide, sending a shockwave through the virtual arena that leaves the ground trembling. The enemy swordsman staggers back, coughing up a spray of digital blood as his health bar plummets into the red zone. The crowd watches in stunned silence, whispering about the terrifying gap in skill that separates a true master from a mere amateur. Peach wipes a smudge of grime from her cheek, her face marred by scratches but her spirit completely unbroken. "Peach! There's an opportunity!" Xiao Wujin roars, his voice cutting through the din of battle like a thunderclap. Her golden eye dilates, catching a flicker of movement that would be invisible to anyone else. With a blur of motion, she twists her body to dodge a lethal, wide-reaching slash that whistles past her ear. Her breath hitches for a split second, the adrenaline surging through her veins as she realizes just how close she came to the end. But she isn't just surviving. She's supporting her team, and a warm pink glow erupts as she pumps massive amounts of healing back into her allies. Xiao Wujin grinds his teeth, frustrated by how quickly the enemy is recovering from his most powerful strikes. In a moment of frantic action, he realizes that no matter how many times he lands a hit, the enemy's synergy is keeping them afloat. It's a battle of attrition, a stalemate where neither side can find the opening needed to deliver a finishing blow. Xiao Wujin pulls back for a heartbeat, his hand on his chin as he desperately analyzes the enemy's shifting formations. We need to deal with their healer first, Peach realizes, her mind racing to keep up with the chaos. She stands her ground, her calm expression hiding the frantic calculations running through her head. Peach! Suppress her! Interrupt her healing! Xiao Wujin commands, his leadership taking center stage as the pressure mounts. Her teammates respond with a chorus of understood. And got it. Their voices filled with absolute trust in her ability. Xiao Wujin lunges forward again, his silhouette sharp against the blinding light of the arena. Every muscle in his face is tense, his eyes narrowed as he focuses everything into this single, decisive moment. Cleanse! He shouts, unleashing a wave of energy meant to strip the enemy of their buffs. Thunder! Another voice screams, and the air crackles with the scent of ozone and raw power. But the trap is sprung, and Xiao Wujin is suddenly ensnared by glowing chains that lock his movements. A massive, white arc of light tears through the battlefield, a slash so powerful it seems to rend the very fabric of the game. Peach is forced to perform a desperate mid-air dodge, her heart hammering against her ribs as the wind of the attack ruffles her hair. Her opponent, the fox-eared Huanayan, snarls with bared teeth, her frustration boiling over as her target escapes yet again. How can she dodge all of my attacks? Huanian screams internally, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and pure hatred. The two women face off, the tension between them so thick it could be cut with a knife. Huanian's face twists into a mask of pure rage, her pride shattered by Peach's effortless reflexes. Peach! We can't use our previous strategy, Xiao Wujin warns, his voice strained as the tide begins to turn against them. He steps in front of her, his cape billowing as he prepares to take the brunt of the next assault. Suddenly, a cold memory of the real world washes over Peach Atoll, imposing figure scolding her for being a selfish player. Her younger self looks in shock, her eyes wide as she's told that the team isn't her personal showground. The memory of him walking away remains a bitter pill to swallow, a reminder of the loneliness her talent once brought her. She finds herself standing in a dark, empty void, the echoes of past failures whispering in her ears. The silence is heavy, a crushing weight that threatens to drown out her resolve. But then, the light of the arena returns, and she finds herself surrounded by teammates who actually believe in her. "Leave Huanian to me," she declares, her voice ringing with a newfound confidence that surprises even herself. Xiao Wujin looks back at her, a soft, trusting smile playing on his lips as he gives her the nod she needs. "It was me who underestimated the enemy," she admits to herself, her resolve hardening into something unbreakable. Xiao Wujin reaches out, a protective yet respectful gesture as he prepares to let her take the lead. She grips her weapon tight, her eyes fixed on the rival who has caused her so much grief. Huanayan just laughs, a cruel and mocking sound as she taunts Peach for her supposed weakness. The rival's face is a portrait of malice, her teeth bared in a sinister grin as she predicts Peach's ultimate downfall. Xiao Wujin's gaze is sharp and unwavering, a silent promise that he will be there the moment she stumbles. He steps forward, a gentle hand patting her head in a gesture of pure, unadulterated support. Tears well up in Peach's eyes as she looks at him, overwhelmed by the realization that she finally has a partner who truly sees her. Xiao He lunges forward with blinding speed, his eyes locked onto his target in a lethal dance of steel. Peach doesn't hesitate for a second, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her blade as she prepares her devastating ultimate ability, the calamitous slash. In a blur of motion, Xiao He strikes with surgical precision, his form cutting through the air like a phantom passing through the night. The blow lands true, leaving a stinging cut across Peach's porcelain cheek as a single drop of blood begins to trickle down. Xiao He's voice is steady, almost cold, as he whispers that the rest of the battle is now in her hands. Peach spins around, her red eyes burning with a fiery mix of indignation and raw, unfiltered determination. "Congratulations, Huanian," he says with a hint of a mocking smirk, his words dripping with a challenge that sets her heart racing. But Peach isn't done yet. Her gaze hardens, her focus narrowing down to a single goal. She has to win against him, no matter the cost to her pride. Xiao He responds by unleashing his true power, the six-eyed demon shield erupting around him in a terrifying display of golden energy, ancient runes. The sheer pressure of the skill leaves Peach breathless, her eyes widening as she realizes the terrifying magnitude of the power she's facing. His avatar towers over her like a vengeful god, a dark shadow of the man she knows, cold and completely unyielding. A cold shiver runs down her spine as she realizes that a single direct hit from this will end her journey right here. On the sidelines, Xiao Wujin can only watch in horror, screaming out as he wonders where Xiao He is even going in the midst of the chaos. "I'm still here!" Xiao He's avatar calls back, his presence dominating the entire digital arena with an iron grip. The intensity of the clash is too much for the onlookers, with poor Xiao Wujin looking like he's been struck by lightning from the sheer shock of it all. But the gap in their power is simply too wide to bridge. Peach collapses to the cold ground, her strength spent, and her spirit momentarily crushed under the weight of the defeat. Standing over her, Huan Nian doesn't offer a hand of comfort, only a harsh reminder that she could never hope to beat him on her own. Peach looks away, her expression a fragile mask of hurt and quiet contemplation as the bitterness of the loss sinks into her soul. Suddenly, the suffocating tension is broken by the shrill sound of the announcer declaring that the time for the match has officially run out. Peach stares blankly into the distance, her mind a whirlwind of emotions as she tries to process the sudden end to their conflict. Yet, despite the sting of the loss, she stands tall, claiming that she feels no shame because they fought and won as a team. The three teammates walk away side by side, their silhouettes framed against the fading light of the digital arena as a new bond begins to form. Back in the real world, the image of Peach lying defeated and bloody haunts the memory of the match, a reminder of the stakes involved. Xiao Wujin, however, is far too busy celebrating their back-to-back victories to notice the lingering tension between the other two. Xiao He watches Peach closely, his eyes searching her face for any sign of her true feelings, his own heart beating a little faster. "What's up with you?" she asks, catching his gaze and feeling a sudden, heat-filled blush creep up her neck. He sighs softly, explaining that when people focus only on the victory, they often miss the most beautiful and important details along the way. Peach looks down, the weight of his words settling heavily in her heart as she reflects on her own path. She's taken back to her school days, remembering a time when her own selfishness drove a wedge between her and those who truly believed in her. Determined to be better this time, she clenches her fists and tells him to just say it no matter how much he wants to flame her. She can take it. To her absolute shock, Xiao He gives her a genuine thumbs up and tells her that she was actually impressive today. The praise hits her like a physical wave of warmth, leaving her completely stunned and momentarily speechless. A soft, genuine smile finally graces her lips as she adjusts her headset, feeling a spark of something new and exciting. But Xiao He remains pensive, his mind troubled by the realization that Peach's final move looked incredibly familiar to him. Peach freezes in place, her heart skipping a beat as she wonders if her secret identity is finally about to be exposed. Later that night, she scrolls through the popularity rankings, seeing her name sitting precariously near the bottom of the list. But she finds a small comfort in seeing that there are still fans out there willing to defend her against the online trolls. During her next stream, she puts on a brave face, looking every bit the digital idol in her frilled maid-style outfit. She tries to keep her spirits up, even as the comments section becomes a battlefield of opinions. Suddenly, a notification pings across her screen. Flourishing Peach has just donated 3 roses to her stream. The chat explodes in a frenzy of excitement, praising Peach for her unexpected and generous kindness. The viewers are quick to point out that Flourishing Peach seems much more gracious than Huan Nian herself, fueling the drama. Peach can't help but explode in a comical fit of jealousy, screaming at her screen that they should be defending her instead. Meanwhile, back at the Dongchuan University dorms, Xiao He is staring at his phone with an expression of utter disbelief. His friend shoves a phone in his face, asking if he's heard the news about the sponsors inviting them to the summer split activities. Staring at the glowing hologram, she realizes the Summer League kickoff event is far more dangerous than she anticipated. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she realizes Boundless Hunt, the man who has been occupying her every thought, is ranked number 2 and is required to attend. A mischievous grin spreads across her face while she sinks deeper into her pink beanbag, already plotting a way to sneak a peek at the mysterious top player. Elsewhere, Hunter holds up a pair of shimmering blue tickets with a smug, knowing smirk. But the cold, stoic Jing barely looks up from his book, flatly refusing to participate in such a public spectacle. Hunter's jaw drops in pure disbelief, his dramatic reaction painted in vibrant, comical shock. He begins to wail about his doomed love life, convinced he will be forever alone if he doesn't go to see his idol. Jing's gaze sharpens, a hidden intensity flickering in his eyes that suggests he's far more invested than he lets on. Hunter tries to entice him with the secret guest list, insisting these tickets are the most coveted items in the city. Without a word, Jing's hand darts out with lightning speed, snatching the tickets from Hunter's grasp. He grips the blue slips tightly, his decision made in a moment of silent, brooding resolve. Sunday arrives, and the Dragon Garden Grand Theater stands tall under a brilliant, clear sky, ready for the drama to unfold. Disguised in a cap and mask, our heroine finds herself swallowed by the massive, buzzing crowd, her anxiety spiking with every step. Fans scream at the top of their lungs, waving signs and desperate for even a glimpse of the star players. The air is thick with adoration as supporters hold up glowing boards for their favorites, Ilay and Jing. She freezes, her eyes widening as she realizes just how massive the cult of personality surrounding these gamers truly is. A vision of the handsome Chase Yun appears in her mind, surrounded by blooming flowers and an aura of untouchable perfection. Sweat beads on her forehead as the heat of the crowd and the weight of her secret threaten to overwhelm her. Suddenly, a path clears as the security team escorts a masked man through the throng, his presence commanding absolute silence. The fans erupt once more, desperate to get closer to the hottie who just walked past them. Jostled by the surging fans, she is nearly knocked off her feet, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She ducks to a quiet corner, leaning against the cold stone wall to let out a heavy sigh of relief. She adjusts her mask with trembling fingers, praying that her disguise is enough to keep her hidden from prying eyes. Her heart stops when she spots 2 familiar faces in the distance, her old teammates, the last people she ever wanted to see. A sharp, icy chill runs down her spine as she realizes they are walking directly toward her. Memories of past betrayals flash before her eyes, centering on the cold, distant image of Chae's Yun. One of the men looks around with a bored, arrogant expression, completely unaware of the girl hiding just out of sight. They continue their leisurely stroll, their casual conversation sounding like thunder in her ears. Desperate to escape, she bolts into the nearest door, only to realize with horror that she's blundered into the men's restroom. The two men follow her inside, laughing loudly as they approach the sinks, forcing her to dive into a stall. She presses her back against the door, her face flushing a deep crimson as she curses her own stupidity. From her cramped hiding spot, she watches their shadows through the gap, her heart hammering like a trapped bird. Her mind swirls with embarrassment and fear, her eyes darting around the small space as she prays for them to leave. She huddles on top of the toilet, pulling her knees to her chest to stay as small and silent as possible. The men stand at the mirror, preening and discussing how they must maintain their good student image for the cameras. Anger flares in her eyes as she listens to their hypocrisy, her teeth gritted behind her black mask. She peeks over the top of the stall, her eyes narrowing as she spots another figure entering the room. A heavy sneaker steps onto the tile with a deliberate, rhythmic sound that echoes through the silent room. It's him, Jing, disguised in a dark hoodie, leaning against the wall while holding a phone to his ear. The old teammates turn to look at the newcomer, their expressions shifting from arrogance to wary curiosity. One of them mentions the upcoming exhibition match, his voice dripping with false confidence. He casually lights a cigarette, the smoke curling around his head as he dismisses his opponents with a sneer. The reflection in the mirror captures the tense standoff, three men sharing a space thick with unspoken rivalry. She holds her breath as they start talking about Crescent Heart, wondering if she's finally fallen into obscurity. Jing remains silent, his head bowed as he listens to their venomous words with an unreadable expression. The teammate lets out a harsh, mocking laugh, confident that they are the kings of the arena. Suddenly, a massive splash of water hits the man square in the chest, cutting his laughter short. He sputters in shock, his eyes wide as he looks down at his ruined, soaking wet clothes. Jing looks up, a faint, dangerous glint in his eyes as he offers a cold, insincere apology. He holds the hose with a steady hand, claiming he simply wanted to wash the dirt off his shoes. Fuming but unable to start a fight before the match, the two teammates storm out, leaving a heavy silence behind. She remains frozen in the stall, her heart racing as she tries to process what just happened. She leans her head against the wall, the tension finally beginning to drain from her exhausted body. A sudden, sharp knock on her stall door makes her jump, her breath hitching in her throat. She stares at the door, her eyes wide with terror as a voice tells her the coast is clear. Jing stands outside the stall, his tall frame casting a long shadow against the door. She remains huddled inside, surrounded by an imaginary field of flowers as she realizes he saved her from a nightmare. The realization that he knew she was there all along sends a fresh wave of heat to her cheeks. Slowly, she reaches out and unlatches the lock, the door creaking open just a fraction. She peeks out into the empty bathroom, finding that the mysterious protector has already vanished. She blushes furiously, her eyes shimmering with a mix of gratitude and overwhelming confusion. Back in the theater, the stage lights flare to life, signaling the start of the most important match of their lives. She catches up to Jing in the corridor, her voice small as she asks him why he stayed behind. He looks away, his hand tugging at his mask as he mumbles about bumping into people who weren't worth talking to. She watches him closely, sensing the hidden depths beneath his cold exterior, her heart skipping a beat in the heavy silence. The energy inside the esports venue is absolutely electric, with neon lights cutting through the darkness like digital lightning. Taking center stage with a microphone in hand, the bubbly guest host Huanayan beams at the crowd, her pink hair styled in playful buns as she kicks off the highly anticipated summer split. "Let us welcome the captain of PPB, Jing, and the little prince Yi," she chirps, and the stadium practically shakes from the force of the cheers. The audience erupts into a sea of screams, fans wailing Jing's name with a devotion that borders on religious fervor. Hiding in the thick of the madness, our heroine pulls her black heart-stamped cap lower, her face obscured by a mask as the sheer volume of the crowd makes her heart hammer against her ribs. Her violet eyes dart nervously around the arena, reflecting the shimmering blue glow of thousands of light sticks. Not to be outdone, the host introduces their fierce rivals, Yuncheng and Atai from Team YG, sending another wave of adrenaline through the stands. "Next, we'll draw 2 lucky audience members to join the teams for this match," Huanayan announces, and the atmosphere turns feral. "Pick me? I'm ready for you, Jing!" One girl screams, her face flushed red with desperation as she waves her glow stick frantically. On the other side, the YG supporters are just as intense, shrieking their undying love for Yuncheng while holding up glowing LED boards. Hands tremble with excitement, gripping the neon blue light sticks so hard their knuckles turn white. Our girl remains a silent shadow in the crowd, her profile sharp and pensive beneath the rim of her hat. She tries to blend in, her plaid shirt and simple choker making her look like just another face in the sea of thousands, yet her inner turmoil is palpable. The stadium lights shift into a deep, moody blue as the selection process begins. In a quieter corner of the stands, a dark-haired boy stares toward the stage, his expression a mask of cool indifference that contrasts sharply with the chaos around him. Beside him, his friend continues to stuff his face with snacks, looking completely baffled by the missing star player. "Cheng Mo didn't come today," He wonders aloud, his voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd. On the main stage, Jing and Yai take their seats in high-tech gaming chairs, looking like modern-day royalty preparing for battle. A close-up on Jing's face reveals a gaze so sharp and piercing it could cut through glass, his eyes fixed on the screen with cold, professional intensity. Suddenly, the dark-haired boy in the crowd stands up, his movements fluid and decisive as he decides he's seen more than enough of this spectacle. As they exit the grand, pillared stadium, the friend complains that the YG players aren't even trying, making the whole show match feel like a farce. The boy walks in silence, his eyes downcast and his hands shoved deep into his hoodie pockets as he processes the allure of the pro stage. His friend suddenly stops in his tracks, his eyes widening as a realization hits him like a freight train. He leans in close, squinting at the boy's face as if he's seeing him for the very first time. "I just realized, you and that Jing guy." The friend stammers, his finger trembling as he points back toward the stadium posters. "You look almost exactly the same," he shouts, his voice echoing in the open air. The boy meets his gaze with a heavy, solemn stare, the resemblance to the superstar captain becoming undeniably striking in the natural light. He stands there, tall and imposing in his black hoodie, the weight of a secret beginning to press down on his shoulders. Back in the safety of her room, our heroine is sprawled out on a massive pink beanbag, her eyes glued to her phone as she chats with a friend. She looks pensive, resting her chin on her hand as she tries to make sense of the strange events at the stadium. "Did you meet anyone else in the bathroom?" her friend asks via text, and the girl's heart skips a beat. Her digital avatar looks on with wide-eyed curiosity, waiting for the punchline. "I saw a girl who ran into the wrong bathroom. She was too scared to come out while the YG guys were there." The reply comes, and the girl's world grinds to a halt. A literal bolt of shock strikes her head as she realizes her most embarrassing moment has been broadcasted to the very person she was talking to. She sits frozen in a state of pure mortification, imagining the entire world laughing at her stupidity. Falling back onto her beanbag, she stares at the ceiling, her mind drifting back to the mysterious stranger who had helped her in that cramped stall. She recalls the silhouette of a man wearing a mask and a hat, someone tall, steady, and strangely comforting. Could he have been a really tall otaku? She muses, her inner detective trying to piece together the identity of her savior. Meanwhile, the dark-haired boy glares at his phone screen, his blood boiling as he reads the messages about the girl's crush. A chibi version of him roars like a scorned lion in his mind, his jealousy flaring up into a bright, angry red. "Jing! She likes Jing." He growls, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous, possessive glint. He finds her taste in men absolutely questionable, unaware that the rivalry is about to get a whole lot more personal. The tournament bracket is set, and the tension in the air is thick enough to choke on as the final match approaches. The path to victory is clear, but one final, insurmountable obstacle stands in their way. The championship match against a team ironically named Level 5 Trash. Under the shimmering, ethereal glow of the digital canopy, the team huddles together to find a way through the storm. Their eyes are fixed on one name that strikes fear into the hearts of every competitor: King Ki. A legendary carry who has suddenly emerged from a long, mysterious retirement. "When you played competitively, did you ever actually meet him?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper as she tries to gauge the strength of their opponent. Her teammate's expression grows somber, her gaze drifting as she recalls the man who walked away at the very height of his fame. He wasn't just a player, he was the bedrock of his team, a captain whose reliability was as terrifying as it was admirable, never making a single flashy mistake. But beneath the professional accolades lay a scandal that rocked the entire community to its core. Why would a god-tier player quit just as he was about to reach the finals? The truth was far more painful than any tactical defeat. His own girlfriend had betrayed him, getting together with one of his own teammates behind his back. The whispers of the past paint a picture of a man utterly broken by the very people he trusted most in the world. Even the chibi versions of our heroes can't help but feast on this juicy, heart-wrenching gossip while they wait for the next round to begin. Back in the quiet of her own room, Shen sets down her controller, the weight of that tragic story pressing heavily on her mind. She reaches for her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as the pieces of a half-forgotten memory begin to click into place. Lying back against her pillows, she stares up at the ceiling, her heart racing as she realizes this isn't just someone else's drama, she was there. The name King Ki echoes in her mind, pulling her back through the fog of time to a day she thought she had forgotten. King Ki's story, she whispers to herself, the realization dawning like a cold, biting sunrise. Suddenly, she is transported back 3 years to the sterile, bustling halls of the esports building. A younger, more innocent version of herself wanders the corridors, her eyes wide with wonder at the pro-gaming world she was just beginning to discover. Her breath hitches as she spots a girl in a school uniform, her face pale and her eyes filled with a frantic sort of desperation. "Hello, may I ask where GKK's lounge is?" the girl asks, her voice quivering with an emotion Shen Xin couldn't identify at the time. Shen Xin watches her hurry away toward the elevators, a strange sense of foreboding settling in her chest. She can't help but admire how beautiful the girl is, even as she wonders what business a high school student has in such a high-pressure environment. Lost in her own thoughts, Shen Xin doesn't see the tall figure turning the corner until it's too late, and they collide with a muffled gasp. "My bad! I wasn't looking where I was going!" A gentle, melodic voice apologizes, and she finds herself staring directly at the GKK captain himself. She quickly assures him she's fine, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she recognizes the famous player standing right in front of her. The silence between them is heavy for a moment as he stares back, his eyes carrying a hidden weight that makes her heart ache. Her mind whirls with a sudden realization. Was that beautiful girl from before actually looking for him? Who are you looking for? She asks, her voice small and curious against the backdrop of the quiet hallway. He describes the girl she just saw, his brow furrowed with a deep-seated concern that goes far beyond mere teammates. Oh, didn't she go up to look for you in your lounge on the 3rd floor? Shen Xin replies, pointing toward the stairs. A shadow of confusion and worry crosses his handsome face as he realizes she's already gone ahead without him. He offers a quick, distracted word of thanks, but his mind is clearly already racing toward the lounge. As he turns to leave, something small and gold glints on the floor, a token that must have slipped from his pocket during their collision. Hey! Wait a minute! You dropped something, she calls out, but he's already disappearing into the stairwell with long, hurried strides. She follows him up the stairs, her heart pounding against her ribs as she reaches the landing of the 3rd floor. Peering around the corner, she stops dead in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat at the scene unfolding just a few feet away. The air in the hallway is thick with attention, so sharp it feels like a physical blow, as she realizes she's stumbled into a private nightmare. In the shadows of the lounge doorway, the girl from earlier is wrapped tightly in the arms of another boy, her face buried in his chest. When are you planning to tell King Qi? I don't want to keep going on like this, she sobs, her voice filled with a desperate, agonizing guilt. Shen Xin's eyes widen in absolute horror as she sees King Qi standing just behind them, his entire world shattering in real time. It's the ultimate betrayal, a knife in the back from the two people he should have been able to trust with his life. The silence that follows is deafening, capturing the exact moment his heart is torn to pieces. Yet, instead of a storm of rage, he wears a mask of hauntingly calm resignation. Don't worry, he says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. You two can keep talking. He turns his gaze toward the hiding Shen Xin, his presence suddenly looming over her as he realizes she's seen the whole sordid affair. She feels like a deer caught in the headlights, trapped in a moment of raw, bleeding vulnerability she was never meant to witness. Without another word, he reaches out and firmly takes her by the arm, pulling her away from the wreckage of his life before she can say a word. A heavy shadow looms over her, and as her heart hammers against her ribs, she can only gasp out a fractured realization that her past has finally caught up with her. Before her stands a figure she never expected to see again, his broad shoulders and familiar stance sending a jolt of recognition through her entire being. Her mind spirals into a frantic mess as she clutches her head, cursing the moment she ever crossed paths with him in the first place. But there's no time to hide as the digital clock ticks down the final 15 minutes until the most high-stakes match of her life begins. Her teammate is already vibrating with nerves, the mere thought of facing a legendary ex-pro in the arena making his voice tremble. Sensing the shift in the air, her dark-haired companion turns his gaze toward her, his eyes sharp and filled with a silent, protective inquiry. She can feel the cold sweat beating on her skin, her breath hitching as she tries to maintain her composure under the weight of his stare. I'm fine, she stammers, her voice barely a whisper as she tries to hide the trimmer in her hands. But then, the man himself steps into the light, radiating an aura of effortless grace and dangerous skill that silences the room. With a playful yet predatory stride, he begins to walk toward her, his eyes locked onto hers with unsettling intensity. Panicked, she wishes she could simply vanish into thin air, chanting a desperate prayer that he won't notice her in the crowd. It's no use, he stops right in front of her, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he greets her by her full name, sounding far too pleased with himself. How did you even recognize me? She shrieks internally, her face a mask of utter shock and indignation. She demands to know why he's been tracking her movements, her fox ears twitching with a mix of fear and annoyance. He casually explains that after he left the pro circuit, she was the only person he bothered to look for. Leaning in so close she can feel his breath on her cheek, he whispers that he's been waiting specifically for her to reach the finals. Peach, do you two know each other? Her teammate asks, his voice laced with a suspicion that borders on possessive. The tension only thickens when the stranger looks at her companion and asks with a mocking smirk if this is her boyfriend. A dark, icy glare settles over her teammate's face as he snaps back. What's it to you? Desperate to stop a fight before it starts, she waves her hands frantically, insisting they aren't even close. But the ex-pro isn't done, leaning down to tease her about a certain embarrassing moment they shared 3 years ago. His expression suddenly softens into something more somber as he admits that playing at the top level felt meaningless without her. He leans in once more, his voice dropping to a seductive lilt as he tells her she's far more interesting than any championship trophy. Suddenly, a wall of pure jealousy manifests as her teammate physically steps between them, his patience finally snapping. Hoping to break the suffocating atmosphere, Peach tries to redirect everyone's attention back to the upcoming match. But the ex-pro drops a final, heart-stopping bombshell, asking her point-blank if she remembers that she owes him a girlfriend. The words hang in the air, leaving her completely frozen as the world around her seems to stop spinning. Through the ringing in her ears, she hears her name called with a gravity that pulls her back back to reality. She blinks, looking up at her teammate with wide, searching eyes, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. "Play the match properly," he commands, his voice like cold steel, demanding her absolute focus. Swallowing hard, she nods, the fire of competition finally overriding the chaos of her personal life. With a swift, fluid motion, he draws his weapon, the light reflecting off the blade as he prepares for war. His eyes are narrowed and cold, radiating a murderous intent that promises he won't let anyone past or present take what belongs to him. Meatball grips his heavy blade with white-knuckled intensity, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the digital air of the arena. Standing across from him, King Ki leans casually on his staff, a maddeningly serene smile playing on his lips as if the battle is already decided. But Peach isn't about to let him have the last word, her fox ears twitching as she readies her massive, ornate shield, the fire in her golden eyes burning with a new, dangerous light. Even the composed King Ki can't help but let a flicker of genuine shock cross his face as he realizes the sheer scale of the power she's beginning to radiate. It's a jarring contrast to the girl she is in the waking world, where she's nothing more than a timid, blushing wallflower who can barely find the courage to speak up for herself. But here, within the heat of the game, her eyes narrow with a predatory focus that proves she's playing for keeps. King Ki's smirk only widens. He's found a new source of fascination, and this little fox is proving to be far more entertaining than he ever anticipated. The air suddenly shatters with the violent scream of steel meeting steel as Meatball lunges forward, his sword becoming a lethal blur of motion. "Bro, why you gotta be so fierce?" King Ki taunts, peeking out from behind his defense with a playful, mocking grin that makes Meatball's blood boil. The swordsman's jaw tightens as he pours every ounce of his frustration into his next strike, snarling back at his opponent to shut his mouth. Despite his lowly level 5 trash status, Meatball refuses to yield, his pride as a warrior flaring up in the face of such blatant disrespect. Thunderstrike. Peach's voice rings out like a clarion call, commanding the very elements to obey her will. A jagged bolt of golden energy tears through the sky, threatening to incinerate anything foolish enough to stand in its path. High above the chaos, an archer from the winged race known as Big Tomato draws his string to the breaking point, his eyes fixed on the targets below. He might be labeled as level 5 trash like the others, but his aim is uncanny, and he's just waiting for the perfect split second to release his arrow. King Ki, however, remains unimpressed, beginning to gather a crackling, brilliant sphere of light in the palm of his hand. What? How'd that not hit? Big Tomato shrieks, his face contorting in a hilarious display of pure panic as his sure shot whistles harmlessly into distance. Peach and her companion quickly realize they're being toyed with, as the enemy archer is meticulously calculating their max range to stay just out of their reach. "Leave it to me!" Peach roars, and with a powerful heave of her arms, she hurls her massive shield through the air like a lethal, spinning disc. The shield flies with terrifying speed, close enough to ruffle the archer's hair and leave him sweating as he barely avoids a decapitating blow. King Ki watches the frantic exchange with an amused glint in his eyes, his staff held casually as he prepares to turn the tide. The archer's luck finally runs dry as a sudden surge of electricity catches him off guard, sending a painful, paralyzing jolt through his entire frame. Seizing the opening, Meatball becomes a streak of shadow, moving with a speed that defies his current level. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, the edge of his blade humming with a lethal, focused intent. "If I were a squishy, you'd probably have one-shot me," King Ki whispers, his voice low and teasingly intimate even as their weapons lock. His smug smile never wavers for a second, even as the cold, sharp steel of Meatball's sword brushes against his throat. Meatball doesn't hesitate for even a breath, his eyes burning with a fierce, golden light as he prepares to bring his full weight down on his rival. He hits the ground with a thunderous impact, the very earth cracking and splintering beneath the sheer force of his landing. Through the rising curtain of dust and debris, he surges forward again, a relentless and unstoppable force of nature. He appears behind King Ki like a vengeful ghost, his sword swinging in a wide, lethal arc meant to end the match then and there. The clash is deafening, sparks flying wildly as their weapons grind against one another in a desperate, high-stakes struggle for dominance. "Jiao Wujin, go fight the warrior!" Peach screams, her voice cracking under the immense strain of the battle. King Ki lets out a soft, melodic laugh that sounds entirely too relaxed for someone in the middle of a fight. "Oh my, I almost don't want to strike," he teases, his voice dripping with a playful condescension that cuts deeper than any blade. Peach's face turns a bright, furious red, her fox ears pinning back against her head in a display of pure, unadulterated outrage. "Don't insult me," she bellows, her heart pounding against her ribs, as she prepares to show this arrogant mage exactly what a timid girl is capable of when she's pushed to her limit. The air screams as steel meets steel, sparks flying in a desperate dance for dominance. Shen Xin grits her teeth, her amber eyes burning with a fierce determination as she realizes the overwhelming gap in their power. Across from her, King Ki wears a smug, infuriatingly handsome smirk, his confidence as sharp as his blade. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating arc of energy that threatens to end the match in an instant. But just as the shadows deepen, a new figure emerges from the chaos, his presence cold and commanding. Xiao Wujin stares him down, his gaze piercing through King Ki's arrogance with a single, chilling question. King Ki's smile doesn't falter, though his eyes narrow as he wonders if this newcomer is truly as bold as he seems. The tension is thick enough to choke on as the two men lock eyes, a silent battle of wills already underway. King Ki leans, his voice a low purr as he brings up a debt from 3 years ago. one that involves a very personal price. A ghost of a smile touches Xiao Wujin's lips, a dangerous glint dancing in his eyes as he prepares to show his true hand. The crowd watches in stunned silence, unable to believe that a supposed amateur could move with such lethal precision. For the first time, King Qi's mask of calm cracks, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his face. He watches the dark-haired boy's movements, a chilling realization dawning on him that this playstyle is far too familiar. Xiao Wujin's knuckles turn white as he grips his hilt, his entire body coiled like a predator ready to strike. King Qi finds himself looking up, his breath hitching as he feels the weight of a true master standing before him. Those eyes intense, calculating, and filled with a hidden history refuse to let him look away. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place, and King Qi's heart hammers against his ribs in a frantic rhythm. These skill combos are legendary, a signature that was never meant to be seen again. Memories of a small child, innocent and bright, flicker through the mind like a half-forgotten dream. A young boy with shadowed eyes once stood in the same light, a past that Xiao Wujin has fought hard to bury. He lets out a sharp, frustrated click of his tongue, the mask of the stoic warrior slipping just for a second. His hand tightens, the wood of the hilt groaning under the sheer force of his grip. In a blur of motion, he lunges forward, his hair whipping wildly as he commits everything to this final strike. A blinding white light erupts across the field, the sound of the world tearing apart echoing through the arena. King Qi stares wide-eyed as blood trickles down his cheek, the reality of his defeat finally sinking in. He stands there, trembling and breathless, forced to admit that he has been completely outclassed. Shen Xin can't contain her joy, her laughter ringing out like bells as she celebrates their impossible victory. Xiao Wujin stands with his back to the fallen captain, the cold wind tossing his ponytail as he regains his composure. The clock ticks down its final second, freezing the moment of their triumph forever in the annals of the game. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers, officially crowning them the new champions of the world. King Qi sighs, a resigned but graceful smile returning to his face as he sheathes his weapon. He offers a nod of respect, acknowledging that Xiao Wujin is a player unlike any he has ever faced. But his gaze quickly shifts to Shen Xin, his eyes softening with a new, curious interest that doesn't go unnoticed. Shen Xin looks back with a suspicious pout, her fox ears twitching as she senses a change in the atmosphere. She throws her arms up in excitement, shouting Xiao Wujin's name with a pure, infectious energy. King Qi leans over, a playful glint in his eye as he suggests that if Xiao Wujin wants to keep her, he'll have to work for it. Xiao Wujin's expression remains unreadable, though a subtle tension returns to his shoulders. Shen Xin's face goes completely blank with confusion, her mind reeling from the sudden shift in the conversation. King Qi doesn't miss a beat, leaning into her personal space with a charming, disarming grin. He casually offers to take her out for milk tea, his voice smooth and full of hidden intent. Panicked, she stammers out excuses about her upcoming exams, her face flushing a deep, lovely crimson. He raises a hand in a wave, his invitation sounding more like a playful threat to hunt her down at school. She looks absolutely horrified, her eyes wide as she imagines the chaos this pro player could cause in her daily life. Xiao Wujin steps closer, his voice dropping an octave as he points out the obvious truth she's too flustered to see. The realization hits her like a physical blow, her heart skipping a beat as she stares at him in utter shock. She begins to spiral, her voice rising in a frantic squeak as she begs Xiao Wujin for help. He looks away, his profile sharp against the fading light, before promising that if she's truly afraid, he'll be right there by her side. Peach stands before her reflection, testing out her normal style, with a simple wave and a cheerful smile. She shifts into a cute style, tilting her head and giggling as she practices her introduction. "Ah, Xiao Wujin? Sorry to make you wait." Flourishing Peach, that's me. Not satisfied, she tries a debonair style, striking a confident pose as she imagines herself saying, "Hi, you must be Xiao Wujin." So we finally meet, but the confidence evaporates instantly, leaving her standing stiffly in front of the mirror as a wave of overwhelming dread and social anxiety washes over her. "My God, what am I even doing?" She groans, clutching her chest as her face twists in a mix of panic and self-loathing. She can't help but feel that every single greeting she's practiced sounds completely forced and utterly ridiculous. Her mind drifts back to the way his voice had softened during their last talk, a memory of him promising to stay by her side if she felt afraid. "Then I'll come with you," he had said, his eyes filled with a quiet, unwavering intensity that made her heart skip a beat. The memory is so vivid she can almost see the gentle, protective expression on his face as he repeats the promise. Reality hits her like a ton of bricks, and she begins frantically punching her pillow in a fit of adorable, embarrassed rage. Absolute disgrace, she whimpers, imagining herself huddled in a bathroom stall, wishing she could just disappear from the face of the earth. She bites her lip, her eyes shimmering with a mix of excitement and pure, unadulterated terror at the thought of their upcoming encounter. To be honest, she's more than just a little bit excited. She's practically vibrating with nervous energy as she prepares to dive back into the game. A bright chime signals that the patching is finally complete, and she perks up, her cat ear headphones glowing as she prepares to log in. The screen transitions beautifully into the Kixi Festival, a night of lanterns and legends that sets the perfect romantic backdrop for their meeting. Peach gasps in awe, her fox spirit avatar's eyes widening as she takes in the breathtaking festival scenery surrounding her. Suddenly, a message notification pops up, informing her that she has been awarded a special champion's gift box for her recent achievements. Out jumps an adorable, winged unicorn, prancing around with a beautifully wrapped present tied with a pink polka dot ribbon. She quickly equips her new exclusive outfit, a stunning, flowing pink robe that makes her look like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Her breath hitches when she hears a familiar voice call out her name, her eyes shimmering with sudden anticipation. Boss Yang stands there, radiating confidence in his extravagant golden robes, striking a pose as if he were the main attraction of the entire festival. "Isn't your dear boss Yang the hunkiest hunk in the entire world?" he asks with a smirk, while Peach can only laugh at his ridiculous ego. "Let's go find Xiao," he declares, leading the way while Peach follows behind, her heart hammering against her ribs with every step they take. She clutches her floral fan tightly, her mind racing as she wonders exactly what she should say when she finally sees him. There he is, standing alone on a balcony overlooking the sea of lanterns, his silhouette cutting a striking figure against the night sky. Xiao Wujin looks absolutely ethereal in his traditional white and blue attire, casually snacking on dango while he waits for her arrival. Peach freezes, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she realizes he is even more handsome than she remembered. They stand face to face, the air between them thick with a sudden, electric tension that makes the rest of the festival fade away. She looks up at him with wide, shimmering eyes, her heart fluttering like a trapped bird as she struggles to find her voice. Xiao gazes back at her, his expression unreadable but his eyes softening as he takes in her stunning appearance. Overcome with shyness, she hides half her face behind her fan, her thoughts a chaotic mess of "he's too handsome" and "he's so cute." "Your outfit is great. You look pretty nice." They both blurt out at the exact same time, their voices overlapping in the quiet night air. Peach's eyes widen in shock, her heart doing a frantic somersault as she realizes they've shared another perfectly synchronized moment. "Why would I be disappointed?" he asks gently, his voice like velvet as he addresses the deep-seated fear she's been harboring. She looks away, the flowers in her hair trembling as she confesses that she doesn't have many friends in real life and fears she won't know what to say. Her lashes flutter against her cheek as she admits her deepest insecurity, the fear that the real her won't live up to his expectations. Xiao watches her with a tender, knowing gaze, a faint, secret smile playing on his lips, because he already knows exactly who she is. "Just be yourself, that's enough," he whispers, his words acting like a soothing balm to her frayed and nervous heart. Peach bites her lip as she stares at her screen, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. "Xiao Wujin, aren't you afraid you'll be disappointed when you see me?" she asks, her voice trembling with a vulnerability she usually hides behind her online persona. On the other side of the connection, the stoic image of her digital companion remains steady, his words cutting through her anxiety with a calm, grounding force. "Huh, why would I be disappointed? Just be yourself." "That's enough," he replies, his voice carrying a warmth that makes her breath hitch. A soft, radiant blush creeps across her face as she processes his acceptance, her golden eyes shimmering with a mix of relief and growing affection. The tension breaks into a moment of pure, sugary sweetness as they finalize their plans. "Well, my exams are next Friday. Let's meet then," she chirps, her chibi self practically vibrating with excitement while he looks on with a cool, collected demeanor. When the day finally arrives, the reality of the situation hits her like a physical weight, and she finds herself lurking outside the cat cafe, half hidden by a brick wall. Dressed in a trendy cap and pigtails, she peeks out at the passing crowd, her eyes darting nervously as she realizes she showed up an entire hour early. She begins to scan every passerby, trying to find the man who matches the voice she's fallen for. A man with a rounded belly and a casual hat strolls past, but she immediately dismisses him with a silent, judgmental shake of her head. Next, she spots a young man kindly helping an elderly woman across the street, but his height doesn't quite match the towering figure she's built up in her mind. Then, a tall, slender man in glasses catches her eye, his scholarly appearance making her heart skip a beat as she wonders if this is the one. She stands there, lost in a whirlwind of what-ifs, her mind spinning with a dozen different versions of what Xiao Wujin might look like. Suddenly, a firm hand drops onto her shoulder, and the air leaves her lungs in a sharp gasp. "Xiao," she starts to whisper, the heat of the touch sending out of electricity straight down her spine. Her eyes go wide, the world around her blurring as she slowly turns to face the person who has finally found her. Standing before her is a man who looks like he stepped out of a high-fashion magazine, his cool gaze and sharp jawline leaving her momentarily speechless. He doesn't notice her staring. Instead, he checks his phone with a frustrated sigh, muttering about how Peach hasn't arrived yet. Panicked and not ready to reveal herself, Peach sends a frantic SOS text, begging him to come to the milk tea store to save her. His reaction is instantaneous. His eyes sharpen with a fierce, protective light that makes him look dangerously handsome. "Save her? What happened?" he cries out, his black sneakers striking the pavement with a heavy, rhythmic thud as he bolts toward the location. He scans the sidewalk like a predator on the hunt, his brow furrowed in genuine distress for the girl he's only ever known through a screen. In the chaos of his mind, he spots a couple nearby and completely misreads the situation. A man is simply offering a bouquet to his blushing girlfriend, but to the panicked hero, it looks like a confrontation. He doesn't even wait for the traffic light to change, his body moving on pure adrenaline as he rushes across the street. "Is everything okay?" he demands, his voice low and commanding as he looms over the startled pair. Before anyone can explain, he reaches out and firmly grabs the girl's hand, his grip possessive and unyielding as he tries to pull her away from her attacker. The boyfriend explodes in rage, shouting, "What are you manhandling my girlfriend for?" While the girl herself can only stare up at the handsome stranger with starry eyes. Realizing he's made a massive fool of himself, the hero huffs in annoyance, reminding himself that Peach was the one who called for a rescue in the first place. The couple watches him walk away, convinced he's some sort of beautiful lunatic with major mental issues. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary of a nearby milk tea shop, the atmosphere is far more relaxed. A boy with a headband leans over a table, flashing a bright, playful smile at a very frustrated Peach. "Siman Shen-sin. Come drink some milk tea," he coaxes, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Peach, known to her friends as Shen-sin, looks like she's about to explode. "Were you even listening to what I said?" "I'm waiting for a friend," she snaps, her pigtails twitching with her irritation. Her friend just chuckles, leaning his chin on his hand as he watches her squirm. "Oh, so you're waiting for a friend? Who?" he asks, his voice dripping with curiosity. "It's my teammate from the game, Xiao Wujin," she yells, her face turning a deep, embarrassed scarlet as she finally admits it out loud. Her friend's expression turns skeptical as he repeats, "An online friend?" his gaze searching her face for any sign that she's joking. Peach looks away, her bravado crumbling as she realizes she doesn't even know the man's real name or what he looks like. She clutches her phone so hard her knuckles turn white, the silence of the device feeling like a personal rejection. "Shen-sin?" her friend asks softly, his voice dropping an octave as he notices the sudden, heavy sadness in her eyes. He leans closer, his hand hovering near her as if he wants to reach out and bridge the distance between them. Suddenly, the jingle of the shop's doorbells cuts through the tension, a sharp, clear sound that makes everyone look up. A tall, imposing figure steps into the shop, his presence commanding the room and making the air feel suddenly thin. Peach freezes, her eyes locking onto the newcomer as the realization hits her like a lightning bolt. It's him, the man from outside, his gaze intense and searching as he scans the patrons. He doesn't hesitate, his voice ringing out with a deep, resonant authority as he makes his claim. "I'm her friend," he declares, his eyes finally finding hers. She looks up, her eyes shimmering with a mix of awe and disbelief as she finally sees him in the flesh. The pressure of the moment is overwhelming, forcing her to close her eyes as a nervous bead of sweat escapes. She remembers her fox-like avatar in the game, always so bold compared to her shy real-world self. He stands there like his in-game swordsman, tall and impossibly stoic even without the armor. Back in the real world, she can only look at the ground, her confidence failing her as she realizes he's actually here. Both of them are internally screaming, their chibi forms completely losing it over how different they look from their digital expectations. He's just as stunned, his cool exterior completely shattered in the privacy of his own mind. They had both imagined someone much older and more refined, but instead they're facing actual teenagers. The silence between them is deafening as they struggle to reconcile their online lives with reality. She hides her face, dying of embarrassment while he looks away with a flustered cough. But as she steals a glance, she can't help but think he is incredibly handsome. At the same time, he finds her absolutely adorable, like a little bunny caught in headlights. Suddenly, a blue-haired guy with a headband breaks the spell, looking between them with curiosity. He asks if the guy's name is meant to be a reference to a famous historical general. She repeats the name to herself, finding the name Xiao He to be unexpectedly pretty. Xiao. He isn't in the mood for small talk and decides they've stood around long enough. He reaches out, his fingers brushing her skin as he takes hold of her arm. He demands to know why others think they can make decisions for his guest. With a protective tug, he starts pulling her away from the prying eyes of the crowd. She can only stare at his back, her heart doing frantic backflips in her chest. He stops and looks back at her, his gaze finally softening. "You want milk tea?" he asks, his voice low and surprisingly gentle. She stammers out that pearl milk tea is fine, her brain practically short-circuiting. He doesn't hesitate, ordering 2 teas to go as he keeps her close. Their quiet moment is shattered when a girl in a blue dress comes running, shouting that she's finally found him. The blue-haired guy from earlier looks caught off guard by her sudden appearance. He tries to explain that they only wanted to help out with a misunderstanding. The atmosphere turns icy as the girl in blue confronts Xiao He directly. Xiao He remains cold, refusing to say a word while our main pair watches the drama unfold like spectators at a movie. The girl in blue won't give up, her voice rising in desperate anger. Xiao He's expression hardens into a mask of pure indifference. She brings up his past matches, trying to use his history to guilt-trip him. She insists that he still cares about his old team, GKK, and shouldn't let it fall apart. She pleads with him, her eyes wide with a desperation that feels more like a trap. Our girl watches this, her eyes narrowing as she realizes this woman is only thinking of herself. Finally, she can't stand the manipulation anymore and shouts for them to stop. She calls them out for their betrayal of the team, her voice ringing with newfound authority. Xiao He looks at her, genuinely surprised surprised by her sudden fire and protective stance. The girl in blue freezes, realizing this is the girl from Xiao He's past matches. Everyone is stunned into silence by the sudden, sharp confrontation. The girl in blue tries to stutter out a defense for her mistakes. But our heroine isn't having it, reminding her that Xiao He was the one who built GKK with his own hands. She declares that without him, the team is nothing but a counterfeit abusing a good name. Grabbing his hand firmly, she decides it's time for them to leave this toxic mess behind. Xiao He looks at her, a strange and warm feeling blooming in his chest. As she leads him away, a genuine, soft smile finally touches his lips. They walk in a silence thick with tension, his hand he watches her antics with a rare, gentle smile that reaches his eyes. Suddenly, he reaches out and grips her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. "I'm sorry. I forgot I was holding on," she squeals, pulling away in a panicked blur. Her cheeks flush a deep, embarrassing crimson as she realizes her mistake. He looks away, hiding his own complicated thoughts behind a pensive expression. A soft meow breaks the awkwardness, coming from a tiny, unexpected visitor. A fluffy kitten peers up at them with the most soulful, pleading eyes. A kitty! It's so cute. She cries out, her eyes turning into literal sparkling stars. They head toward the local cat cafe, the perfect sanctuary to hide from the world. She's soon buried in fur, holding a fluffy cat in each arm with a look of pure bliss. He remains focused, his eyes sharp and serious as he thinks about their future opponents. They settle at a quiet table, the atmosphere turning surprisingly somber as they talk shop. She watches him closely, sensing the heavy burden he's carrying behind that calm facade. He takes a slow sip of his tea, carefully avoiding her probing gaze. "Then, what about you?" she asks, her voice hanging softly in the quiet air. She bites her lip, waiting for the truth she knows he's been hiding. He mentions the rival team, YG, his voice dropping an octave with a hint of warning. She nervously fidgets with a lock of her hair, her heart racing as she prepares to come clean. "Actually, I used to be YG's captain, Wei Sheng Xin Yue," she confesses, revealing her hidden past. He doesn't look surprised at all, admitting he's known her secret identity for a long time. "You even watched my past match videos?" She shrieks, her face heating up from pure mortification. Horrifying memories of a disastrous bathroom blunder flash through her mind, making her want to disappear. Desperate to change the subject, she frantically bonks a cat right onto his head. He sits there in stunned silence, a confused feline perched precariously atop his hair. He recalls the sneers of former teammates who laughed at the thought of working with him. "Sorry, I shouldn't have brought up the past," he mutters, completely misreading her sudden panic. She realizes he has no idea about her true bathroom-related embarrassment, and lets out a frustrated groan. She huffs, crossing her arms and turning away with an adorable, annoyed pout. He gently sets the cat aside, his movements slow and deliberate as he focuses on her. He leans in close, his intense presence completely overwhelming her senses. Her eyes go wide as the distance between them vanishes in an instant. "I still don't know what your name is," he murmurs, his voice a low, intimate vibration. "My name is Shen Xin," she finally admits, her heart skipping a beat as she speaks. He repeats her name slowly, letting the sound of it linger on his tongue. Visions of her former glory as a legendary warrior in the game world swirl around her. A brief memory of them bickering as children surfaces. A time of innocent hair-pulling and rivalry. He lets out a soft, genuine chuckle, the long-standing tension finally breaking. He looks deep into her eyes with a gaze so intense it promises a future she never expected. 1 month has passed, and the sun beats down on the bustling campus of Dongchuan University, where the air is thick with the nervous energy of a recruiting seminar. Mei Mei looks over at Shen Xin with a knowing smirk, teasing her about being a guaranteed admit, but Shen Xin's heart is hammering against her ribs for a completely different reason. "I'm just here to check out the majors," she insists, her voice trembling slightly as she tries to convince herself that she isn't scanning the crowd for a specific face. Deep down, she's absolutely fuming, her internal monologue a chaotic mess of frustration because it's been a month since Xiao He completely vanished from her life. The scene shifts back to the quiet, dimly lit dorms where the smell of old paper and stale coffee lingers. A friend stands in the doorway, his jaw dropping as he realizes Xiao has actually finished his entire thesis in a single month without once stepping foot outside. We see the silhouette of a young man buried under a mountain of research papers and textbooks, the blue light of the monitor reflecting off his weary eyes. Before he can protest, his friend grabs him by the collar, dragging his disheveled self toward the door, while shouting that he needs a haircut and a miracle before the presentation. Back in the grand, echoing space of the lecture hall, Shen Xin and Mei Mei find their seats among the sea of students. Shen Xin can't help but pull out her phone, staring at the cold, unread messages she sent to Jiao Wujin, wondering if he even cares anymore. Her expression is a mask of hurt and longing, her eyes searching the stage as if she could summon him through sheer willpower. The lights dim, and a strikingly handsome student named Yiling steps up to represent the psychology department, radiating a confident charm. A collective gasp ripples through the room as the female students start whispering and blushing, completely captivated by Yiling's sharp features. Mei Mei leans in close, poking Shenzhen's arm with a mischievous glint in her eye, asking if they're actually going to see her mysterious teammate today. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out for the representative of the clinical medicine department, and the tension in the room shifts. As Yiling exits the stage, he shares a brief, high-energy high-five with the person stepping up to take his place. "Xiao-senpai, let's get barbecue tonight," Yiling suggests with a grin, but the next speaker doesn't even slow down. A close-up reveals a pair of focused, crystalline eyes and a set of lips that Shen Xin would recognize anywhere. It's him, Xiao He, and he looks breathtakingly different, his messy hair trimmed and his presence commanding the entire room. Just as he takes the podium, Shen Xin's phone vibrates with a sudden ding, and her breath hitches when she sees a message from him telling her to wait by the door. She looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and overwhelming relief as she finally sees him standing there in the flesh. He is the picture of cool composure, his gaze steady as he prepares to address the crowd. Mei Mei is practically vibrating with excitement, whispering, "Why is he here?" While Shen Xin can only stare, her heart doing backflips. Every detail of his face seems sharper, more refined than the avatar she grew to know in the game. Mei Mei is completely lost in a daze, her eyes turning into literal hearts as she realizes she's surrounded by the school's most elite heartthrobs. For Shen Xin, the rest of the world simply fades into a blur of colors, leaving only Xiao He in sharp, beautiful focus. He's traded his casual gamer gear for a stylish striped shirt and a pendant that rests against his chest, looking every bit the accomplished scholar. Shen Xin watches him from the back of the hall, her heart swelling with a pride she didn't know she was allowed to feel. She realizes now how foolish she was to think of him as just some ordinary guy who happened to be good at video games. The realization hits her like a physical weight. The man standing on that stage is brilliant, talented, and far more complex than she ever imagined. "The person I met in the game played so well," she muses silently, her gaze never wavering from him. "But the person I met in real life, he's so handsome and accomplished. It almost feels like a dream." She finds herself questioning if someone this perfect could truly be real, or if she's just lost another digital fantasy. Following his instructions, she slips out of the hall and waits by the door, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Minutes feel like hours as she paces nervously, her mind racing with 1,000 things she wants to say. Mei Mei refuses to leave her side, crossing her arms and declaring that she absolutely has to see what this teammate looks like in person. Suddenly, a group of girls walks past, their voices high and giddy as they gush about how incredible Xiao He looked during his speech. Among them is a girl who radiates elegance, the school beauty who smiles coyly, while claiming she intentionally neglected to tell him she was coming. She flips her long, lavender-tinted hair with a practiced grace, looking like a goddess under the hallway lights. She tells her friends that she's going to wait right there to take him to a private school dinner party afterward. Shen Xin feels a cold shiver of dread wash over her, her face turning pale as she wonders if this is the girl Xiao He truly belongs with. Just then, the doors creak open and Xiao He walks out, looking slightly exhausted but still maintaining that effortless cool. The school beauty rushes forward with a bright, blushing smile. But Xiao He barely spares her a glance, his response short and icy. He doesn't stop for her. Instead, his eyes lock onto Shen Xin, and he walks straight toward her, ignoring everyone else. "Sorry, I came late," he murmurs, his voice low and intimate, sending a jolt of electricity through her. Shen Xin begins to stammer, her face flushing a deep crimson as she waves her hands frantically, insisting she only waited a moment. Behind them, the school beauty stands frozen, her perfect smile crumbling into a look of pure, unadulterated jealousy as she watches the interaction. Xiao He's expression softens into a rare, gentle smile as he looks down at Shen Xin, his eyes filled with a warmth he reserves only for her. Suddenly, a loud, energetic voice pierces the air, shouting, "Yiling, stand right there." "Don't move!" A young girl named Keel comes charging down the hallway, her eyes bright with excitement. Without a second thought, she leaps forward and throws her arms around Xiao He in a massive, crushing hug. Shen Xin can only watch in stunned silence, her heart sinking as the girl clings to him, complaining that she's so hungry she could die. Xiao He doesn't pull away. Instead, he lets out a soft laugh and leads the girl away, his arm draped protectively over her shoulder as they disappear down the hall. Xingxin's face turns a bright shade of crimson as the weight of the social pressure finally hits her. Her friend isn't helping at all, squealing with delight and giving a thumbs up while Xiao stands there like a stoic, handsome statue. The whispers of the crowd feel like a physical weight, spinning around Xingxin's head until her vision starts to swim. "What are you being so loud for?" She thinks frantically, feeling every judgmental eye in the room burning into her. The atmosphere shifts from awkward to icy when a glamorous girl sashays over, eyeing Xingxin with a mix of curiosity and disdain as she asks Xiao if this is his little sister. Xiao doesn't even blink, his voice dropping to a flat, chilling tone as he denies the relation and turns to leave without a second thought. But the girl isn't finished, blocking their path with a sugary sweet smile that doesn't reach her eyes, demanding to know if he's ditching the dinner party. Xiao's gaze remains fixed forward, his profile sharp and unforgiving as he simply states that he's busy. The girl's smile falters, her voice taking on a sharp edge as she reminds him that leaving without a word to the teachers is beneath a student representative. She then turns that venomous energy toward Xingxin, her eyes narrowing into a terrifying, silent glare that promises trouble. Xingxin can practically feel the temperature drop, flinching under the weight of a grudge she doesn't even understand yet. Xiao remains the picture of cool indifference, his striped shirt fluttering as he prepares to walk away from the suffocating drama. The rival girl watches them go, her expression a mask of shocked disbelief that she's actually being ignored. Meanwhile, Xingxin's friend is over the moon, practically vibrating with excitement as she gives her total seal of approval for this juicy development. As the duo disappears, the other girls crowd around Mei Mei, whispering frantically about the identity of the mysterious girl hanging around Xiao. Mei Mei's face contorts with rage, her fingers clenching as she spits out that she has no idea where that little brat came from. The scene shifts away from the school hallways to the neon-lit sanctuary of a local internet cafe. Xiao arrives to find Boss Yang already waiting, his face tense as he announces there are only 30 minutes left until the big match starts. Xiao sighs, explaining that Peach or Xingxin has run off to grab drinks, though he warns Yang that milk tea is a one-way ticket to gaining weight. Yang leans in, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he begs Xiao to describe what Peach actually looks like in person. Xiao's gaze drifts, a subtle blush creeping onto his cheeks as he dismissively mutters that she's definitely not Yang's type. Suddenly, Xiao's expression shifts, his voice quiet as he notes that she has finally arrived. Boss Yang turns around, his cheeks stuffed with snacks and a look of pure, unadulterated confusion on his face. There stands Xingxin, looking like an angel in the dim light of the cafe, holding out the drinks with a shy smile as she calls out to Boss Yang. The world seems to stop for the gamer, his eyes widening as a literal bolt of lightning strikes his heart. He immediately dives behind a wall to hide, his mind racing as he realizes that Peach isn't cute, she's his absolute dream girl. Xingxin, oblivious to the chaos she's caused, settles into her gaming chair and pulls on her headset, her breath hitching with pre-match nerves. Her eyes widen in a different kind of panic when she realizes there's a deafening silence coming through the speakers. Before she can fumble with the wires, Xiao leans in, his presence suddenly overwhelming as he looms over her personal space. His hand reaches out, his fingers brushing dangerously close to her ear as Xingxin freezes in place. Everything else fades away as they lock eyes, the proximity so intense that she can smell the faint, refreshing scent of mint clinging to him. Xiao doesn't pull away, his gaze dark and focused as he leans down, effectively trapping her in the small space of the gaming chair. For a heartbeat, the air is thick with a tension so heavy it's hard to breathe, their faces just inches apart. Then, with a gentle click, his thumb finds the power button on her headset, solving the problem with effortless grace. Xingxin nearly jumps out of her skin as the game's audio suddenly blasts to life, her face turning a deep shade of scarlet. She tries to hide her flustered expression, internally screaming at herself to just focus on the game instead of the boy who just set her heart on fire. The digital world of Edge of the World begins to materialize, the arena glowing with an ethereal, competitive light. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers, hyping up the crowd for the off-season show match of a lifetime. The championship team, led by Xiao Wujin, is set to face off against the professional titans of Team YG. The virtual crowd erupts in cheers, scrolls of support for the legendary young master Yunqing filling the screen. Even the mysterious Atai receives a roar of approval as the players take their positions on the digital stage. But the loudest screams are reserved for Goddess Mo, who appears in a flurry of dark, shimmering petals. Xiao Wujin stands tall in his white robes, his voice steady as he warns his teammates that these opponents are on an entirely different level. Beside him, flourishing Peach readies her weapons, her fox ears twitching as she declares she's poised to strike. Poor Boss Yang's avatar is left throwing a tantrum in the corner, fuming over the fact that he's the only one without a flashy new outfit for the event. As the match begins, the two female leads face each other on the bridge, the digital wind whipping their hair around them. Goddess Mo's avatar leans in close, a dangerous smirk playing on her lips as she threatens to guess Peach's true identity. She narrows her eyes, her gaze sharp enough to cut through the screen as she prepares to call out the name Wei Sheng Xin Yue. Xin sits frozen in her gaming chair, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as the weight of the moment finally sinks in. Her knuckles are white, her fingers trembling as she grips her controller with a desperate, crushing intensity. Xin, stay calm, a voice whispers in her ear, cutting through the static of her panic. She looks up to see Xiao He watching her, his gaze steady and filled with a quiet strength that grounds her soul. She takes a shallow breath, her soft features relaxing just an inch as she finds her focus. Suddenly, a memory of pure joy flashes through her mind, the cheers, the laughter, and the simple love for the game that she once shared with her friends. She realizes then that the truth is her greatest shield. She never did anything to YG that required an apology. Xin closes her eyes, letting the noise of the digital world fade into the background as she centers herself. When her eyes snap open, they are burning with a fierce, golden determination. Her conscience is finally clear. In the virtual arena, her fox-eared avatar stands isolated as cruel gossip bubbles float around her like toxic clouds. From the shadows, her rival Yunqing watches, her posture rigid with a mix of arrogance and growing unease. Since you already know who I am, I suppose there's no need for an introduction. Xin voice rings out, cold and clear. I am Wei Sheng Xin Yue, she declares, her avatar's presence expanding to fill the entire screen. The global chat erupts into absolute chaos, players reeling from the shock of the legendary captain's sudden return. Yunqing and her teammates can only stare, their faces pale as they realize the amateur they were mocking is the woman who built their legacy. The commentators are screaming into their mics, the live viewership counter shattering records as it rockets past 1 million people. You're really Wei Sheng Xin Yue. Why would you ever come back here? Yuncheng shrieks, her voice cracking with desperation. Xiao He's avatar steps forward, a silent and protective guardian standing between the two women. When Yuncheng tries to snap at him, her eyes are wide with a frantic, cornered energy. Is this really how you think you should treat your former captain? He asks, his voice like a blade of ice. Yuncheng grits her teeth, the pressure of the live audience making her skin crawl. She quickly forces a smirk, her mind racing to find a way to twist the narrative back in her favor. Haven't you already done enough damage to this team? She cries out, putting on a masterful performance of a wounded victim. The crowd begins to murmur, the old, poisonous rumors of Shen Xin being a traitor starting to swirl again. Shen Xin's avatar looks down, the shadow of 3 years of targeted harassment weighing heavy on her shoulders. Her chin trembles slightly, the pain of those hidden scars threatening to break her resolve. She remembers the dark days in the real world, hearing strangers call her a big fish in a little pond, who couldn't handle the pressure. But she isn't that girl anymore. Her avatar stands tall, turning its back on the lies. She looks up, her expression hardening into something truly formidable. Is that really not enough for you? She whispers, her voice echoing through the server. Is all the mud you've slung at me for 3 years not enough to satisfy your ego? She roars, finally letting her fury explode. Yuncheng flinches, her defensive mask slipping for just a fraction of a second. The two captains stand locked in a tense standoff, the air between them crackling with 3 years of unspoken resentment. Shen Xin scoffs, realizing that Yuncheng has been blinded by the very lies she helped create. Yuncheng looks genuinely annoyed, her eyes darting around as she realizes she's lost the moral high ground. They are two warriors on the edge of a precipice, waiting for the first strike. Yuncheng falls silent, her eyes searching the arena for any advantage she can exploit. Back in the real world, Shen Xin's breath is coming in short, sharp gasps as the adrenaline floods her system. She turns to Xiao He with a determined pout, needing to know if she held her own in that verbal firestorm. I have to be bold, she tells herself, her eyes reflecting the neon glow of her setup. The match of the century is about to begin. The announcer bellows, the hype reaching a fever pitch. Shen Xin's avatar grips her weapon, the spiked knuckles gleaming with a lethal light. She looks directly into the camera, her gaze piercing through the screens of a million viewers. Holding her microphone like a scepter, she makes a vow that sends shivers down the audience's spines. If I win, I will tell everyone the absolute truth about why I left YG. Yuncheng doesn't wait for the countdown, lunging forward with her staff in a desperate, blinding attack. Xiao He is a blur of motion, his sword meeting her strike with a shower of sparks to keep Shen Xin safe. Deal with her teammates first. Yuncheng screams, her composure completely shattered. But Shen Xin is already in motion, her strike so powerful that Yuncheng's staff snaps like a dry twig. With her knuckles raised and her eyes glowing with triumph, Shen Xin prepares for the final blow. Yuncheng can only stare in mute horror, her pride crumbling along with her weapon. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Shen Xin locks eyes with her opponent, her golden gaze piercing through the digital haze with an intensity that borders on predatory. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, she launches herself into the air, her silhouette cutting a sharp, lethal arc across the sky. A taunting smirk plays on her lips as she lands, her voice dripping with a mix of nostalgia and cold disdain. Ah Tai, it's been 3 years, she muses, her fox ears twitching with every movement. Why are you still using the same old tricks? Across from her, the hooded figure freezes, a single bead of sweat rolling down his masked face as the weight of her words and her skill begins to sink in. The tension is thick enough to choke on as Wei Sheng Xin Yue screams out in a desperate, high-pitched fury, her eyes wide with the realization that the girl they once discarded is now their greatest threat. Shen Xin doesn't miss a beat, her character model moving with a fluidity that feels almost supernatural as she prepares for the next strike. Suddenly, the ground itself seems to groan under the weight of a massive impact, a colossal spear shattering the earth and sending debris flying in every direction. The air crackles with lethal energy as jagged, dark chains erupt from the ground, weaving a web of lightning that threatens to ensnare anyone caught in its path. Amidst the chaos, Shen Xin's allies stand tall, their presence radiating a quiet, dangerous confidence as they wait for the dust to settle. The professional players are reeling, their pride bruised and their strategies crumbling. They're just ordinary players. One of them gasps, his face pale with shock. Why do I feel like I'm the one being overcome? Below them, the arena breathtaking pavilion shimmering atop moonlit waters becomes the stage for a drama that transcends the game itself. Shen Xin is a blur of motion, her every dash and strike calculated to dismantle the team that once called her their captain. A fist slams into the ground in a moment of pure, unadulterated frustration, the impact echoing the crumbling resolve of the YG team. Wei Sheng Xin Yue grits her teeth, her face flushed with a mixture of anger and fear as she tries to reclaim her footing. Arrogant much, she spits out, though her voice trembles. Who wins and who loses isn't decided yet. Shen Xin only chuckles, a low, melodic sound that sends a shiver down the spines of everyone watching. Oh? Are you getting worried now? She asks, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous kind of glee. The screen erupts in a blinding flash of blue lightning as a final, desperate clash occurs, the energy crackling against a defensive shield with a deafening roar. In the silence that follows, the opponent stares at Shen Xin, his mind racing as he tries to decipher the true intent behind her relentless assault. For a fleeting second, the image of a girl in a YG jacket walking away into the light flickers, in his mind a ghost of a past they all tried to bury. We're going to lose if it continues like this. He cries out, his voice cracking under the pressure of 170 million pairs of eyes watching their every move. Desperation drives him to act, wielding his brush like a sword as he attempts to stall for time, his movements frantic and uncoordinated. His teammate watches on, her face a mask of horror as she realizes that their reputation is hanging by a single, fraying thread. Shen Xin moves like a ghost, dashing around her enemies with a playful, deadly grace that leaves them swinging at shadows. She leans in close to the red-haired Cheng Mo, her voice a lethal whisper. Cheng Mo, haven't you noticed? Your teammates don't have heads in the game. Lightning continues to arc across the battlefield, illuminating the dwindling HP bars and the desperate faces of the professional players, who are being pushed to their absolute limits. Then, the world stops. A massive notification flashes across the screen, cutting through the chaos like a guillotine. Time's up. The match has ended and it's a draw? The announcers go absolutely wild, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of disbelief as they announce to the staggering 170 million viewers that a group of amateurs just took a pro team to overtime. Back in the real world, the silence in the YG gaming room is deafening. Cheng Mo rips her headphones off, her face pale and her breathing heavy as she stares at the screen in pure shock. She whirls around to confront her teammate, her voice trembling with a mix of fury and confusion. Yuncheng, why didn't you do anything when I told you to kill their mage? Yuncheng can only stammer, his eyes wide and searching for an excuse that doesn't exist, his throat tight with the memory of Shen Shen's overwhelming presence. Revenge? Cheng Mo scoffs, trying to convince herself more than anyone else. Since she was kicked from YG for her mistakes, what's there to be afraid of? But Yuncheng looks away, his gaze falling to the floor as a heavy, suffocating guilt settles over him. The captain stands over them, her arms crossed, her eyes burning with a demand for the truth. Are you two covering up something? What's the real reason why Wei Sheng Xin Yue left YG? Captain, now's not the time to discuss this. Another teammate interjects, his voice rising in panic. We definitely can't play out the rest of this match. But Cheng Mo isn't listening. Her mind is fixed on the girl who just humiliated them in front of the entire world. With a look of grim determination, she stands up, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. Then I'll find out for myself, she declares, her voice echoing through the silent room. Meanwhile, in a much quieter corner of the city, Shen Xin sits slumped in her gaming chair, the adrenaline of the match finally fading into a weary sadness. She looks down at her hands, a small, fragile smile touching her lips as she thinks about the chaos she just unleashed. Her fingers tighten around her cup of boba tea, her knuckles turning white as the weight of the past begins to press down on her once more. Using the past to influence their gameplay, isn't that despicable? She whispers, her voice barely audible, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, a warm, steady hand rests on her head, the touch so gentle it makes her breath hitch in her throat. She looks up to find Xiao He staring at her with eyes so full of understanding and tenderness that it makes her heart ache. A single tear finally escapes, tracing a path down her cheek as she gazes at the man who chose to stand by her when the rest of the world turned its back. Inside the high-tech YG base, the glow of monitors fills the room as a sudden, jarring decision brings the training session to a screeching halt. Why'd you make us all leave the match? A fiery girl demands, her eyes blazing with frustration as she confronts her superior in the middle of the room. Coach Chen Yan looks away, his expression grim as he declares that continuing this farce would only lead to a humiliating loss of face for the entire team. Whispers of the past begin to surface, hinting at a scandal from years ago that still haunts the team's every move and shadows their reputation. The coach remains firm, insisting that hidden motives were behind the departure of a former teammate, leaving the girl stunned by the weight of the revelation. As he walks away, his heavy footsteps echo the finality of his decision, leaving no room for further argument or explanation. The girl stands frozen, the weight of the team's secrets pressing down on her as she struggles to maintain her composure in the empty hallway. I don't know what gives her the right to be so arrogant, a teammate mutters, his voice dripping with resentment as he watches her from a distance. But the older man simply narrows his eyes, confident that without concrete evidence, any attempt to dig up the past will simply fade away. They plan to control the narrative, ensuring that their star player remains untainted by the surrounding drama and the public's prying eyes. A young man with glasses watches the scene unfold in silence, his mind racing as he realizes the storm is only just beginning. On the digital front, the stream suddenly cuts to black, leaving thousands of viewers in a state of utter confusion and suspicion. Fans flood the chat with frantic messages, wondering if the team is hiding a massive secret or if they were simply too afraid to face a loss. Amidst the chaos, Xiao He and Shen Xin decide it's time to make their exit, the heavy atmosphere of the base lingering between them. Outside, the cool night air is illuminated by a bright, full moon, casting long, ethereal shadows across the pavement. As they walk together, the quiet intimacy of the night is a stark contrast to the digital battlefield they just left behind. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from across the yard, making their hearts skip a beat as they realize they aren't as alone as they thought. Standing just a few feet away are the school's chancellor and president, accompanied by none other than Xiao He's own formidable father. Xiao He's eyes widen in a moment of pure, unadulterated panic, his usual calm demeanor shattering at the sight of his parent. In a frantic Kibi-style scramble, the plan is set. They need a distraction before they're spotted together. Without a second thought, Xiao He grabs Shen Xin's hand and pulls her into a sudden sprint, their footsteps echoing against the cobblestones. Shen Xin's breath hitches as she's dragged along, her heart racing faster from the sudden, firm contact of his hand than from the actual running. He pulls her behind a wall, his hand reaching out in a desperate blur to ensure they remain hidden from the approaching group. In one swift, breathless motion, he presses her against the bricks and covers her mouth with his hand, their faces inches apart in the dark. Shh, he whispers, his gaze intense and pleading as he searches her eyes for understanding, his own breath warm against her forehead. Shen Xin stares back at him, her cheeks flushing a deep, burning crimson as the heat from his palm radiates against her skin. Nearby, the adults are completely oblivious, continuing their conversation as the moonlight spills over the scene, just inches from their hiding spot. Yang Yao puts on his best act, greeting the group with a forced, nervous smile while internally screaming at the pressure of the moment. He tries to play it cool, sweating under the intense scrutiny, as he attempts to lead the group away from where his friends are hiding. Looking down from above, the car stands like a silent witness to the frantic evasion happening in the shadows of the alleyway. Safe for the moment, Xiao He finally lets go, his expression a mix of relief and lingering anxiety as he begins to explain his reaction. They peek cautiously around the corner, watching the figures of the professors and his father finally retreat into the distance. Xiao He admits that his father would never approve of him being at an internet cafe, much less competing in professional games. Shen Xin listens with wide, sympathetic eyes, realizing for the first time the true weight of the expectations placed upon his shoulders. She recalls hearing that his family is incredibly strict, potentially even blocking him from participating in the upcoming tournament if they found out. The tension between them softens into something more vulnerable as they stand together in the starlit shadows, the danger of being caught finally passing. It's not troublesome, he murmurs, though the look in his eyes suggests he's protecting her from far more than just a simple lecture. He knows that if his father saw them together, he would likely investigate Shensin's background, and that's a burden he refuses to let her carry. "I'll walk you home," he offers softly, his voice low and steady as they resume their walk through the quiet, shimmering streets. He explains the gift-bombing danger of his mother, a woman so eager for him to have a girlfriend that she'd overwhelm any girl in his orbit with lavish presents. Shen Xin can't help but feel a mix of shock and amusement at the thought of his over-the-top family dynamics. They eventually find themselves back in the bustling city center, the neon lights reflecting in their eyes as they talk about their future goals. She excitedly mentions the idea of following him into clinical medicine, her face lighting up with a playful, bright smile that makes his heart flutter. But he gives her a gentle, affectionate bonk on the head, reminding her that a career path is a serious decision that should be hers alone. She pouts slightly, clutching her head as she admits that choosing a major is much harder than winning a high-stakes match. Her expression turns thoughtful, the playful mood shifting as she looks deep within herself to find what she truly wants. She takes a determined step forward, the sound of her shoes on the pavement punctuating her newfound resolve. Standing tall, she looks toward the horizon, the image of herself as a professional player finally clear in her mind. "I want to be a pro player again," she declares, her eyes sparkling with a passion that hasn't been seen in years. Xiao He watches her, a soft, genuine smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he sees her true, radiant self finally shining through. The hustle and bustle of Dongchuan University marks the beginning of a new, chaotic chapter in Shen Xin's life. Standing amidst the whirlwind of students, she clutches her suitcase, her heart hammering against her ribs as she takes in the sprawling campus. "From today onwards, I am a Dongchuan University student," she tells herself, trying to muster a courage she doesn't quite feel yet. The registration area is a sea of voices, with seniors shouting out for every department from music to psychology. Her eyes dart frantically through the crowd until they land on the sign she's been searching for, the pharmacy department. She approaches the desk tentatively, her voice barely a whisper as she asks the elegant senior if this is the right place to register. The senior looks up, her smile radiating a polished, practiced charm that feels almost too perfect. But as their eyes meet, a cold jolt of recognition freezes Shen Xin in her tracks. It's her. The senior's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she realizes this little freshman is someone from her past. Suddenly, a group of eager male seniors swarms Shen Xin, their eyes gleaming as they fight for the chance to carry the cutie's luggage. Shen Xin shrinks back, her face heating up as she stammers that her suitcase is actually very light, desperate to escape the unwanted attention. Before the crowd can overwhelm her, a tall, imposing figure cuts through the noise, his hand firmly gripping the handle of her bag. It's Xiao He, looking effortlessly cool despite the black face mask and cap that shroud his features in mystery. The surrounding students fall silent, sensing an untouchable aura radiating from the masked stranger. Watching them walk away, the purple-haired senior's expression sours, a dark cloud of jealousy settling over her features. Without a word, Xiao He leads Shen Xin away from the prying eyes, his silent protection feeling like a warm shield. Behind them, the senior's knuckles turn white as she clenches her fist, the sight of them together igniting a bitter fire in her chest. They finally reach the quiet halls of the student dormitories, the heavy tension of the campus fading into the background. "We're finally here," Thank you so much, Shen Xin exhales, her gratitude as genuine as the blush on her cheeks. Little does she know back at the registration desk, the senior is practically fuming, cursing Xiao He for being such an oblivious, masked idol. Nearby girls can't help but gossip, their hearts fluttering at the mere memory of the mysterious hottie who just walked by. Sensing more eyes on them, Xiao He suddenly reaches out and grabs Shen Xin's arm, his touch firm yet surprisingly gentle. He pulls her toward the door of room 601, determined to get her safely inside before any more trouble finds them. Once the door clicks shut, a thick, heavy silence descends upon the room, making every heartbeat feel like a drum. I'll just start organizing my bags then. Shen Xin chirps, her voice cracking slightly in the awkward atmosphere. She gestures toward the bed, offering him a seat, but the small space suddenly feels far too intimate. Xiao He sits for only a fraction of a second before bolting upright, the realization of sitting on a girl's bed sending a jolt through his system. I should probably head out, he mutters, his eyes averted as he makes a hasty retreat toward the door. As the door closes, Shen Xin lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, already planning to treat him to dinner as a proper thank you. But as she steps back outside later, a familiar voice calls her name, and she turns to see a flash of bright blue hair. It's King Qi, looking every bit the rebellious star as he leans back, his presence demanding attention. He slides his sunglasses up, his gaze intense as he teases her about being a fellow student at Dongchuan. Before she can react, he pulls her into his space, his arm draped over her shoulder as he boldly suggests they go on a date. The air turns frigid as Xiao He reappears, his hand clamping down on Shen's other arm with a possessive strength. Shen Xin finds herself caught in a literal tug of war between two of the most popular guys on campus, her mind spinning in circles. Xiao He's eyes darken beneath the brim of his cap, a silent, dangerous warning flashing in his gaze. The two men lock eyes, the air between them practically crackling with an electric, unspoken hostility. King Qi scoffs, demanding that Xiao He show some respect to his senior, while Xiao He fires back with a cold, biting retort. Their bickering quickly devolves into a childish argument over who is older, their cool exteriors completely crumbling. Shen Xin watches them in total panic, her head swiveling back and forth as she wonders how her day became such a disaster. Stepping forward with a chilling finality, Xiao He looms over his rival, his voice dropping to a low, territorial growl as he declares that King Qi and Shen Xin aren't close at all. King Qi stares intensely, his brows furrowed as he tries to maintain his cool under those dark sunglasses. Shen Xin, let's go, he shouts, grabbing her arm and dragging her away while she lets out a panicked cry. Xiao He, save me, she wails, her tiny chibi form practically vibrating with distress as she reaches out for help. Just then, King Qi freezes, his eyes widening as he spots a familiar figure approaching from a distance. Xiao He appears in the background, her voice sharp as she demands to know why they are hiding from her. The trio stands there in stunned silence, their chibi expressions a mix of annoyance and utter disbelief at being caught. Is she haunting me or something? King Qi hisses, ducking behind Xiao He to avoid her piercing gaze. Unaware of their precise location, Xiao He goes sprinting off in the wrong direction, still frantically searching for them. King Qi lets out a massive sigh of relief, his shoulders finally relaxing once the coast is clear. Shen Xin watches him, her big eyes reflecting her skepticism about his dramatic escape tactics. It's complicated between us, okay? Some things just can't be explained away, he insists, but Shen Xin is already over the drama and ready to head to the disco. Suddenly, a loud ding sounds in the air as Xiao He spots an opportunity for some mischief. Xiao He pulls out a megaphone, shouting into it to announce King Qi's location to the entire world. King Qi's heart nearly stops, his expression turning into one of pure, unadulterated betrayal. Xiao He, I will remember this. Gotta run, he screams as he turns tail and vanishes in a cloud of dust. Shen Xin giggles softly, finding the chaotic energy between the two boys absolutely hilarious. Xiao He adjusts his cap, looking as handsome and indifferent as ever amidst the lingering commotion. They walk together, the atmosphere turning light and airy as delicate flowers seem to bloom in their wake. Their peaceful stroll is interrupted when they run into a very serious-looking man with a clipboard. Hello, Professor, Xiao He says, bowing his head respectfully to the Dean of Clinical Medicine, Professor Zuo. The professor explains that his assistant is out and he needs Xiao He to step in and help with the upcoming lab work. The dean adjusts his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of authority and academic curiosity. Shen Xin looks terrified, her face turning pale as she wonders if she's about to be scolded for being in the wrong department. Pretty little lady, I'm just borrowing him for an hour. You can have him back when class is out, the professor chirps, completely misreading their relationship. Professor, it's not what you're thinking. Shen Xin cries out, her face flushed with embarrassment as she tries to correct him. Xiao He looks breathtakingly handsome as he prepares for the task, his gaze focused and sharp. He begins to pull on his white lab coat, the fabric snapping as he settles into his professional role. Shen Xin peeks through the window, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of him looking so competent in his uniform. If you're bored, there are some animals outside that we use for experiments. You can feed them, he suggests, his voice smooth and calm. Shen Xin gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, her face flushed with a mixture of admiration and excitement. She decides to be useful and grabs a broom, figuring she might as well clean up the dusty floor while she waits. She pauses for a moment, looking up with a thoughtful expression as she reflects on how exceptional Xiao He is, both in the game and in real life. Standing there with her broom and dustpan, she feels a bit plain and unremarkable compared to his brilliant light. She sweeps with renewed vigor, determined to become someone just as outstanding as he is, even with a little bunny watching her work. Inside the lab, Xiao He looks up from his notes, sensing her presence through the glass. Shen Xin looks back at him, a soft, longing look in her eyes as the sunlight hits her hair. He stares at her for a long moment, his usual cold exterior softening just a fraction. Other students pass by the window, whispering about how lucky they are to have such a handsome teaching assistant today. Shen Xin approaches him once the room is quiet, her voice soft as she offers to help him tidy up the equipment. Little do they know, a jealous girl is lurking in the shadows. Her eyes narrowed as she watches them through a crack in the door. She quickly pulls out her phone, dialing a number to report the little brat she's found in the restricted lab. On the other end of the line, Kumaimi's face contorts with a dark, satisfied rage as she hears the news. The lab? Isn't that keycard access only? Mei Mei asks, her voice dripping with venomous intent. She immediately finds the chancellor, spinning a lie about things going missing and a suspicious individual in the lab vicinity. She plays the part of the concerned student perfectly, hiding her malicious smirk behind a polite, worried facade. Her eyes sparkle with a dangerous light as she imagines the severe punishment Shen Xin is about to face. Inside, Shen Xin is still happily helping Xiao He, completely unaware of the storm gathering just outside the door. The chancellor marches down the hall, his face set in a grim expression as he prepares to catch the trespasser. Someone's really in the lab, he mutters, his brow furrowed with annoyance at the breach of protocol. Mei Mei follows close behind, her heart racing with the thrill of the upcoming confrontation. She pulls out her phone, ready to record the exact moment Shen Xin's reputation is ruined. The camera lens focuses on Xiao He, capturing his startled expression as the chancellor's voice booms through the room. The silence of the laboratory is suddenly shattered as the chancellor rounds the corner, his eyes widening in surprise as he spots an unexpected figure among the equipment. Xiao He stands his ground, calmly explaining that he's only there to fill in for Professor Wang's assistant who took the day off. The older man offers a dismissive wave, telling him not to let the work keep him too late before turning to make his exit. Xiao He watches him go, his gaze sharp and calculating, as he's ensuring the coast is truly clear. From the shadows behind a massive pillar, a soft swish of fabric betrays a hidden presence, a secret kept just out of the chancellor's sight. Xiao He remains motionless for a heartbeat, his profile bathed in the cool light of the lab as he waits for the footsteps to fade into nothingness. Finally, he leans over the edge of the counter, looking down at the girl who had been holding her breath in the cramped space below. Shen Xin peers up at him, her face flushed with a mixture of guilt and relief as she apologizes for causing him even more trouble. Xiao He doesn't scold her. Instead, a tender, almost predatory smirk plays on his lips as he thinks to himself that from this angle, she looks exactly like a startled, helpless bunny. The scene shifts to the high-tech glow of the YG base, where the air is thick with the hum of servers and the stench of betrayal. A frantic assistant rushes forward, clutching documents that reveal a scandal coach Yan has been desperately trying to keep under wraps. Momo, the team's fierce redhead, stares at the reports in disbelief as she learns that Yan Zhang has been pulling strings behind the scenes to poach their best talent. Her emerald eyes narrow, sparking with a dangerous, vengeful fire that promises a reckoning for those who crossed her. Her slender fingers clench around the paper, crinkling the evidence of their treachery as she hisses out her disgust. Momo, stop! You can't just pick a fight with them right before the fall season starts. Her friend pleads, sensing the impending explosion. But Momo is beyond listening, her voice rising in a defiant shout as she declares that she isn't the one who should be hiding. With a violent flick of her wrist, she sends the papers flying into the air, swearing that if anyone is leaving the team, it's going to be the traitors. She storms out of the room, her silhouette a pillar of absolute fury as she vows to burn their sabotage to the ground. Far from the professional drama, Shen Xin and her friend Nanan find a moment of pure, chaotic joy in their new dorm. They cling to each other in a dramatic, tearful embrace, celebrating the fact that they can finally be roommates and share late-night snacks. But the lighthearted mood is instantly killed by a sharp, digital chime from Shen Shen's phone. Her heart drops into her stomach as she reads a message from an unknown number. A chilling warning to be careful of YG. Nanan notices the color draining from her friend's face and leans in, her voice laced with sudden concern as she asks if everything is okay. Shen Xin forces a shaky smile, trying to hide the trembling of her hands as she insists she's perfectly fine. Later that night, the moon hangs like a silver sickle over the quiet campus paths where the two girls walk together. Shen Xin remains quiet, her mind racing with the identity of the sender and the weight of the secrets she's been trying to bury. Suddenly, her breath hitches and her steps falter as she senses someone watching them from the darkness. Standing under the lonely glow of a streetlight is a figure that shouldn't be their Momo, looking like a dark omen in her designer gear. Nanan and Shen Xin freeze, staring at the legendary pro player as if they've seen a ghost. Momo tilts her head, her beautiful face partially obscured by a mask, her eyes locking onto Shen Xin with predatory focus. The warning from the text flashes through Shen Xin's mind, the words, "They will come find you," echoing like a death knell. What What do you want to talk to me about? Shen Xin stammers, her pulse thrumming wildly in her throat. Momo lets out a dry, mocking chuckle, crossing her arms as she demands to know when Shen Xin plans to finally reveal the real reason she retired. Nanan shrinks back, looking between the two women with a sense of mounting dread, realizing she stepped into a minefield. Shen Xin stands her ground, though her eyes are filled with a shimmering, desperate fear as she realizes her past has finally caught up to her. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Nanan frantically pulls out her own phone, her mind screaming for a way to protect her friend. Across town, Xiao He is jolted from a light sleep by the persistent, aggressive buzzing of his phone on the nightstand. He answers with a groggy mumble, only to be met by Nanan's panicked voice screaming that someone from YG has cornered Shen Xin. His eyes snap wide open, all traces of sleep vanishing as a cold, protective rage takes hold of his features. The morning light filters softly through the windows of the coffee shop, but the atmosphere inside is anything but warm as Shen Xin crosses her arms, her gaze flickering away while she tries to maintain a cool, detached exterior. Her heart hammers against her ribs when her companion brings up an old academy photo, a low blow that sends a metaphorical arrow straight through her pride as she sputters in embarrassment, demanding to know what her true motive is. Chang Mo doesn't flinch, her striking green eyes remaining fixed on the girl across from her, radiating an intensity that makes it impossible to look away. Shen Sen's breath hitches as she realizes she's being baited, her mind racing to figure out just how much this woman actually knows. The two sit in a heavy, charged silence, the steam rising from their untouched drinks as the weight of the past settles between them like a physical barrier. Cheng Mo finally breaks the quiet, leaning in as she drops a bombshell that shatters Shen Sin's composure. She knows that 3 years ago, Shen Sin was the one who took the fall for a mistake she didn't commit. The shock is visible in the way Shen Sin's eyes widen, her face going pale as the secrets she's buried for years are dragged into the light. Cheng Mo's hand suddenly smacks against the table, the sharp sound echoing through the quiet cafe as she leans closer, her presence overwhelming. I, Cheng Mo, would never resort to such underhanded tactics, she declares, her voice low and dangerous, forcing Shen Sin to meet her unwavering gaze. Hidden nearby, a group of onlookers watches the drama unfold from the safety of the bushes, their hearts racing as they witness the legendary goddess Mo in the flesh. Among them, a boy with dark hair and a shadowed expression watches the exchange with a calculated, silent intensity. As the tension peaks, Shen Shin's mind drifts back to the painful memories of her former team, remembering the day she stood her ground and insisted she never betrayed her comrades. She can still hear the echoes of their voices, the way they shouted at her for failing to fall back, blaming her for a loss that wasn't her fault. But didn't we still win? She had asked back then, her voice trembling with a mix of defiance and hurt as she looked at the faces of those she once trusted. Her teammates had looked at her with nothing but cold disdain, their eyes hidden behind the glare of their glasses as they dismissed her efforts. The victory had tasted like ash in her mouth when they told her she wasn't a teammate, but merely a follower they had to tolerate. She had felt so small in that moment, a lone figure standing in a vast, dark void as her world crumbled around her. The memory shifts to a quiet hallway where she had walked alone, her shoulders slumped under the weight of her isolation. It was there that she overheard a voice that changed everything, catching Coach Yen in the middle of a secretive, treacherous phone call. He had been smiling, a serpent-like grin spreading across his face as he plotted to throw the next match just to satisfy a rival team. Shen Sin had frozen, her eyes wide with horror as the man she was supposed to trust sold out her future for his own gain. Who's that on the phone? She had demanded, stepping out of the shadows with a fire in her eyes that even the coach couldn't ignore. Coach Yan's face had twisted in a sudden, ugly panic, the sweat beading on his forehead as he realized he'd been caught. He tried to play it off, his voice trembling as he admitted that the rival team, LT, was trying to poach her. Shensen didn't hesitate for a single second, her resolve hardening into steel as she stood her ground. I'll never leave YG, she had vowed, her voice ringing with a loyalty that her team simply didn't deserve. But the coach had been persistent, begging her to lose the match as a sign of respect to the very people trying to destroy them. Back in the present, the bitterness of that day still stings as Shen Sin stares down at the table, the pain of the betrayal as fresh as if it happened yesterday. Cheng Mo watches her closely, her sharp eyes softening just a fraction as she realizes the depth of the girl's trauma. Shen Sin looks up, her voice a mere whisper as she asks the question that's been burning in her throat. How did you know? Cheng Mo scoffs, a playful but sharp smirk dancing on her lips as she teases that someone as straightforward as Shen Zin isn't exactly built for complex mind games. Shen Zin puffs out her cheeks in a pout, her face flushing a bright red as she fumes at the insult to her intelligence. But the atmosphere shifts again as Cheng Mo stands up, her long hair cascading over her shoulders as she promises to investigate the truth of what really happened. She leans in one last time, her voice filled with a rare, genuine warmth as she tells Shen Sin that if she ever wants to play competitively again, her door is always open. Shen Sin watches her walk away, the two of them silhouetted against the vast, starry sky as a new spark of hope begins to flicker in her chest. She covers her face with her hands, her heart racing so fast she thinks it might burst from the sheer excitement of the possibility. Trembling with anticipation, she pulls out her phone and quickly dials a familiar number, the name Xiao Wujin, flashing on the screen. On the other end, the dark-haired boy answers, his voice a soothing balm to her frayed nerves. Xiao He! You won't believe who just came to find me. she exclaims, her chibi form jumping with joy as she gushes about Chang Mo's visit. He sounds suspiciously calm, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips as he replies that he already knows. Shen Xin pauses, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asks him how on earth he could possibly know that. Turn around, his voice commands through the receiver, and as she slowly rotates, her breath hitches to find him standing just inches away. The joy on her face is radiant, her eyes sparkling with a happiness that lights up the entire night as she sees him in person. She practically vibrates with energy, telling him everything how Chang Mo believes in her, and how she might actually become a pro again. He looks down at her, his gaze intense and unreadable, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the surrounding cherry blossoms. Shen Xin's face flushes a deep crimson as she realizes just how close he is, the air between them suddenly thick with an unspoken tension. She quickly pulls back, her hand fluttering to her chest as she tries to regain her composure. Sorry, I got too excited, she stammers, her chibi self looking absolutely adorable in her flustered state. He takes a deliberate step toward her, the sound of his shoe tapping against the pavement echoing in the quiet night. As he reaches up to pull back his hood, the light hits his face just right, and a look of sudden, shocking realization washes over Shen Xin. There, standing before her in the moonlight, is the one person she never expected to see like this, the mysterious and talented Xiao Jing. The air was thick with playful banter as the girl in the black beanie laughed off the awkwardness of the dark evening. She leaned in with a bright smile, eagerly asking to exchange contact info on WeChat. Shen Xin couldn't help but give in to the girl's infectious energy, nodding along as they finalized the digital connection. Leaning closer, the beanie-clad girl whispered a teasing observation that Shen Xin's supposed boyfriend was quite the handsome catch. The comment sent a wave of heat to Shen Xin's cheeks, her eyes widening as she stammered out a desperate denial. With a playful wink, the girl mentioned a mysterious swordsman named Xiao Wujin before finally deciding it was time to part ways. She waved a cheery goodbye, her silhouette fading into the night as she skipped away. Turning back to the group, she suggested that Xiao He should probably start heading back toward the campus dorms. As they walked, a lingering gaze toward the starlit sky suggested that something deeper was brewing beneath the surface of this encounter. A subtle, knowing smile played on her lips, as if she had just stumbled upon a secret that changed everything. Back at the dorms, Xiao He was immediately ambushed by a frantic roommate begging for Goddess Mo's autograph. Xiao He didn't even blink, offering a flat, soul-crushing nope to his friend's desperate hopes. A chaotic flashback flickered through his mind, remembering how the poor fanboy had been hauled away before he could even get close to the star. Shaking off the memory, Xiao He's attention was drawn to a mysterious envelope sitting on the table, addressed specifically to him. His heart skipped a beat, his pupils dilating in shock as he realized who the sender might be. Inside were tickets to a fan meet for Jing, a name that carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken insecurities. Suddenly, the present faded into the bitter sting of the past, where a younger Xiao He beamed with pride over his perfect exam scores. But the praise he craved never came. His father merely offered a cold "not bad," before immediately pivoting to his brother's superior achievements. The young boy's spirit withered as he was forced to offer a hollow congratulations to the brother who always stood in his light. His older brother, Xiao Jing, looked down with a smile that felt more like a reminder of Xiao He's own perceived mediocrity. Everywhere he went, the whispers followed, hailing director Xiao's eldest son as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. And then there was Xiao He, the second son, the one who was always just not bad. The memory clawed at him in the present, leaving Xiao He slumped over his desk in a state of quiet devastation. He clutched a dark pendant in his hand, the metal biting into his palm as he struggled with the ghosts of his childhood. He stared at the intricate design, a symbol of a bond that felt more like a shackle than a treasure. Seeking solace in the silence, he found himself sitting alone by the edge of a glowing fountain, the water's rhythm matching the heavy thrum of his heart. He looked utterly isolated, a boy drowning in a sea of moonlight and regret. The words of Shen Xin echoed in his mind, her voice bright as she declared Jing to be her absolute favorite player. It felt like a final confirmation that no matter where he went, he would always live in his brother's shadow. In the distance, he could hear Shen Jin and King Qi bickering like usual, their voices a sharp contrast to his internal silence. Xiao He watched them from his lonely perch, his expression unreadable and cold. Shen Xin finally noticed him sitting there, her annoyance with King Qi vanishing as she realized how strange Xiao He was acting. He looked up at her with eyes that seemed devoid of their usual spark, a hollow gaze that made her breath hitch. Without a word of explanation, he reached out and offered her the two coveted fan meet tickets. Both King Qi and Shen Xin stared in disbelief, knowing these tickets were worth a small fortune and nearly impossible to get. Xiao He couldn't even bring himself to look at her. His face turned away as he fought to keep his emotions in check. If you want to go, then the two of you may as well go together, he muttered, his voice devoid of warmth. His profile was a mask of stoic pain, the hurt radiating off him in waves. Shen Xin stood frozen, her eyes searching his face for the reason behind this sudden, cold generosity. Xiao He's gaze remained fixed on the ground, the weight of his brother's name crushing him once again. While King Qi was over the moon, waving the tickets in the air with a triumphant grin. Shen Xin's heart sank as she realized Xiao He looked profoundly unhappy. She couldn't take it anymore. The sight of his misery was a knife to her soul, and she turned her fury on the oblivious King Qi. With a sudden burst of temper, she snatched the tickets back, her face contorted with a mixture of anger and concern. She turned on her heel and marched straight back to Xiao He, her footsteps echoing on the stone path. Shoving the tickets back toward him, she declared that she couldn't possibly accept a gift that clearly caused him so much pain. Xiao He stood alone against the cold stone wall, the tickets feeling like lead in his hand as he watched her walk away. A dark, simmering resentment flickered in his eyes. A final breaking point reached after years of being second best. With a sharp, decisive motion, he didn't even hesitate to toss the precious tickets directly into the trash can. The freshman dorms are buzzing with the latest gossip, as everyone wonders how those exclusive fan-meet tickets were snagged so easily. The chat reveals a bitter truth. The star of the show and his brother have a strained relationship, and the secrets are starting to spill as the troublemaker returns. Xiao He sits curled up on her bed, her eyes glued to her phone as her heart sinks, remembering the exact moment she confessed that her favorite player was none other than Jing. She can still feel the weight of the past, the memory of Jing reaching out to her with a gift that felt far more significant than it appeared. "I never should have said that." She groans, her tiny chibi form radiating pure, unadulterated regret. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the fan meet is electric, with the roar of the crowd echoing through the stadium as the event finally begins. Backstage, the air is thick with hairspray and nervous energy as stylists work frantically to perfect every strand of hair. Jing's gaze is sharp and focused, a silent, smoldering intensity burning in his eyes as he prepares to face his fans. But his younger brother is already plotting in the shadows, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he prepares to stir up chaos. A heavy black curtain is drawn back, revealing the stage and the drama that is about to unfold. Troublemaker mode activated. The blonde boy whispers, his fingers dancing across his phone screen with a malicious smirk. He types out a terrifying lie, claiming that Xiao Jing has been hospitalized after a horrific car accident to lure his other brother out. Far away in the quiet sanctuary of the library, the piece is about to be shattered. Jing's brother is deep in his books when his phone vibrates, and as he reads the fake emergency message, the color drains from his face. He tries to act cold, clicking his tongue and telling himself that his brother's life is none of his business. He tosses the device aside, determined to ignore the pang of worry in his chest and return to his studies. But his focus is completely shattered. He can't stop himself from stealing a frantic, bothered glance at the dark screen. The internal war rages within him, his brow furrowing as he leans his head on his hand, the silence of the library suddenly feeling suffocating. Should I just drop by secretly? If nothing is wrong, I'll just leave, he tells himself, his heart hammering against his ribs. He stands up abruptly, startling his classmate who asks where he could possibly be going when class is about to start. "I threw those tickets in the trash yesterday," his friend reminds him, but he's already moving with desperate purpose. Another voice chimes in, shouting that Shensen actually has the tickets and asking why he's suddenly so desperate to attend. He can't help but remember his brother's fragile state, haunted by the image of him looking pale and weak. Suddenly, a set of car keys flies through the air, and he catches them with lightning-fast reflexes, his eyes wide with surprise. His friend gives him a knowing, supportive look, telling him to take the car and go before it's too late. A sharp ding rings out in the night, and Xiao He looks up from her phone, her eyes wide with shock. The voice on the other end is urgent and breathless, demanding to know if she still has those fan-meet tickets. "Huh? Oh, okay." She stammers, her head spinning from the sudden, forceful command to meet in 10 minutes. She rushes to the school gate, her dinosaur sweater fluttering in the wind as she wonders why he's in such a frantic rush. Her breath hitches as she looks up, her eyes reflecting the sudden, dramatic change in the atmosphere. There he is. Jing's brother pulls up on a sleek, powerful motorcycle, looking like a rebel king in the moonlight. He looks at her with an intensity that makes her knees weak, his jaw set in a hard, determined line. "Where are the tickets?" he demands, sending Xiao He into a frantic panic as she digs through her bag with trembling hands. Without a word of explanation, he thrusts a heavy, polished black helmet into her hands, his movements sharp and urgent. "Get on," he commands, his voice low and leaving absolutely no room for argument. Through the visor, his eyes are cold and focused, a man on a mission who has no time for questions. Elsewhere, a mundane digital conversation flashes on a screen, revealing the frustrating reality of bank lines and student credit cards. Xiao He stands in a crowded lobby, looking absolutely miserable as the queue stretches on for what feels like eternity. Suddenly, the door slides open and a friend appears with a cheeky grin, declaring that if she can't come to practice, practice will come to her. Xiao He stares at her phone, her expression a mix of confusion and mounting irritation at the interruption. Her friend presents a high-tech tablet with a flourish, sparks of excitement practically flying off the sleek device. Jing looks down at the screen, a small, rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he admires the tech. "Then let's get this party started," they cry, but the gaming session is immediately plagued by frustrating lag. "My phone! Why is it so laggy?" Xiao He wails, her chibi face a mask of digital despair as the connection fails. Jing steps in like a hero, patting her head and offering the powerful tablet as the ultimate solution to her problems. Transformed into her powerful in-game fox persona, Xiao He feels the smooth performance of the new device coursing through her fingers. Her friend stands there in the background, completely dumbstruck and fuming that his precious tablet was just snatched away. The wind roars as Xiao He pushes the bike to its absolute limits, the city blurring into a streak of neon lights as they race toward their destination. Clinging to his back, her heart hammers against her ribs. Realizing this is the first time she's ever seen him this truly, deeply upset. He doesn't slow down. Instead, his gloved hand twists the throttle even tighter, the engine's roar drowning out the rest of the world. Inside her helmet, she can barely catch her breath, her cheeks puffed out as the sheer speed threatens to send her soul flying. They finally skid to a halt outside the grand event ballroom, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of high-class perfume and hushed secrets. But their entrance is anything but smooth, as a sharp aide staff member immediately blocks their path with a stern look. "Are you a fan?" he asks, his voice dripping with professional annoyance as he makes it clear that the backstage is off-limits to everyone. Xiao He's jaw tightens, his brow furrowing as he tries to find the words to explain why he's really there while the girl watches in a daze. Suddenly, a curtain is pulled back to reveal a bright-eyed blonde boy, looking like he stepped right out of a fairy tale. He gasps in genuine shock, pointing out the uncanny resemblance between Xiao He and the star of the night Jing. Xiao He just lets out a sharp, irritated click of his tongue, clearly not in the mood for games or comparisons. His gaze is icy and sharp, filled with a simmering tension that makes the air feel heavy around them. The blonde boy quickly shifts his tone, playfully acting as if he's totally clueless about the drama unfolding. Leaning against the wall with effortless grace is Jing himself, his presence commanding the room without saying a single word. Xiao He stops dead in his tracks, the silence between the two men stretching thin like a wire about to snap. Jing offers a soft, knowing smile, admitting that he never actually expected Xiao He would have the nerve to come. His eyes, shimmering with a complex mix of emotions, seem to see right through Xiao He's defensive walls. Surrounded by a backdrop of delicate blooms, Jing looks every bit the idol, yet his words carry a weight only the two of them understand. Xiao He bristles, his voice sharp as he questions why the message came from Jing's own phone if he wasn't expected. Jing remains unruffled, his expression calm and serene even in the face of Xiao He's rising temper. Beside them, the girl is struggling, her world spinning as the after effects of the wild ride finally catch up to her stomach. Xiao He immediately softens, his hand reaching up to rub the back of his neck as he murmurs a sincere apology for his recklessness. He leads her away from the tension and into the exclusive second-floor VIP lounge, where the lights are dim and the air is cool. Her eyes sparkle with wonder as she takes in the luxury, her excitement bubbling over at the sight of the high-end milk tea waiting for them. Xiao He watches her with a grumpy pout, his mind still stuck on Jing and the way he always tries to charm every girl in sight. While Xiao He is distracted, she spots a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows, a man hidden beneath a black hoodie and a mask. Knowing that the rivalry between the two groups is reaching a breaking point, she tells Xiao He she needs to step out for just a moment. She follows the shadow and finds the man Yuncheng cornering a staff member in a secluded hallway. The staffer, wearing a PPB rainbow jacket, looks terrified as he tries to play dumb under the man's intense pressure. Yuncheng's voice is a low snarl as he gives the man a final warning, his eyes cold and unforgiving. The girl's heart stops as she realizes Yuncheng is actually threatening people just to get to Jing. But before she can react, Yuncheng turns and begins walking straight to her hiding spot. Just as she's about to be caught, a strong arm wraps around her, and Xiao He pulls her head firmly against his chest. "Xiao He?" she whispers, her face heating up as she's enveloped in his familiar, comforting scent. He doesn't look at her, his eyes fixed ahead with a fierce, protective intensity as he shields her from view. They walk past the masked man in the crowded corridor, Xiao He acting as her shield against the world. She can't help but peek back, her eyes narrowing as she realizes just how dangerous Yuncheng really is. Yuncheng pauses, his golden eyes scanning the crowd with a suspicious, predatory glint. A mischievous idea forms in her mind: if he wants to hide in a disguise, she's going to make sure everyone sees him. She points a finger and screams at the top of her lungs, "Isn't that Yuncheng from YG?" The effect is instantaneous as the crowd of fans erupts into a frenzy, swarming the masked man like a tidal wave. She can't stop giggling as she clings to Xiao He's arm, the two of them rushing toward the exit while chaos reigns behind them. From the shadows, another boy watches them leave, his eyes following the girl with a lingering curiosity. He tilts his head, a strange feeling of déjà vu washing over him as he whispers that she seems so incredibly familiar. The atmosphere between them is thick with an unspoken weight as Xiao He turns away, his voice low and steady as he tells her it's time to head back to campus. Shen Xin blinks, her heart still racing from the chaotic events of the evening, wondering if they can really just walk away without a proper goodbye. Suddenly, Xiao He stops in his tracks, the tension in his shoulders visible as he wheels around with a look of pained frustration. "Who do you actually?" he starts to demand, his voice cracking with a jealousy he can no longer hide, leaving Shen Xin completely frozen in shock. The raw emotion in his eyes caught her off guard, a glimpse into a heart that's far more turbulent than his calm exterior suggests. Realizing he nearly crossed a line, Xiao He quickly covers his face with his hand, a deep blush creeping up his neck as he mutters that he shouldn't have said that. Shen Xin can only stare at his side profile, her mind whirling with the implications of his unfinished sentence. She searches his face for answers, her breath hitching as she realizes just how much power she holds over this usually stoic man. What did he mean by that? She screams internally, her heart thumping against her ribs like a trapped bird as she desperately wishes she could read his mind. Sensing her distress, Xiao He keeps his back to her, his voice softening as he apologizes for dragging her along and forcing her into his world without asking first. Shen Xin quickly shakes her head, a soft, genuine smile breaking through her confusion as she assures him that today actually made her very happy. Xiao He's gaze drops, a bitter edge returning to his tone as he whispers that he knows she only has eyes for the legendary pro player Jing. He looks at her with a mixture of longing and resignation, convinced that he's playing a losing game for her heart. But Shen Xin is oblivious to his heartbreak, beaming as she gushes about how cool it was to ride on a motorcycle for the very first time. Xiao He can't help but soften at her infectious joy, pulling on his black riding gloves and promising to go a little slower on the way back just for her. Meanwhile, tucked away in the backstage rest area, a young blonde boy pouts as he asks his older brother why he let them leave so soon. Jing looks down at his little brother with a knowing smirk, teasing him about how much he actually likes Xiao He despite his constant complaining. The boy turns a bright shade of red, shouting that he doesn't like him that much, though his flustered reaction says otherwise. Jing's expression turns serious as a teammate corners him, his voice trembling as he asks if the rumors are true. Is the king of the arena really planning to retire? The air in the room turns cold as the teammate pleads with him, asking if he truly wants to give up his life as a pro. Jing doesn't hesitate, his voice firm and unwavering as he confirms that he's already thought it through. If you're gone, who's going to replace you? His friend asks, the desperation clear in his eyes. But Jing simply offers a serene, peaceful smile, looking like a man who has finally found a path worth taking outside of the spotlight. Back at the dorms, the soft blue light of a smartphone illuminates the darkness as a chat window remains open. Shen Xin is sprawled out on her bed, her hair a mess as she stares intensely at her screen, unable to shake the events of the night. She's deep in conversation with her contact, Cheng Mo, discussing the upcoming player registrations for the next season. Her thoughts keep drifting back to the revelation that Xiao He is actually Jing's younger brother, a fact that changes everything she thought she knew. She pictures the mysterious figure walking away into the night, the weight of a helmet in his hand and secrets in his wake. She wonders if she should tell Xiao He about the threats she heard regarding the team, her conscience warring with her fear of being a meddler. Across the room, her roommate is dead to the world, snoring loudly and mumbling in her sleep about wanting to eat stir-fried mountain yams. Shen Xin groans, clutching her head in frustration as she worries that getting involved will make her look like a nosy brat. Her roommate just continues to dream of delicious food, blissfully unaware of the romantic drama keeping Shen Xin awake. The next morning, the school walkway is bustling with students, but Shen Xin looks like a walking ghost. Her friend shrieks in horror, asking if she stayed up all night robbing a bank because her dark circles have dark circles. Shen Xin can't even focus on her classes, her imagination running wild as she pictures herself literally cracking open Xiao He's head to see what's inside. Suddenly, the hallway erupts into a frantic chatter as students scramble to get a glimpse of the VIPs arriving on campus. Leading the procession is a man of immense authority, the director of the Central Hospital and Xiao He's father. Shen Xin's roommate explains that the director is hosting an open lecture today, and the top students have been chosen to assist him. Shen Xin's heart sinks as she sees a stunningly elegant girl named Ku Maimei standing at the front of the group. And right beside her, looking breathtakingly handsome and professional in his crisp white medical coat, is Xiao He, looking every bit the cold, untouchable genius. Nanan teases Shen Xin about the upcoming open lecture, suggesting with a mischievous wink that she only wants to go so she can stare at her beloved Xiao He. Shen Xin's gaze softens for a fleeting moment, her heart heavy with a secret longing she hasn't quite dared to voice to anyone yet. Wait, why would he even tell me? She cries out internally, her mind spiraling into a chaotic, blushing mess of what-ifs and romantic delusions. As the girls walk together, the conversation shifts to a name that makes every girl on campus feel a sharp sting of envy: Ku Maimei. Shen Xin's eyes widen in genuine shock as she hears rumors that this perfect rival might be far closer to Xiao He than she ever imagined. Nanan sighs, explaining that Ku Maimei isn't just a legendary beauty. She's a certified genius with a pedigree that most can only dream of. Her family owns a massive national pharmacy chain, Nanan whispers, painting a picture of a girl who is practically modern-day nobility. Shen Xin visibly deflates, suddenly feeling like a small, plain bird compared to a shimmering phoenix, her confidence crumbling under the weight of Ku Maimei's status. Later that evening, Shen Xin tries to find a distraction from her racing thoughts, but Nanan is busy carrying shopping bags for her boss Yang, leaving our heroine all alone. Stuck in a gloomy corner of the net cafe, Shen Xin absent-mindedly blows a bubble of gum, her eyes vacant as she stares at the glowing, flickering screen. Her mind drifts back to the agonizing image of Xiao He and Ku Maimei standing together, a pair that looks like they were carved from the same piece of flawless marble. In the digital world, she is a powerful, ethereal fox spirit, a warrior who fears nothing and commands the battlefield with a flick of her wrist. But the painful reality is that the moment she logs off, that power vanishes, leaving her feeling small and insignificant in the vastness of the real world. Her inner demons begin to taunt her, whispering that Xiao He hasn't replied to her text because he simply doesn't care about a girl like her. Suddenly, a playful finger pokes her shoulder, snapping her out of her dark, lonely trance. Who's there? She gasps, spinning around in her chair with a look of pure, startled confusion written across her face. It's King Qi leaning over her with that signature mischievous grin that always seems to spell a specific kind of trouble. Shen Xin's face scrunches up in a comical mix of annoyance and shock at his sudden, uninvited appearance in her personal space. Without a word of warning, he snatches a piece of paper from her desk, his eyes lighting up as he uncovers her secret ambitions. "Give it back," she shrieks, lunging forward with desperate hands to reclaim her registration form for the pro player qualifiers. He holds the document just out of her reach, his playful smirk deepening as he teases her about her hidden desire to join the professional ranks. His hand remains steady high above her, the white paper fluttering like a flag of surrender as he refuses to let her hide her dreams any longer. But the playful tension is shattered by a deep, familiar voice that makes Shen Xin's heart skip a violent beat. "Xiao He has finally arrived." He looks weary, his hair slightly disheveled, as he sincerely explains that his phone died before he could send a reply to her message. All of her bitter worries melt away in an instant, replaced by a radiant, relieved smile as she tells him it's perfectly fine. King Qi watches the two of them with a knowing, slightly unreadable look, finally deciding to bow out and let them have their moment alone. Shen Xin waves a cheerful, energetic goodbye to the mint-haired troublemaker, her entire mood having done a complete 180-degree turn. As King Qi walks away into the night, a faint, lingering smile plays on his lips, perhaps masking a feeling he isn't quite ready to share. He looks back one last time, his silhouette framed against the cool, starlit blue of the evening sky. Xiao He and Shen Xin begin their walk together, the silence between them filled with an electric, unspoken chemistry that makes the air feel heavy. She steals a quick, shy peek at his handsome profile, marveling at how someone she met in a digital world can feel so incredibly real standing beside her. Her heart whispers that while the game might just be lines of code, the feelings she has for the player are undeniably, achingly true. But the romantic atmosphere is suddenly shattered when a stern, older man in a white coat appears from the shadows, blocking their path. Shen Xin looks up, her breath catching in her throat as she sees the cold, clinical gaze of the stranger staring down at them with disapproval. Xiao He freezes in his tracks, his expression hardening into something unreadable and distant as he faces the newcomer. "Dad," Xiao He whispers, and the weight of that single word hangs in the air like a heavy, suffocating shroud. Director Xiao stands tall, his unreadable expression chilling the air as he faces Xiao He. His sharp gaze seems to pierce through the very soul of the boy standing before him. From the shadows, she watches with a racing heart as the director is praised for his lecture. Bowing respectfully, she can practically feel the heavy, suffocating tension between the two men. She quickly retreats, hiding behind a wall as her footsteps tap frantically against the stone. Her breath hitches and fear clouds her eyes as she desperately tries to listen in. Peeking out, she catches the director asking if Xiao Jing has been seen lately. Xiao He's reply is a sharp, immediate no, a wall of cold silence between them. The director's warning is clear. "Don't become like him and don't you dare disappoint me." Xiao He stands rigid, the weight of family expectations pressing down on his soul. His eyes darken with a hidden, simmering conflict that he refuses to voice. She watches him from afar, sensing the deep, unspoken pain vibrating in his heart. She knows he cares for Jing deeply, even if he wears a mask of total indifference. He pretends to be unaffected, but his eyes tell a different, longing story. His heart must be a battlefield of conflicting duties and secret desires. They stand apart, the distance between them feeling like a vast, unbridgeable canyon. A peaceful gazebo sits in the distance, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within them. In the digital realm, a figure moves with lethal grace, channeling ancient techniques. The blade flashes with precision, a testament to years of hidden, obsessive practice. A companion watches in awe, jealous of the seamless combo attacks they can't hope to learn. "He taught me," she whispers, her voice filled with a bittersweet, haunting memory. Shelves overflow with trophies, silent witnesses to a legacy of forced excellence. Every cup represents a victory, yet to them, they feel like hollow, heavy burdens. Years ago, Xiao He sat by his brother's side, seeking help with a difficult game stage. The piece is shattered as a headset is slammed onto the floor in a fit of pure rage. Their father's anger explodes, threatening to cast them out for playing with such junk. Xiao He looks on with wide, trembling eyes as his brother takes the heat for him. Tears stream down his face, a desperate, sobbing apology caught in his throat. Amidst the heartbreak, their hands find each other, a silent promise of solidarity. Back in the game, she ignores a flood of invitations to join the pro leagues. Her friend observes that she's always been competing against his lingering shadow. "But really, you're competing against yourself," she says softly, looking into her eyes. She knows her father would never permit another gamer in their strict family. Uncle Xiao's cold discipline is a shadow that never truly fades from their lives. In the end, she feels she has no right to follow her own path. Online, the world is buzzing over a mysterious, handsome player who looks just like the legendary Jing. Inside the quiet, upscale lobby of the PPB club, the air is thick with the scent of expensive cologne and unspoken secrets. A young man stands with his back to the room, his voice hushed as he negotiates over the phone, desperate to have a compromising post deleted before the damage becomes irreversible. He can't help but chuckle at the irony of it all. noting with a smirk that he and Xiao He truly do share a striking resemblance. But the humor is short-lived as he stares ahead, his expression hardening as he complains about being the one stuck doing all the heavy lifting while others are off daydreaming. Across from him, a dark-haired man offers a soft, apologetic smile, though the warmth in his eyes doesn't quite reach the gravity of the situation. He warns that regardless of intentions, the photo is already circulating, and it's only a matter of time before a certain father finds out the truth. The tension between them is palpable, one man standing tall and defensive while the other remains seated, draped in a calm that feels like the eye of a storm. Meanwhile, back at the university, the atmosphere is far more chaotic as midterm grades are finally posted. Shen Xin is practically glowing with pride, stretching her arms out in victory, while poor Nanan stands beside her, fuming in a cloud of academic despair. With a playful wink, Shen Xin offers her honor student's blessing, hoping to cheer up her grumpy friend with a bit of top-tier luck. Suddenly, the air shifts as the elegant Kumeimai approaches, her presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone in the hallway. Her gaze is sharp and calculating as she zeroes in on Shen Xin with a polite but hollow smile. "Shen Xin? Congratulations," she says, her voice smooth as silk as she reveals that Shen Xin earned the highest score in the entire freshman pharmacy class. The praise feels more like a trap when Mei Mei casually suggests that Shen Xin tag along as she shows another student around the department. Caught off guard and feeling the weight of the surrounding crowd, Shen Xin finds herself unable to refuse the invitation. As they begin to walk, the silence between them is heavy, Shen Xin trailing slightly behind the poised and perfectly dressed Mei Mei. Then, the real interrogation begins as Mei Mei tilts her head, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous curiosity as she asks exactly how Shen Xin and Xiao He met. Shen Xin's heart hammers against her ribs as she struggles to find an answer, knowing she can't possibly admit they met in the virtual world of a video game. Sensing the hesitation, Mei Mei lets out a soft laugh, telling her it's perfectly fine to keep it a secret if it's inconvenient. For a brief second, Shen Xin relaxes, thinking perhaps she misjudged the girl's intentions. But then, the knife is twisted as Mei Mei mentions that she and Xiao He had an intimate dinner together after his open lecture, which is why he was late to meet Shen Xin. The color drains from Shen Xin's face, her breath hitching as the implication of those words sinks deep into her chest. She stands there, paralyzed, wondering why this girl is going out of her way to detail her private time with him. Please don't blame him. Mei Mei continues, her voice dripping with a false sense of concern that feels more like a territorial claim. She stops in her tracks and turns, her eyes narrowing as she delivers the final blow, declaring that she really likes Xiao He. Shen Xin can only stare back, her vision blurring with a mix of shock and rising indignation. Mei Mei doesn't stop there, coldly reminding her that even if Shen Xin has feelings for him, it doesn't matter unless Xiao He feels the same way. The mask of politeness has completely shattered, leaving behind a woman who is ready to fight for what she believes is hers. Shen Xin's mouth hangs open, her pride stung by the blatant disrespect. Her eyes flash with a sudden, fierce fire, refusing to be intimidated by this high society princess. "Why is it any of my business who you like?" She snaps back, her voice echoing through the stairwell as she finally finds her spine. Without waiting for a response, she turns on her heel and marches up the stairs, her heart racing with a cocktail of anger and hurt. Behind her, Mei Mei clicks her tongue in annoyance, frustrated that this little commoner is proving to be far more difficult than she anticipated. Later that night, the safety of the dorms offers no comfort as Shen Xin buries herself under a mountain of blankets. She stares at her phone with tear-filled eyes, the image of Xiao He and Mei Mei at dinner haunting her every thought. Just as she convinces herself that he's nothing but a liar, a sudden ding shatters the silence of the room. She jolts upright, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat as she fumbles for the device. "Hello?" She whispers into the receiver, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. On the other end, Xiao He's voice is steady and calm as he tells her he's waiting outside her dorm and demands she come down immediately. Shen Xin doesn't even stop to think, rushing out the door while cursing her own inability to stay mad at him. She arrives at the entrance breathless, looking absolutely adorable yet ridiculous in her oversized winter coat and fluffy bunny slippers as she looks up at the man waiting for her. Shen Xin's heart skipped a beat as she stared at the mysterious gift bag Xiao He had just handed her. Xiao He watched her with a calm, steady gaze, simply telling her to open it and see for herself. Her breath hitched when she pulled out a pair of sleek, custom gaming headphones adorned with adorable cat ears. She let out a gasp of pure excitement, recognizing immediately that these weren't just any headphones, they were professional-grade gear. Xiao He admitted with a shrug that he had chosen them specifically as his prize for winning the championship. Shen Xin felt a rush of warmth through her chest, touched that he would use such a hard-earned reward just to get her a gift. Xiao He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping as he warned her that she'd better not slack off on her training now. With a determined grin and a playful salute, she promised to give it her all at the upcoming winter training camp. As she walked away into the night, she couldn't help but skip a little, clutching her new treasure to her chest. Her inner voice screeched in panic, reminding her that she'd completely forgotten to interrogate him about his phone dying. But Shen Xin just laughed it off, deciding that her trust in him was worth more than a few nagging doubts. Xiao He stood in the shadows, his eyes softening as he watched her retreating figure. The quiet of the night was suddenly interrupted by the sharp vibration of a notification on his phone. It was a message from Kumeimei, claiming that Shen Xin had been upset to hear he was with someone else. Xiao He frowned at the screen, his mind racing as he tried to decipher what Kumeimei was actually trying to pull. He stood there for a long moment, a cold calculation settling behind his eyes. Meanwhile, at the imposing YG building, the air was thick with a very different kind of tension. Momo's assistant reported that Yuncheng had been desperately scouting for a new team behind their backs. Momo leaned back, her expression one of pure, unadulterated disdain for the man's misplaced ambition. She scoffed at the idea of a top-tier team like PPB ever accepting a player with such a stained reputation. The assistant worried about the heavy penalty for kicking him out, but Momo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She smiled like a predator, declaring that it was finally time to fumigate the team of its pests. Her plan was simple and cruel. She would make him walk away entirely on his own. Across town at PPB headquarters, the secret meeting was already underway. Coach Chen Yan sat with Yuncheng, both of them looking anxious as they waited for the final word. The PPB representative, R, arrived and took his seat with an air of absolute authority. R looked Yuncheng directly in the eye, telling him that he was their only real choice once their veteran player retired. Yuncheng smirked, his ego swelling as he felt his threats had finally secured his future. He looked toward the window, already imagining his life far away from the noise of what he'd done hitting him like a physical blow. Momo stepped forward to shake hands with R, revealing that the collaboration had never been with Yuncheng, but with her. Yuncheng slams the paper down, his voice cracking with desperation as he insists the contract with PPB is already set in stone. But a shadow of a smug smirk plays on the opponent's lips, a silent signal that the trap has already been sprung. Yuncheng's heart stops and his blood runs cold when he looks at the signature line, finding nothing but the name SpongeBob scrawled in mocking, childish ink. Cheng Mo stands tall and unfazed, his presence looming over the room as he asks if Yuncheng really thought he could be threatened so easily. Coach Chen's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, screaming that Cheng Mo is nothing more than a lowly player who has forgotten his place. The tension in the room snaps when the red-haired beauty holds up her phone with a triumphant grin, showing that the big boss is already on the line and knows exactly what's going on. Yuncheng's bravado vanishes in an instant, his face paling as he realizes his entire career is dangling by a single, fraying thread. A heavy silence falls as the news drops like a lead Wei Jing, the legendary pillar of the team, is actually planning to retire. The coach continues his desperate tirade, shouting that the team needs a star player to keep the fans and the sponsorships from disappearing forever. Suddenly, Cheng Mo's hand shoots out, gripping the fabric of the other man's shirt in a display of raw, dominant power. He leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he explains that to a true legend like Jing, money and fame are nothing more than worthless byproducts. His eyes burn with a fierce, uncompromising fire, the kind that only belongs to someone who lives and breathes the game. Because the only thing that actually matters to a pro player, he growls, is pure, undeniable skill. Transitioning away from the chaos, we see the official registration for the esports training camp, marking the beginning of a new journey for 17-year-old Shen Xin. Standing in the quiet glow of the campus, the young girl looks small but determined in her school uniform. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the shadows of the greenery, pulling her toward the bushes with a startled gasp. It's Cheng Mo, disguised behind a mask and dark shades, pressing a finger to her lips to keep Shen Xin from blowing her cover. Shen Xin's breath hitches, her eyes wide with shock at being cornered so abruptly in the middle of the school day. Cheng Mo whispers urgently, explaining that she was almost recognized and didn't dare call out across the courtyard. The two engage in a frantic, whispered argument, their expressions shifting between annoyance and frantic secrecy. Cheng Mo finally drops the bombshell. Ying Yuncheng has already been kicked off the team, leaving a massive void that needs to be filled. With a look of intense focus, she makes a formal offer inviting Shen Xin to join her ranks the moment she graduates from the training camp. Shen Xin stands frozen, her mind reeling as she tries to process the weight of the invitation. In her mind's eye, she can see the electric clash of avatars, the high-stakes world of pro gaming calling out to her soul. A soft, hopeful smile touches her lips as she realizes that her dreams might finally be within her reach. The dynamic between them shifts into a playful bickering match about who really holds the power as the current or former captain. As they walk through the quiet school corridors, Cheng Mo mentions that she actually has another talented player in mind for the roster. Shen Xin tilts her head, her curiosity piqued as she wonders who could possibly have caught the captain's discerning eye. The revelation is baffling. The mystery player isn't in the gaming labs, but is actually a student in the prestigious music department. Shen Xin is completely stunned, wondering how a musician could possibly possess the lightning-fast reflexes required for pro play. They arrive at the grand modern architecture of the Dongchuan University Music Department, where the air is filled with a different kind of energy. Stopping a student in the hall, Cheng Mo politely asks for directions to the pop music wing. She holds up her phone, showing a picture of the person she's searching for, her gaze sharp and expectant. The student points them toward a practice room just up ahead, her eyes lighting up as she recognizes the name King Qi. Shen Shen feels a surge of nervous dread, her face turning a comical shade of blue as she wonders what kind of person they are about to meet. From behind the closed door, the rhythmic, powerful thrum of a drum kit begins to vibrate through the floorboards. Peering through the small window, they see a lone figure immersed in a world of sound and percussion. The drums are a blur of polished chrome and rhythmic intensity, played with a precision that borders on the supernatural. Shen Xin watches with bated breath, mesmerized by the raw passion radiating from the performer. The drummer finally lifts his head, his cool, blue-tinted hair falling over eyes that seem to see right through them. He spots Shen Xin and his entire demeanor changes, his face lighting up with a sudden, exuberant energy. In an instant, he's up and shouting her name, his excitement radiating off him in waves. Cheng Mo pulls her shades down, looking utterly annoyed that the two of them apparently already knew each other. Shen Xin flushes with embarrassment, frantically waving her hands as she insists that they aren't nearly as close as he's making it seem. King Qi doesn't seem to care, his bright eyes darting between Shen Xin and the pretty girl she brought along with her. Later, seeking a moment of peace, Shen Xin finds herself at the convenience store, her eyes sparkling as she spots her favorite winter treat, chocolate ice cream. A tall, handsome figure stands beside her, his gaze lingering on her with a mixture of concern and hidden affection. He asks if she's really going to eat something so cold in this weather, worried she'll end up with a stomachache. Shen Xin pouts adorably, her eyes welling up with mock tears as she insists that she absolutely must have it. He sighs, his heart clearly softening at her display, and turns his attention to the colorful display of chocolates. With a gentle hand, he picks out 2 Dove chocolate bars with rich ice cream centers, offering them as a compromise. He looks at her with a soft, indulgent expression, the kind that speaks volumes more than words ever could. Shen Jin beams, holding the treats close as she excitedly explains the different flavors they can share. The air seems to sweeten as she describes the rich vanilla and the perfectly layered texture of the chocolate. As she takes a bite, a look of pure, blissful heaven washes over her face, her eyes closing as she savors the moment. King Qi stands there, his expression a complicated mix of guilt and hesitation as he admits that while he saw the messages, the competitive stage feels like a lifetime ago. Shen Xin's heart sinks at his words, and she can't help but shout his name, her voice trembling with the desperate need to pull him back from the edge of giving up on his dreams. He looks away, his profile etched with a quiet, lingering sadness that speaks of burdens he isn't yet ready to share with her. Trying to lighten the suffocating atmosphere, he flashes a bright, forced smile, inviting her to come watch his band perform instead of worrying about the game. Shen Xin just stares at him, her silence screaming her frustration at his sudden, inexplicable change of heart. With a final airy wave, he leaves the possibility of becoming a pro player hanging in the air, a distant dream he's now trying to outrun. Left in his wake, the girls can only stand in stunned silence, the weight of his departure settling over them like a cold shroud. Later, King Qi sits alone at his drum kit, the rhythmic, aggressive beat a poor substitute for the adrenaline of the arena he once called home. His eyes are hollow and distant, reflecting a deep-seated longing for the world he's desperately trying to convince himself he no longer needs. In the corner of the room, his high-end gaming chair sits empty, a silent witness to the glory days that are rapidly fading into painful memories. His headset and controller lie abandoned on the seat, gathering dust as he attempts to trade his digital legacy for a different kind of rhythm. As they walk away from the encounter, Shen Xin's mind is racing, and she turns to ask Cheng Mo if she was the one who sent that mysterious, anonymous warning about the match. Cheng Mo looks genuinely offended, adjusting her sunglasses as she insists she doesn't even have the girl's phone number to begin with. The realization that a hidden shadow is watching their every move sends a sharp chill down Shen Xin's spine. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Xiao He appears before them, his presence unexpected and heavy with the weight of unspoken secrets. Shen Xin's eyes light up with a desperate, frantic hope, and she immediately tries to drag him along for a meal, hoping he holds the answers she seeks. Xiao He freezes instantly, his social battery clearly hitting 0 as he tries to find any way to escape the whirlwind of her overwhelming energy. Cheng Mo leans in, her gaze sharpening with recognition as she realizes this boy is the younger brother of the legendary, retiring pro, Xiao Jing. He gives a stiff, awkward nod, clearly uncomfortable with being defined solely by the towering shadow of his famous brother. Seeing an opening, Cheng Mo presses him further, her voice dropping to a whisper as she asks the question everyone is dying to know. Why exactly is his brother retiring at the peak of his career? Xiao He's eyes widen for a split second, a flash of raw pain crossing his face before he can mask it behind a wall of cold indifference. He turns his back on them, the distance between them growing as he retreats into his own private world of isolation. Cheng Mo quickly backtracks, her voice soft with immediate regret as she realizes she stepped on a very sensitive, painful nerve. Shen Xin watches him with a pained expression, her heart aching for the boy who seems just as lost and abandoned as the brother he looks up to. Xiao He finally speaks, his voice cracking with emotion, as he admits that his brother won't tell him a single thing about his decision. Refusing to let him wallow in his loneliness, Shen Xin reaches out and firmly grabs his sleeve, her eyes burning with a new, fierce resolve to find the truth together. Memories of a simpler, brighter time flood back to her of a day when she stood beside Xiao Jing, the air between them electric and full of unspoken promise. He had looked at her with such heart-stopping intensity back then, his gaze making her feel like the only person in his entire world. She remembers the flush on her cheeks as she explained how they first met through the game, her heart fluttering at the mere mention of their shared digital bond. The moment he realized she was the legendary flourishing Peach, his entire world seemed to shift, his surprise quickly melting into a look of deep, soulful connection. He had confessed with a warm, genuine smile that he had watched every single one of her matches, his admiration clear in every syllable he spoke. Shen Xin's breath hitched as she realized the man she admired from afar had been quietly watching her from the shadows all along. He let out a soft, melodic laugh at her flustered reaction, the tension between them thickening into something undeniably romantic and sweet. Standing there together under the falling blossoms, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the heavy weight of their mutual attraction. Poor Cheng Mo could only watch from the sidelines, feeling like the ultimate third wheel as she witnessed their undeniable, sparking chemistry. But they weren't as alone as they thought. From the balcony high above, a pair of eyes watched their intimate moment with a cold, calculating intensity. A woman's face contorts with a terrifying, venomous jealousy, her pride wounded as she vows to herself that she will never lose him to a girl like that. Kumaimi's voice cuts through the air like a jagged blade, her eyes narrowing as she corners the group on the balcony. Shen Xin's heart hammers against her ribs, her lavender eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and confusion as the confrontation turns public. Beside her, the mysterious figure in the mask and sunglasses remains eerily still, while Xiao He stands his ground, his gaze sharp and unyielding against the blonde's aggression. Kumaimi's lips curl into a condescending smirk, the very picture of a mean girl reveling in her perceived authority. She leans in, her voice dripping with mock sweetness as she identifies the group, clearly looking for a way to humiliate them. Shen Xin feels a cold shiver run down her spine, her mind racing as she realizes she absolutely cannot let Cheng Mo's true identity be leaked here. But Kumaime is relentless, crossing her arms and citing the university's strict rules about outside visitors with a triumphant glint in her eyes. She continues her tirade, her expression darkening as she suggests that a misunderstanding or a theft could easily occur with an outsider lurking around. The tension is thick enough to choke on as the masked figure begins to move, her hand reaching up while Shen Xin watches in a state of pure panic. Wait! Kumaime, it's my mistake. Shen Xin cries out, stepping forward and desperately trying to take the full weight of the punishment herself. Kumaime isn't interested in excuses, her face twisting with rage as she demands to know why this friend is hiding behind a mask if she has nothing to conceal. Xiao He's jaw tightens, his patience finally snapping as he prepares to intervene in the escalating drama. Kumaime's eyes flare with a predatory intensity, her focus locked entirely on the girl who refuses to show her face. A wide circle of students begins to form, their curious whispers creating a hum of static energy around the central conflict. The gossip spreads like wildfire, with underclassmen and seniors alike wondering who this bold outsider could possibly be. It's not that big of a deal, is it? Someone murmurs from the crowd, their voice barely audible over the sound of their own beating hearts. Another student giggles, suggesting that this looks far more like a dramatic lover's quarrel than a simple rule violation. Xiao He looks utterly exhausted by the spectacle, his eyes reflecting a deep annoyance at the pettiness of the scene unfolding before him. Shen Xin can only gasp, her mouth falling open as the situation spirals completely out of her control. She looks at her friend with pleading eyes, her thoughts a chaotic mess of worry and desperation. Suddenly, the masked girl speaks, her voice steady and resonant as she claims she entered the campus entirely on her own accord. With a slow, deliberate motion that commands the attention of every soul present, she reaches for the edge of her sunglasses. The world seems to slow down as she pulls them away, revealing a face of such striking beauty that the air leaves the room. She sheds the heavy coat and mask, standing tall in a stylish black outfit that radiates power and grace. A collective gasp ripples through the onlookers as the truth hits them like a physical blow. It's the superstar Cheng Mo. The fanboys in the crowd lose their minds, pointing and shouting in disbelief that a literal goddess is standing in their midst. One student screams that he recognized her instantly from a famous lipstick advertisement he saw just days ago. Kumaime's face goes pale, her mouth hanging open in a silent scream of pure, unadulterated shock. Cheng doesn't miss a beat, stepping forward and poking Kumaime right in the chest with a sharp, mocking finger. Actually, Cheng Mo purrs, her voice dripping with icy authority. You should be calling me your senior. Her emerald eyes sparkle with a dangerous, triumphant light as she reveals her status as a decorated graduate of the university. A smug, beautiful smile upon her lips, knowing she has completely flipped the script on her would-be bully. The surrounding students look on in awe, the background blurring as they realize they are in the presence of a campus legend. The realization that their school birthed such a superstar sends the crowd into a frenzy of excitement. Fans begin to wail and reach out, begging for even a single autograph from the woman they adore. Cheng Mo waves to the adoring public with the practiced ease of a queen, her charisma filling the entire courtyard. She suddenly reaches out and grabs Shen Xin, pulling the younger girl into her protective embrace. By the way, she announces to the stunned crowd, "This is my precious little sister, Shen Xin." Xiao He watches the two of them, his gaze lingering on the pair with a complex expression that hints at a hidden depth of feeling. His eyes soften for a fleeting moment, a rare glimpse of warmth breaking through his usually cold exterior. Cheng Mo leans back, casting a final, chilling warning toward Kumaime. If anyone dares to bully her sister, they'll have to answer to her. Kumaime can only seethe in silence, her face contorted with a rage she can no longer express. Shen Xin looks up at her savior, her eyes filled with such pure, shimmering gratitude that it's almost overwhelming. Straighten your back, Cheng Mo whispers, her voice firm but kind as she encourages the girl to find her own strength. Shen Xin nods, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through her fear as she leans into the warmth of the superstar's side. The scene shifts abruptly to the sterile, high-stakes environment of the esports training camp. A serious-looking lecturer stands before a room of hopefuls, clutching a stack of papers that hold their futures in the balance. Shen Xin sits among the students, a bead of nervous sweat rolling down her temple as she realizes the immense gap between her and the pros. The rankings are projected onto the screen, showing the legendary Jing sitting comfortably at the #1 spot. Cinnabar Inc. holds second place, while the formidable Jing Feng maintains his position in third. Shen Xin's breath hitches as her eyes land on the fourth spot, occupied by Yuncheng. She stares at the screen, her mind drifting to the rumors of Yuncheng leaving the team and what that means for the upcoming season. Suddenly, the door opens and a new figure walks in, introduced as a guest lecturer for the afternoon. Shen Xin's eyes widen, her pupils dilating as she recognizes the man standing at the front of the room. He looks back at the class, his gaze sharp and searching, as if he's looking for one specific person among the crowd. Shen Xin feels her pulse skyrocket, wondering if he truly recognized her or if she's simply lost in her own overactive imagination. The digital blade whistles through the air with a sharp shing, a flash of blue light cutting across the screen. On the other side, the red swordsman stands his ground, his health bar dangerously low as the final strike looms. The entire arena is a glowing battlefield of pixels and high-stakes tension. Below the massive display, the crowd is a sea of dark silhouettes, their eyes glued to the match. Celine watches from the stands, her breath hitching as the tide of the battle begins to turn. Her gaze is fixed and intense, analyzing every move with a pro's precision. One player catches a glimpse of an opening, his focus narrowing to a single point. With a decisive click, he slams the button to send his character into a final flurry. The screen erupts in a burst of red light as the announcement rings out that the Red Swordsman has won. Celine gasps, her heart racing as she wonders how he managed such a miraculous comeback. The coach steps forward, his voice booming as he brings the 1v1 session to a close. Celine looks over at him, her expression a mix of awe and lingering adrenaline. Tomorrow, we start 2v2 training, the coach announces, reminding them that teammates aren't limited to the camp. As night falls, Celine walks alone through the quiet streets, the rumors of a local stalker echoing in her mind. Every rustle of the leaves makes her heart jump, the shadows feeling far too long. Her footsteps quicken, a cold sweat breaking out as the feeling of being watched becomes unbearable. She bites her lip, her eyes darting around the empty sidewalk as she tries to suppress her panic. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerges from the gloom, his presence instantly cutting through her fear. "It's not safe for you to go home alone at night," Hunter says softly, his tall frame a comforting shield. Celine blinks up at him, her cheeks warming as she realizes he was actually waiting for her. He looks away, a hint of a blush on his own face as he mentions the warning he received from Nancy. He remembers the scolding he got, the image of his friends calling him insensitive flashing through his mind. With a gentle smile, Celine walks beside him, the tension of the night melting into a comfortable silence. The next day, the sun shines brightly over the Pro Gamer Training Center. Inside, the coach is mid-lecture, stressing that personal glory is a dead end in a team sport. Celine listens intently, her thoughts drifting to the mistakes her past and her old, self-centered ways. She looks down, her eyes reflecting a newfound resolve to be a better teammate. "Celine, your group is up next for the 2v2. The coach calls out, snapping her back to reality. Panic surges through her as she realizes she was so distracted that she forgot to find a partner. She looks around desperately, seeing that every other student is already paired up. She turns to the coach, her face pale as he reminds her that she needs someone to compete. Celine looks toward Hunter, her expression shifting into a desperate, adorable plea. She inches closer to him, looking like a lost, helpless kitten in his shadow. Hunter stares at her, his usual cool composure wavering as she looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes. "Save me," she whispers, her voice filled with a mix of relief and lingering embarrassment. From his perspective, she is simply too cute to resist, her vulnerability pulling at his heartstrings. He agrees instantly, his protective instinct taking over as they prepare for the match. They take their seats at the gaming stations, the air crackling with new competitive energy. Hunter looks focused, his profile sharp and determined as he prepares to carry the team. The screens flicker to life, the loading bar slowly crawling across the digital interface. Across from them, two arrogant players sneer, asking if Celine's friend even knows how to play. Hunter ignores them completely, his fingers hovering over the controls with practiced ease. Celine leans in, whispering a question about whether he's using an alt account to hide his fame. Hunter gives her a playful, deadpan look, reminding her that he doesn't use alts to steal money like she did. "Can't you just let that go?" Celine huffs, her face turning a bright shade of pink. A dangerous smirk plays on Hunter's lips as he adjusts his cap. "Nope, I always hold a grudge," he teases. He logs into the system, his true, legendary identity finally surfacing on the main server. A massive announcement flashes across the screen. "Welcome! Boundless Hunt has logged into Hell on Earth." The crowd erupts into a frenzy of whispers, recognizing the name of the national champion. Anyone who wants to be a pro knows that competition. They cry out in total disbelief. Celine logs into the virtual world using her alternate account, Heart3R3, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous determination to claim victory. She quickly explains to Hunter that they need to stay under the radar to avoid being found, though he can't help but wonder just how many secret identities she's keeping in her pocket. Their opponents stand ready to fight, a stoic ninja and a sharp-eyed archer prepared to defend their ground with everything they have. As the countdown ticks away, the ninja's eyes narrow behind his mask, sensing that this won't be an ordinary skirmish. With a burst of speed, the enemy archer vanishes into the shadows, triggering her stealth ability to catch the duo off guard. Celine's breath hitches as she coordinates with Hunter, her focus entirely on the shifting, invisible threats on the battlefield. Hunter remains the picture of absolute calm, his gaze cool and calculating as he reads the enemy's every move before they even make it. A visual representation of a decoy runs out into the open, a desperate attempt by the enemy to draw their fire and lure them into a deadly trap. The enemy archer shouts in frustration, her confusion growing as her carefully laid plans begin to crumble before her eyes. Hunter's eye remains steady and focused, refusing to be rattled by the chaotic psychological games being played by their opponents. Celine watches the timer with bated breath, waiting for the precise second to launch her counteroffensive. Her amber eyes reflect the glow of the digital arena, burning with a fire that matches her fierce competitive spirit. Hunter closes his eyes for a brief moment, letting his sharpened instincts guide him through the noise of the battle. "Now! Get the archer!" Celine cries out, her character lunging forward in a blur of motion that defies the eye. The enemy archer sports a confident smirk, certain that she's lured them exactly where she wants them to be. But Hunter's voice cuts through the tension like a blade, his countdown reaching its final, decisive second. In a sudden flash of steel, the enemy ninja is caught completely off guard, blood spilling as the duo's trap is finally sprung. Celine appears behind him like a vengeful ghost, her blade finding its mark with lethal, unwavering precision. She stands tall as the dust settles, the sharp sound of her weapon echoing through the virtual arena as the kill is confirmed. Hunter looks on with a faint, admiring gaze, clearly impressed by her raw talent and lightning-fast thinking. The spectators erupt into a frenzy, unable to believe the incredible display of skill they just witnessed from an unknown player. Stunned and defeated, the ninja looks up in disbelief, wondering how they could have been so thoroughly read. Hunter begins to break down the strategy, his voice low and smooth as he explains how he saw through their every bait. His eyes soften as he looks at the results, knowing that their victory was the result of perfect harmony. The opponents bow their heads in respect, fully admitting that they were outclassed by this mysterious and powerful duo. Hunter gives a small thumbs up, a rare gesture of pride that makes Celine's heart skip a beat. Suddenly, a group of girls rushes over to Celine, their faces lit up with genuine admiration for her incredible gameplay. Celine stammers, her social anxiety kicking in as she tries to find a way to politely decline their eager requests. Hunter steps in with effortless grace, offering a warm smile that instantly puts the nervous Celine and the crowd at ease. Later that night, the two walk along a quiet bridge, the city lights shimmering beautifully in the water below. Celine looks up at him, her voice a soft whisper as she asks if the attention from the strangers was too annoying for him. Hunter stops and looks at her, his expression softening as he focuses entirely on her face. Celine finds herself lost in the depths of his eyes, the silence between them suddenly feeling heavy with a sweet, unspoken tension. A warm blush creeps up her cheeks as she realizes just how much she's come to cherish his presence. To break the silence, she starts a playful argument about their in-game finances, her eyes crinkling with a genuine smile. Hunter teases her right back, their banter a familiar comfort that hides the deeper feelings swirling beneath the surface. As he walks ahead, Celine watches his back, marveling at how someone so stoic can be so incredibly perceptive of her needs. She smiles to herself, feeling a sense of belonging she hadn't expected to find in this digital world. Hunter glances back, his eyes catching the soft light, and for a second, the world seems to stand still for them both. He jokingly brings up the debt she owes him, watching her cute, flustered reaction with a hidden sense of deep amusement. They continue their walk together, two silhouettes moving in sync against the glittering backdrop of the urban night. Elsewhere, two figures sit in a darkened room, meticulously analyzing a replay of the match on a large monitor. The coach leans forward, his voice filled with awe as he praises the warriors' instincts and their flawless synchronization. He declares that it would be a tragedy to let such a talent go to waste without bringing him into the professional circuit. A shocking revelation follows. Hunter isn't just any player. He's the favorite of the legendary Team PPB captain. Hunter's image on the screen looks distant and detached, as if the world of professional gaming is far from his mind. The coach sighs, knowing that even the captain finds it nearly impossible to truly reach the heart of that mysterious young man. The air in the training room was thick with the scent of ozone and the frantic clicking of keys as the girls pushed their limits, their eyes glued to the glowing screens while instructors broke down complex strategies on digital blueprints. After months of grueling effort, the moment of truth finally arrived as a young man in a heavy winter coat stepped up to the podium, his voice echoing through the silent hall as he prepared to announce the names of those who had survived the cut. Celine's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird, and she squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her hands together in a desperate, silent prayer that all her hard work wouldn't be in vain. "Yay! I passed!" She suddenly shrieked, her eyes flying open and sparkling with tears of pure, unadulterated joy as the weight of the world lifted off her shoulders. Her friends immediately swarmed her, their faces lighting up with genuine pride as they gave her enthusiastic thumbs up, celebrating the fact that she was the only girl to qualify for the big leagues. The announcer watched them with a knowing smile, reminding the room that while they had made it this far, the path to becoming a true pro was only just beginning. He gestured toward a signpost of possibilities, noting that for those who didn't make the roster, there were still vital roles to play as referees, commentators, or managers within the game they all loved. Celine and her companions looked up into the bright lights of the stage, the future feeling both terrifying and electrifying as they stood on the precipice of their dreams. A soft, determined glow settled over Celine's features as she realized her life was about to change forever. She looked down at her palm, imagining the weight of the gold star medal she had fought so hard to earn, a symbol of her status as the #1 recruit. The scene shifts to the towering, futuristic glass monolith of the Hell on Earth Competition Association, a place where legends are born and crushed in equal measure. Inside, the massive digital leaderboards flickered with the names of the top 100 players. Names like Jing and Silvermoon casting long shadows over the newcomers. Celine stood amidst the bustling crowd of the lobby, feeling small but resolute as she navigated the high-tech facility that felt far fancier than it did 3 years ago. She stepped up to a sleek registration terminal, her finger hovering for a heartbeat before she pressed OK, officially logging her return to the world of professional gaming under her own name. A wave of giddy excitement washed over her, and she couldn't help but let out a tiny puff of breath, her cheeks flushing pink at the thrill of being a pro player once again. Her heart did a little rhythmic dance, tat-tat, as she realized she would finally have the chance to compete on the grandest stage of them all. But the peaceful moment was short-lived as the crowd began to murmur, the atmosphere turning heavy with the weight of a sudden, powerful presence. "Welcome back, Bach." The fans began to cheer, their voices rising in a crescendo as they speculated which team the legendary ex-pro would choose to join. Celine's eyes widened and a soft, nostalgic smile touched her lips, remembering the man who had once been such a significant part of her gaming life. Images of their past interactions flashed through her mind, memories of a cocky, sunglasses-wearing Bach teasing her while she grumbled in frustration. Even in her thoughts, he was always the same, pointing a finger at her with that insufferable, charming smirk that used to drive her crazy. Trying to avoid the chaos of the crowd, Celine ducked into a quiet side hallway, only to stop dead in her tracks when the sound of a heated argument reached her ears. Her expression hardened into a mask of cold fury as she listened to the venomous words being spat just around the corner. A tall, aggressive guy with dreadlocks was looming over a smaller girl with pink hair, sneering that a looks-only streamer had no business trying to be a professional player. Celine watched from the shadows, her blood boiling as the bully told the poor girl to just go home and play with her makeup. The tension snapped when the man reached out and roughly shoved the pink-haired girl, sending her stumbling backward with a startled cry. Before she could fall, Celine lunged forward, catching the girl in a protective embrace and glaring at the bully with eyes that could cut through steel. "What's wrong with a girl being a pro player?" Celine barked, her voice low and dangerous as she pulled the trembling girl close to her side. The girl in her arms adjusted her glasses, looking up at her savior with wide, watery eyes that were filled with a mix of shock and recognition. Celine's own breath hitched as she looked down, realizing with a jolt that this was Blossom, the infamous streamer who was notoriously cocky online, but apparently quite aloof and shy in person. "You're Blossom, right?" Celine stammered, her mind spinning at the massive difference between the girl's digital persona and her real-life vulnerability. The bully wasn't finished, however, crossing his arms and scoffing that competing at this level wasn't some silly game for girls to play at. Celine opened her mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but a sudden, heavy hand landed on the bully's shoulder, stopping him mid-sentence. The air seemed to freeze as a tall, blue-haired man bumped past the group, his presence radiating a cold, sharp authority that demanded silence. It was Bach, and he looked utterly unimpressed as he reached up to scratch the back of his neck, his eyes fixed on the man who had been causing the scene. The bully's face went pale, his bravado vanishing in an instant as he realized exactly who was standing before him. Bach didn't even give the man the dignity of a full glance, his expression one of bored contempt as he prepared to put the loudmouth in his place. He stood tall between the girls and their harasser, a silent guardian whose very shadow seemed to offer a safe haven. Turning his head slightly, he fixed the bully with a devastatingly sharp smirk, his eyes dancing with a challenge that made the entire hallway feel like a battlefield. "If you really believe she can't compete," Bach whispered, his voice smooth as silk but laced with a deadly edge, "why don't you try dueling me first?" "Thank you, guys," Momo says, the air between them finally clearing of old grudges. Celine looks at her with a soft, questioning gaze, wondering how the other girl could possibly know her true identity. With a playful smirk, Momo reveals that she was the legendary escape artist all along. Despite their past, they decide to bury the hatchet, realizing that a new friendship is blossoming. Momo offers her sincere congratulations to Celine for finally making her mark as a pro player. As Celine waves a cheerful goodbye, the weight of their previous rivalry seems to vanish into the night air. Momo watches her go, adjusting her glasses as she admits to herself that Celine really is quite charming. Elliot leans in, his blue hair catching the light as he asks Celine which team she truly desires to join. He falls into deep thought, his eyes reflecting the heavy choices that lie ahead for both of them. Far from the warmth of the group, a sinister hand grips a stolen photograph of Celine. A man's eyes burn with a cold, calculated hatred as he realizes his target is within reach. Team YG's former captain issues a public threat to expose the truth behind her departure. The villains huddle in the darkness, plotting to use Celine's address to send a terrifying message. A cruel smirk plays across the man's lips, his mind already spinning a web of lies. They plan to leak edited footage to destroy her integrity, determined to see which team would ever want her again. Oblivious to the danger, the group gathers outside a cozy coffee shop. Chibi Celine is practically glowing with joy, thrilled to be back in the game. One boy worries his father might not approve of his pro-gaming dreams, feeling the pressure of family expectations. Celine raises a fist in the air, excitedly promising to treat everyone to a hot pot feast. Hunter sips his drink quietly, his sharp eyes never leaving Celine as she radiates happiness. Celine glances toward the door, her smile faltering as a strange feeling washes over her. Hunter notices her shift in mood immediately, his gaze turning icy as he senses a presence in the shadows. He and Elliot stand up, making a quick excuse to get more drinks while they investigate the perimeter. Two shady men lurk in the plaza, clutching a picture of Celine and waiting for the crowd to thin. They stare at her image with predatory intent, confirming she is the one they are looking for. They decide to wait for a quieter moment to strike, their voices low and threatening. Suddenly, they jump in shock as a cold voice cuts through their planning. Hunter stands tall, already on the phone with his uncle to report the stalkers. The men try to play it off as a misunderstanding, their faces pale with sudden fear. Hunter's expression is like stone, his protective instincts flaring as he stares them down. He remembers Celine's whispered confession about feeling followed at night and his blood boils. He demands the security footage from the guard, leaving no room for escape. The screen flickers to life, showing the two men clearly tailing her every move. Hunter confirms their identity, recognizing them as the same creeps from the training camp. The stalkers realize they've been caught red-handed, their bravado completely crumbling. The silence of the night is shattered by the sharp wail of police sirens. Hunter waves a mocking goodbye as the officers haul the criminals away. The two boys watch the troll cars disappear, the tension finally leaving their shoulders. Elliot sighs in relief, thanking Hunter for acting so quickly before things could escalate. He flashes a bright, genuine smile, proud of how they handled the situation. But Hunter remains quiet, his mind still fixated on the girl waiting for them. Celine stands alone under a tree, her heart racing as she wonders where the boys went. She looks up in surprise when they finally emerge from the darkness. She tries to laugh off her worry, but her voice trembles slightly as she greets them. Tears well up in her eyes as she thanks them, her voice thick with raw emotion. She admits she had no idea they were protecting her from the shadows this whole time. Hunter reaches out, his thumb gently wiping a stray tear from her cheek as his gaze softens. Hunter reaches out, his fingers grazing Celine's cheek with a tenderness that makes her heart skip a beat. Celine's face erupts in a crimson glow, her breath hitching as the heat of his touch sends a frantic jolt through her entire body. And nothing. I can wipe it myself, she stammers, pulling away quickly to hide the chaotic thumping in her chest, while Hunter watches her with a look of pure confusion. He offers a soft, teasing smile, noting that she's cried so much her eyes are as red as a bunny's, and he wonders how she'll handle the pressure of the team selection tomorrow. Under the cold, twinkling starlight, Celine's thoughts are a whirlwind of anxiety as she realizes that Chase will be there, and she has no idea what he might try to do to her next. In the background, their friends seem blissfully unaware of the tension, enjoying a quiet moment of snacking before the big day. The sun eventually rises on the Grand Competition Association building, a monolith of glass and steel where professional dreams are either forged or shattered. Celine and Hunter arrive together, the weight of the upcoming trials resting heavy on their shoulders as they approach the entrance. Deep down, Celine prepares herself for the ultimate gamble. She plans to announce the revival of her old identity, Crescent Heart, and she can't help but wonder how the world will react. The stage inside is set with blinding lights and a massive screen, creating an atmosphere so thick with anticipation it feels like a literal hell on earth. The announcer steps forward into the spotlight, his voice booming through the speakers as he welcomes the hopeful players to the arena. He declares that today is the day they might officially become professional competitors, a sentiment that sends a shiver of nervous energy through the crowd. Celine stands among the sea of people, her jaw set and her eyes burning with a silent, desperate resolve to reclaim her future. Every team captain is already tucked away in the green room, waiting like predators to claim the best talent for their rosters. The heavy hitters are all present, including the sharp-witted Jing representing the prestigious Team PPB. Then there is the formidable Momo of Team YG, watching the proceedings with a cold, analytical gaze. Even the quirky Strawberry Jam from Team 3KU is watching with predatory interest, hoping to find a diamond in the rough. Finally, the enigmatic Silver Moon of Team QIQ makes his presence known, his eyes hidden behind glasses as he surveys the candidates. Suddenly, the announcer drops a bombshell that sends a ripple of absolute shock through the room. Chase Yun and coach Ian Chen are officially leaving Team YG. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of whispers, everyone reeling from the news of such a devastating loss for one of the top teams in the league. Hidden in the shadows of the doorway, Chase and Ian lurk like vultures, Watching the chaos they've unleashed with cold detachment, Ian's face is a mask of calculating ambition, his eyes devoid of any remorse for the bridge he just burned. A dark, satisfied smirk plays across the coach's lips as he realizes his plan to manipulate the narrative is working perfectly. Chase steps onto the stage with a practiced ease, taking the microphone as if he were the misunderstood hero of a tragedy. With a voice dripping with fake sincerity, he claims he left YG due to differences in ideals, begging the public to support his move to QAQ. The blatant lie makes Celine's blood boil, her expression hardening into one of pure disgust as she watches him play the victim. Even the other captains look on with a mixture of surprise and annoyance at his bold, public stunt. Yet, the fans are easily swayed, their cheers for Chase echoing through the hall like a direct insult to the truth Celine knows. Hunter narrows his eyes, realizing Chase has strategically beaten them to the punch to protect his own reputation before they could expose him. Celine can hardly breathe, her heart aching at the sheer audacity of a man who could stand there and lie to everyone's faces. But there is no time to mourn her anger, as the announcer declares that the team selection has officially begun. The first candidate up is Bak, a popular ex-pro who has 5 different teams fighting over his contract, including the #1 ranked PPB. Bak basks in the overwhelming attention, a smug grin spreading across his face as he realizes just how valuable he's become to the league. The captains start bickering immediately, with Jing losing her cool as she claims she already called dibs on the star player. Silver Moon just chuckles, reminding her that in this arena, everything is fair game and he won't be going easy on her. The chibi versions of the captains continue their heated debate, their small forms belaying the cutthroat nature of the professional gaming world. One captain suspects that a rival is already moving to steal their top candidate right out from under them, adding to the mounting paranoia. Then comes the moment Celine has been dreading, the introduction of the qualified female players. Celine's hands tremble and her face goes pale as she feels the crushing weight of 1,000 judgmental eyes on her. Sensing her panic, Hunter reaches out and firmly places a hand on her shoulder, his silent strength acting as her only anchor in the storm. Together, they stand as a united front against the crowd, though the air around them feels increasingly hostile. Blossom Sun pops up from the crowd, whispering that she has something incredibly important to tell Celine before she goes up. Celine tries to listen, but her name is already being called, and she has to step forward into the light. Her profile flashes across the massive screen, identifying her not just as Celine Shen, but as the legendary former captain of YG Crescent Heart. The announcer highlights her past with a flourish, making sure every person in the building knows exactly who she is. But the recognition comes with a bitter price, as the crowd begins to hiss and murmur about the viral video of her supposedly throwing a match. The drama is palpable, the spectators feasting on the scandal like starving wolves as they question how a traitor could be allowed back. Celine stands frozen, the accusations cutting through her resolve like jagged glass, her mind screaming that it's all a lie. She remembers the truth. She remembers Ian Chen on the phone that night, his voice cold as he orchestrated the team's downfall. He had traded her career and her reputation for his own gain, and now the world was holding her responsible for his crimes. On stage, a reporter corners Chase, asking him point blank if the rumors about Celine throwing the match are true. Chase pauses, putting on a show of deep, fake sorrow as he looks down, playing the part of the disappointed teammate to perfection. I hope she can redeem her past mistakes, he sighs, his voice a venomous blend of pity and condemnation that seals her fate. Celine's heart shatters as he effectively confirms the lie to the entire world, leaving her defenseless in the spotlight. The crowd's judgment is swift and merciless, with many scoffing that no respectable team would ever hire someone with such a stained career. Yet, against all odds, the announcer reveals that there are still 2 teams interested in taking a chance on Celine Shen. Celine stands alone on the stage, a small but defiant figure against a backdrop of glowing screens and cold, whispering hearts. The air in the hallway is thick with a toxic mix of jealousy and disbelief as Chase's voice cracks, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. Why would they pick her? He screams, the veins in his neck bulging as he realizes Celine has achieved the very thing he was denied. Just a few doors down, the quiet luxury of the green room stands in stark contrast to his tantrum, a sanctuary of soft lighting and plush velvet. Inside, the atmosphere is far more composed, though no less tense. Jing sits with an effortless elegance, slowly sipping his tea while his companion frantically fans himself, unable to wrap his head around the internet scandal currently exploding. Jing's eyes remain half-lidded, a small knowing smirk playing on his lips as he listens to the chaos outside. You can't believe everything the internet tells you, he murmurs, his voice a smooth baritone that carries a weight of hidden secrets. His friend can only poke at him in frustration, his chibi-like features rounded with comedic annoyance as Jing just chuckles at the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Celine stands alone in the vastness of the arena, looking like a fragile doll lost in a sea of blinding white light. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow as she wonders if her only ally has abandoned her. The crowd's murmurs swell into a roar of speculation, their silhouettes shifting like restless ghosts as they wonder why the legendary Team YG hasn't made a move for their star player. Then, like a goddess descending from the heavens, Momo Cheng appears, her presence commanding every eye in the room as she makes an offer that leaves the audience breathless. Celine's breath hitches, her eyes fluttering shut for a brief moment as the weight of the moment threatens to crush her. Back in the VIP lounge, Jing and his companion watch the broadcast, the giant screen illuminating their faces with a flickering digital glow. Jing leans back, his gaze fixed on Celine's image with an intensity that borders on predatory. "Don't congratulate me yet," he warns, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I have a feeling she won't choose the obvious path." There is a dark, possessive spark in his eyes as he realizes that Celine is no longer just a player, but a prize that everyone is willing to kill for. On stage, the MC barely has time to react before his microphone is yanked away with a sudden, violent force. Momo Cheng takes center stage, her expression unreadable, her eyes burning with a fire that suggests she's about to burn the entire system down. "I am the former captain of Team YG," she announces, her voice amplified and echoing through the rafters. As of today, Team YG is disbanded. The shockwave is instantaneous. Celine and Hunter can only stare in stunned silence, their worlds tilting on their axes as the legendary team vanishes in a single sentence. Jing's companion looks like he's seen a ghost, but Jing remains perfectly still, his eyes narrowed as he calculates the next move in this high-stakes game. Chase, however, looks like he's about to have a stroke, his face turning a sickly shade of red as his last hope for glory is snatched away. Momo doesn't look at the crowd. Her focus is entirely on the girl standing before her, her features softened by a sudden, unexpected warmth. She leans into the mic one last time, her voice dropping to a tone of intimate invitation as she asks Celine to join her brand new venture. Celine's eyes widen, her pupils dilating as she realizes the magnitude of what is being offered, a chance to start over, free from the shadows of the past. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of chatter, the scandal of the match-throwing video now forgotten in the wake of this unprecedented alliance. Momo reaches out a hand, a gesture of both power and protection, her smile radiant under the spotlight. Celine hesitates, her fingers clutching the strap of her bag so tightly her knuckles turn white, the flowers around her seeming to bloom in sympathy with her rising hope. Her lips part, a soft gasp escaping her as she prepares to give the answer that will change her life forever. But before she can speak, the MC shouts over the noise, revealing that every major team in the league is now desperately bidding for her soul. Celine doesn't care about the fame or the money. She cups her hands around her mouth and shouts her defiance to the world. "I only wish to join Team SS," she cries out, her voice ringing with a newfound strength that silences the doubters. A reporter dares to bring up the match-throwing scandal again, his voice cutting through the air like a knife. Momo Cheng simply closes her eyes and smiles, a picture of serene confidence as she stands in the literal spotlight. She turns her back to the cameras, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a silver waterfall, her posture screaming that she answers to no one. Celine looks up at her, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude as the world around her dissolves into a soft, floral blur of possibility. Behind the scenes, the fan guy is losing his mind, complaining that Momo has stolen the greatest talent of the generation. Hiding in the shadows of a nearby doorway, a girl known as Strawberry Jam watches with a terrifying intensity, biting her nails until they bleed. Her eyes are wide and unstable, filled with a obsessive jealousy that promises future chaos. "Whatever Momo wants, I want too," she hisses, her voice a venomous whisper that goes unheard by the celebrating crowd. Jing remains at the window, watching the silhouettes of the departing audience, his silhouette lonely and imposing against the glass. Hunter stands close to Celine, his presence a silent, sturdy anchor in the middle of the storm. Jing turns away from the screen, his expression cold and final as he declares he has no interest in any other player. Momo pushes open the heavy stage doors, the bright light from the arena spilling into the dark hallway behind her. Celine and Hunter follow closely behind, their shadows stretching long and thin against the polished floor. "The event isn't over yet," Momo says, turning back to them with a playful, yet wary glint in her eyes. "You two should get out of here before the press swarms you." She flashes a quick, sparkly smile that makes her look years younger, her chibi-like charm momentarily masking the titan of the industry she truly is. Celine tilts her head, her face a mask of adorable confusion as she repeats the name of their new team. Momo laughs, her hair bouncing as she explains the inspiration behind Star Sky, her eyes bright with the dream of a new beginning. Celine's own eyes begin to sparkle, the stars Momo describes seemingly reflected in her shimmering purple gaze. Outside, in the cool night air, Hunter pulls his mask up, his eyes sharp and guarded as he scans their surroundings for any lingering threats. His gaze hardens, his brows furrowing as he spots a familiar, unwelcome figure lurking in the shadows of the school walkway. Chase is waiting for them, his posture aggressive and his eyes burning with a desperate, pathetic need for vengeance. Without a second's hesitation, Hunter steps forward, his broad shoulders blocking Celine from view as he growls a low, protective command. "Get behind me," he snaps, his hand reaching out to shield her as the final confrontation of the night begins. Hunter leans in close, his voice a low rumble beneath his mask as he tries to soothe the trembling girl beside him. The heavy silence is shattered by Chase's arrogant approach, his footsteps echoing with a malice that makes the air feel thin. He sneers at Celine, his voice dripping with a toxic mixture of surprise and disdain as he questions her sudden bravery. "You didn't expect me to feel threatened just because you've returned, did you?" he mocks, a sharp, cruel glint dancing in his eyes. The tension between them is a physical weight, Hunter standing as a silent, protective wall while Chase saunters past with a victor's stride. Chase doesn't even look back, his posture radiating a smug confidence that he's already won this psychological war. But Celine finds her voice, her words cutting through his ego as she reveals she knows exactly how deep his corruption goes. Chase merely scoffs, his hand dropping into a lazy thumbs down as he dismisses her accusations with practiced ease. "Huh? Do you have proof? He challenges, his smile widening as he realizes he can easily paint her as a liar. Celine's breath hitches, her lips parting in a silent gasp as the sheer audacity of his denial hits her like a physical blow. Sensing her breaking point, Hunter's hand firmly entwines with hers, his presence a grounding force as he commands her to walk away. Chase stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he watches the two of them, unwilling to let prey escape so easily. A dark, predatory grin spreads across his face, the kind of look that promises nothing but trouble. "Oh, is this your boyfriend?" he asks, his gaze raking over Hunter with a mocking curiosity that sets the air on fire. Without warning, Chase reaches out and yanks at Hunter's sleeve, a blatant provocation meant to incite a reaction. Celine's heart hammers against her ribs, her eyes widening in terror as she fears the violence bubbling just beneath the surface. Hunter doesn't flinch. Instead, he looms over Chase, his eyes cold and dangerous as he questions the cowardice of picking on a girl. Chase only laughs in his face, leaning in with a death wish as he dares Hunter to actually throw a punch. "Forget him. Let's just get out of here," Celine begs, her hands trembling as she pulls at Hunter's arm, desperate to avoid a disaster. Her eyes are swimming with a frantic desperation, her voice cracking under the weight of her fear for Hunter's future. Hunter finally relents, turning his back on the snake as he leads Celine away from the toxic confrontation. But Chase's laughter follows them like a curse, his parting shots accusing her of the very sabotage he himself committed. A sharp pang of sorrow flashes in Celine's eyes, the betrayal of her former teammate stinging more than any physical wound. She stops and looks back one last time, her voice trembling but firm as she tells him that not everyone shares his crooked soul. The world seems to weep with her as the sky turns gray, the first drops of rain beginning to fall over the silent campus. They stand together in the downpour, the rhythmic patter of rain against the pavement the only sound in the heavy air. Hunter turns to her, his voice soft and laced with a rare, genuine concern as he asks if she's truly alright. Celine tries to be strong, her hand flying up to brush away the moisture on her cheeks, but she can't tell the rain from her own tears. Hunter watches her, his heart aching as he spots the telltale shimmer of a teardrop escaping her guarded gaze. "I'm so sorry," she sobs, the dam finally breaking as she laments, dragging him into her messy, painful past. Inwardly, Hunter is a storm of protective rage, his mind imagining 1,000 ways to tear Chase apart for hurting her. He looks at her then, his eyes softening into a look so tender it could melt the coldest heart. Celine stands there, a small, broken figure in the rain, the weight of the world resting heavily on her slumped shoulders. "So this is what it feels like to be shamed by old teammates," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the wind. Hunter's gaze is unwavering, his heart swelling with a protective instinct he's never felt for anyone else before. He reaches out, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that demands her full attention. Gently, he places a hand atop her head, his touch a silent promise that she is no longer alone in this storm. "If you really want to cry, just cry," he murmurs, his voice a warm sanctuary against the biting cold of the rain. She looks up at him, her vision blurred by tears, finding a strength in his eyes that she didn't know she possessed. Hunter turns his face away for a moment, the sound of her soft sobs more painful to him than any physical injury. He stands as her shield, his profile etched in the rain, a silent guardian watching over a girl who has lost everything but him. The rain continues to fall, soaking through his clothes, but he doesn't move, content to simply be her anchor. Looking at his back, one can see the resolve in his posture. He will never let anyone hurt her like that again. His mind drifts to the images of her smile, those rare moments of pure, radiant joy that he's grown to treasure. Hunter's fist clenches at his side, a silent vow being forged in the heat of his burgeoning feelings. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of the garden behind campus, Hunter finds himself lost in thought on a lonely bench. "That feeling is love," Elliot suddenly bellows, his voice shattering the peace and making Hunter's heart skip a beat. Elliot leans in with a mischievous grin, refusing to let Hunter hide behind his book as he teases him mercilessly. "Why don't you just admit it? You like her." Elliot goads, his eyes twinkling with the thrill of a juicy secret. Hunter can only stare back with a look of pure annoyance, his face flushing a deep crimson despite his best efforts. But Elliot is on a roll, his inner gossip monger thriving as he pushes Hunter to face the truth of his heart. Hunter looks down, his lips pressed into a thin line as he grapples with the realization he's been trying to outrun. Why is it that when she cries, I feel horrible too? He wonders, the answer finally becoming too clear to ignore. Celine's breath hitches as she steps into the Grand Team SS training hall, her eyes widening at the high-tech setup and the sheer scale of the arena. Momo leads her deeper into the sleek facility, a proud smirk on her face as she points toward a professional gaming chair that's been waiting just for her. Celine can hardly contain her excitement, stretching her arms high and clutching her cat ear headphones with a heart full of newfound hope. Her face is a picture of pure, unadulterated eagerness as she looks toward her new captain, ready to start this new chapter. Momo chuckles softly, her expression turning maternal as she tells Celine not to be so hasty because there's a surprise waiting. Celine tilts her head in confusion, her tiny chibi form looking absolutely adorable as she wonders what could be more important than practice. Suddenly, a familiar face steps into the light, wearing a gentle smile and a beanie that Celine recognizes instantly. Celine's jaw drops and her eyes go wide as she realizes exactly who is standing right in front of her. Tai? She shrieks, her voice echoing through the training hall in total shock as she points a trembling finger at her former rival. Momo stands between them, looking absolutely pleased with the dramatic surprise she's orchestrated for her star player. Memories flicker of Ian's cold, calculating gaze and how Tai had been the only one watching from the shadows. Celine looks at Tai with a mix of wonder and disbelief, her heart racing as she tries to process his presence here. Tai's expression turns somber, his gaze dropping as he admits he had serious reservations about the way she played before. He reveals the truth about his secret investigations, showing how he watched Ian and Chase plot against her from the dark. Celine's eyes go wide as the pieces fall into place. Tai was the mysterious unknown number who sent the warning that saved her career. Momo beams with pride while Celine continues to reel from the emotional revelation, her eyes welling up with gratitude. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere is shattered as Bak bursts into the room, panting heavily and clutching a lemon juice box like a lifeline. The group stares at the blue-haired boy in stunned silence, their chibe faces full of judgment for his dramatic entrance. Bak? Why are you here? Celine cries out, her confusion reaching a boiling point as the team roster keeps growing. Momo's face darkens with a playful but terrifying authority as she reminds him that he's 20 minutes late. Tai watches with a smug little grin as Momo explains that the punishment for tardiness is cleaning the entire space, including the bathrooms. Bak's soul practically leaves his body as the girls burst into fits of laughter at his sheer misfortune. Celine gives him a look of pure, sweet sympathy, but her eyes are sparkling with mischief as she watches him suffer. The tension finally breaks as the group falls into easy banter, the atmosphere finally feeling like the team Celine always dreamed of. Celine closes her eyes and smiles, clutching her headphones like a precious treasure as she realizes she's finally found where she belongs. Their attention turns to the giant screen, where Momo prepares to analyze the video of the match that nearly ruined Celine's life. Celine watches the playback with a heavy heart, her face falling as she sees her own mediocre performance on display. Momo leans in close, her eyes sharp and observant as she begins to point out the subtle inconsistencies in the footage. Celine's eye widens in a dramatic close-up as a shocking realization begins to dawn on her. She looks completely stunned, her mouth hanging open at the tactical truth Momo is revealing about that fateful day. Momo reaches over and pinches Celine's cheek, scolding her for being so gullible while the poor girl let Ian manipulate her. On the screen, Celine's character stands tall, a digital ghost of the player she used to be before the betrayal. A close-up of Celine's avatar shows her fierce determination to catch the enemy archer, a move that should have won the game. Ian's cold, handsome face appears in a flashback, his eyes filled with a hidden malice that Celine was too blind to see. The camera focuses on the subtle movement of feet in the video, a hint at the hidden games Chase was playing behind her back. Tai looks toward the horizon, his resolve to help Celine clear her name stronger than it has ever been. Celine's profile is bathed in the soft light of the screen, her expression thoughtful as she considers the evidence they've gathered. Momo explains that Tai even has a recording of Chase and Ian's betrayal, her face turning deadly serious. Celine looks at her friends, her heart swelling with the need to prove her worth without using dirty tricks. She clenches her fist, her voice ringing out with a vow to defeat her enemies in a match that is fair and square. The mood lightens as Celine waves a cheerful goodbye, heading off to meet her other friends for a well-deserved BBQ. Momo and Bak watch her go, the sunset casting a warm, orange glow over the balcony as they stand in silence. Momo takes a sip of her drink, her eyes darting toward Bak with a mischievous, knowing glint. Bak nearly chokes on his juice, a massive PFT exploding from his mouth as Momo asks if he likes Celine. He tries to regain his cool, leaning on his hand with a smirk, but his blushing face tells a completely different story. Momo leans back, a knowing smile on her lips as she questions why else he would join their team instead of the pros. The two of them stand together against the glittering city skyline, the air thick with unspoken romantic tension. Momo's foot suddenly hovers over Bak as a playful threat delivered with a heavy stomp. Bak lets out a comical cry of pain as Momo puts him in his place, her authority as captain remaining absolute. Momo shouts at him to not be late for training tomorrow, her fiery spirit on full display as she turns to leave. Bak waves her off dismissively with his juice box, his heart likely racing under his cool, detached exterior. Celine walks away into the distance, her mind already focused on the intense challenges and training of tomorrow. Bak stands alone for a moment, sipping his juice and staring after her with eyes that are suddenly full of longing. In the quiet, clinical air of the lab hallway, two students lean against the windows, their white coats a stark contrast to the vibrant world passing them by. One of them sighs heavily, sipping his drink while scrolling through his phone, complaining that their dear Celine has become a ghost, buried in morning classes and night training until she has no time left for her old friends. Hunter listens in a heavy, contemplative silence, his eyes cast downward as if hiding a flicker of quiet pride or perhaps a growing longing as he hears how hard she's pushing herself. His companion groans with a dramatic, exaggerated pout, admitting with a shaky breath that he's utterly jealous of how full and exciting Celine's life has become compared to her own mundane routine. Suddenly, a spark of mischief ignites in his gaze, his eyes widening with a sudden, brilliant realization. He transforms into a bundle of chibi excitement, practically vibrating as he begs Hunter to come along and watch Celine's upcoming exhibition match so he doesn't have to face the crowd alone. Hunter, ever the stoic wall of indifference, gives a flat, unimpressed refusal, his tiny chibi expression making it clear he isn't easily swayed by such emotional blackmail. Their bickering echoes through the bright hallway, a playful argument about seeing Momo or Celine's brother that carries them past the flowering bushes lining the school walls. Meanwhile, inside the sleek, high-tech confines of the Team SS training room, the atmosphere is thick with a much more serious brand of tension. Momo leans forward on the plush sofa, her emerald eyes scanning the documents in her hand as she prepares to deliver the heavy news regarding their upcoming scrimmage. The team sits in a stunned, silent row, the gravity of their situation sinking in like a lead weight as they realize just how badly the odds are stacked against them. One teammate wails in comedic despair, lamenting their rotten luck at being randomly matched against the legendary Team PPB, the undisputed final bosses of the league for their very first match. Another tries to play the voice of reason, though his sweat-beaded brow betrays his nerves as he reminds everyone that keeping a cool head is their only prayer for survival. Momo rests her chin on her hand, her gaze narrowing as she contemplates a tactical hurdle that could potentially break their formation before the match even begins. The others look on with visible question marks floating over their heads, completely lost in the face of her intense, strategic silence. A helpful diagram reveals the glaring flaw in their lineup. Through sheer coincidence, they have formed a team composed entirely of heavy-hitting warriors, with no one to balance the scales. The realization hits the group like a physical blow, their eyes widening as they realize they have plenty of muscle, but zero versatility. Celine's eyes suddenly sparkle with an intense, fiery resolve, her small frame radiating a strength that surprises them all as she declares she's more than willing to switch roles for the sake of the team. Momo's face lights up with a brilliant, sisterly smile as she reaches out to pat Celine's head, praising her for her selflessness and calling her absolutely brilliant. Back watches from the side, a flicker of irritation crossing his handsome features as he watches the two girls bond, his pride clearly stung. He attempts to interject, demanding to know if he isn't just as brilliant, but Celine playfully shuts him down, turning her head and pretending she can't hear a single word he says. Momo's infectious laughter rings through the room, her spirit undampened as she reminds them that winning or losing doesn't matter as much as showing the world exactly what Team SS is made of. In a sudden burst of playful energy, she tosses a folder directly at Bach's head, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she demands he get his head in the game. The scene shifts to the bright, blinding lights of a professional photo studio, where the team is preparing for their official debut under the glow of the spotlights. The photographer grins behind his expensive lens, capturing every angle as he directs the young stars to find their most professional and intimidating poses. Celine stands under the hot lights, looking effortlessly cool and high fashion in a stylish oversized jacket and a perfectly knotted plaid bow. Even her footwear is meticulously chosen, her red and black high-top sneakers adding a rebellious, trendy edge to her crisp team uniform. Momo and the boys cheer from the sidelines, their faces lighting up with wow expressions as they watch their teammate transform into a professional model before their eyes. Bach takes his turn next, crossing his arms and giving the camera a smoldering, confident look that radiates the aura of a top-tier athlete. He shifts into a more dynamic pose, a sharp, toothy grin playing on his lips that is sure to send their social media engagement through the roof. Momo follows with a pose that is both graceful and sophisticated, her long, flowing hair and confident stance proving exactly why she is the heart of the team. Finally, Celine delivers a show-stopping wink and cute finger hearts, her radiant, sparkling energy practically glowing off the printed profile picture. Outside the massive arena, the air is electric with anticipation as massive crowds of fans gather under a clear, limitless blue sky. One fan is practically vibrating with excitement, pointing at a life-sized standee of the team and begging his friend to hurry up and take a photo for his social media. Hunter stares at his phone with a bored, half-lidded expression, looking like a man who was dragged here against his will, though he doesn't actually leave. His gaze eventually drifts upward, landing on the vibrant, larger-than-life image of Celine, her frozen smile a poignant reminder of just how far she's climbed. Deep within the bowels of the arena, a scout bursts into the rival team's green room, his voice cracking with urgency as he announces he's just spotted him in the building. Jing turns his head slightly, his sharp, elegant profile catching the light as he absorbs the news with a quiet, terrifying intensity. A slow, predatory smirk spreads across his lips, the look of a man who has finally found the missing piece of a very dangerous puzzle. A blonde teammate, his mouth full of fried chicken, looks up in confusion and asks where Jing could possibly be going when the match is seconds away from starting. Jing doesn't offer an explanation, his long strides already carrying him toward the exit with a sense of purpose that borders on obsession. Draped in his black PPB jacket, he glances back over his shoulder with a chillingly beautiful smile, declaring that he's off to find a future teammate if the boy has the heart to join the best. Hunter stood silently before the glowing news board, his gaze fixed on the blank spaces that once held the legends of the gaming world. Behind him, Jing watched with a knowing glint in his eyes, leaning against the wall as he casually suggested that it might be time for a formal introduction. "Why don't you go say hello?" He teased, his face lighting up with a soft, encouraging smile. Hunter's expression remained unreadable, his handsome profile etched in sharp lines against the soft light of the corridor. Jing didn't push further, simply staring off into the distance as if reminiscing about a time when everything was simpler. His lips curled into a mysterious grin, the kind that held the heavy secrets of a past life spent on the professional stage. Hunter stood there, bathed in the artificial glow, looking every bit like the prodigy he was destined to become. The light caught the strands of his dark hair, highlighting the raw intensity that radiated from his very being. "You are very talented," the memory of Jing's voice echoed in his mind. "You should consider going pro." A suggestion that hung heavy in the air between them. Hunter adjusted his jacket, the fabric rustling as he prepared himself for the crushing weight of that decision. Jing turned his head slightly, his sharp eyes catching the flicker of hesitation in his companion's soul. "What are you going to do then?" Hunter asked, his voice steady but laced with a hidden, desperate curiosity. In response, Jing simply gave him a radiant, carefree smile, as if he had already planned 10 steps ahead for both of them. Meanwhile, backstage was a different story entirely, where Momo was frantically stomping her feet in a fit of pure, unadulterated nerves. She was a total nervous wreck, her hands trembling as the countdown to the match loomed over her like a dark, suffocating cloud. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was electric, with heavy steel beams and bright spotlights setting the stage for the upcoming clash. The crowd hummed with a low, vibrating anticipation, their eyes fixed on the rows of high-end monitors where the digital battle was about to unfold. Representing Team SS, Tai and Bak adjusted their headsets, their faces grim and focused on the task at hand. Opposing them were Rainbow and Ely of Team PPB, who seemed much more relaxed, Ely even casually sucking on a lollipop as if he didn't have a care in the world. Ely couldn't help but wave enthusiastically toward the girls, his bright energy cutting through the thick competitive tension. Momo let out a sharp, audible gasp, her eyes widening as she realized just how close the start of the match really was. "Are you going to play later?" Ely asked with a playful wink, his golden hair shimmering under the harsh stadium lights. Celine and Momo huddled together, their voices hushed as they realized with a sinking feeling that Jing was nowhere to be seen on the active roster. They looked toward the PPB bench, seeing only the broad, imposing shoulders of a mysterious player whose jacket bore the team's logo in stark white letters. Bak closed his eyes for a brief moment, centering his spirit before diving into the virtual abyss. When he reappeared on the screen, he was transformed into the fierce Dragon Clan assassin, complete with blood-red horns and flowing silver hair. Ely followed suit, his avatar manifesting as the saintly mage, sitting gracefully atop a blooming pink lotus that radiated a soft, holy light. On the other side of the battlefield, the Dragon Clan assassin stood ready, his dark cloak billowing in a digital wind. The announcer threw his hand forward with a dramatic shout, signaling the official start of the high-stakes scrimmage. "Let me handle the little prince." Bak roared through the comms, his face contorted with the primal thrill of the hunt. Tai, hidden in the deep shadows of his cloak, gave a sharp, silent nod, ready to execute his part of the lethal plan. With a sudden, violent whoosh, Tai lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air as he aimed a killing blow directly for Ely. The impact sent debris flying everywhere, Momo watching in horror as the screen filled with dust and falling rocks. Through the haze, Tai's avatar smirked, confident that he had landed a decisive, crushing blow against the mage. Celine watched the tactical display with crossed arms, her mind racing as she analyzed every frame of the engagement with clinical precision. Tai didn't slow down for a second, his movements a blur of speed as he pressed the advantage. The battle became a chaotic dance of steel and magic, the two players clashing in a spectacular display of professional skill. "Don't be so sure," Tai whispered, his eyes darkening as his armor began to glow with a fierce, elemental fire. A massive boom echoed through the arena as fire met wind, the elemental clash creating a blinding explosion of digital light. Ely remained unnervingly calm amidst the storm, his mage avatar floating serenely as if the chaos around him was nothing more than a summer breeze. The weapons clashed with a resounding clang, sparks flying as neither side refused to give an inch of ground. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, declaring that the 15-minute limit had been reached. The players stared at the screen in disbelief as the words "Zero tie game" flashed in bright, mocking letters. As they exited their booths, the tension began to dissipate, replaced by the mutual respect of a hard-fought draw. "Wait!" Hunter shouted, stepping forward and shocking the entire room by announcing he was swapping in for Jing. Celine's breath hitched, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden, aggressive change in the lineup. Hunter spoke urgently to the official, explaining that Jing wasn't feeling well and needed someone to check on him immediately. His brow was furrowed with genuine, deep-seated concern, a rare crack in his usually stoic mask. He stood there, a solitary, determined figure under the bright lights, carrying the weight of his friend's health and the team's future on his broad shoulders. Celine's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she slapped her cheeks to wake herself up from the paralyzing anxiety. Out in the corridor, the atmosphere was just as thick with tension, as teammates whispered nervously, wondering if their star player was ever going to show his face. Hunter's eyes narrowed, a dark cloud of concern crossing his handsome features as he realized something was terribly wrong, and he muttered that he would go check on him himself. He pushed open the door to the private room, finding his brother clutching a water bottle with trembling hands, his face pale and slick with a cold sweat. "I'm okay," the boy insisted, though his voice was nothing more than a fragile thread and his body seemed to sag under an invisible weight. Hunter stood frozen in the doorway, his silhouette casting a long shadow over the room as he watched the person he loved most struggle just to remain upright. The boy looked up, a weak, flickering smile touching his lips when he saw his brother standing there, the sight of him offering a momentary sanctuary from the pain. "Please, just go tell the referee I'll be there soon," he whispered, desperately trying to maintain the facade of the invincible champion. But Hunter didn't move. He simply stared down at his brother, his heart breaking as he realized the true extent of the suffering being hidden behind that stubborn pride. His gaze drifted to the desk, landing on the small, clinical device that had become a lifeline, and he reached out to pick up the inhaler with a steady hand. With a gentle, almost reverent touch, Hunter handed the medicine to his brother, their fingers brushing for a second in a silent exchange of shared history and heavy burdens. A sharp click echoed in the quiet room as the boy pressed the device to his lips, the mist filling his lungs and granting him a temporary reprieve from the suffocating tightness in his chest. He looked away, his profile etched with a wariness that went far beyond his years, the weight of 1,000 expectations pressing down on his narrow shoulders. Memories of their childhood began to bleed into the present, taking them back to a time when the world was much louder and far more cruel. Their father's voice had been a thunderclap, his finger pointed like a weapon as he roared for them to shut their mouths and obey. But even then, Jing had possessed a fire that couldn't be extinguished, screaming back that he was a son, a human being with dreams, and not just another patient to be managed. Hunter had watched from the shadows, seeing his brother reach for that same inhaler even as a child, the cost of his defiance written in every labored breath. "Jing, why don't you want to be a doctor?" A young Hunter had asked, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. Jing had only smiled, a sad, knowing expression that suggested he was already looking at a horizon his brother couldn't yet see. "I will support you," Hunter had promised back then, his small voice filled with a conviction that would define the rest of their lives. He had looked at his older brother with pure, unadulterated devotion, promising to be the shield that protected him from the world's storms. Back in the present, the reality of their situation was a bitter pill to swallow, as Jing admitted that even practice matches were becoming too much for his failing health to handle. Hunter's jaw tightened, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and desperation as he asked if his brother was truly prepared to throw everything away. Jing met his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears and a quiet resignation that was more painful than any scream. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing racked Jing's frame, his body doubling over as he clutched his chest in agony. Hunter lunged forward, his hands gripping his brother's shoulders as he begged him to stop, to give up this madness before it claimed his life. "No!" Jing gasped out, his eyes wide and frantic, refusing to let go of the one thing that made him feel alive. He sank back onto the sofa, his head dropping into his hands as the weight of the negative rumors and the investor's pressure threatened to crush him completely. Hunter paced the room, his voice rising in a panicked crescendo as he told his brother that they had to go to the hospital immediately. "Should we call a cab? Are you getting worse?" he demanded, his phone already in his hand as his mind raced through 1,000 terrifying scenarios. But Jing reached out, his hand trembling as he held up his headset, a silent, desperate plea written in the curve of his fingers. Hunter's breath hitched, his eyes widening in shock as he realized what his brother was asking of him. "Can you play this match for me?" Jing whispered, his voice cracking with emotion as he begged Hunter to take his place. Hunter looked down at the headset, remembering every sacrifice Jing had made, every ounce of pressure he had absorbed from their family to keep Hunter safe. He remembered the night their father had cast Jing out into the cold, the door slamming shut with a finality that had shattered their world. He remembered the terror of that moment, the way his young heart had nearly stopped as he watched his brother disappear into the darkness. Their father had been a monster of rage, demanding to know if Hunter had been complicit in Jing's escape. "I didn't know," Hunter had sobbed, the lie tasting like ash in his mouth even as he protected his brother's secret. Years later, he had watched from afar as Jing became a rising star, a legend in the making that everyone adored. He had listened to the cheers of the crowd through his own headphones, feeling a bittersweet pride for the brother who had defied the odds. Now, looking at the broken boy before him, Hunter realized that Jing had never stopped caring, never stopped being his protector. He leaned in close, his heart overflowing with a love so deep it was almost painful. He closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the decision settling over him like a heavy cloak. He remembered how, as children, he had always tried to take the punishment for his brother, to share the pain that Jing carried alone. "I wanted to bear it with you," he whispered, a sad, beautiful smile touching his lips as he made his choice. He looked at his brother one last time, his gaze steady and filled with an unbreakable resolve. "It's time," Hunter said, his voice dropping an octave as he prepared to step into the role he was born to play. He slid the heavy headphones over his ears, the outside world fading away as the digital hum of the arena took over. He stood tall, the transformation complete, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity that promised victory at any cost. A teammate peeked into the room, calling out that the match was starting, and that Jing would be playing from the green room. On the main stage, Celine took a final, steadying breath, her eyes snapping open as she prepared for the battle of a lifetime. The screen flickered to life, the digital landscape shimmering as the match officially commenced. And there, in the center of the virtual world, a legendary warrior stood with his back to the camera, a massive, ornate sword strapped to his back. He turned his head slightly, a glowing mark of power shining on his forehead as he prepared to show the world the true strength of the league's strongest player. The arena crackles with a lethal tension as the cheerful mage dances beside the silent, deadly Jing. With a cold, calculated gaze, Jing prepares his blade, whispering that it's finally time to begin the slaughter. In the real world, Celine takes a deep breath, her pulse racing through her headset as she locks in for the fight of her life. Her avatar, the legendary Dragon Clan archer, stands tall against the encroaching darkness, her eyes flashing with emerald fire. Every arrow in her quiver is a promise of vengeance, shimmering with a lethal, golden light under the arena lamps. Don't give him an inch, or he'll tear us apart, Celine warns herself, the digital countdown burning a harsh red against her vision. Beside her, Momo's fox ears twitch with anticipation, her spirit ready to ignite for the sake of her sister. Jing doesn't wait for the final beep, summoning a halo of ethereal, glowing swords that hum with a terrifying divine power. His purple eyes narrow, seeing through every feint and every shadow Celine tries to cast in her defense. A blinding beam of pure white energy erupts from his palm, threatening to swallow the entire battlefield whole in an instant. Celine meets his overwhelming power with her own, drawing her bowstring back until it groans under the sheer heat of her flames. The blonde mage cackles as the elements collide, the sound of clashing steel and roaring fire deafening the digital crowd. A massive explosion rocks the arena, sending a shockwave of ice and wind tearing through Celine's fragile defenses. She grinds her teeth, her vision blurring as the freezing gale threatens to knock her from her feet and end the match early. Blood spatters the ground, but Celine's resolve only hardens as she prepares her next desperate strike. Momo, now! Give them everything! She screams, watching as the white-haired fox girl lunges into the fray with reckless abandon. Celine wipes a smear of red from her lip, her breathing heavy and ragged, her heart thumping like a war drum against her ribs. Momo slams her fists into the earth with a guttural cry, shattering the ground and sending a wave of destruction toward their foes. Far away from the digital chaos, Hunter stands in the shadows of the hallway, his face deathly pale as he speaks with the tournament staff. There is a haunting, deep-seated sadness in his eyes, a secret burden he's been carrying for far too long. The referee announces the sudden change in players, but the crowd has no idea of the sacrifice being made behind the scenes. Hunter adjusts his headset with trembling fingers, the weight of his family's crushing expectations pressing down on his shoulders. He looks so fragile in the harsh light, yet his profile is etched with a grim determination that sends a chill down your spine. His eyes, once full of life, now harbor the desperate flicker of a dream he's about to give up forever. A violent cough suddenly racks his frame, and he clutches his chest, desperately trying to hide the pain from those watching. There probably won't be a next time anyway, he whispers to the empty air, a sad, resigned smile playing on his lips. He remembers a time when he was just a hopeful boy, promising to become a doctor to take care of the one he loved most. A gentle hand once rested on his head, a memory of warmth in a life that has since grown so cold and demanding. Back then, he truly believed he could save everyone, his young heart filled with a naive and beautiful hope. Now that little boy is gone, replaced by a man who must trade his very life for a fleeting moment of victory. He sinks into the gaming chair, the neon lights of the monitor reflecting in his weary, bloodshot eyes. His teammates bark orders, telling him to pressure Momo, completely unaware that every click is costing him his remaining strength. A spark of his old genius flares up, his gaze sharpening with a predatory intensity as he prepares to end this match. In the silence of the booth, Hunter is a warrior fighting a battle that no one else in the stadium can see. If this is the price of his brother's dream, he will pay it with every last breath he has left in his body. Inside the game, Momo senses the shift in the air and moves like lightning to shield Celine from the incoming storm. The NA mage laughs at her, mocking the physical limits of a warrior against the formless, shifting power of magic. Is that so? Momo growls, her fangs bared as she unleashes a hidden, primal fury that shakes the virtual world. A pillar of hellfire erupts from her position, the flames of fury consuming everything in their path with a roar. The mage's laughter turns to a scream of pure agony as his health bar vanishes into a tiny sliver of red. But Jing is already moving, a dark blur of silk and steel closing the distance to the vulnerable Celine. His face is a mask of cold, aristocratic perfection as he raises his sword high for the finishing blow. "I'm your opponent, you bastard," Momo yells, throwing herself directly between the blade and her friend. She spins like a lethal whirlwind, her tornado piercer clashing against Jing's divine steel in a brilliant shower of sparks. Celine finally finds her opening, letting out a primal scream as she fires a sun-bright arrow directly at the weakened mage. The light pierces through the chaos of the battlefield, striking the mage and sending him reeling backward into the dust. He falls with a taunting smirk, whispering that it's a shame they were so close to actually winning. Suddenly, Celine's legs give out as glowing, spectral shackles of wind bind her firmly to the spot. Jing looms over her, his presence suffocating and cold, his sword pointed directly at her exposed throat. He stands there like a god of death, his long hair flowing in the dark, starlit void of the arena as he prepares to finish her. The weight of the silence between them was heavy, his heart hammering against his ribs as he looked at her, searching for a sign of what she was thinking. In the digital realm, her fox-eared avatar stood with a regal, almost terrifying grace, her golden eyes burning with a fire that seemed to pierce right through the screen. But in reality, the girl before him looked fragile, her crystalline blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure. Even the legendary figures of the game seemed to pause, the long-haired master looking on with a gaze that held 1,000 years of unspoken sorrow and conflict. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment to find his focus as the heavy gaming headset pressed against his ears. His fingers trembled ever so slightly, hovering over the controller, paralyzed by the sudden realization of what his next move might cost him. "You're going to win," his teammate urged, his voice a low whisper in the tense atmosphere of the arena. "What are you hesitating about?" He couldn't answer, his gas dropping as he felt the crushing weight of the secret he was keeping from the one person who mattered most. His eyes narrowed, a flash of determination cutting through his doubt as he prepared to give everything he had to this final stand. With a sharp, decisive click, he pressed the button, the sound echoing like a heartbeat in the quiet room. On the screen, a massive arc of light erupted. A brilliant swoosh signaling a strike that could change the fate of the entire match. The fox-eared warrior turned, her red robes fluttering like falling cherry blossoms as the dust of battle began to settle around her. As the game over screen flashed, the girls finally pulled off their headsets, letting out long, shaky sighs of exhaustion and relief. Despite the loss, a playful energy took over, their chibi spirits jumping for joy as they celebrated the thrill of the fight. "I'm back," he murmured, returning to the crowd where his friends were waiting with wide, curious eyes. "Where did you go? You missed the best part of the game," his friend shouted, bouncing with excitement as he tried to drag him back into the fray. The group gathered around the tournament staff, the air buzzing with the post-game chatter of students and competitors alike. She stood slightly apart from the rest, her profile etched in the soft light, looking like a distant dream he couldn't quite reach. His friend waved energetically, shouting for their attention, while he could only stand there, feeling like an outsider in his own life. She turned her head slowly, her eyes meeting his for a fleeting second, filled with a depth of emotion that made his breath hitch. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he looked away, the guilt of his deception gnawing at his insides. She didn't say a word, simply turning her back on him, the movement sharp and cold as she walked away into the shadows. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with a sudden, sharp pang of loss as he realized he might have pushed her too far this time. "Yang Yao?" his friend asked, noticing the strange tension and the way he seemed to be falling apart at the seams. From behind the barrier, the other boys watched them, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern as they sensed the drama unfolding. "You lied to me. My heart is broken." One of them wailed in a dramatic, chibi outburst that momentarily broke the heavy atmosphere. But the mood shifted again as they huddled together, their small forms glowing with the warmth of a friendship that transcended the game. He looked down, his expression hardening into one of somber reflection as he thought about the warrior Shen Xin and her final, powerless moments. The shadows under his eyes seemed deeper now, his face a mask of quiet contemplation as he replayed every move in his head. He had to teach the first lesson of the game, a lesson written in the cold logic of esports where affection had no place. His eyes were cold, reflecting the harsh reality that in the heat of battle, even the strongest bonds could be used as a weapon. "Why are you suddenly so serious?" his friend laughed, trying to poke a hole in his brooding silence with a bright, cheerful grin. "Don't bully my brother," he replied, his voice soft but carrying an edge that made the others pause in their tracks. He reached up to scratch the back of his head, looking awkward and out of place under the soft, glowing blue of the evening sky. The image of her face haunted him, her silent profile a stark contrast to his own worried, searching gaze. As the stars began to peek through the trees, the group started their walk home, their voices echoing through the quiet, suburban streets. He stopped suddenly, his heart skipping a beat as he saw her standing there, her silhouette framed by the brick wall of the school. The city lights glittered in his eyes, a silent witness to the turmoil he was trying so hard to hide behind a calm exterior. "I'm so sleepy," one of the girls complained, her voice trailing off as they noticed the two of them lingering behind. A firm hand suddenly pinched his ear, tugging him away as his friends decided it was time to leave the two of them alone. "Xingxin, you've got company. We're leaving," they called out, their voices fading as they disappeared into the night. "Why me?" he cried out in a comical, chibi panic, flailing his arms as he was abandoned to face her alone. She looked at him then, her long white hair shimmering like silk in the moonlight as she offered a small, tentative smile. They began to walk together, the distance between them feeling both miles wide and non-existent in the stillness of the night. He stole a glance at her, the way the light caught the bow in her hair making her look like a character from a fairy tale. "You already knew, didn't you?" he finally confessed, his voice low and raspy. "That I was the one playing for my brother." She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the path ahead as she whispered a single, quiet word that felt like a weight being lifted. "Sorry," he murmured, the word tasting like ash in his mouth as he looked at her with eyes full of regret. She stopped and turned to him, her face inches from his as she asked the one question he hadn't prepared for. "What about you?" He blinked, his mouth falling open slightly as he tried to process what she was really asking. The seconds ticked by, the world around them blurring into a montage of cityscapes and passing time as the night deepened. The mall lights flickered and the crowds thinned, the relentless tick-tock of the clock marking the passage of their unspoken feelings. A stray cat let out a lonely meow as the clock hit the midnight hour, the silence between them growing almost unbearable. "Say something," Please, he pleaded internally, his hand clenching into a fist at his side as he waited for her judgment. Suddenly, she burst into a radiant smile, waving her hand as if the last few minutes of tension had never happened. He stood there, completely stunned, his brain short-circuiting at her sudden, bright change in mood. He let out a long, shaky breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead as a wave of pure relief washed over him. In a playful, chibi gesture, she reached up and patted his shoulder, her laughter ringing out like bells in the crisp night air. He couldn't help but smile back, his heart feeling lighter than it had in weeks as he teased her about her punishment. She tilted her head, looking utterly confused in her chibi form as she wondered what on earth he was talking about. As they walked, the memory of their avatars returned, the warrior and her protector standing face to face in a world of blossoms. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise as she remembered the words spoken in the heat of the game. "I don't want you to lose," he had told her then, and as he looked at her now, she knew he meant it for more than just the match. The months fly by in a blur of sweat and sacrifice, and as February rolls around, the weight of the upcoming season begins to press down on everyone's shoulders. By the time March arrives, the intensity in the training room is palpable, with the girls barely taking off their headsets as they dive deeper into their digital battlegrounds. April brings a rare, fleeting moment of sunshine and laughter as the group shares a drink together, capturing a precious memory on their phones before the storm hits. Momo stands tall, her expression hardening as she considers the monumental task ahead for their final practice match. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly, turning thick with a suffocating tension as the reality of facing Team GKK sinks in. Chibi versions of the team react with a mix of utter shock and mounting frustration, their faces turning bright red as they realize the drama they're about to walk into. Momo turns to Bak with a soft, concerned gaze, her voice dropping to a whisper as she offers him a way out if the pressure is too much to bear. "I'm good, Captain." Bak replies, flashing a dazzling, determined smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, hiding the turmoil swirling within. Momo isn't entirely convinced by his bravado, her brow furrowing as she searches his face, asking if he's absolutely certain he can handle this encounter. Bak gets defensive, his cheeks puffing out in a pout as he insists that you simply don't ask a man if he's capable of doing his job. Momo doesn't let him get away with the attitude, snapping back with a comical fury and telling him to just get lost if he's going to be so stubborn. As they move through the quiet hallway, Bak stretches his arms behind his head, trying to project a sense of calm he clearly doesn't feel. Suddenly, they come face to face with Phil Yuan and the rest of Team GKK, the air between the two groups turning to ice in an instant. Bak stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing to slits as he stares down the people he once called his brothers in arms. A girl from the opposing side looks up in pure shock, her breath hitching in her throat as she whispers his name like a prayer. Phil Yuan raises a hand in a casual, cold greeting, his face a mask of indifference that feels like a slap to the face. The three of them stand trapped in a heavy, suffocating silence, years of history and unsaid words hanging between them. "See you after the match," Phil says dismissively, turning his back on Bak as if he were nothing more than a ghost from a past he's already forgotten. The other members of GKK are just as cruel, scoffing at Bak and telling him to just forget about whatever he thinks he's proving. The girl lingers behind for just a second, her eyes shimmering with a complicated mix of longing and deep-seated regret. Bak's gaze remains hard and unwavering, his mind already calculating the moves he'll need to make to tear them down on the stage. Across the divide, Phil slides his headset on, his expression turning into one of ruthless, professional focus. The girl stands alone in the dim light of the corridor, clutching her phone as she stares at the man whose life she once helped upend. Momo and her teammate watch the exchange from a distance, realizing that this match has become a personal vendetta. A painful flashback flickers through the mind's eye, showing a younger version of the girl with tears streaming down her face, trapped in a moment of ultimate betrayal. Nearby, two opportunistic girls start whispering, recognizing her as the infamous cheater who caused the greatest scandal in the community's history. They greedily pull out their phones, their eyes gleaming with the hope of catching a viral moment at the expense of someone else's agony. "She's the reason Bak quit years ago," they hiss, their voices dripping with a malicious glee as they prepare to expose her to the world. Before they can snap a single photo, Momo's hand flashes forward, yanking the phone right out of their hands with a terrifying speed. "Security! We've got trespassers here," Momo bellows, her voice echoing through the hall as her eyes blaze with a protective, maternal fury. She stands her ground like an unbreakable wall, her face set in a stern mask as she informs the intruders that this area is strictly off-limits. "You have no right to record my teammates," she growls, her presence so intimidating that the gossipers shrink back in fear. She looks down at the black screen of the phone, her lip curling in absolute disgust at their lack of basic human decency. "Sorry, we don't need support from fans like you," she declares, her words cutting through the air like a blade as she dismisses them. Momo watches them flee into the shadows, her expression remaining cold and unwavering. everything until they are completely out of sight. Her teammate is left breathless, squealing in delight about how cool and heroic Momo just looked in that moment. Despite the small victory, Momo's heart remains heavy, and she admits that she's deeply worried about Bak losing his focus. She stares at the back of his head, wondering if the weight of his past is finally becoming too heavy for him to carry alone. They walk together toward the bright lights of the stage, the feeling that there is a much darker secret behind Bak's retirement lingering in the air. Momo knows in her gut that it wasn't just about Yasmin. There is a piece of the puzzle that Bak is still keeping locked away. 3 years ago, during the heat of a training camp, two hands met in a firm, hopeful handshake that promised a golden future. Back then, Phil Yuan and Bak were the twin stars of the league, standing side by side with the world at their feet. In the digital arena, Bak's avatar is a sight to behold, a demon-horned warrior wielding a blade that shimmers with a lethal celestial light. "Listen to me," a voice cries out, drowned by the massive swoosh of a finishing move that tears through the fabric of the game. Bak takes a long, slow breath, closing his eyes as he lets the roar of the crowd and the hum of the machine center his spirit. "Wait, Bak," Phil calls out, his face cracking for the first time to reveal a desperate, raw urgency. Phil's voice is thick with an emotion he can no longer suppress, begging for just a few minutes of Bak's time to explain the truth. But Bak's gaze is like ice, his only response being that he didn't come here to talk, he came here to settle the score once and for all. The scene shifts back 3 years, to a dimly lit office where the air is thick with the scent of old paper and corruption. A manager leans over his desk, sliding a document forward with a predatory smile as he asks Bak exactly what part of the contract is making him so unhappy. Bak doesn't even need to read the fine print to know it's poison, his eyes scanning the demands for match fixing with a cold, rising fury. "What do you take me for?" Bak's voice cracks like a whip, his face contorted with disgust as he demands to know what professional gaming actually is. The manager merely closes his eyes, his voice smooth and oily as he reminds Bak that they pay him far more than any other team ever would. With a flick of his wrist, Bak sends the papers flying into the air like useless confetti, telling the man to find somebody else to do his dirty work. But the manager isn't finished. He lets out a sharp breath, his mouth twisting into a cruel smirk as he mentions Bak's own teammate, Phil Yuan. Bak freezes, his heart sinking into his stomach as the manager delivers the final blow. Phil has already signed the deal. The sight of that signature on the contract feels like a physical stab to the chest, a betrayal from the one person Bak thought stood for the same values he did. Bak finds Phil and lunges forward, his fingers digging into the fabric of Phil's shirt as he demands an explanation for this madness. Phil can't even meet his gaze, his head bowed in a mixture of shame and desperation that makes Bak's blood boil. Bak searches his friend's face for a spark of the competitive spirit they once shared, but finds only a hollow shell. Phil's voice is a broken whisper as he explains that his grandmother is sick and his family is drowning in debt, leaving him with no other choice. "You can make money by playing fair games too." Bak roars, his eyes wide with a desperate, frantic need to pull his friend back from the edge. He shakes Phil violently, his knuckles white as he tries to scream sense into a man who has already sold his soul for a paycheck. Finally, Bak's grip slackens, his hand trembling as it falls away, realizing that the bridge between them has been burnt to ashes. He turns his back on the only world he knew, his voice cold and final as he declares that he is done with Team JK forever. Phil stands paralyzed in the middle of the room, watching the silhouette of his best friend vanish into the shadows of the hallway. Time skips forward, and we see Bak in a new uniform, his presence on the stage more commanding and solitary than ever before. Phil eventually finds him in a quiet moment, a sad, weary smile touching his lips as he admits he's just happy to see Bak back in the arena. Bak remains silent, his profile sharp against the bright lights of the stadium, refusing to offer even a sliver of the warmth they once shared. Phil scratches the back of his head, his eyes downcast as he confesses that his biggest regret was not being able to stay by Bak's side until the end. Bak listens, but his expression is a mask of stone, his gaze fixed on a future that no longer includes his old friend. A fleeting memory of their glory days flashes by a firm handshake between two brothers who thought they would conquer the world together. Back in the present, Bak's eyes soften for just a microsecond, a flicker of mourning for the bond that was destroyed by greed. Without another word, Phil turns and walks away, the distance between them growing until he is nothing but a speck in the distance. Bak holds his head in his hand, a heavy sigh escaping him as he mutters that the whole situation is nothing but a tragic shame. Suddenly, the click of a door handle breaks the silence, and a pair of polished shoes steps into the frame. Yasmin stands there, her voice trembling as she calls out his name, her heart hammering against her ribs. Bak looks up, his eyes narrowing with a touch of annoyance as he realizes who has interrupted his solitude. She rushes out the news, her breath hitching as she tells him that Phil is leaving the city for good and she wanted to say goodbye. Bak doesn't even turn around, his posture rigid as he stares out at the city skyline, cold and unreachable. "Just go already," He snaps, waving a hand dismissively as if she were nothing more than a persistent shadow. Yasmin flinches, her hand flying to her chest as she tries to apologize for everything that happened between them in the past. Bak finally looks at her, but there is no mercy in his eyes, only a chilling indifference that cuts deeper than any insult. He closes his eyes and lets out a long, weary breath, telling her flatly that he truly doesn't care about any of them anymore. The rejection hits Yasmin like a physical blow, her face paling as she realizes just how much ground she has lost. She clutches her sweater, her fingers trembling against the fabric as she remembers how different things used to be. She thinks back to the days when she was his most devoted fan, screaming herself hoarse in the stands for Team GKK. She remembers the way Bak used to smile after a victory, his face lit up with a genuine joy that she thought was partly for her. He had once tossed her a small token from the stage, a gesture that had felt like a promise to her young, hopeful heart. It was a simple team badge, but to her, it was the most precious treasure in the world. She had looked up at him with stars in her eyes, blushing furiously as she promised to keep it safe forever. But the memories turn sour as she recalls a night when Bak was lost in his own world of gaming with Phil. Yasmin had been there too, but she was doubled over, a violent cough racking her thin frame as her health began to fail. She had looked up with watery eyes, begging Phil not to tell Bak, because she knew how busy and focused he was. Phil had been the one to look at her with concern, realizing she needed a hospital while Bak remained glued to the glowing screen. She remembers staring at her phone in the hospital bed, watching the calls to Bak go unanswered or, worse, seeing them actively declined. Phil had stayed by her side, his face etched with a pity that made Yasmin feel smaller than ever. A single tear had rolled down her cheek as the realization finally set in. He wasn't coming for her. She had watched his silhouette walk away in her mind, knowing with a crushing certainty that she was the very lowest of his priorities. Standing alone in the darkness of the present, Yasmin feels the weight of all those years of unrequited devotion. She sees him now, surrounded by the glow of his success, yet she remains a ghost standing just outside his circle. The painful truth finally settles in her heart. In his eyes, she is completely insubstantial, as invisible as the air he breathes. Bak's profile remains sharp and unforgiving, a man who has hardened his heart against the world. And oh, she cries out internally, the rejection finally becoming too much to bear. She turns away, her long hair whipping around her, as she prepares to leave his life for good. Bak doesn't move, his back a wall of black fabric that refuses to acknowledge her departure. He stares into the distance, his eyes reflecting the cold lights of the city that has become his only companion. "I'm sorry, Yasmin," he mutters, though whether it's an apology or a dismissal is unclear as his voice fades into the wind. Tears finally spill over, tracing hot paths down her cheeks as she sobs silently for the love she has to kill. In a final, desperate moment of contact, she reaches out and grabs his sleeve, her fingers lingering on the fabric one last time. She opens her hand, revealing the old GKK badge, the metal dulled by time, but still holding the weight of her memories. Bak looks down, his brow furrowing as he sees the token he gave her so many years ago. With a trembling hand, she presses it back into his palm, a silent declaration that she is finally letting him go. Bak's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of something regret? Pain, moving through the depths of his pupils. Yasmin wipes her eyes, her face a mask of beautiful, tragic resolve as she prepares to walk into a future without him. She leaves him standing there on the rooftop, a lone figure silhouetted against the towering skyscrapers. Bak looks down at the badge in his hand, the small piece of metal feeling heavier than a mountain. He closes his eyes and clenches his fist over it, his voice a low, haunting whisper as he admits that if he ever truly found someone like that again, he would never let them go. Tagged screenshots END. As the moon hangs high over the Gaming Competition Association building, a heavy silence blankets the evening air, masking the storm of nerves brewing within. Inside, Celine stands alone before a glowing terminal, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as she prepares for the next step of her journey. With a soft chime, the screen illuminates her success, confirming her registration for the Championship Cup and highlighting a staggering 77% win rate in her practice matches. Despite the impressive numbers, her fingers tremble as she clutches her identification card, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and growing anxiety. She knows that as soon as her finals are over, her life will be consumed by the prep for this competition, and the weight of being a first-timer leaves her feeling utterly breathless. Hoping to clear her head, she steps out into the night. But the quiet she seeks is nowhere to be found as she navigates through a growing crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, the air shifts as a girl nearby gasps, pointing a finger and whispering loudly to her friend, "Isn't that Celine from Team SOS?" Celine freezes, her breath hitching as she feels dozens of eyes suddenly turn toward her, the whispers growing into a dull roar of recognition. Panic surges through her as she realizes her anonymity has vanished, her mind screaming that she isn't ready for this level of attention. The crowd begins to press in, their faces blurred by her rising fear as they surge forward like a tide. Voices call out from every direction, praising her skills and clamoring for just a moment of her time, or perhaps a cherished photograph. Desperate to escape the suffocating crush of the fans, she turns and bolts, her heart racing as she rounds a corner only to collide with a solid, warm chest. The impact sends a jolt through her, and she gasps as she finds herself stumbling into the arms of a tall, mysterious figure clad in a dark hoodie. She looks up, her eyes misty with tears of frustration, and her breath catches in her throat as she stares into the familiar, piercing gaze of the man before her. "Eat Hunter?" She stammers, her voice barely a whisper as the world seems to stop spinning for a single, charged moment. He looks down at her with a mixture of concern and mild amusement, wondering why on earth she's rushing through the halls like her life depends on it. But they aren't alone for long as the fans catch up, their voices rising in a fever pitch as they realize the legendary Jing Xiao is standing right there beside her. Before she can even process the shock, Hunter's fingers wrap firmly around her wrist, his touch sending a warm spark through her skin as he takes charge of the situation. He pulls her along, leading her back into the safety of the building as the doors slide shut behind them, leaving the frantic crowd outside. On the other side of the glass, the fans are left in a state of total shock, screaming his name and wondering if they truly just saw the two stars together. The air is thick with gossip as they wonder what the real relationship is between the cold pro gamer and the rising starlet. Safe from the prying eyes, Hunter and Celine walk through the dimly lit corridor, the silence between them heavy with unspoken questions. Hunter glances at her, his expression softening as he tries to soothe her rattled nerves, telling her that those people were likely just fans who wanted a chance to speak with her. He suggests they take the back door to avoid any further scenes, his voice calm and steadying. However, their luck runs dry when they reach the exit only to find the heavy doors are already locked tight for the night. Celine's eyes go wide as the realization hits her they are completely trapped inside the association building together. Her mind spirals into a fresh wave of panic, her face turning a bright shade of red as she imagines being stuck here until morning. She bows her head, her voice thick with guilt as she apologizes, blaming her own frantic behavior for their current predicament. But Hunter simply leans back, resting his head on his hand with a lazy, heart-stopping smile that makes her heart skip a beat. He looks out at the vast expanse of the night sky through the massive windows, the stars reflecting in his dark, handsome eyes. "The starry sky is so beautiful," she whispers, momentarily forgetting her fears as she gazes up at the glittering celestial display. Hunter sits beside her on the cool floor, the proximity between them making the air feel electric and charged with a new kind of tension. As they sit in the quiet, his hand rests dangerously close to hers, the distance of a few inches feeling like a vast, unbridgeable chasm. He breaks the silence, asking her if she's still hung up on the fact that she lost to him in their previous encounter. Celine's fingers twitch as she looks at her own hand, her voice soft as she admits that it wasn't about the loss, but about the thrill of the game. She confesses how happy she was to share that stage with him, wondering if they will ever have the chance to stand as equals again. Hunter's gaze intensifies, his eyes searching hers with a depth that makes her feel completely exposed. "Actually," he begins, his voice dropping an octave, "my brother invited me to join Team PPB for the Championship Cup." The revelation hits her like a physical blow, her eyes widening in pure shock as she realizes they might truly become adversaries on the professional stage. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a bright beam of light cuts through the darkness, and a harsh voice demands to know who is lurking in the shadows. Hunter quickly moves, his protective instincts kicking in as a security guard approaches them with a flashlight held high. Hunter keeps his voice level as he explains their situation, stating that they simply got trapped inside by accident. The guard doesn't look convinced, his brow furrowed as he demands to see their identification to prove they belong in the building. Celine bites her lip, her face pale as she realizes she left her bag and her ID in the other room. Hunter sighs, admitting that he doesn't have his identification on him either, which only makes the guard more suspicious. Celine tries to intervene, her voice trembling as she insists that Hunter is a friend and they aren't doing anything wrong. The guard's patience has clearly run out, and he sternly tells them that since they have no ID, he has no choice but to take them to the police station. Hunter looks down, a frustrated expression crossing his handsome features as he realizes how ridiculous this looks. Seeing no other way out, he finally looks the guard in the eye and reveals that he is actually a member of Team PPB. Celine can only stare at him in stunned silence, the weight of his secret finally sinking in as she realizes the man she admires is now her direct rival. A short while later, the two of them are forced to sit like well-behaved children in the security office, waiting for someone to vouch for them. The door suddenly bursts open, and Celine's friends rush in, their faces filled with shock as they see her sitting there with the legendary Hunter. The heavy atmosphere of the building felt like a cage as the captains were warned to keep their teams in line and follow the strict rules. Momo's voice shrieked through the hallway, her face contorted with disbelief as she cornered a dazed Celine, demanding to know how she could be so careless. Jing let out a long, weary breath, his eyes flickering with a brief moment of relief that the immediate danger of being locked in had passed. But that peace was shattered when Momo shoved her glowing phone screen toward them, her eyes wide with a panicked intensity. The headline screamed of a secret rendezvous, a blurry image that threatened to tear their professional world apart. All About Gaming had already picked up the scent, questioning Celine's every move and asking who the mysterious man by her side could be. The comments section was a battlefield of speculation, with fans dissecting every pixel of the leaked photo to find the truth. Momo pointed an accusing finger, her voice trembling as she revealed that the entire internet assumed the man in the photo was Jing himself. Jing could only offer a dry, awkward observation about their similar builds, though Momo looked ready to explode from the sheer absurdity of the comparison. The weight of a looming scandal pressed down on them, threatening the very reputation of Team SS. Before the tournament even began, Celine stood frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs as she felt the crushing weight of the public's judgment. Jing ran a hand through his hair, the stress of the situation carving deep lines of worry into his handsome features. Momo desperately suggested they simply tell the truth that the two men were brothers to quell the rising storm of rumors. But Jing's refusal was immediate and cold, his gaze hardening as he looked away into the distance. Momo gasped, her breath hitching at the realization that the stakes were far higher than she had imagined. A scandal of this magnitude wouldn't just hurt feelings. It would decimate their sponsorships and the team's future in the public eye. He looked so serious, so burdened by the crown he wore as the team's star player. With a sharp command, Jing decided he would handle the fallout personally, calling Hunter aside for a private confrontation. Momo fumed in the background, her frustration boiling over as she realized she was being shut out of the critical decision-making. Hunter's voice was small, filled with a guilt that threatened to swallow him whole as he asked if this would truly destroy the team. He stepped forward, his eyes shining with a desperate need to take the blame and fix the mess he had created. Jing stood firm, his silhouette casting a long shadow as he forbade Hunter from throwing himself into the fire. Hunter's eyes widened with a new resolve, suggesting that perhaps joining Team PPB was the only way to silence the critics for good. Jing's expression softened with a touch of sadness, admitting he never wanted Hunter to turn professional just to escape a scandal. The tension between them was palpable, a silent understanding passing between brothers in the dim light of the corridor. He warned Hunter of the lonely path ahead of life where every relationship was sacrificed for the sake of the game and the public eye. Jing's gaze was distant, filled with the ghosts of the things he had already been forced to give up for his career. Hunter listened intently, his own eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and newfound determination. Memories of a fragile past flickered in Jing's mind, a time when health and happiness felt so much more certain than they did now. Placing a steady hand on Hunter's shoulder, Jing offered a choice: join the team and accept his help, or walk away and live a life without these heavy chains. "What's your answer?" he whispered, the question hanging in the air like a final ultimatum. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the city, Chase sat back with a smug grin, his eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding on his phone. His father watched from the sofa, the silence of the room filled with the unspoken schemes of a rival team. Chase took a bite of his burger, the taste of impending victory far sweeter than any meal. He lounged with an arrogance that only comes from knowing your opponent's weakness is finally exposed. With a wicked glint in his eye, he declared that he had the perfect plan to fan the flames of the scandal until it consumed them all. Back at the studio, the red light of the cameras flickered to life, signaling the start of Jing's highly anticipated livestream announcement. Jing took a deep breath, his professional mask slipping into place as he prepared to face the world. Hunter looked at him from the shadows, still wondering why, out of everyone, he was the one chosen for this grand stage. A rare, genuine smile touched Jing's lips as he looked at his younger brother, the pride in his eyes undeniable. He walked toward the light, his stride confident even as he carried the weight of 1,000 expectations. "I've always known you were talented," he said softly, his voice a balm to Hunter's insecure heart. Hunter stood rooted to the spot, the words echoing in his mind like a long-awaited blessing. He remembered the years of chasing Jing's shadow, always a step behind, always reaching for a light that seemed out of reach. With a voice thick with emotion, Hunter finally confessed that all he had ever truly wanted was his brother's approval. He looked so vulnerable in that moment, the fierce gamer replaced by a boy seeking validation. Jing's smile widened, a soft warmth radiating from him as he told Hunter that he had always been great in his own right. Celine watched from a distance, her heart swelling with a bittersweet joy for the bond they were finally mending. But the moment was cut short when she saw the latest update on her phone, her face draining of all color. Chase was already making his move, his presence in the hallway feeling like an omen of the disaster to come. Hunter stared at the screen, his blood running cold as he saw a new, more damaging photo being circulated by the minute. Suddenly, Jing's professional composure shattered as a violent fit of coughing took hold of him, leaving him gasping for air. He slumped over, the hidden toll of his illness finally rearing its ugly head at the worst possible moment. The headlines shifted instantly, turning from curiosity to a vicious attack on the team's integrity and Jing's fitness to play. Celine and Hunter could only watch in horror as the stream continued, capturing Jing's moment of weakness for the entire world to see. Hunter's heart broke as he saw his idol, his brother, struggling just to stay upright under the blinding lights. A fire ignited in Hunter's eyes, a fierce protectiveness overriding his fear as he realized what he had to do. Jing looked up, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes searching for the strength to finish what he started. He knew the sacrifices he had made, and the ones he was about to ask Hunter to make in his stead. Hunter turned away, his silhouette filled with a new, heavy purpose as he stepped out from the shadows. Celine cheered for him with tears in her eyes, her smile a beacon of hope in the middle of the storm. With one final, determined look back, Hunter prepared to step into the light and claim the legacy that was always meant to be his. The air in the room is thick with a suffocating tension as Hunter's father coldly announces that he has already changed the house number, cutting the last tether to his own flesh and blood. "Do we really have to do that, father?" Hunter asks, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief, only to be met with a roar of fury as his father declares that Jing is no longer his son for the crime of disobedience. Hunter can only stare blankly, his heart heavy with the realization that his family is shattering before his very eyes. The scene shifts back to his younger years in high school, a time when the shadows of his father's expectations were already beginning to lengthen. A classmate interrupts his solitude to tell him that his brother has arrived, but the look in Hunter's eyes isn't one of joy, it's a deep, aching conflict. Standing alone in the courtyard, the weight of his father's disapproval feels like a physical burden pressing down on his shoulders. "Can you tell him that I'm busy and don't have time to see him?" He whispers, the lie tasting like ash in his mouth. His friend looks on with pity, asking if his father still holds the power to keep two brothers apart. Hunter turns away, his face a mask of stoic pain as the wind whips through his hair, mirroring the turmoil in his soul. He knows he is choosing safety over love, a quiet life over the brother he misses. Back in the present, Hunter's gaze is sharp and focused, a man who has finally decided to stop living in the shadows. He realizes that he can no longer run from the truth or the family he tried to leave behind. Stepping into the bright lights of the Team PPP livestream, he prepares to face the world on his own terms. With a steady voice, he confesses to the thousands watching that the person in the viral photos was actually him, shielding his brother from the public eye. His teammate watches from the side, a mix of concern and respect etched onto his features. As the chat scrolls by in a frantic blur of hearts and shocked questions, Hunter stands tall, refusing to flinch. "I am Jing's younger brother," he declares, finally reclaiming the identity he had suppressed for so long. As night falls over the quiet student dorms, the peace is shattered by the sharp, persistent vibration of a phone. Hunter stares down at the screen, the word "father" flashing like a warning sign in the dark. His eyes harden, the blue depths filled with a cold determination as the device continues to ring. His roommate, still in his pajamas, pops his head in to praise Hunter for how incredibly cool he looked on the stream. The bubbly teammate shifts into a chibi-like state of excitement, practically vibrating as he asks for Hunter's opinion on his outfit. He presents a flashy tuxedo, complete with a red boatie, hoping to look his best for the big event. Hunter lets out a dry sigh, deadpanning that the suit is so bright it's practically blinding him. But the momentary distraction fades when another message lights up his phone. The text is short and commanding. "I'm picking you up at 7 p.m. tomorrow." The next morning at Winter Valley University, the sun is shining, but Celine can feel the eyes of the entire campus on her. Her friend Nancy is too busy stressing about the upcoming big exam to notice the shifting atmosphere. Suddenly, a group of students corners them, their voices filled with a mix of awe and nosy curiosity. Celine tries to maintain her composure, but the pressure of being the center of a trending scandal is starting to take its toll. Her violet eyes dart around nervously, her breath catching as the questions become more pointed. She clenches her hands at her sides, trying to explain that her visit to the tournament was purely professional. The situation takes a turn for the worse when a group of high society girls, led by the haughty Melanie, approaches with sneers on their faces. "Don't bring that stuff here," Melanie spits, looking at Celine as if she were a stain on the school's pristine reputation. Celine bows her head, her voice a mere whisper as she offers a soft apology, trying to avoid a scene. Nancy can't stand the bullying and steps forward, arguing that gaming is a legitimate, country-endorsed profession. Melanie just laughs, a cold, mocking sound that echoes through the courtyard. She accuses Celine of dragging the school's name through the mud with her scandalous behavior. Nancy retorts that Celine is a top student who earned her place here, regardless of her hobbies. Celine gently touches Nancy's arm, telling her it's okay, though her heart is racing with humiliation. Melanie leans in, her voice dripping with venom as she reminds them that the prestigious Dr. Xiao absolutely loathes gamers. She stares Celine down, her expression one of pure, unadulterated contempt. In the background, the whispers of other students grow louder, fueled by the drama unfolding before them. They gossip about how Dr. Xiao was so enraged by his other son's gaming that he smashed his entire office. The rumors fly that Hunter and his brother are bitter enemies who haven't spoken in years. Melanie smirks, enjoying the way the crowd is turning against the girl she views as an interloper. But Celine has had enough. She looks Melanie dead in the eye and demands respect for the hard work pro gamers put in. Her gaze is fierce, a flash of purple fire that momentarily the bullies. Melanie recovers quickly, waving a hand dismissively and insisting that the negative press is all that matters. She points out that even the perfect Hunter Xiao had to step in to clean up the mess Celine made. Celine looks down, a single tear threatening to fall as the weight of Melanie's words sinks in. The crowd continues to murmur, the collective judgment of the student body feeling like a physical wall. Celine raises her voice, insisting that her love for games never once compromised her academic success. Nancy looks at her friend with wide eyes, surprised by the sudden spark of defiance. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes as a tall, commanding figure approaches the group. The mean girls gasp, their arrogant mask slipping into looks of pure shock. Celine's breath hitches as she looks up, seeing the one person she didn't expect to see. Hunter stands there, looking as cold and untouchable as ever, his presence instantly silencing the crowd. Melanie stammers his name, her face flushing with a mix mix of embarrassment and attraction. She tries to play it off, putting on a fake smile as she greets the school star pupil. Hunter doesn't even look at her, his intense gaze fixed entirely on Celine. Without a word, his hand reaches out and firmly grasps Celine's wrist. He pulls her close, his body acting as a shield between her and the vultures surrounding them. He looks down at her, his eyes softening just enough for her to see the hidden warmth within. Celine can only stare back, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The onlookers are frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the elite hunter Xiao would defend a gamer. Melanie finds her voice, shrilly warning Hunter that being associated with Celine will only ruin his own future. Hunter simply hums, a low vibration that seems to dismiss Melanie's entire existence. Melanie's face contorts with a hideous rage, her jealousy bubbling over as she realizes she's been ignored. Nancy, seeing her friend finally rescued, wipes away a dramatic tear of relief. Hunter turns his back on the bullies, leading Celine away from the toxic crowd. As they walk through the evening air, the silence between them is comfortable, yet charged with an unspoken electricity. Celine sneaks a glance at him, her cheeks flushed a soft pink in the twilight. Hunter keeps his eyes forward, but the protective way he walks beside her speaks volumes. Celine realizes with a jolt of emotion that he didn't just happen to be there, he came specifically to find her. A small, genuine smile graces her lips as they move further away from the school's judgment. She stops for a moment, reminding him that his team's signing event is starting very soon. With a playful wave, she tells him to hurry and get ready, her spirit finally lifted. Hunter watches her run off, his eyes lingering on her retreating figure with a rare, tender expression. But the moment of peace is short-lived as his phone dings with a final, chilling notification. His gaze turns somber, the weight of his family legacy returning to settle on his heart. At the front gate of the university, a sleek, expensive car is waiting in the shadows. Hunter walks toward it, his steps heavy with the dread of the confrontation to come. He climbs into the back seat, where his father is already waiting, looking like a king on a cold throne. Dr. Xiao's face is a mask of stern authority, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Hunter looks away, the pain of his father's expectations visible in the tight set of his jaw. He grips his phone so hard his knuckles turn white, the silence in the car deafening. He stares out the window, knowing that the battle for his freedom has only just begun. The air inside the car is stifling, thick with the weight of expectations that have suffocated Hunter for years. His father's gaze is fixed forward, his voice cold and clinical as he outlines a future Hunter never asked for, insisting that dinner with Professor Lee is an opportunity every other medical student would kill for. Hunter's jaw tightens, his eyes shimmering with a mix of defiance and deep-seated hurt as he tries to find the words to break the cycle. "Father, can we talk?" He starts, his voice barely a whisper against the hum of the engine. But his father doesn't even look at him, his mind already miles ahead, lecturing Hunter on the importance of memorizing the lecture topics so he won't be caught off guard. The dismissal cuts deeper than any blade, and Hunter can't hold it back anymore. "Dad, please listen to me," he cries out, his voice cracking with the desperation of a son who just wants to be seen. The elder man finally snaps, his face contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he brings up the one thing Hunter can't ignore, Jing. He spits out his disdain for how Jing's face is plastered all over the internet, claiming his other son is doing nothing but making the family look bad. Hunter freezes, the words stinging like a physical blow as he stares at the man who is supposed to love them unconditionally. With a hollow ache in his chest, he asks the question that has been haunting him. "Do you feel ashamed of us?" The response is a roar of fury that fills the small space of the car. "So what?" His father screams, his eyes wide with a terrifying intensity. "Are you going to rebel just like that good-for-nothing brat?" That was the breaking point. Hunter's expression hardens, the pain transforming into a cold, sharp resolve. "Stop the car," he demands, his voice low and dangerous. The tires let out a violent, high-pitched screech as the vehicle is forced to a halt. The wheel comes to a dead stop against the cobblestones, a final punctuation mark on their relationship. Hunter doesn't look back as he steps out into the biting night air, leaving his father's shadow behind him. He stands alone under the dim glow of the streetlights, his silhouette a lonely figure against the darkness. Inside the car, his father looks on, perhaps stunned by the sudden defiance. But the bridge has already been burned. Hunter's heart hammers against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of fear and freedom. Memories of his father's cruelty flash through his mind, the way he tossed them aside like trash, shouting for them to get out and stay out. The echoes of being called worthless ring in his ears, a bitter reminder of the home he no longer has. He watches the taillights of his father's car fade into the distance, realizing that from this moment on, he is truly on his own. With a fresh cut bleeding on his cheek and the weight of the world on his shoulders, Hunter looks out at the city skyline. The towering buildings sparkle with 1,000 lights, representing a world of possibilities he was always told he wasn't good enough for. He knows where he needs to be. The scene shifts to the high-stakes atmosphere of the green room by the stage, where the tension is palpable. Inside, a blonde teammate looks absolutely panicked, checking his watch as the minutes tick away. The event is about to start. Is Hunter coming or not? He frets, his voice rising in pitch. Jing stands nearby, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, his expression unreadable but his posture stiff with worry. He knows the pressure his brother is under, and the thought of Hunter missing this moment is almost too much to bear. He closes his eyes for a brief second, centering himself. "I trust that he will be here," he says, though his voice betrays a hint of the anxiety gnawing at his gut. Outside the massive arena, the crowd is already gathering, unaware of the drama unfolding behind the scenes. Some of the other players linger near the entrance, complaining about the heat and the stupid requirement of attending a Team PPB event. One of them smirks, his eyes glinting with a mean-spirited arrogance as he looks around. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out at the security gate. A guard stands firm, blocking a young man who looks like he's been through a war. It's Hunter, his shirt rumpled and his face marked with blood, looking nothing like the professional gamer everyone is expecting. The guard eyes him with deep suspicion, his arms crossed over his chest. Hunter is breathing hard, his eyes darting toward the entrance. He doesn't have time for this. "I am Jing's little brother, Hunter Xiao," he says, trying to keep his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. A small crowd begins to gather, whispering and pointing at the disheveled boy claiming to be the new star. The guard isn't buying it for a second, shouting that he can't let anyone in without identification, especially not someone who looks like they just crawled out of a gutter. Hunter's frustration boils over. He can hear the muffled roar of the crowd inside, signaling that the introduction is starting. The guard sneers, telling him to get lost before he calls for backup. Hunter realizes with a jolt that this is the same guard who gave him trouble once before. He knows he won't win this argument with words. In a moment of frantic comedy, Hunter tries to plead his case one last time, but the guard is more concerned about his overtime pay than Hunter's career. Hunter quickly pulls out his phone, trying to reach anyone who can vouch for him while the guard continues to bark orders. The man is practically vibrating with annoyance, complaining about having to stay late yet again. He lets out a frustrated yell, his face turning a bright shade of pink. "Are you kidding me?" he bellows, completely losing his cool. He warns Hunter that the event starts in 3 minutes and he's definitely going to be late. Hunter gives a final, determined wave. "It's okay, I can make it," he calls back, already turning away. He spots a high railing and doesn't hesitate for a single second. With the grace of an athlete, he vaults over the barrier, his body soaring through the air in a blur of motion. Inside the arena, the lights dim and the announcer's voice booms over the speakers, welcoming the members of Team PPB to the stage. The crowd erupts into cheers, but beneath the noise, rumors are spreading like wildfire. People wonder if the new member is really Jing's brother and if he only got in through connections. Backstage, a staff member speaks frantically into his headset, asking what the hell is happening and why their star is missing. Other teams watch from the sidelines, some yawning with boredom, while others watch with predatory interest, sensing a weakness. Fans in the front row, including a girl with bright red hair, look on with wide, anxious eyes, hoping the rumors aren't true. The teammates gather in the wings, their faces pale as they prepare to walk out without their final member. But then, a shadow appears in the doorway. Hunter is there, gasping for air, his chest heaving as he wipes the sweat from his brow. His teammates turn, their eyes widening in shock and relief as they see him standing there, battered but unbroken. Hunter meets Jing's gaze, a silent understanding passing between the two brothers in that fleeting moment. The staff member gets the signal and nods urgently toward the stage. Hunter reaches up, his fingers trembling slightly as he pulls his hood over his head, hiding the cut on his face. With a final deep breath, the team steps out into the blinding glare of the spotlights, ready to face the world together. Celine's heart hammered against her ribs, her breath hitching as she watched the impossible unfold right before her eyes. There he stood, Hunter Xiao, looking every bit the mysterious rogue with a bandage on his cheek and a gaze that could cut through glass. The stadium lights flared to life as the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, declaring the opening of the championship tournament and the arrival of Team PPB's secret weapon. Hunter stood tall in his dark hoodie, a silent shadow that seemed to swallow the very light around him. The audience erupted into a frenzy of whispers, wondering where this unknown player had come from, and if he truly had the skills to back up his presence. In the stands, Chase leaned forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he watched the newcomer with a mixture of annoyance and calculated spite. On the stage, Jing stood with the poise of a seasoned veteran, ready to lead his team into the fire. He glanced at the digital interface, his mind already spinning with the countless strategies they would need to survive the coming rounds. A flicker of melancholy crossed Jing's face as he realized this would be his final year on this grand stage, a bittersweet end to a legendary career. He clenched his fist, the tension in his knuckles mirroring the fire burning in his soul as he prepared to give it his all one last time. The announcer turned to the reigning champions, offering them the ultimate advantage, the right to handpick their first victim. Jing didn't hesitate, turning to Hunter and granting him the honor of making their very first move as a team. The two stood side by side, a formidable duo that sent a shiver of anticipation through the crowded arena. Hunter's eyes drifted toward the leaderboard, his gaze landing on the third-ranked team, QEQ. Jing leaned in, whispering that Team UBBW or TTA would be far safer choices for a warm-up match. But Hunter's resolve was like iron, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the one team he truly wanted to crush. In the opposing section, Chase's face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage, his pride stung by the blatant challenge. His teammates looked on with varying degrees of shock and concern, sensing the storm that was about to break. The crowd went wild, the air thick with the scent of a brewing scandal as the gossip began to fly. Everyone knew there was a deep-seated grudge between Chase and Hunter, And the drama was only just beginning. Is there a problem with choosing them? Hunter asked, his voice cool and devoid of any fear. Jing sighed, explaining that the rules meant a loss to a top 3 team would result in immediate elimination from the tournament. A slow, provocative smirk spread across Hunter's face as he hummed a low, mocking response. Even the announcer felt the need to intervene, whispering that a newbie should really reconsider such a reckless path. Celine watched from the sidelines, her fingers trembling as she wondered if Hunter was throwing everything away just for her. Chase exploded in his seat, his voice booming as he demanded to know how this upstart dared to disrespect his team. He laughed a cold, jagged sound, promising to wipe them off the map in the very first round. Hunter simply tilted his head, his expression innocent as he claimed he hadn't even known about the elimination rule. Despite the tension, the hard-eyed fans in the crowd couldn't help but swoon over the sheer audacity of the handsome newcomer. Behind the scenes, the atmosphere was electric, every movement shadowed by the weight of the coming battle. Hunter didn't back down, reminding everyone that the last time he played chase, the game had ended in a frustrating draw. The crowd gasped, unable to believe a newbie was talking such a big game against a titan of the league. Doubts began to ripple through the arena as spectators adjusted their glasses, questioning how an untrained player could ever hope to stand his ground. Chase's own teammate looked at him with confusion, asking when exactly this mysterious match had taken place. Chase stood up, pointing a trembling finger as he screamed that it was all nothing but a lie. Hunter reached up to brush his hair back, his voice calm as he prepared to drop the ultimate bombshell. He wasn't just any player. He was Boundless Hunt, the legendary #1 ranked swordsman in the entire game. The color drained from Chase's face, his eyes bulging as the reality of his situation finally set in. The murmurs in the crowd turned into a roar of realization as the identity of the top-ranked player was confirmed. With a legend on their side, Team PPB suddenly looked completely and utterly invincible. As they moved toward the backstage area, the press descended like a pack of hungry wolves. Cameras flashed and microphones were shoved into their faces, the media desperate for a comment on the shocking reveal. The rest of the team took the spotlight with cocky grins, embracing their new status as the tournament's main attraction. Suddenly, Hunter's phone chimed with a soft, persistent ding. He looked down to see a message from Celine, her worry radiating through the screen as she asked if he had done this because of her. A reporter pressed him further, asking about the tension Chase had been bragging about online. Hunter looked down at his phone with a small, dismissive smile, typing back that his injury was nothing but a scratch. The reporter wouldn't let up, demanding to know the real reason behind his provocative choice. Hunter looked up, his eyes shining with a secret, burning desire as he admitted there was someone else he was saving for the finals. Later, Celine stood alone in the sterile, quiet hallway, her heart heavy as she stared at her glowing phone screen. Her peace was shattered when Chase stepped out of the shadows, a predatory look on his face as he told her things were getting interesting. He crossed his arms, leaning against the wall with a smug, self-satisfied grin. Celine met his gaze with a sharp, defiant glare, refusing to let him see her fear. Chase's voice dropped to a low, venomous hiss as he threatened to expose the truth about Team YG throwing their match. Celine's face went pale, the air leaving her lungs as the weight of his blackmail hit her like a physical blow. Chase leaned closer, his smile widening into something truly monstrous, as he promised to drag her down into the dirt with him. Celine's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp fire as she stood her ground, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and disbelief as she demanded to know if Chase Yun was actually bold enough to threaten her. Chase didn't even flinch, a chillingly calm smile playing on his lips as he leaned in to whisper that it was far too late for her to beg for his forgiveness. Celine's breath hitched, but she refused to let him see her crumble, declaring with a hardened gaze that she would never be intimidated or compromise her values for someone like him. Chase merely watched her, his expression unreadable and smug as if he held all the cards in this dangerous game. Turning her back on him, Celine closed her eyes tightly, trying to steady her racing heart, while the weight of his words settled over her like a heavy shroud. As evening fell over the city, the neon lights began to flicker to life, casting long, blue shadows across the bustling streets outside the restaurant. Inside, Celine's friend tried to snap her out of her trance, holding up a menu and asking what she wanted to eat, though Celine's mind was clearly miles away. A playful, chibi-sized poke to the cheek finally broke her concentration as her friend teased her for staring off into space instead of focusing on dinner. Startled, Celine's eyes went wide and she blurted out an order for potatoes and chicken wings, her face heating up in embarrassment. Her friend could only sweat drop, looking at her with a mix of confusion and concern at her erratic behavior. Celine stared down at the table, her expression softening into one of deep, quiet contemplation as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, her hands clenched into tight fists beneath the table. She decided then and there that she couldn't tell Hunter about Chase's threats, fearing it would ruin his focus for the upcoming match. The tension in her fingers only grew as she gripped her skirt, telling herself she just had to endure this for one more year. The group eventually settled in, chatting and ordering a round of milk teas and lats to lighten the heavy atmosphere. While Celine remained quiet, her friends whispered among themselves, wondering if she was acting a bit strange tonight or if she was just daydreaming as usual. Suddenly, a sharp chime cut through their conversation as a phone began to buzz incessantly on the tabletop. Rainbow smirked and snatched it up, holding his nose to disguise his voice into a ridiculous nasal tone as he answered with a cheeky, "Hello, Hunter?" On the other end, Hunter's face darkened instantly, his brow furrowing as he demanded to know who was on the line and where Celine was. Rainbow couldn't help but mess with him, laughing as he told Hunter to just take a guess. Hunter's frustration boiled over, his face turning a shade of blue as he growled for them to put Celine on the phone immediately. Rainbow just leaned back, teasingly calling Hunter cruel and threatening to tell everyone how mean he was being. Fed up with the nonsense, Hunter slammed his finger on the end call button. His face twisted in a mask of pure annoyance. He stared at his device in disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered that the person on the other end sounded exactly like a quacking duck. Back at the restaurant, Rainbow was practically falling out of his chair with laughter, finding it far too much fun to mess with the serious Hunter. Their friend looked on with a vein popping in her forehead, asking if he was intentionally trying to start trouble. But Rainbow's laughter died down as he scrolled through the phone, his eyes widening in shock as he urged the others to look at the screen. The two of them leaned in, their faces paling as they processed whatever startling information was displayed before them. The screen displayed the upcoming match details for Team PPB versus Team QAQ, a battle that everyone was anticipating. Scrolling through the internet comments, it was clear that the fans were skeptical, with many predicting that PPB stood no chance against the power of Silver Moon and Chase. In the quiet of the Team PPB green room, the atmosphere was thick with unease as the players realized the entire world saw them as the underdogs. One of the members scoffed at the lack of support, his eyes narrowing as he vowed to show everyone what they were truly capable of. Hunter Xiao sat nearby, his gaze steady as he asked Ely if the pressure of the negative comments was getting to him. Ely offered a small, confident smile, noting that winning wasn't about popularity, but about the depth and skill of the play. Despite his outward calm, Hunter's eyes drifted back to his phone screen, a flicker of worry crossing his face as he wondered why Celine still hadn't called him back. The scene shifted to the massive tournament arena, where the 2020 UCL logo glowed brightly against the dark stage. The crowd was an ocean of excitement, waving light sticks and banners as they cheered at the top of their lungs for the start of the championship. Casters Nina and Moth took their positions, their voices booming over the speakers as they praised Silver Moon's legendary status as a top-tier assassin. Nina leaned forward with a spark in her eye, announcing that the most exciting cup was finally about to begin. The starting lineup for Team QAQ appeared on the monitors, featuring Chase in his formidable mage form. Beside him stood Silver Moon, looking lethal and mysterious in his assassin gear. Completing their primary trio was Newt, standing tall and imposing as the team's dedicated warrior. The casters raved about the composition, noting that with Newt's protection, no one would be able to touch Chase's mage. They highlighted how QQ's scores had skyrocketed ever since Chase joined their ranks, making them the favorites to win. Moth then shifted the focus to Team PPB, announcing their first team lineup as Boundless Hunt and Ellie. Hunter's avatar, the swordsman, appeared on the screen, looking sharp and ready for battle. Eli followed close behind, his assassin character radiating a quiet, dangerous energy. However, a wave of confusion swept through the audience, with fans shouting in disbelief that Jing wasn't in the starting lineup. The QAQ players exchanged smug glances, convinced that without Jing, their path to victory was practically guaranteed. One of them smirked under his headset, eager to give the rookie a harsh lesson in what real professional competition felt like. The casters looked absolutely stunned, Nina's jaw dropping as she questioned if she was even seeing the screen correctly. The final reveal sent a shockwave through the entire arena. The last member for Team PPB was indeed Jing, appearing in a stunning, regal character design. Chase and Newt's confidence evaporated instantly, their faces contorting in pure shock as they realized the trap that had been set. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter and screams, unable to believe that PPB was actually running a reckless composition of two swordsmen and an assassin. The air in the arena is thick with a suffocating tension as the commentators lean into their microphones, their voices trembling with genuine concern. "I'm really worried about Team PPB," one whispers, his eyes glued to the screen where the lack of magical power seems like a death sentence. Across from him, his co-host's face is pale, her headset pressing against her ears as she realizes the impossible odds. They have a mere 6 minutes to dismantle their opponent's defense, or their dreams of victory will turn to ash. On the digital battlefield, the atmosphere is even more lethal. An opponent sneers at Jing, his eyes cold and mocking behind his mask. "Jing, you're usually not this reckless," he growls, convinced that this bizarre team composition is nothing more than a joke. But Silver Moon doesn't flinch. She stands with a regal, terrifying grace, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips, as she reminds them that while composition matters, a master swordsman always has the upper hand against an assassin. Her gaze sharpens, turning into a blade of pure intent as she locks eyes with her target. "Silver Moon, I'm coming for you," she declares, the challenge hanging in the air like a promise of blood. Jing's expression remains unreadable, his eyes narrowing into slits of icy determination. "That's good to hear," he retorts, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Because I'm not to go easy on you either." The banter stops as the weight of the moment settles over them, the silence before the storm broken only by the sharp intake of breath. "Enough talk," another fighter snaps, her eyes flashing with a murderous light. "I think they have a death wish." Suddenly, the digital world screams to life. The countdown has begun, the numbers burning white against the dark background. Silver Moon reaches back, her fingers wrapping around the hilt of her blade with a lover's familiarity, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard. Jing mirrors her, dropping into a lethal crouch as the timer ticks down 3, 2, 1, the world around them blurring into a streak of motion. Chase! Focus fire on the rookie swordsman. A command barks through the comms, desperate and sharp. Once we wipe him out, we'll go after Jing. Hunter's eyes blaze with a golden fire as he acknowledges the order, his body already surging forward like a predator unleashed. Jing moves like a ghost, his cape fluttering behind him as he navigates the chaos of the opening clash. Behind the scenes, the strategy is shifting. A voice whispers to Ely to stay hidden, to wait for Chase to drop his guard and ignore Hunter for now. The battlefield explodes in a flurry of dark, thorny vines that whip through the air with a terrifying hiss. Jing's breath hitches as he feels the rush of wind from a near miss, his eyes tracking the lethal whoosh of an incoming strike that threatens to end his career in a single blow. Daggers fly like silver rain, missing him by a hair's breadth as he dances through the lethality of the arena. He spins, his blade a blur of steel as he carves a path through the onslaught, his heart hammering against his ribs. Silver Moon takes a hit, but she doesn't stumble. Instead, she looks almost bored by the pain. Trading HP is Silver Moon's specialty, the commentators shout in disbelief. Chase, his face streaked with digital blood, lets out a manic laugh that sends a shiver down the spine of everyone watching. Are you having fun? We're just getting started. He screams, his desperation turning into something far more dangerous. The commentators are losing their minds. Why is Silver Moon taking such a risk with low HP right off the bat? They don't realize the trap being set until Chase face contorts with a terrifying focus. A notification flashes across the screen, blinding and ominous. His special attack is primed, a move that requires him to be on the brink of death to deliver a guaranteed one-hit kill. He isn't trying to survive, he's trying to end the world in a single strike. With a roar that echoes through the speakers, he unleashes his ultimate attack, the screen crackling with raw, blue energy. Who did you say had a death wish? He bellows, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated malice. Jing watches the explosion of power heading straight for him, his voice a calm, chilling contrast to the carnage. Oh? Did she now? A massive crash rocks the arena, a pillar of light swallowing Jing whole as the crowd gasps in horror. But as the smoke clears, the triumph on Chase's face turns to ash. Jing is still standing, but he's translucent, a shimmering phantom that begins to fade. With a soft mocking poot, the figure vanishes entirely. Chase's eyes bulge, his pupils shrinking in a moment of pure, crystalline panic. Crap, he gasps, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. It's a soul decoy. You fell for it. You're a damn mage. His teammate screams, the betrayal of their expectations stinging worse than any blade. What the hell? I was following your target, the assassin cries out, her voice cracking as the realization of their failure sets in. She stares at the empty space where Jing should have been, her face pale and sweat slicked. And then, from the shadows, the real threats emerge. Jing and Silver Moon stand side by side, bathed in a cold, ethereal light, looking down at their prey with the detached pity of gods. Jing's eyes are fixed on them, a small, dangerous spark of amusement dancing in his gaze. He raises his blade, the steel reflecting the moonlight of the digital sky. Is it your turn to be wiped out? He asks, his voice like velvet over a razor. The scene shifts abruptly from the high-octane digital war to the stifling, silent reality of a building hallway. Celine stands outside the administration department, her hands trembling as she clutches her bag to her chest. A voice, cold and manipulative, whispers in her mind, a memory of a threat that feels all too real. I'd be happy to drag you down with me. I wonder if Hunter found out. Would he protect you? Celine lets out a sharp, pain gulp, her throat tight with a fear she can't escape. She knows she can't let Chase win, can't let herself be a burden to the team she loves. Celine. A voice suddenly calls out, shattering her dark thoughts as a hand reaches out to steady her, grounding her back in the present. Celine is startled as Bak suddenly appears, her eyes wide with shock as she asks how he even knew she was hiding here. Bak gives a gentle, reassuring smile, explaining that Momo was worried sick and insisted he bring her back to safety immediately. Her expression softens into a look of deep guilt, her voice trembling as she asks if her sudden disappearance is causing too much trouble for the rest of the team. Baka's gaze turns serious for a moment, sensing the underlying fear in her voice when she mentions the name of the man who's been haunting her thoughts. Chase. Suddenly, Bak puffs out his chest with a playful, determined grin, vowing that if that creep dares to threaten her again, he'll personally beat him to a pulp. He boasts about his legendary fighting skills from his days on the streets, claiming a scrawny guy like Chase wouldn't stand a single chance against him. The heavy tension finally breaks as Celine bursts into a genuine, musical laugh, the dark clouds over her heart beginning to clear just for a second. They stand together in the hallway, sharing a brief moment of warmth, though the shadow of the ongoing competition still looms large over them. Suddenly, an announcement blares through the stadium speakers, freezing Celine in her tracks as she realizes the match has been put on an emergency pause. Her hand goes to her chin, a cold shiver running down her spine as she wonders if Chase has already made his move to sabotage the team. We shift back to the heat of the virtual battle, where the air is thick with the scent of ozone and the clash of cold, digital steel. Jing's opponent sneers with a blood-chilling grin, taunting him by saying that with his failing health, He won't even survive until the next round. Hunter watches the exchange with a sharp, piercing gaze, his heart hammering against his ribs in a frantic, worried rhythm. A teammate's voice crackles in the headset, shouting for Hunter to keep his focus and warning him that the enemy is only trying to rile him up. The cruel words hang in the air like a death sentence, revealing a secret that was never meant to leave the shadows that Jing's heart simply cannot handle this level of competition. Jing stands battered but defiant, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps as he refuses to let his physical weakness define his spirit. Hunter's eyes widen in horror as the truth finally sinks in. It isn't just a simple case of asthma, but a life-threatening condition. The clash of their blades sends sparks flying across the screen, a desperate struggle for dominance in a game that has suddenly become a matter of survival. Jing winces in agony, a thin trail of blood escaping his lips as his body begins to buckle under the impossible strain of the fight. Despite the searing pain, he manages a weak, determined smile, telling Hunter not to get distracted even if he falls. The referee's hand shoots up, calling for a desperate timeout as the situation in the arena spirals out of control. The commentators announce that Team PPB has made a critical error, leaving Jing to save his teammate at a devastating cost to his own health points. In the quiet, dimly lit green room, Jing clutches a bottle of water, his face pale and slick with sweat as he tries to hide his suffering from the cameras. The coach looms over him with a grim expression, reminding him that in a single elimination match, there are no substitutions allowed. The choice is laid bare before him. Continue to fight and risk total collapse, or forfeit the match and let the team's dreams slip away. Jing closes his eyes, a single bead of sweat rolling down his neck, as he prepares to push his broken body past its absolute breaking point. Back on the main stage, the lights are blindingly bright, and Hunter stands in the center of the storm, his jaw set in a hard, unforgiving line. Chase steps forward with a mocking smirk, loudly questioning why they're wasting time with a timeout when they should just admit defeat. Hunter's teammate stays back, his eyes narrowing as Hunter ignores the taunts and walks toward the front of the stage with a dangerous aura. Chase continues his verbal assault, laughing that Jing's condition makes this entire match a pathetic waste of everyone's time. Hunter stops dead in his tracks, his silhouette dark against the glowing stage lights, radiating a cold and suffocating fury. Chase's smug expression falters for a split second, confused by the sudden, heavy silence that has fallen over his rival. With a swift, decisive motion, Hunter reaches out and grabs the microphone, his knuckles white as he prepares to break his silence. "Keep talking." Hunter roars into the mic, his voice echoing through the entire stadium as he vows to let the world know exactly how despicable Chase really is. His eyes burn with an intense, vengeful fire, a promise of total retribution for every threat and every lie told in the dark. From the crowd, the spectators whisper in frantic confusion, unable to hear the heated words being exchanged on the silent stage. Celine and Bach stand among the masses, their hearts sinking as they watch the two rivals face off in a tense, public standoff. A horrific realization finally dawns on Celine, her breath catching in her throat as she realizes Chase is using her very existence to blackmail Hunter into losing. She can't stay still another second. She turns and bolts through the crowd, her hair flying behind her as she searches for a way to stop this madness. Hunter walks down the backstage hallway, the weight of the world on his shoulders, his mind a chaotic whirl of anger and fear for his friend. He stops as he hears the echo of the cruel words Chase spoke about Jing's failing heart, the truth cutting deeper than any blade. Suddenly, he sees a flash of blue hair and stops, his eyes widening in disbelief as Celine appears before him, breathless and disheveled. She rushes to him, her voice a frantic plea as she begs him not to listen to a single word that monster says. Tears well up in her beautiful eyes, her face twisted in a mask of pure, raw agony as she insists that everything Chase said is a lie. She stands trembling before him, looking so small and fragile, admitting through her sobs that she's terrified he'll throw the match just to protect her. Hunter looks down at her, his expression unreadable, though a flicker of deep, hidden pain crosses his handsome features. Celine bows her head, her long hair shielding her face as she tries to stifle the sound of her crying, her heart breaking for the position she's put him in. The air between them is thick with unspoken words and a desperate, magnetic tension that draws them together despite the chaos. The intercom crackles to life, a robotic voice demanding Hunter shall return to the stage immediately as the final countdown begins. Hunter reaches out and firmly grasps her shoulders, his hand steady as the voice counts down 7. 6, leaving them in a world where only the two of them exist. Backstage, the atmosphere is thick with unspoken words as Momo stands with her team, her heart heavy with the weight of her recent choices. She looks down, her eyes shimmering with a mix of regret and newfound resolve as she prepares to face her friends. "Sorry for acting selfishly, everyone," she whispers, her fingers tightening around her hem in a gesture of pure vulnerability. Under the shadow of her cap, her gaze is steady, reflecting the inner fire that has finally been rekindled. A gentle hand reaches out to adjust her cap, a silent signal that they are still a team, no matter what has passed between them. Momo offers a soft smile, her spirit lifting as she realizes she isn't standing alone in this fight. With a deep breath, they look out over the arena one last time before the digital world consumes them, plunging them into the heat of the game. In the virtual realm, Silvermoon appears like a celestial deity, his long hair flowing as he prepares to unleash his true power. "Are you okay, Jing?" his teammate asks, but the warrior's focus is already miles away. locked onto his target. A sharp glint flashes in his eyes, a cold, calculated look that signals the end for anyone standing in his path. Jing and his opponent stand back-to-back for a fleeting second, the tension between them crackling like static electricity. Chase narrows his eyes, his handsome features hardening as he prepares to execute the strategy they've worked so hard to perfect. The health bars flicker dangerously low, showing that Newt and Silver Moon are pushing themselves to the absolute limit. Across the field, the masked hunter waits in the shadows, a predatory grin hidden beneath his dark veil. Jing stands tall despite his dwindling health, his regal presence commanding the attention of everyone in the arena. Chase knows this is the moment, the turning point where heroes are made or broken. Suddenly, the sky above the battlefield is filled with a rain of shimmering, magical swords, each one humming with lethal energy. Jing gathers his strength, his hands clasped firmly around his blade as he prepares to gamble everything on one final, desperate move. Jing is going all in. If they don't finish this now, there's no coming back. The commentators scream, their voices reaching a fever pitch. From above, a shadow descends with terrifying speed, an assassin aiming straight for the heart of their defense. But a hero intervenes, blocking the path with a smirk that says he was expecting this all along. You're trying to attack Jing. Did you even ask for my permission? He taunts, his voice dripping with arrogance and skill. The attacker's eyes widen in shock as his momentum is completely halted by an unbreakable wall. How dare you come after my warrior? A voice thunders, the dramatic shout echoing through the digital canyon. A hand grips the hilt of a katana with such force that the air around it seems to vibrate. In a blur of light and color, the butterfly slash is unleashed, sending a swarm of lethal energy toward the enemy. The impact is absolute, shattering the assassin's armor and sending him reeling into the abyss. Chase stands amidst the chaos, his breath coming in short, sharp gasp as he maintains his deadly stance. Wait for your cooldown to come back up. Go, Chase! Jing commands, his voice steady even in the face of exhaustion. The two rivals face each other one last time, the weight of the match resting entirely on their shoulders. A final barrage of blades descends from the heavens, sealing the fate of those caught in the storm. The opponent can only watch in horror as the killing blow approaches, his defenses having been completely stripped away. Chase's face is a mask of icy determination, his eyes locked onto his target with predatory focus. Sweat beads on the enemy's brow as the realization of his defeat finally sinks in. Listen to me? We can still negotiate. He cries out, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. I'm done with your nonsense, Chase retorts, his voice as sharp as the steel in his hand. With one final, decisive strike, the silhouette of the enemy is torn asunder, and the words KO flash across the screen in brilliant light. An announcement rings out through the stadium. First blood. Instant kill. The audience erupts into a deafening roar, their cheers of amazing, shaking the very foundation of the building. Momo jumps to her feet, her face glowing with a triumphant, joyful smile as she celebrates their hard-won victory. In the real world, the opposing player slams his headset onto the desk, his face contorted in a mask of pure frustration. The masked hunter pulls back his hair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he tries to process how a rookie could have bested him. Why didn't you just kill me earlier? He asks, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and awe. Consider it my welcome gift. The victor replies with a charming, lopsided grin that makes the girls in the front row blush. The final image of the killing blow lingers on the monitors, a testament to the skill and teamwork that led to this moment. The players finally remove their headsets, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the digital war they just left. Chase and Jing look at each other, a new sense of mutual respect growing between two former rivals. They reach out and share a firm, lingering handshake, a silent promise that this is only the beginning of their journey together. Hunter is busy managing the frantic aftermath of the match, telling the press with a strained voice that the team needs time to decompress. He hangs up the phone with a finality that leaves the room heavy with a suffocating silence. But behind closed doors, the reality of his physical state is much grimmer as a doctor carefully checks his blood pressure, the stethoscope cold against his skin. Hunter, were you satisfied with your own performance today? His friend asks, his voice laced with a deep, knowing concern. Hunter closes his eyes, the weight of his secret pressing down on his chest like a physical burden he can no longer carry alone. You don't need to worry, he whispers, trying to convince himself as much as his friend. It's only heart palpitations. He looks away, his gaze growing distant as memories he'd rather keep buried begin to resurface in the quiet of the room. He remembers the sterile white walls of his father's hospital, where he saw so many other patients suffering from the same cruel ailments. He recalls the faces of those who were told that rest was their only medicine, a life spent trapped in a cage of caution. His friend doesn't let it go, warning him sharply that these palpitations might be dangerously induced by his asthma. But Hunter's eyes sharpen with a fierce, stubborn light as he insists that he is well aware of the risks he's taking. He knows that a high-pressure environment like the competition could break him, but he refuses to let any more time waste away. He sits on the sofa, a solitary figure against the vastness of his own ambition, begging his friend not to stop him from doing what he loves. His hand trembles slightly as it touches his collar, a rare sign of the vulnerability he hides beneath his cool exterior. Clutched in his palm is a pendant, a symbol of the path he has chosen to follow, regardless of the cost to his health. A sad, beautiful smile touches his lips as he reaffirms his vow to follow the path he believes in. He holds the necklace tight, the metal grounding him as he whispers that he will be right there with her. In his mind, he sees a younger version of himself, comforted in a hospital bed by the one person who truly understood his pain. He remembers the peace of simply resting his head, a luxury he can no longer afford if he wants to stay in the game. That memory of a gentle, encouraging smile what keeps his spirit alive when his body feels like it's failing. Meanwhile, at the clubhouse, the screens are ablaze with the news of Team PPB's unconventional and brilliant victory. The red-haired girl watches the broadcast with a furrowed brow, wondering if the mysterious player will finally step onto the stage in the next match. Suddenly, a sharp ding cuts through the air as our heroine receives a message that makes her breath hitch. Before she can even finish typing a reply, the phone erupts into a frantic ring, sending her into panicked, wide-eyed frenzy. She answers with a nervous stutter, her face flushing a deep crimson as she tries to act natural while her friends watch her every move. Her chibi teammates lean in with mischievous glints in their eyes, absolutely convinced that something juicy is going down. The blue-haired boy remains silent, his unreadable expression fixed on the floor as he listens to her hurried conversation. She rushes toward the stairs, her voice a desperate, airy whisper as she calls out Hunter's name into the receiver. On the other end, Hunter's voice is low and urgent, demanding to know exactly where she is hiding. He doesn't wait for an answer, his feet already carrying him through the clubhouse with a singular, burning purpose. He stops abruptly when he sees her standing there, and for a moment the rest of the world simply ceases to exist. The air between them is thick with tension and unspoken feelings as they stand in a silence more profound than any words. Hunter looks away, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck as the cool mask he usually wears begins to melt away. She breaks the heavy silence with a bright, melodic laugh, teasingly telling him that he has to be the one to speak first. He looks down at her, his heart heavy but his eyes filled with a sudden, overwhelming softness as he asks, "Are you happy?" She doesn't hesitate for a single second, throwing her head back and shouting with pure, unadulterated joy that she is super happy. As he watches her radiant smile, Hunter's gaze fills with a quiet, deep affection, realizing that her happiness is worth every struggle he faces. In that moment, she looks at him and finally understands the true weight of what it means to have a companion by her side. The Gaming Competition Association building looms like a monolith of glass and steel against the sky, a silent witness to the high-stakes drama about to unfold. Inside, the air is thick with anticipation as the digital board flickers to life, displaying the logos of the elite teams fighting for the top spot. Selene stands among her teammates, her heart hammering against her ribs. As they realize their fate is no longer in their own hands, they have to wait for another team to pick them. Her blue-haired teammate lets out a frustrated huff, throwing his arms behind his head with a look of pure annoyance. He leans in close, his eyes narrowing as he whispers a teasing provocation that cuts through the tension. Celine's breath hitches, her eyes widening as she tries to find a witty comeback to his sudden jab. Their playful bickering is a familiar shield against the nerves, even as they stand in the middle of a crowded, judgmental room. The moment is broken when a league official approaches them, her expression a mask of professional detachment as she consults her tablet. Momo's face pales instantly when the official delivers the news. Team 3KU has drawn their name for the first round. The weight of the announcement settles heavily over them, as 3KU is known for a ruthless strategy that revolves entirely around their masterful mage. Despite the daunting challenge ahead, the team pulls together, their shoulders touching in a silent vow of solidarity. But the warmth of their unity is chilled by a sharp, predatory gaze watching them from the shadows of the hallway. A girl from the rival camp gnaws on her finger, her eyes gleaming with a dark, obsessive hunger for the upcoming slaughter. Suddenly, the official speaks again, informing Selene that she is required to attend an urgent press conference immediately. The mood shifts from competitive to defensive as the official mentions the toxic rumors spreading like wildfire across the internet. Selene's teammate doesn't hesitate for a second, grabbing her arm and pulling her close as he barks out a refusal. There's nothing to explain. She doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to, he declares, his voice ringing with protective fury. Selene looks down, her long hair shielding her face as she realizes her past feud with Chase Yun is being dragged back into the light. She takes a steadying breath and looks up, her eyes clear and resolute as she decides to face the music for the sake of the league. Her friend's gaze lingers on her, his eyes searching hers for any sign of weakness or fear. He gives her a firm, encouraging pat on the shoulder, a silent promise that he'll be right there when she returns. A small, genuine smile touches his lips, trying to offer her a piece of his own confidence. Selene manages a weak laugh, playfully pushing him back and telling him to stop acting like such a worrywart. The official leads her away, and as they walk, the silence of the corridor feels suffocating. When they finally reach the waiting area, Selene's heart stops. She isn't the only one summoned to this den of vipers. Hunter stands there, a dark silhouette against the bright lights, his face partially hidden by a black mask that only makes his piercing gaze more intense. Selene freezes, her pulse thrumming in her throat as she meets the eyes of the man who has haunted her thoughts. Nearby, Chase Yun leans back with a sickeningly smug expression, his eyes tracking Selene with pure malice. He doesn't waste a second before launching into a cruel taunt, mocking Selene for almost throwing away her career for Hunter's sake. Chase lets out a harsh, jagged laugh that grates against the ears, reveling in the discomfort he's causing. He leans forward, his voice dripping with venom as he accuses Selene of being more interested in seducing men than winning the game. Hunter moves with the speed of a striking cobra, stepping between Celine and the verbal assault, his presence radiating a cold, lethal aura. Chase's face contorts with a mix of shock and cowardice as he finds himself looking up at the man he just insulted. He tries to maintain his bravado, but his eyes flicker with a petty, underlying fear. Celine steps out from behind Hunter, her voice cool and sharp as she compares Chase to a desperate, caged animal. Chase's eyes bulge and his breath comes in ragged gasps as he completely loses his composure. Hunter has had enough. His hand shoots out, grabbing Chase by the collar and hoisting him upward until they are nose to nose. "Do not test my patience," Hunter growls, his voice a low vibration that carries a terrifying weight. With a look of utter disgust, Hunter releases him and turns his back, declaring that he is finished with this pathetic event. Celine can't resist one final jab, throwing a mocking wave over her shoulder at the man who used to be her teammate. Outside, the night air is crisp, and the sound of the fountain provides a soothing backdrop to the chaos they just left behind. Celine clenches her fists, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and lingering adrenaline as she wishes she could have done more. Hunter stops and looks at her, the mask hiding his mouth but his eyes conveying a depth of emotion that leaves her breathless. "Hunter?" She whispers, her head tilting in confusion as the silence between them stretches. He looks away abruptly, adjusting his mask and claiming he forgot something important. He tells her to head back to the team alone, his voice tight and strained. Celine stands frozen as he disappears into the trees, her heart sinking as a cold shiver of intuition runs down her spine. Something is terribly wrong, and as she watches the shadows where he vanished, the feeling of impending disaster only grows. The screen of the smartphone glows with a digital death sentence, displaying a medical report that could ruin everything as a cold-blooded message threatens to leak the private document to the public. Inside a dimly lit room, Chase sits hunched over, his face pale with desperation as he listens to the voice on the other end of the line questioning if he's truly ready to destroy their entire future. His voice cracks with a mixture of fear and fury, screaming that they've already lost the competition, and he has nothing left to lose by exposing the truth. A sickening, twisted smile spreads across his face as he clutches the phone, relishing the thought of the chaos he's about to unleash. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the deafening sound of a door being kicked off its hinges as Hunter bursts into the room like a storm of pure vengeance. Chase barely has time to gasp, his eyes widening in terror as he realizes his reckoning has arrived. Before he can even utter a plea, Hunter's fist connects with his jaw in a bone-shattering blow that sends the medical reports flying into the air like white confetti. Chase collapses onto the floor, clutching his bleeding face as the world spins around him in a blur of pain. Hunter stands over him, his silhouette dark and menacing against the flickering lights, while Chase weakly barks out threats about breaking the rules and reporting him. The cold atmosphere of the room is momentarily captured by the sterile elegance of the decor, a sharp contrast to the violence unfolding within its walls. Hunter ignores the pathetic whimpers from the floor, kneeling down with focused intensity to reclaim the stolen documents that were meant to ruin his life. Chase remains sprawled on the tiles, spitting blood as he tries to maintain a shred of dignity, his eyes burning with a hateful promise of retaliation. As Hunter turns to leave, he glances toward the window, noticing the sky has finally broken open into a heavy downpour. He pulls his jacket tight around his shoulders, his expression hardening as he prepares to face the cold world outside. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain against the leaves creates a somber melody, echoing the heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. Through the veil of the storm, Celine is running, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she searches frantically for the man who walked into the lion's den alone. Her sneakers splash through the puddles, her heart racing faster than her feet as the cold water soaks through her clothes. She skids to a halt, her eyes searching the shadows until she finally spots a familiar figure emerging from the darkness. Her heart leaps into her throat, and she cries out his name, her voice trembling with a mixture of relief and absolute terror. Hunter stops in his tracks, his hair matted to his forehead and his face marred by fresh, angry bruises that stand out against his pale skin. Celine's breath hitches as she stares at his battered face, her voice barely a whisper as she asks what happened to him. Panicked, Hunter quickly pulls a black mask over his nose and mouth, looking away as he tries to lie and claim that it's nothing at all. They stand there in the pouring rain, the silence between them thick with unspoken emotions and the scent of wet asphalt. Celine won't let him hide. She reaches out with trembling fingers and gently pulls the mask down, her eyes filling with tears as she asks if it hurts. Hunter tries to maintain his tough guy persona, scoffing that it's no big deal and bragging that the other guy looks way worse. Celine's worry instantly turns into a frustrated pout, her cheeks puffing out as she stares at him with indignant eyes. She reaches out and takes his hands in hers, her touch surprisingly warm despite the freezing rain falling around them. She begins to scold him, her voice rising as she tells him that if he was going to get into a fight, he should have at least brought her along so she could have landed a kick too. Hunter's guard completely crumbles as he looks down at her, a soft, vulnerable light entering his eyes as he asks if she was truly that worried about him. Celine's face flushes a deep, brilliant crimson and she shouts her confirmation, unable to hide her feelings any longer. A small, genuine smile tugs at the corners of Hunter's lips as he watches her, his heart swelling with a warmth he hasn't felt in a long time. He leans forward and pulls his jacket over her head, shielding her from the rain as he whispers that he didn't want her to see him in such a violent state. Under the makeshift shelter of his coat, he gazes at her with an intensity that makes her breath stall, telling her he'd rather be the only one to suffer the consequences. Celine's heart begins to hammer against her ribs with a deafening bay thump, her mind reeling as she wonders how he can be so incredibly kind to her. Seeing her stunned, wide-eyed expression, Hunter can't help but let out a soft, melodic laugh that rings out through the storm. Celine's embarrassment boils over as she demands to know why he's laughing. But Hunter just watches her with a look of pure, unadulterated affection, happy simply because she cares. The rain continued to pour as they finally reached the safety of Celine's home. Hunter stood by her side, catching his breath as they reached the entrance. With a warm, inviting smile, Celine looked up at him and asked if he'd like to come in to wait for the storm to pass. Suddenly, a wave of pure panic washed over her as she realized her apartment was a total disaster zone. In her mind, she could see the piles of trash and leftover snacks she hadn't bothered to clean up. Hunter hesitated, his eyes soft as he asked if his presence would be a bother to her family. Celine waved off his concern, explaining that her parents were currently out of the country. A heavy, charged silence fell between them as the weight of being completely alone in the house sank in. Celine's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realized how suggestive that sounded. Suddenly, the front door swung open and a cheerful voice boomed out, welcoming Celine home. Celine froze, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of her parents standing in the hallway. In a frantic reflex, she slammed the door shut, trying to process the impossible. But the door creaked open again, revealing her father peering out with a confused grin. Celine screamed internally, feeling like her life was over now that her parents had caught her bringing a boy home. Her parents, however, were beaming with joy, looking like two happy travelers back from an adventure. Celine remained paralyzed, her brain short-circuiting as she stared at them. Her parents just blinked back, wondering why their daughter looked like she'd seen a ghost. They explained that they had returned early specifically to help her prepare for her upcoming exams. Realizing she couldn't hide him, Celine awkwardly introduced Hunter as her schoolmate. Hunter offered a polite, shy greeting, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush of embarrassment. Celine's mother immediately swooned, whispering about how handsome her daughter's friend was. The atmosphere shifted as the parents formally introduced themselves. Abraham, a world videographer, and Haley, a news reporter. Haley enthusiastically welcomed Hunter, insisting that he stay and make himself comfortable. Mortified, Celine tried to push her mother away, begging her to stop being so overbearing. After a quick change, Hunter emerged wearing a pair of her father's old dinosaur pajamas. Abraham let out a boisterous laugh, thrilled that his clothes from a decade ago fit the young man perfectly. He then held out a bottle, asking Hunter if he'd like to share a drink with him. Haley immediately began scolding her husband for offering alcohol while the house was still a mess. Despite the chaos, Hunter took a brave sip of the dark liquid. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as the harsh alcohol burned a trail down his throat. To distract himself, he began looking through the various travel photos scattered on the table. One particular shot of a magnificent waterfall caught his attention, its beauty breathtaking. Abraham explained that they had missed Celine's test because they were busy capturing those rare sights during the rainy season. He spoke proudly of Celine's dedication, noting that her gaming career left her with very little free time. A vision of Celine in her element, focused and intense in her gaming chair, flickered through their minds. The parents shared stories of their nomadic life, always searching for the next rare wonder of the world. Hunter listened intently, holding one of the photos as he realized how different Celine's world was. Outside, the city lights twinkled as cars splashed through the lingering puddles. Hunter looked down at the photo in his hand, a soft, contemplative expression crossing his face. Suddenly, Celine's voice broke his trance, calling out to him in a panic. Hunter looked up, his face completely flushed and his eyes glazed over from the strong drink. He stumbled slightly, mumbling that he really should be heading back home. As he looked at Celine, his vision began to blur, seeing three versions of her standing before him. Haley chuckled to herself, mentioning that the good stuff Abraham shared was actually 40 proof. They eventually managed to get Hunter into a guest bed, where he collapsed into the pillows. Celine sat by his side, watching his peaceful, rhythmic breathing as he slept. She leaned in closer, noticing a tiny, light brown mole on his cheek that she'd never seen before. Feeling a sudden burst of mischief, she reached out a finger to poke his soft skin, but the moment her finger touched him, Hunter's eye snapped open. Before she could react, his hand shot out, firmly grasping her wrist. He stared up at her with a dazed, dreamy intensity, whispering if he was merely dreaming of her. His grip relaxed as his eyes slowly drifted shut once more. Celine sat there in the dim light, her heart thundering so loudly she was sure he could hear it. Hunter let out a soft sigh, sinking back into a deep, alcohol-induced slumber. In the quiet of the room, a silent wish hung in the air, a longing to see the stars together someday. Celine stood in the dimly lit hallway, her heart hammering against her ribs as she clutched a mysterious object she'd found hidden away. Suddenly, the door swung open, and her mother figure appeared, holding a stack of papers with a look of pure, unadulterated confusion. She revealed that a medical report had been tucked away inside the jacket Celine was wearing, a discovery that sent a sudden, icy chill down the girl's spine. The blurred text on the page confirmed her worst fears. This was the secret Hunter was trying to protect when he risked everything to fight Chase. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room as Celine stared at the document, the weight of the situation finally crashing down on her shoulders. She knew then that Chase was a persistent pest who wouldn't stop until he destroyed them, and she desperately needed to come up with a plan to counter his malice. Meanwhile, the massive gaming competition association building loomed over the city, buzzing with the electric, nervous energy of the upcoming championship match. The commentators, Nina and Moth, were already hyping up the crowd for the grand debut of superstar Momo Chang with her brand new team. But the excitement turned to a confused, worried murmur when the lineup was revealed, and Celine's name was nowhere to be found, leaving the audience wondering if something terrible had happened. The scene shifts to the break room the day before, where their captain was absolutely livid, her voice echoing off the walls as she demanded to know why they'd started a public brawl. Hunter stood there with a stoic, pained expression, his eyes casting downward as he claimed full responsibility, insisting that Celine had nothing to do with the violence. The captain let out a long, weary sigh, her eyes closing as she explained that the league was breathing down their necks, demanding the captains take responsibility for the severe consequences. Just then, Jing strolled into the room with an unnerving, icy calm, sipping from a mug as if the chaos and shouting around him didn't exist. He coolly reminded the room that they weren't the ones who started the fight, they were simply reacting to a blatant, disgusting provocation. With a sharp, knowing glint in his eyes and a smirk playing on his lips, he asked the room who truly deserved to take the fall for this mess. The captain's gaze hardened as she looked at him, the realization dawning on her that Jing was right. They couldn't let themselves be bullied into a false apology when they were the ones wronged. In another room, Chase pointed an accusing finger, his face covered in bandages as he played the victim for the league officials with sickening dramatic flair. He lied through his teeth, claiming the asshole from Team PPB had simply run in and started hitting him for no reason at all. The league official watched the display with a grimace, his brow furrowing as the pressure of the scandal mounted by the second. He turned to Coach Chen with a stressed expression, admitting that the league was unable to implement a quiet punishment and that a public apology was the only way out. Jing and Hunter stood side by side, a united front of quiet, powerful defiance against the web of lies being spun against them. Hunter's jaw tightened and his eyes burned with a fierce light as he declared he was willing to face any punishment, but he would never, ever apologize to a snake like Chase. The room went dead silent when Hunter dropped the ultimate bombshell. He had found a stolen medical report inside the jacket Chase was wearing during the fight. Chase's smug, victimized expression instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces, his eyes widening in pure terror as his own deception began to unravel. Jing stepped forward with a chilling, triumphant smile, holding up his phone and suggesting they all take a listen to a very interesting recording. The screen glowed with the evidence of a voice recording that was about to turn the entire investigation on its head. The audio played back the damning, whispered words of Chase and his coach, admitting to the crime of stealing the report from the hospital. Chase let out a desperate, panicked shout, his face pale as he realized his career and reputation were moments away from being completely destroyed. Jing simply crossed his arms and looked down at the coward with total disdain, asking the one question that ended the game. Why did you and your team steal my medical report? The atmosphere in the lounge is thick with tension as everyone wonders if Xiao Jing has finally lost his mind. Yun Cheng stares in disbelief, shocked that Xiao Jing is willing to expose his secret illness just to save his brother. Xiao Jing's eyes narrow with a desperate determination, knowing that his condition is far more serious than any mistake he's made. A cold, mocking smirk plays on Yun Cheng's lips as he claims he simply took the wrong medical record during the league's examination. He laughs, throwing his arms out as if it were all just a harmless misunderstanding. But the smile vanishes as he leans in, his voice dripping with venom, telling Xiao Jing that he can be sued for theft because he didn't return the records immediately. Yun Cheng continues his psychological assault, reminding them that picking quarrels and provoking trouble is a crime. His gaze is icy, calculated, and devoid of any mercy as he enjoys the power he holds. He points out that while the league might be lenient, the law itself will not be so kind. Xiao Jing's face pales, his breath hitching as the weight of the threat sinks in. Nearby, another teammate realizes they need to get the full story from Xiao Jing before things spiral out of control. The coach steps in, ending the public spectacle for now, but leaving the threat of punishment hanging in the air. As they move down the corridor, the silence is heavy with the lingering echoes of the connotation. Xiao Jing is visibly shaken, his hand trembling as he tries to process the legal trap set for him. Yun Cheng's father barks at him, furious that he ignored the warnings to stay away from them, and has now caused a major disaster. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears, Shen Xin, her long silver hair shimmering under the hallway lights as she listens in. She steps forward with a calm, piercing gaze, her presence immediately shifting the energy of the room. Yun Cheng snaps at her, telling her he doesn't have time for her crap as his anger flares. Shen Xin remains unfazed, looking him dead in the eye as she states that since they brought this mess, they should be the ones to settle it. Yun Cheng scoffs, his lip curling in a sneer as he asks if she's joking. Her expression is unreadable, a mask of cool professionalism that hides the fire beneath. Xiao Jing's brother, Xiao He, looks on in horror, begging Xiao Jing not to get involved or tell everyone about his illness. But Xiao Jing offers a gentle, heartbreaking smile, telling his brother that his illness is nothing to be ashamed of. He clenches his fist, declaring that as a brother, helping Xiao He is simply what he must do, even if it means retirement. Shen Xin watches the brothers, her heart aching for their bond while her resolve hardens. She places a hand over her heart, drawing all eyes back to her as she prepares to make her move. Why not solve it the professional way? She asks, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She throws down the ultimate gauntlet, proposing a retirement game where the loser must leave esports forever. She stands tall, her silhouette striking as she bets her own future alongside Xiao He's. Yuncheng looks at her, a twisted sense of amusement flickering in his eyes as he realizes she's deciding their fates. Shenxin offers him a chance to kill two birds with one stone, challenging his pride and his cowardice. Later, as the elevator doors slide shut, the silence between Shenxin and Xiao Jing is charged with unspoken emotion. Xiao Jing turns to her, his voice low and worried, arguing that Yuncheng would never have accepted if she hadn't put herself on the line. He clenches his fist tightly against his side, the fabric of his clothes bunching under the strain of his anxiety. Shenxin looks up at him, her eyes softening as she tells him it's fine, her gaze lingering on his face. Her violet eyes are filled with a profound sense of trust that leaves him breathless. "I'll give it my best shot," she whispers, the determination in her voice absolute. Yuncheng accepts the challenge on behalf of his own interests, his face twisted in a predatory grin as the stage for their final battle is set. Celine turned her back on the chaos, her silver hair shimmering like a cold silk shroud as she walked away without a single word of comfort. Chase's heart hammered against his ribs, his face flushed with a mixture of betrayal and fury as he screamed at the man who held his future in his hands. "Do you really have a choice, Chase?" The coach asked, his voice a low, chilling rumble that seemed to drain the warmth from the room. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the sound of Chase's ragged breathing as the reality of his situation began to sink in. The coach stood like a statue of ice, his shadow stretching long and dark over the boy he was so ready to discard. "Coach Chen, what do you mean by that?" Chase demanded, his voice cracking with a desperation he couldn't hide. The older man didn't even flinch, his gaze fixed on some distant point as if Chase were already a ghost. In the coach's mind, the only thing that mattered was the weight of a trophy and the cold glitter of gold. He walked past Chase as if he were nothing more than a piece of broken equipment, his indifference cutting deeper than any insult. Chase stood frozen, the bright lights of the facility feeling suddenly harsh and unforgiving against his pale skin. He watched the coach retreating back, a sense of profound loneliness washing over him in the empty corridor. His eyes burned with a sudden, sharp intensity, a vow of vengeance forming in the depths of his soul. Every legend has a beginning, a moment where the love for the game is forged in the fires of conflict. The scene shifted to a grand arena, the air electric with the roar of 1,000 fans waiting for a miracle. On the massive screens, a warrior goddess appeared, her green eyes flashing with a lethal, emerald light. "Let's go! We must win our first match." The avatar seemed to command, her presence filling the virtual battlefield. The tension spiked as an assassin darted through the shadows, a silent predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "I'll be bait. Ambush the mage," came the command, the strategy unfolding with heart-pounding precision. Momo's eyes narrowed, her focus absolute as she prepared to unleash a devastating blow. The crowd erupted into a sea of hearts and cheers, their adoration for their idols reaching a fever pitch. But amidst the celebration, whispers of confusion began to spread like a poisonous mist. Suddenly, the news broke through the noise. Celine was playing a secret, high-stakes retirement match against Chase Yun at this very moment. The world seemed to tilt on its axis as fans realized the real battle wasn't on the main stage, but hidden away in a corner of the city. Reporters scrambled, their cameras flashing like lightning as they tried to force their way into the exclusive viewing. A young girl looked at the screen with bated breath, her heart aching for the girl who had once been the queen of the game. Inside the dimly lit internet cafe, the atmosphere was thick enough to choke on as the two rivals sat mere feet apart. Chase leaned back, a smug, arrogant grin tugging at his lips as he adjusted a headset. "Stop stalling, Celine," he challenged, his voice dripping with a cruel, mocking confidence. Celine didn't even look at him, her eyes fixed on the glowing monitor as she prepared for the fight of her life. Chase's laughter echoed in the small space, a sharp, jarring sound that grated against the nerves. In a flash of memory, he recalled the coach's ultimatum: win this match, or lose everything. The memory of the coach's cold, smoke-filled office felt like a suffocating weight on his chest. If you lose to an opponent like that, it just means you lack the skill. The coach's words rang in his ears like a death knell. Chase felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple, his bravado momentarily faltering as he looked at the girl across from him. Celine took a deep, steadying breath, her long lashes casting soft shadows against her cheeks as she closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was no longer just a girl. She was a fox-eared mage of incredible power, standing amidst a storm of petals. Chase's eyes widened in disbelief, a frantic, hysterical laugh escaping his throat as he saw her choice of character. The audacity. "How dare you challenge me with a mage?" he barked, his ego refusing to accept the danger standing right in front of him. The air in the arena is thick with a tension you could cut with a knife as the crowd leans in, their hushed whispers wondering if this high-stakes retirement match will truly be decided in a brutal best-of-3. All eyes are on Celine, known in the gaming world as Crescent Heart, as she stands frozen with a look of mounting pressure. Her choice to play a mage class sending shockwaves of doubt through the spectators. Across the digital battlefield, her opponent Chase sneers through his avatar, his voice dripping with a condescending arrogance that grates on the nerves. "Are you mocking me by choosing mage?" he demands, his ego clearly bruised by her refusal to back down. Celine's fox-eared avatar doesn't flinch, her golden eyes flashing with a defiant fire as she snaps back. "Oh, please. Not everything is about you." The battle erupts in a chaotic symphony of magic and steel, Selene forced into a desperate dance of evasion as jagged shards of ice explode around her, threatening to shatter her defenses. Chase isn't giving her a moment to breathe, his lips curling into a predatory smile as he calls forth a devastating thunder blast that illuminates the entire screen in a blinding, electric blue. Selene is nearly swallowed by the surging currents of mana, her petite frame looking fragile against the raw power of his assault. The sheer speed at which Chase chains his abilities is terrifying, leaving the commentators breathless as he dominates the flow of the round. "Don't underestimate me, Selene," he growls, looking every bit the villain as he looms over the battlefield with a dark, triumphant glint in his eyes. Within seconds, Selene finds herself ensnared, thorny chains of magical energy wrapping around her limbs and pinning her in place as the first round slips through her fingers. Meanwhile, outside the intense heat of the internet cafe, a pair of persistent paparazzi try to sneak toward the back door, hoping to catch a scandalous glimpse of the pro players for some cheap views. Their intrusive mission is cut short when a firm, gloved hand slams against the wall, blocking their path with an unspoken threat. Hunter stands there, his face partially obscured by a black mask, his icy gaze enough to make the blood of any gossip-monger run cold. Beside him, his companions look on with a mix of stern warning and casual dismissal, making it clear that these reporters have picked the wrong day to be nosy. The paparazzi don't need to be told twice. They scramble away in a panic, literally fleeing from the suffocating aura Hunter radiates. Back in the safety of their observation spot, Ely looks absolutely frantic, his hands hovering near his face as he frets over the scoreboard. Oi, things aren't looking good for the pretty sister," he cries out, terrified that Selene might have underestimated her rival. Hunter remains the picture of calm, though his eyes are narrowed in deep analysis as he notes that Chase is an absolute expert who rarely makes mistakes. He can't help but wonder what Selene is thinking, his heart heavy with a silent worry he refuses to voice aloud. Inside the booth, the silhouette of the player hunched over the glowing monitor reveals the crushing weight of the moment, the silence of the room amplifying the frantic clicking of the mouse. The game screen tells a grim story, showing Selene's avatar battered and bruised, her HP/NP bars dangerously low, while Chase has barely used a quarter of his resources. He taunts her mercilessly, his voice echoing through the headset as he suggests she should just use her ultimate attack now, since it's her only pathetic shot at winning. Selene's face contorts with a raw, unfiltered rage, her teeth gritted as she screams back that she doesn't need a lecture on how to play her own class. Chase just chuckles, a dark and mocking sound, his fingers tightening around his staff as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Selene looks down, her bangs shadowing her eyes as the weight of the first round loss settles over her like a shroud. Chase throws his head back and laughs, boasting that she couldn't even last 8 minutes against him. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of chatter, the consensus being that Selene is finished unless she makes a drastic change. Some suggest she should swallow her pride and switch to a warrior class, believing her path as a mage has hit a dead end. In the quiet of the break, Selene leans back, her eyes distant as she drifts into painful memories of 3 years ago. She remembers when they were both top prospects in the training camp, standing side by side before being told that only one of them could claim the mage position for the main team. A younger, even more arrogant Chase had challenged her to a duel then, his eyes full of a hunger for glory that ignored their friendship. Selene, always the one with the bigger heart, had offered to switch to warrior just to protect him, wanting them to stay together more than she wanted the spotlight. She had been so naive then, believing that as long as they worked together, they could reach the national stage as a team. But now, those memories only bring a bitter ache to her chest, and she closes her eyes tightly, trying to shut out the ghost of the girl who was willing to sacrifice everything for someone who didn't deserve it. A sudden ding from her phone breaks the silence of her thoughts, the screen lighting up with a new message. It's Eli, sending a cheerful photo of himself and Hunter, urging his pretty sister to hurry up and win so they can all go grab hot pot together. Beneath it is a simple, steady message from Hunter. "Good luck. I'll be waiting for you outside." A soft, genuine smile finally touches Selene's lips, the warmth of their support acting like a healing potion for her battered spirit. The break is officially over, and Chase's voice booms over the speakers, demanding they start round 2 so he can finish his humiliation of her. Selene opens her eyes, and the doubt is gone, replaced by a cold, calculating focus that promises a storm is coming. Her avatar stands tall once more, radiating a newfound power as she stares Chase down. "Chase," she says, her voice echoing with a chilling authority, "your skills as a mage haven't grown at all in the last 3 years." Chase's face flushes with a mix of shock and fury, his composure cracking as he demands to know what the hell she's talking about. Selene doesn't answer with words. She simply looks at him with a pitying gaze, ready to show him exactly why she was the one he feared most. The tension in the arena reaches a fever pitch as the announcer bellows for the start of round 2. Selene doesn't hesitate for a second, her voice ringing out with authority as she commands a devastating ice blast to erupt from her staff. Across the battlefield, Chase grits his teeth in confusion, wondering why on earth she is sticking to the exact same strategy that failed her in the previous round. But Selene's amber eyes burn with a hidden fire, her focus narrowing as a vortex of crystalline energy begins to swirl violently around her petite frame. Chase scoffs, gripping his weapon tightly as he prepares to weather the storm, his pride refusing to let him see the trap being laid. With a graceful, almost taunting spin, Celine dances through the flurry of snowflakes, her confidence radiating like a physical force. "Don't accidentally use the wrong attack and miss me again." Chase roars, his desperation masked by a thin veil of arrogance. His eyes widen, flickering with a mixture of rage and a growing, nagging seed of doubt. Celine pauses, her profile silhouetted against the glittering frost as she whispers a chilling observation. "Ches, you've really changed." A dark, mocking smirk stretches across his face, his ego blinding him to the sincerity in her voice. Standing tall in his ornate robes, he raises his staff to the sky, looking every bit the champion he claims to be. But in the real world, Celine's voice cuts through the digital noise, her eyes fixed on her screen as she asks if he even remembers the dirty path he took to reach the top. "You think of your teammates as your meat shields," she accuses, her heart breaking for the person he used to be before fame poisoned his soul. With a sudden, violent motion, she swings her staff, the air whistling as she unleashes a strike that catches him completely off guard. Chase's face pales as he realizes the gravity of his mistake, his mind racing to understand how she could have possibly charged her ultimate ability so quickly. The world seems to slow down for him as the first biting shards of ice begin to claim his digital avatar. Behind her gaming headset, Celine's expression is one of cold, unyielding justice, the time for mercy long since past. A small, knowing smile touches her lips as she reveals her secret she never stopped practicing, even when she stepped into the shadows for him. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the stadium's back entrance, where a familiar face emerges to stir the pot. It's the little prince, Ellie, looking absolutely radiant as he offers a dazzling smile to the stunned onlookers. A wave of frantic whispers ripples through the crowd, everyone questioning why the superstars of Team PPB would show up to such a personal grudge match. Standing beside Alias Leon, his presence commanding and silent, his dark hair falling over eyes that see far more than he lets on. The fans are in an uproar, accusing them of unfairness and demanding to know why they are openly taking Celine's side. Leon remains unmoved by the chaos, his gaze fixed forward with an intensity that could melt the very ice Celine is currently casting. The crowd continues to swell, the atmosphere becoming a powder keg of gossip and sporting drama. "I'm not taking any sides," Leon states firmly, his voice cutting through the noise with the weight of absolute truth. But the public isn't satisfied, shouting their accusations and demanding to know if this means Team PPB is officially declaring war on Team QQ. Back in the digital fray, the sound of shattering glass fills the air as Chase's character is encased in a tomb of ice, his health bar plummeting to zero. As he falls, a bitter memory resurfaces from a few days ago, showing a man shrouded in cigarette smoke offering a cowardly shortcut. The man had suggested tampering with Celine's computer, assuming Chase was too weak to win on his own merit. At the time, Chase had exploded in fury, his face contorted as he demanded to know why no one had any faith in his skills. The roots of his insecurity run deep, stretching back 3 years to a dimly lit room where the same man offered him a poisoned chalice. He was told his opponents would dive, handing him a glorious victory just to satisfy the greedy whims of the sponsors. Chase had traded his integrity for a crown of lies. And now, as Celine stands triumphant, her voice echoes through his mind, claiming the title of MVP that he never truly earned. Chase stared at his darkened phone screen, the silence of the room amplifying the thunderous beating of his own heart. Shadows of the past loomed over him, recalling the cold, smoke-filled rooms where his ambitions were first twisted by the hands of those who care only for profit. Sweat beaded on his brow as he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a desperate, dangerous fire because he simply could not afford to let his legacy crumble now. Across the glowing divide of their monitors, Celine's voice cut through the digital static, reminding him of a bond they once shared before the greed took hold. She looked at him through the screen, her eyes clear and searching as she asked if he ever truly regretted walking away from the team that had once been his family. Chase's mouth twisted into a cruel, jagged smirk as he let out a sharp, mocking laugh that held no warmth. "Regret?" he spat, his voice dripping with a venom that had been festering for years. "I couldn't wait to get rid of you anchors who were dragging me down." Celine didn't flinch, her gaze sharpening into a blade of pure integrity as she confronted him about the fixed matches and the dirty deals he had made with Coach Chen. The accusation hit like a physical blow, and Chase leaned into the mic, his face contorted with a frantic rage as he threatened to strip everything away from her for daring to challenge him. Celine merely smiled, a serene and confident expression settling over her features as her fox-eared avatar prepared to unleash its true power. The digital records flickered onto the screen, a haunting reminder of 3 years ago when a 15-year-old girl had already begun to eclipse the stars of the veterans. Back then, her joy had been infectious, her laughter ringing out as she promised to lead Team YG to glory with every ounce of her soul. The coaches had seen the spark in her, urging the boys to look past their pride and find a way to keep up with the prodigy in their midst. But while Celine celebrated their future, Chase had stood in the shadows, his face a mask of simmering resentment that would eventually lead to their ruin. He had been consumed by a toxic pride, unable to fathom that a young girl could possess a talent that far surpassed his own years of training. In the present, Celine sat perfectly still, her focus absolute as she prepared for the final strike that would decide their fates. Chase's composure finally shattered, and he let out a guttural roar of frustration, slamming his hand down and hanging up the call in a fit of powerless fury. Outside the arena, the atmosphere was electric, a massive crowd of fans surging against the gates as they demanded answers for the shocking turn of events. Gasps echoed through the plaza as people clutched their phones, the live stream showing the impossible. The legendary mage had been brought to his knees by Celine's ultimate move. Hunter's friend cheered wildly, his eyes wide with awe as he shouted that the pretty sis had actually managed to take a round from the pro. The chatter amongst the onlookers turned into a dull roar of disbelief, with many unable to accept that the top mage in the league could be faltering at a newcomer. Cynics whispered that it must be a setup, a scripted drama designed to drive up the viewership numbers for the stream. Hunter stood amidst the chaos, his face pale and his eyes fixed on the screen as he realized the weight of the battle Selena was fighting alone. His phone buzzed urgently against his palm, and he answered it with a frantic breath, his voice strained as he searched for a way to reach her. The voice on the other end was frantic, asking if he had finally made it to the netcaf where the secret match was taking place. Hunter pushed through the sea of people, his mind racing as he questioned how they even managed to track him down in this madness. A white car tore through the city streets, its tires screeching against the pavement in a desperate race against the ticking clock. Inside, the red-haired girl gripped her phone with white knuckles, her voice trembling with urgency as she coordinated their arrival. She screamed into the receiver, her eyes wide with panic as she tried to relay the vital information they had just uncovered. She warned that Celine was still trapped in the match, and the final, most critical round was about to begin. The revelation was sickening. Coach Ian Chen had been seen conspiring with the CAF manager, confirming that the game was being rigged from the inside. Hunter's heart plummeted as he was urged to keep his eyes open for any sign of foul play before it was too late. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted toward the entrance, leaving the confused crowd behind as he vanished into the building. A girl in the crowd pointed frantically at the screens, her voice rising above the din to announce that the third round had officially commenced. The fans surged forward, their collective breath held in anticipation of the most critical moment in the league's history. The blonde girl watched with a silent prayer on her lips, her heart aching for Celine as she whispered a plea for her safety and success. High above them on the digital display, the two mages collided in a magnificent explosion of frost and lightning, the very air of the arena vibrating with the force of their final clash. EOF. Panic surges through the hallway as the sound of the handle rattling echoes. The back door is locked tight, and the front entrance is completely swarmed by the restless crowd. Peering through the glass, the sea of people creates a suffocating barrier, blocking any chance of a quick entry. Hunter's face pales, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he realizes they're running out of time to stop the looming disaster. Just as hope begins to fade, his companion spots a glimmer of opportunity, pointing toward a small window that's been left ajar. Inside the shadows of the electrical room, a figure lurks in the darkness, his identity hidden behind a mask. With a cold, calculated precision, he brings a pair of cutters to the thick cables, the metal snapping through the insulation with a sharp, final click. A wicked smirk hides behind his mask as he gloats over the easy money, thinking $3,000 is a steal for such a simple act of sabotage. But his triumph is short-lived as the sound of footsteps skidding across the floor alerts him that he's no longer alone. Hunter's young friend stares in absolute shock, his heart dropping into his stomach as he realizes the damage has already been done. Who goes there? Hunter bellows, his voice echoing with a mix of fury and desperation. The saboteur doesn't stick around to answer, scrambling toward the ledge and leaping out the window into the night. Hunter's teeth grit in frustration as he holds his friend back, his eyes burning with a protective fire. They look down at the severed line, the raw copper sparking and crackling as the building's lifeblood leaks away. "Hunter, look!" The boy cries out, holding up his phone to show that the sabotage is already taking its toll on Celine's match. Hunter stares at the screen, his mind racing through 1,000 scenarios as he realizes the girl he cares for is being led into a trap. With a heavy heart and a grim expression, he realizes that since the match is no longer fair, he has to take the most drastic step possible, cutting the power to everything. Meanwhile, in the digital arena, Celine's avatar is engulfed in a blinding storm of white light and static as the system begins to fail. She grits her teeth, her eyes wide with a sudden, sharp fear that everything she's worked for is about to vanish in an instant. The pressure is suffocating, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps as she stares at the flickering screen. Suddenly, the monitor lets out a final click and goes completely black, leaving her in a haunting, silent darkness. Celine yanks her headset off, her eyes searching the room in a panic as she realizes the power has been completely cut. She rounds on Chase immediately, her voice trembling with rage as she demands answers, but he holds his hands up, looking just as bewildered by the sudden blackout. Celine isn't convinced, thrusting her joystick forward as she accuses him of tampering with her equipment to secure a win. Chase's gaze shifts, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the sickening thought crosses his mind. Did Coach Ian actually go this far? Celine's expression hardens into a mask of cold determination. She knows there is something fundamentally wrong, and she won't let this injustice stand. Without another word, she turns her back on him, her long silver hair swaying as she marches out to find the truth. Her boots click rhythmically against the tile as she ignores the frantic calls behind her, her heart set on exposing the fraud. Chase lingers in the doorway, his voice cracking as he begs her to come back. But she is a woman possessed by a singular purpose. Suddenly, the world stops as a strong pair of arms wraps around her, pulling her into a chest that feels like a fortress. Celine freezes, her eyes fluttering as she looks up to see Hunter looking down at her with an intensity that makes her knees weak. "Don't worry," he whispers, his voice a low, soothing balm to her frayed nerves. "I'm here." In that moment, surrounded by the faint scent of his cologne and the warmth of his body, the chaos of the tournament seems to melt away. Outside the building, the sign for the front door looms over a scene of absolute pandemonium. The fans and the press are in an uproar, their voices rising in a confused chorus as they demand to know why the stream was cut so abruptly. The doors finally burst open and Hunter emerges, his hand locked firmly with Celine's as he guides her through the storm. "They're over there." Someone screams and a dozen fingers point toward the pair as they step into the spotlight. Celine doesn't falter. She raises her arm high, brandishing the sabotage joystick like a weapon for the whole world to see. "This wasn't a fair match," she cries out, her voice ringing with a power that silences the crowd. Just as the shock sets in, a heavy thud draws everyone's attention to a nearby student pinning the masked saboteur to the pavement. The boys shout to the crowd, declaring that they caught this man red-handed while he was destroying the equipment. A girl with fiery red hair steps forward, her arms crossed as she stares down the traitor with a look of pure disgust. The man cringes under the weight of his crimes, his face pale and eyes darting wildly as he's given one final ultimatum: talk now or spend the night in a cell. The digital world was a cruel judge, and right now, the jury of the internet was tearing Chase Yun apart, his reputation crumbling with every hateful comment that scrolled past on the glowing screen. He sat there, a shadow of his former self, forced to listen as a colleague bluntly told him that his career wasn't just stumbling, it had officially tanked. Desperation clawed at his throat, his voice cracking as he screamed for Ian Chen, begging for the coach to step in and salvage the wreckage of his life. Meanwhile, Momo walked alongside Celine, her voice bright with a sense of justice as she reminded her friend that the forums were finally seeing the truth. "Duh. Did you really think we would lose to a guy like that?" Momo chirped, her chibi-sized confidence radiating enough energy to light up the entire hallway. But as the adrenaline of the win faded, she leaned in, her eyes searching Celine's face with a softer, more serious concern. She wondered aloud if Celine felt any lingering bitterness, any hidden ache from not being able to personally crush Chase in the match. Celine went quiet, her gaze dropping as she prepared to open up about the weight she'd been carrying. The heavy silence was shattered by the sound of footsteps and a familiar, frantic voice calling out her name. Momo's expression instantly soured, her protective instincts flaring as she urged Celine to keep walking and leave the pathetic man behind. But Chase was relentless, cornering them with a shaky defense, claiming he was innocent. At least, he was innocent this time. Celine didn't flinch. She stood her ground with her arms crossed, her icy composure a sharp contrast to his unraveling nerves. Chase's face was slick with a cold sweat, his eyes darting around like a trapped animal as the realization hit him that his excuses were falling on deaf ears. "You asked why I came back to the pro scene," Celine said, her voice cutting through his panic with the precision of a blade. She placed a hand over her heart, the memory of his past betrayals fueling her resolve as she spoke of the teammate who had once sabotaged her dreams. Chase froze, his breath hitching as the ghost of his own dirty tactics was finally dragged into the light. With one final, dismissive glance, Celine turned her back on him, declaring that their history was officially over. The final blow came not from Celine, but from his own team as the freckled messenger delivered the news that Coach Chen had officially washed his hands of him. Chase stood frozen in the corridor, the world around him seemingly fracturing into jagged shards of glass as his future vanished in an instant. As Celine and Momo walked away, Momo admitted that she had almost followed a dark path once, but seeing Celine's strength had changed everything. Celine walked ahead, her long hair swaying, finally feeling the lightness of a burden being lifted. She closed her eyes for a moment, a serene smile touching her lips as she breathed in the sweet scent of freedom. With a playful thumbs up, she let out a soft laugh, knowing in her heart that she had finally won the only battle that mattered. Momo couldn't help but beam back, her heart swelling with pride for the girl who had survived it all. Suddenly, a shy figure peeked out from behind a corner, her eyes wide with nervous admiration as she spotted her idol. The young girl clutched a sealed envelope to her chest, her face flushed a bright pink as she gathered her courage. In an adorable blur of movement, she thrust the letter and a small gift into Celine's hands, her movements jerky with pure fangirl panic. Before Celine could even say a word, the girl shouted a goodbye and sprinted away, leaving behind a trail of sparkles and confusion. Celine looked down at the bag of candies and the handwritten note that simply read, "You have to keep on winning." A genuine, warm smile spread across her face as she realized that for every enemy she'd made, there was someone else cheering her on. The scene shifts to the sleek, modern interior of the Team PPB clubhouse, where the atmosphere was decidedly less wholesome. Hunter Xiao was staring at a tablet, his brow furrowed as he read the scandalous headlines linking him to Celine in all the wrong ways. His teammates crowded around him, some teasing him about his pretty sister, while others looked genuinely worried about the PR nightmare. The screen showed a photo of a stunning girl named Melanie Koo, who the internet had decided was his real, secret girlfriend. Hunter groaned, rubbing his temples as his teammates declared him the most infamous douchebag in the entire league. He looked like a dejected chibi, surrounded by floating labels calling him a cheater, a player, and a master manipulator. "What if I just tell everyone I'm not into girls?" he suggested, a light bulb appearing over his head as he searched for the easiest way out. His teammates just stared at him, eventually deciding that the only real solution was for the girls involved to clear his name themselves. Hunter leaned back, his mind spinning as images of Celine and Blossom flashed through his head, wondering how his life had become such a chaotic romantic drama. The scene opens in a bustling coffee shop, where a decadent, chocolate-drizzled beverage waits untouched on a table. Celine sits alone, her long white hair tied back as she distractedly checks her phone, waiting for a meeting that feels heavier than a simple coffee date. Her mind drifts to Hunter, her thoughts swirling with a mix of curiosity and a strange, fluttering anxiety as she wonders who he might be with. Suddenly, a soft pat on her shoulder breaks her train of thought, grounding her back in the noisy cafe. She looks up to find a figure draped in an oversized varsity jacket, a black cap pulled low, and dark sunglasses completely obscuring their face. Celine's jaw drops in pure shock, her eyes wide as she takes in the extreme, almost comical undercover look. The mysterious person tilts their glasses down just enough to reveal a pair of familiar, mischievous eyes. It's Blossom, looking like a secret agent in the middle of a suburban mall. Why are you dressed like this?" Celine cries out, her voice a mix of confusion and embarrassment for her friend. Blossom leans across the table, her voice hushed as she explains that she can't afford to be recognized, fearing that any attention on her will only cause trouble for Celine. Celine tries to brighten the mood, flashing a wide, cheerful smile as she tells Blossom not to let the online gossip get to her. However, Blossom's expression remains hidden behind her lenses, her tone turning grave as she mentions the scandal currently tearing her team apart. Celine blinks, her purple eyes clouding with confusion as she realizes there's a storm brewing that she knows nothing about. Nearby, the whispers of other patrons begin to rise like a poisonous fog, their eyes darting toward the two girls as they trade juicy tidbits of news. A woman at a neighboring table leans in, gossiping loudly about how a player named Leonard from Team Naeg has been accused of using a ringer to cheat in past matches. The rumors only get nastier as another girl points toward them, whispering that the new team member, Blossom, isn't even a real pro, she's just a streamer. A young man scoffs at his phone screen, questioning why a female streamer would even bother trying to compete in the pro leagues. The air turns cold as a girl nearby laughs mockingly, suggesting that Blossom is only in it for the donation money and the attention of rich men. Celine's face hardens, her heart aching for her friend as she realizes they are trapped in a room full of judgmental strangers. Sensing the danger, she stands up and leads Blossom toward the exit, hoping to escape before the tension boils over. But luck isn't on their side today. A young man suddenly blocks their path, his eyes lighting up with recognition as he asks if she is the famous Celine Shen. Celine's breath hitches and her face pales, the realization that she's been spotted hitting her like a physical blow. She looks around desperately, her pulse racing as more people begin to crowd around them, their curiosity turning predatory. The fans begin to argue amongst themselves, wondering if the girl in the disguise is another hidden player or perhaps even the legendary Momo. A sea of people begins to close in, their voices overlapping as they beg for pictures and autographs from the rising star. Panicking, Celine grabs Blossom's arm with a firm grip, shouting that they need to leave immediately. They break into a desperate run, their feet pounding against the floor as they try to push through the gathering mob. In the frantic scramble, Blossom's black cap is knocked clean off her head, tumbling through the air like a fallen shield. Her vibrant pink hair spills out for everyone to see, her sunglasses slipping down to reveal her tear-streaked face. The crowd gasps as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, realizing that the shady streamer they were just mocking is standing right in front of them. Blossom feels a crushing weight of guilt, her head bowing as she fears her presence is going to ruin everything Celine has worked for. The insults turn sharper, with people shouting that she's bad news and likely uses a ringer to cheat just like the rest of her team. A single, painful tear tracks down Blossom's cheek, her eyes reflecting the deep hurt of being judged by people who don't know her heart. Finally, the fire inside her snaps, and she whirls around to face her accusers, shouting at the top of her lungs that she is no cheater. Before she can say another word, Celine's hand clamps firmly around her wrist, a silent promise of protection in the middle of the chaos. "Wait for me. Let's leave together," Celine declares, her voice steady and unwavering as she pulls Blossom through the crowd. Blossom looks up at her friend, her heart swelling with a sudden, intense warmth at the sight of Celine's fierce loyalty. She bites her lip, her mouth trembling as she tries to keep her composure, while the world seems to shatter around them. Standing amidst the metaphorical shards of her reputation, Blossom feels exposed and vulnerable, her stylish disguise long gone. Her eyes are raw and red with emotion, the sting of the public's cruelty leaving a mark that won't easily fade. Suddenly, a strong hand reaches out from the side, grabbing them and pulling them toward the street with urgent strength. Celine doesn't look back, her voice a sharp command as she urges Blossom to keep moving toward their only hope of escape. A white car comes to a violent, screeching halt at the curb, the sound of burning rubber cutting through the screams of the fans. The door swings open and a voice rings out with authority, commanding them to get inside before the mob catches up. Safe within the confines of the vehicle, Hunter looks back from the front seat with a gentle, reassuring smile, promising them that the nightmare is over. Blossom collapses into the seat, her chest heaving with heavy breaths as she tries to process the whirlwind of hate and the salvation of her friends. Inside the car, the air was thick with the weight of unsaid things as the driver glanced over, his voice tight with concern while he asked if the scandalous headlines about the stand-in player were actually true. Blossom leaned back against the seat, her eyes hidden behind dark lenses as she admitted with a heavy heart that the public's faith was shattered, and soon, no one would want to support their team at all. Sensing her despair, a gentle hand reached out to cover hers, a silent promise that she didn't have to carry this burden alone. Her friend leaned in, her blue eyes blazing with a fierce, protective fire as she insisted that if one match wasn't enough to convince the skeptics, then they would simply play until every single mind was changed. Blossom's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, her silhouette framed by the window as she grappled with the ghosts of a past that refused to stay buried. "But you're a professional," her friend countered, her voice ringing with absolute certainty that on-court performance was the only evidence the world truly needed. Blossom let out a soft, weary sigh, finally lowering her sunglasses to reveal eyes that were clouded with a deep, lingering exhaustion. The car eventually pulled up to the grand, imposing gates of Winter Valley University, a place that felt more like a battlefield than a campus lately. Standing by the sleek white vehicle, Blossom pulled her jacket tight and told the others to go on ahead without her. The driver leaned out the window with a playful, charming grin, his eyes sparkling as he insisted on being a gentleman and seeing her all the way home. Blossom climbed into the back, her expression guarded as she requested a simple drop-off at the nearest subway station instead. A sharp "teach" escaped the driver's lips as he watched her through the rearview mirror, declaring that leaving a girl on the side of the road simply wasn't his style. Knowing she couldn't win this argument, Blossom turned her head to watch the city lights blur past, whispering that she just really needed some fresh air. The driver's expression softened into something more intense as he shifted gears, telling her to sit tight because he wasn't letting her go that easily. Blossom remained silent, her mind drifting away from the car and back to the painful memories that started it all. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a jagged memory of the Team Naj training center, where the walls seemed to close in with the weight of an old betrayal. The coach stood there, his face contorted with rage as he slammed papers down and screamed that the league had finally handed down her punishment. A younger version of Blossom, then known as Lunart, sat with her arms crossed, her voice cold as she accused him of being the one who rigged the matches in the first place. The coach's finger jabbed through the air like a dagger, his voice trembling with malice as he declared that for the sake of the team's survival, she was officially fired. Without a single tear, Lunart stood up and walked away, her heels clicking against the floor as she left that toxic life behind without looking back. Outside in the shadows of the trees, a desperate voice called out her name, begging her to stop. Lunart paused for only a second, her back turned to the girl behind her as she vowed to go anywhere as long as it was far away from this place. She turned slightly, her eyes hard as flint as she gave one final, haunting warning. "Don't become the next me." The younger girl was left standing in the clearing, tears streaming down her face as she watched her idol disappear into the darkness. Back in the present, Blossom blinked away the memory, her heart aching as she wondered if she was already following in those same tragic footsteps. The atmosphere at school was no better, with every hallway feeling like a gauntlet of judging eyes and hushed whispers. She walked through the courtyard with a tall, dark-haired boy at her side, both of them trying to ignore the oppressive weight of the campus gossip. The air was filled with a constant, buzzing babble of students who seemed to have nothing better to do than tear them apart. Blossom looked like she wanted to shrink into her oversized coat, her face pale as the chatter grew louder and more pointed. Looking down at her shoes, she suggested in a small, broken voice that maybe it would be better for both of them if they kept their distance for a while. The boy stopped dead in his tracks, the sudden movement making Blossom jump as he blocked her path with a look of pure defiance. He reached out, his fingers grazing her forehead in a tender yet firm gesture as he asked if she really wanted to run away, just because people called him a player. Blossom's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered that she knew the truth, but she didn't want to give their enemies any more ammunition to use against him. He looked down at her, his expression a mix of annoyance and something far softer. His arms crossed over his chest as he listened to her frantic explanation. His eyes searched hers, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to go completely silent as he revealed he had already taken steps to protect her. Blossom's eyes widened in shock, her breath hitching as she stared up at him, unable to believe he would go so far. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur that sent a shiver down her spine as he told her there was absolutely nothing that needed to be cleared between them. Then, his lips curved into a soft, devastatingly handsome smile that made Blossom's heart hammer against her ribs, effectively silencing all her fears. Hunter and Melanie stand under the city lights as she pleads for him to help clear up the rumors once and for all. Hunter gazes down at his phone, his expression unreadable and cold as he listens to her desperate request. Melanie forces a bright, flowery smile, her hands trembling as she clutches her phone, hoping to win him over with a favor. From the corner of her eye, she spots a familiar figure watching them from the shadows of the balcony, adding a layer of hidden tension to the scene. "Since I'm doing you a favor, what do you say to us watching a movie together tonight?" she asks, her voice dripping with a sweetness that doesn't quite reach her eyes. The air between them grows heavy with an awkward silence as Hunter remains unmoved by her invitation. Melanie's heart sinks as she feels the weight of his rejection, her voice trembling as she asks, "Is it because of Celine? Is that why you brought her along?" Her eyes well up with tears as she stands alone on the patterned pavement, feeling exposed and humiliated in the night air. Hunter meets her gaze with a soft but firm look, his voice steady as he tells her he's been clear about his feelings from the start. Melanie turns away, her long lavender hair cascading over her shoulder as she tries to hide the heartbreak written across her face. From her vantage point, Celine watches the two of them, her heart racing as she tries to decipher the meaning behind their long conversation. Bubbling with frustration, a tiny, irritated Celine pouts and huffs, wondering why on earth they have so much to talk about. Hunter looks down, his face shadowed by a sense of duty and the need to end this misunderstanding for good. Melanie reaches out, her hand hovering near his as she asks if he must keep his distance from Celine as well. Hunter's eyes narrow, a flicker of something intense and protective flashing through his gaze at the mere mention of the girl he truly cares for. High above, Celine rests her chin on her hand, her annoyance growing by the second as she continues her silent, jealous vigil. Melanie looks up with wide, shimmering eyes, finally realizing that the man before her is slipping further and further away. Hunter finally turns toward the stairs, calling out to Celine that it's time for them to leave this drama behind. Suddenly, Hunter pulls Celine close, his arm draped firmly around her shoulder as he faces Melanie one last time to make a point. He leans in dangerously close to Celine's ear, his breath warm against her skin as he whispers for her to play along and help him let the other girl down easy. Melanie watches them in stunned silence, her face pale as she realizes she's being used as an audience for their display of affection. Celine's eyes widen in shock, her breath catching in her throat as the proximity of Hunter sends her heart into a frantic overdrive. In a sudden shift to a playful mood, a chibi Hunter smirks, while Celine complains that his gesture makes them look more like bros than a couple. But the atmosphere shifts again when Hunter reaches down, his hand finding hers in a sudden, deliberate movement. Their fingers brush together, a spark of electricity dancing between them as they finally make contact. "We have to interlock our fingers and hold hands," Celine exclaims, her face flushed with a mixture of excitement and pure nerves. Surrounded by a flurry of cherry blossoms, their hands meet in a soft, tentative embrace that feels far more real than any act. The warmth of his skin against hers feels like a silent promise, a moment frozen in time amidst the falling petals. Hunter looks away, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he tries to maintain his cool exterior despite his racing pulse. Melanie watches them walk away, a flashback of her time with Hunter haunting her as she wonders what she did wrong. Hunter's expression remains stoic, but his thoughts are consumed by the realization that everyone felt the same to him until the moment he met her. Images of Celine's various expressions, her tears, her surprise, and her fierce determination flood his mind, proving just how special she has become. He realizes now that she is the only one who has ever truly managed to reach his heart. They walk side by side, their hands still tightly clasped as they leave the park and the lingering drama behind them. A small, adorable chibi version of the pair continues their stroll, looking perfectly content in each other's company. However, Celine's face begins to twitch as she realizes just how long they've been holding on to one another. "I don't think she's following us anymore. That should do it, right?" she squeaks, her face turning a bright, panicked shade of red. They finally pull their hands apart, the sudden loss of contact leaving a lingering, empty warmth on their palms. A close-up shows the moment of release, the heavy tension finally breaking as they separate their fingers. "I can't believe my hands sweat so much," Celine cries out in embarrassment while Hunter looks on with a sheepish, knowing grin. Hunter reaches out with a mischievous glint in his eye, offering to wipe his sweaty hand on her hair. Celine's eyes spin in dizzying circles of rage as she prepares to retaliate against his teasing. "I'm wiping it on you too," she shouts, reaching up to mess with his perfectly styled hair in a fit of playful revenge. Hunter dodges her frantic swipes, his laughter echoing through the night as they play like children. They continue their chaotic chase, the heavy tension from earlier completely replaced by a moment of genuine, unfiltered joy. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is buzzing with news that Hunter has officially stated he is just friends with the school beauty. Online forums are filled with comments from students claiming that Hunter is unapproachable and that there isn't anything worth gossiping about. The gossip bunch speculates wildly about his private life, wondering if he's secretly interested in someone else entirely. A post by Team PPB shows a photo of the group, but fans are quick to notice that there is absolutely no mention of Celine Shen in the update. Back in the green room, Hunter prepares for his next big match, the roar of the distant crowd audible even through the thick walls. He settles his headphones over his ears, his face returning to its professional mask as his teammate teases him about his lack of subtlety. The blade flashes with blinding speed as the virtual duel reaches its fever pitch, every movement calculated to perfection. With a sharp, decisive strike, the match concludes, leaving the digital arena stained with the remnants of a hard-fought battle. The stadium erupts in a deafening roar as the scoreboard flickers to life, confirming that Team PPB has secured their dominant first place standing once again. Despite the triumph, the air between the opposing captains remains thick with unspoken tension as they lock eyes during the ritualistic post-match handshake. Spectators can't stop whispering about the sheer absurdity of it all, marveling at how Team PPB has managed to snatch 6 consecutive victories. Behind the scenes, the chatter is even more intense. Everyone is noting that the legendary Jing only stepped onto the field for the very first match. It seems a mysterious Ricky Jing's own brother has been the one carrying the team to glory in his absence. absence. This sudden shift in power has left every rival team in a state of panic, desperately trying to reanalyze Team PPB's new, unpredictable rhythm. While the analysts scramble, the players themselves finally allow their guards to drop, basking in the euphoria of their success. Right? We're good in every single match, they boast, their laughter echoing through the halls as the weight of the competition lifts for a brief moment. However, in the dim shadows of the corridor, a lone figure stands clutching a bouquet of crimson roses, his expression masked by a chilling silence. He turns away from the light, the roses trembling slightly in his grip as he retreats into the quiet darkness. Back in the spotlight, Jing remains the picture of cool composure, his sharp features illuminated by the harsh glow of the cameras. Even with his back to the crowd, his presence is commanding, a silent titan of the gaming world who seems untouchable. Reporters swarm him instantly, their microphones thrust forward like weapons, as they demand to know if he's already calculated the win rate for their 7th match. One journalist pushes harder, asking if his recent benching is due to a lack of confidence or an inability to adapt to the shifting game meta. Jing merely offers a faint, enigmatic smile, his voice smooth as velvet as he suggests that their current streak is only the beginning of a much longer reign. Far from the prying eyes of the press, the mysterious blonde man stands before a wall covered in photographs, his gaze fixated on the image of his rival. He reaches out, his fingertips tracing the edge of the frame with a mixture of longing and deep-seated resentment. A bitter, mocking smile touches his lips as he mumbles to himself, convinced that Jing is simply not worthy of the glory he currently holds. Meanwhile, at the Team SS clubhouse, the atmosphere is far from celebratory as the grueling sounds of practice fill the room. The players are being pushed to their absolute breaking point, their voices strained as they bark out orders to one another. Momo and her teammates are visibly flagging, their faces flushed and their eyes glazed over with pure exhaustion. The hands of the clock spin relentlessly, marking the hours of sweat and mental strain they've endured. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the time passes in a blur of intense focus and heavy breathing. Finally, the red-headed manager calls for a halt, her voice a welcome mercy to the weary group. Team synergy doesn't come easily, she reminds them, though Momo looks like her brain has been completely fried by the day's tactics. Just as they prepare to collapse, news of the annual player ballots arrives, sparking a final burst of energy in the room. The blue-haired boy cheekily suggests that since Jing has been sitting out, Momo is the only logical choice for this year's MVP. His teasing earns him a sharp yank on the ear from the manager, who playfully scolds him for slacking on his paperwork. Later that night, the cold neon glow of a convenience store offers a quiet refuge for a drained Momo. She sighs heavily, leaning against the counter as she tries to find the strength to even finish her energy drink. She stares blankly at the "No. 1" label on the can, wondering if even her refreshments are trying to remind her of the pressure to win. Suddenly, a warm, familiar presence looms over her shoulder, and Hunter's voice murmurs right into her ear. Momo nearly jumps out of her skin, her heart hammering against her ribs as she turns to find him leaning back with a devastatingly handsome smirk. "Hunter! What are you doing here?" She squeaks, her face turning a bright shade of pink in the moonlight. He laughs softly, teasing her for staring into space and mumbling about rookie awards in the middle of the night. His gaze softens, becoming intensely focused on her as he leans in closer, the air between them crackling with sudden electricity. When she nervously asks who he decided to vote for, he doesn't hesitate for a single heartbeat. Their eyelids felt heavy as lead, ghosts of exhaustion hovering over Celine and Gina after a grueling night of endless work. "We have to stay awake for the monthly meeting," Gina muttered, his voice thick with fatigue as they shuffled toward their commute, dreading the long day ahead. As they stepped onto the bus, Celine's heart skipped a beat when she spotted a familiar figure through the crowd, causing her to freeze in her tracks. The morning commute was a sea of faceless strangers, but one person stood out like a storm cloud in the very last row. There sat Hunter, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, and his eyes hidden beneath the brim of a dark cap, looking every bit the brooding loner. Gina leaned in, his eyes narrowing as he realized they weren't the only ones heading to the meeting this early, and the tension between the rivals began to simmer. Beneath his cap, Hunter's gaze sharpened, a flicker of something intense and unreadable crossing his iris as he noticed their arrival. "Why are you here?" They practically shouted in unison, the air crackling with an immediate, electric tension that made the other passengers turn their heads. The three of them ended up squeezed into a single row, Celine trapped awkwardly between the two towering, silent men. The atmosphere was suffocating, a heavy silence settling over them in the chibi-esque cramped space that made Celine want to crawl out of her skin. Hoping to break the ice, she pulled out a small snack, her voice hopeful as she asked if they were hungry. In an instant, the peace was shattered as both men lunged for the offering, their competitive streaks flaring over a simple piece of bread while Celine looked on in shock. Celine could only watch in terror as they bickered like children, her own hunger forgotten in the face of their sudden, aggressive intensity. As the bus rumbled down the road, the rhythmic swaying finally took its toll on Celine's weary body, her eyes fluttering shut. Her head began to bob, eventually coming to rest gently on Gina's shoulder as she drifted into a deep sleep. Gina froze, his breath hitching as he looked down at her peaceful face, a soft warmth spreading through his chest at the unexpected contact. Across from them, Hunter was absolutely seething, his eyes glowing with a jealous fire that threatened to burn the whole bus down. He chewed his bread with a vengeance, every bite fueled by the sight of Celine leaning so comfortably against his rival. Unable to take it any longer, Hunter reached out, his hand firm as he prepared to reclaim her attention and end Gina's smug moment. With a sudden possessive movement, he pulled Celine toward himself, guiding her head onto his own shoulder instead. Gina let an annoyed click of his tongue, his brow furrowing as the silent war for Celine's affection continued in the back of the bus. Oblivious to the battle raging around her, Celine remained lost in her dreams, looking utterly angelic and calm. They finally arrived at the grand meeting hall, the gravity of the upcoming finals hanging heavy in the air as they entered. Inside, the room was clinical and cold, filled with rows of microphones and the weight of official league business. The league head referee stood at the podium, his voice booming as he began to outline the new, stricter regulations that would govern the final matches. Celine tried to focus on her notes, but she could feel the burning stares of other players whispering her name from the shadows of the room. Once the briefing ended, Gina stretched his aching limbs, complaining loudly about his desperate need for actual sleep. Celine puffed out her cheeks in a cute display of anger when he teased her, completely missing the point of his joke as they walked. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a group of boys wearing the intimidating colors of Team A1, the top-ranked rivals. Celine blinked in confusion, her breath catching as the leader of the group stepped forward to address her directly. With a charming smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, he asked for her number, claiming he had been watching her play for a long time. Panic flooded Celine's system, her social anxiety flaring up as she struggled to find the words to refuse him without being rude. Before she could spiral, Gina stepped forward, his presence broad and protective as he shielded her from the stranger's intrusive gaze. "Are you trying to spy on us?" Gina asked, his voice low and dangerous, leaving no room for the other boy to argue. He reached out, his touch surprisingly gentle as he placed a hand atop Celine's head to steady her and show exactly who she belonged with. A triumphant, protective grin spread across Gina's face as he looked down at her, relishing the way she looked up at him in surprise. The stranger could only stare at the bold message emblazoned on Gina's sleeve, a silent warning that Celine was off-limits to outsiders. Realizing they wouldn't get what they wanted, the rival team members slunk away into the corridor, defeated by Gina's sheer presence. Grateful for the rescue, Celine beamed at Gina, promising to buy him all the snacks he wanted as a thank you for his help. Gina's expression shifted, his playful demeanor replaced by a look of intense, smoldering focus as he leaned toward her. His gaze was heavy with a meaning she couldn't quite grasp, his face coming dangerously close to hers in the quiet hallway. "What if I say that I want even more?" he whispered, his eyes searching hers with a sudden, heart-stopping seriousness. Shen Xin lets the warm water embrace her weary body as her friend calls out that her fresh clothes are waiting by the door. "Don't soak for too long," the voice warns from outside, and Shen Xin gives a tired, muffled reply of agreement. As she leans back and closes her eyes, a memory of a deep, alluring voice flashes through her mind, asking if she truly wants more rewards. She can still see his intense gaze in her mind's eye, a look so heavy with unspoken desire that it makes her heart skip a beat even now. Somewhere else, the air is thick with the soulful melody of a guitar, the notes shimmering through the room like stardust. A blue-haired young man sits in the dim light, his fingers dancing across the strings with a practiced, melancholic grace. He seems lost in the rhythm, yet his eyes hold a distant, troubled look that the music cannot soothe. Is it not enough? He wonders, his thoughts a mirror to the confusion swirling in Shen Xin's heart. He remembers the way the world seemed to stop when he looked at her, his hand frozen on the fretboard as their eyes locked. He bites his lip and looks away, cursing the moment he let those suggestive, impulsive words slip from his tongue. The scene shifts to the sleek, modern interior of the SS training room, where the atmosphere is far less romantic. Shen Xin is a mess, a violent sneeze shaking her entire frame as she tries to hide her face in a tissue. Her friend is absolutely livid, scolding her for being reckless enough to fall asleep in the bathtub and catch a cold. Shen Xin tries to put on a brave face, insisting she's perfectly fine and needs to get back to analyzing the competition. Suddenly, her phone dings with a message from Xiao He, reminding her that they were supposed to head to school together. With a heavy heart and trembling fingers, she begins to type a lie, telling him she's stuck in extra training and he should go on ahead. "Drink it up," her friend yells, thrusting a cup of bitter medicine toward her with a look of pure exasperation. The message remains unsent, her thumb hovering over the screen as her strength begins to fail her. A sudden creak of the door announces a new arrival, and a sharp voice threatens the latecomer with weeks of cleaning duty. "Where the heck did you pop up from, Chengmo?" her friend exclaims, startled by the boy's sudden appearance. She quickly hands him a stack of new lyrics, telling him he needs to cover for the sick girl for a while. He looks down at the papers, his expression a mix of confusion and a growing, dark concern. "Caught a cold?" he asks softly, his eyes searching for Shensin's face as he realizes the gravity of her condition. Outside, the clock strikes 9:20 p.m. as the main entrance of the building stands tall and imposing against the night sky. Xiao He is still waiting there, his anxiety growing with every passing second that his messages go unanswered. Meanwhile, back inside, the red-haired girl is heading out for a late snack, her teammate trailing behind her. They bicker playfully about whether to buy porridge or burgers, leaving the atmosphere thick with unspoken worry. King Qi leans in close to Shen Xin, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tells her she looks absolutely terrible. Another sneeze racks her body, and she huddles into her jacket as if she might shatter at any moment. "Why are you resisting the inevitable?" he asks, his hand reaching out to steady her as she wavers. Shen Xin's eyes begin to glaze over, the world tilting on its axis as her consciousness begins to slip away. She begins to slump forward, her body finally giving in to the crushing weight of exhaustion and fever. King Ki catches her just in time, his eyes widening as he realizes just how fragile and small she feels in his arms. "I'm feeling dizzy," she murmurs, her breath hot and shallow against his neck. He touches her forehead and recoils in shock, his heart racing as he feels the searing heat radiating from her skin. At the entrance, Xiao He's patience has finally run out, a dark cloud of worry settling over his features. He stares at the dark screen of his phone, deciding he has no choice but to call her and find out what happened. His heart drops into his stomach as he looks up to see King Ki rushing out with a semi-conscious Shen Xin in his arms, desperately pleading for her to hang in there. Hunter's eyes widen in sheer panic as he finally locks eyes with her, his breath hitching at the sight of her distress. A car zooms past in a blur of city lights as he desperately reaches out a hand to steady her. He refuses to listen to her protests, his voice firm and laced with worry as he insists on taking her to the hospital immediately. Celine's strength completely fails her, her foot slipping against the cold stone of the pavement as she nearly collapses. In one swift motion, he catches her, his hand gripping hers with a desperate, protective intensity. The air between them crackles with a new kind of tension as the rival stands his ground, the silence stretching uncomfortably long between the three of them. Celine blinks through her feverish haze, her voice a mere whisper as she asks Hunter why he's even there. He looks down, his expression clouded with a mix of hurt and frustration that he can't quite hide. "I've been waiting for you," he murmurs, his heart sinking as he mentions the texts she never answered. A wave of realization washes over her as she stares at her screen, seeing the unsent message still sitting there in the draft box. The blue-haired rival Jing Xia watches the exchange with a cold, piercing gaze that seems to see right through their fragile dynamic. Hunter doesn't care who is watching. His only focus is the girl shivering in front of him. He gently adjusts her hood and pulls her coat tighter, his touch lingering with a tenderness that speaks of hidden feelings. "Come on," Jing Xiao interjects, breaking the spell as he prepares to lead them toward the car. He can't help but scoff under his breath, wondering why Hunter always feels the need to play the stoic hero. They move quickly through the night, the city lights fading as the sterile white walls of the medical center loom ahead. The sign for Central Hospital glows ominously, a stark reminder of the emergency at hand. Inside, the nurse lays out the prescription boxes, giving them a stern warning not to mix up the dosages. Immediately, the two men revert to their petty bickering, both of them reaching for the medicine at the exact same time in a display of stubbornness. Sparks practically fly as they glare at each other in a heated, silent standoff. Celine can only close her eyes in exhaustion, her head throbbing from the fever and their relentless noise. They continue to shout over one another, each determined to be the one to take charge of her recovery. "That's it, I'm going to the bathroom," she cries out, finally snapping under the pressure of their constant fighting. Left alone in the waiting room, the two rivals sit in a heavy, suffocating silence that feels like it might explode. Hunter leans forward, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he tells Jing Xiao that if he can't protect her, he should just stay out of the way. Jing Xiao doesn't even blink, crossing his arms and dismissing Hunter's threats as completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, a young boy with pale blonde hair approaches the pharmacy counter with a heavy, distant gaze. He quietly speaks to the staff, requesting the medication prescribed for Shane Jun. The nurse hands over the medicine with a gentle smile, urging him to take the pills exactly as scheduled. As he turns to leave, the nurses whisper behind his back, pitying a boy so young who is already struggling with such deep depression. He pauses for a moment, the weight of his secret seemingly resting on his narrow shoulders. With a sudden, cold determination, he tosses the medicine into the bin, declaring that he isn't sick and that Jing Xiao is the one who truly needs help. The next morning at the Team PPB clubhouse, the atmosphere remains thick with unresolved tension. Hunter walks through the quiet halls, his mind clearly preoccupied with Celine's condition. He senses someone behind him and turns to see the blonde boy, Shane Jun, watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, the sharp, rhythmic click of a box cutter echoes through the hallway, a sound that signals imminent danger. Before Hunter can react, the boy lunges forward, his hand snapping out to grab Hunter's sleeve with a terrifying grip. Hunter corners the blonde stranger in the dim hallway, his voice low and dangerous as he demands to know exactly what the boy wants with Jing. With a chilling, hollow smile, the youth scoffs, claiming that Jing isn't even worthy of standing on the same stage as a professional gamer. Hunter's eyes widen in confusion and growing dread as the boy mentions his big brother, a hidden connection that changes everything. The stranger leans in, his expression shifting from mockery to a dark, calculated malice as he decides that targeting Hunter will serve his revenge just as well. A sharp, metallic click echoes through the corridor as a box cutter blade is revealed, the boy whispering that Jing will be absolutely heartbroken by what happens next. Hunter's heart hammers against his ribs as he shouts, demanding to know if this lunatic actually expects him to just stand there and call the police. The blonde boy looks up through his pale lashes, his gaze terrifyingly calm as he asks Hunter if he really thought he was going to be the one getting cut. Meanwhile, deep within the stadium, the atmosphere in the Team PPB green room is heavy with anticipation as they prepare for the upcoming round against Team SS. Their leader reviews the match data, noting that tomorrow's lineup will still feature Eli Hunter and himself in the primary slots. One of the younger members chirps excitedly about finally getting to play against pretty sister on the opposing team, hoping for a memorable match. However, the leader's brow furrows in sudden concern as he looks around the empty chairs, realizing that neither Hunter nor Jing have returned from their break. Back in the lonely corridor, the silence is shattered by a sickening slice as the boy suddenly drags the blade across his own arm, blood splattering against the floor in a gruesome display. Why did you do that? Hunter screams, his voice cracking with pure horror at the self-inflicted violence unfolding before his eyes. He stares in utter disbelief at the boy, who stands there with a bleeding arm and a triumphant, twisted grin that says he's already won. Within moments, the sound of heavy footsteps approaches as security guards round the corner, finding the two boys in the middle of what looks like a brutal crime scene. The hallway quickly fills with onlookers, their voices rising like a tide as they gasp at the sheer amount of blood staining the pristine tiles. Phones are immediately drawn as bystanders begin recording the chaos, their faces illuminated by the glow of their screens as they frantically ask what happened. The blonde boy drops to his knees, his face a mask of feigned agony as he points a trembling finger at Hunter, framing him for the attack in front of the cameras. Hunter can only stare into the boy's eyes, seeing the cold, vengeful calculation hidden beneath the theatrical performance. As the authorities close in, Hunter feels the weight of the trap closing around him, his mind racing to find a way to prove the truth in a room full of accusers. The crowd continues to grow, their murmurs of "would he really do that?" fueling the fire of the scandal as the recording continues. Despite the overwhelming shock, Hunter's medical instincts kick in as he steps forward, shedding his coat to reveal a sudden, sharp determination. He reaches out and grabs the boy's arm with firm authority, demanding that he keep constant pressure on the deep gash to stop the bleeding. The blonde youth is momentarily stunned, his eyes searching Hunter's face for any sign of the panic he expected to see. "I am a medical student," Hunter growls, his voice steady even as his reputation crumbles, "and I cannot just stand here and do nothing while someone is hurt." The boy lets out a sharp, bitter laugh, telling Hunter to expect a single word of thanks for this useless act of kindness. He spits out that this minor pain is nothing compared to the suffering his brother had to endure because of Hunter's team. Hunter leans in close, his shadow looming over the boy as he vows that he will testify to his own innocence and clear his name. His eyes burn with a fierce, protective fire as he warns the stranger that if he ever tries to harm his brother again, he won't get away with it. Hunter finally makes the connection, realizing with a heavy heart that this boy is none other than Miles, Jun's younger brother, fueled by a family grudge. He warns the boy to stop talking while so many people are watching, knowing that any word could be twisted into a weapon. "The only way you can help me is by not getting involved," the boy retorts, his gaze fixed on Hunter with unwavering hatred. A flicker of genuine regret crosses Hunter's face as he whispers a quiet apology for dragging the boy into this cycle of pain. Over at the Team SS clubhouse, the members are busy bickering over chores and cleaning duties, completely unaware of the tragedy unfolding across town. Their manager suddenly bursts through the door, his face pale and eyes wide with panic as he announces that he has terrible news for the entire team. He holds up his phone, his hand shaking as he delivers the bombshell. Their highly anticipated match against Team PPB has been abruptly cancelled. The team members freeze in shock, their playful banter dying instantly as the gravity of the situation sinks into the room. The manager explains breathlessly that Hunter is currently being investigated by the police for a violent assault. The young girl on the team stares blankly at the wall, her breath catching in her throat as she whispers that such a thing is absolutely impossible. Under the soft glow of the patio lights, the weight of the past hangs heavy between them as an old photograph is revealed. Jing's voice is barely a whisper as he recalls Miles Jun, a friend who was as talented as he was fragile, plagued by the same health issues that Jing himself faced. They were more than just teammates. They were keepers of each other's deepest, most painful secrets. Memories of that fateful physical exam flood back, a day where the air was thick with anxiety as they sat side by side on a park bench, clutching their futures in their hands. Miles had looked so radiant in that moment, a triumphant smile breaking across his face as he announced that he had qualified against all odds. Jing could still see the sparkle in his eyes as Miles dreamed of the day they would finally stand on the world stage together. But that dream was shattered in an instant when a medical report was swapped, leading to a disqualification that branded Miles a fraud and exposed a devastating genetic disease. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm growing between the two friends who once shared everything. Jing can still feel the sting of that disappointment, knowing that he was the only one who truly understood the truth behind the tragedy. The confession hangs in the air like a death sentence, the admission that it was Jing who had reported him. Elliot's voice cracks with fury, demanding to know why Jing didn't fight back or refute the accusations. But Jing only looks away, his expression hollow as he says there was simply nothing left to refute. He carries the crushing guilt of being the reason Miles could never fulfill his professional destiny. Suddenly, Hunter breaks the tension, his face a mask of cold determination as he enters the room. The vibration of a phone interrupts the silence, and Hunter's eyes narrow as he sees the league manager manager is calling. He answers with a clipped greeting, his gaze shifting to the others as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The League is demanding a meeting with the victim, hoping that a sincere apology might settle this scandal behind closed doors. Jing turns to R, his voice trembling with a desperate need for answers about Miles Jun. Elliot steps in, his protective instincts flaring as he tells Jing that Hunter is only trying to keep him safe from this mess. Jing looks down at the crumpled photo in his hand, the edges worn from years of regret. Elliot's resolve is absolute. He is determined to end this cycle of pain once and for all. Hunter can only nod in grim understanding, knowing that the storm is finally here. Taking a deep breath, Elliot prepares to make the call that will change everything. 3 days pass in a blur of anticipation, until they finally arrive at the imposing Gaming Competition Association building. Inside, the room is cold and sterile, and Jing sits alone at a massive table, his small frame looking swallowed by the shadows. The heavy doors creak open as Miles Jun enters, flanked by a lead referee whose face is etched with professional severity. The referee takes his place, his voice echoing in the hollow room as he calls the meeting to order. He speaks of resolutions and justice, promising to do whatever it takes to accommodate the victim of this long-standing conflict. Jing remains motionless, his profile sharp against the fluorescent lights as he prepares for the confrontation. Miles doesn't waste any time, his eyes burning with a cold fire as he demands to speak with Jing alone. The referee hesitates, looking between the two former friends, but Jing gives a quiet nod of consent. The heavy click the door locking echoes like a gunshot, leaving the two of them in a suffocating silence. Jing's voice is steady despite the chaos in his heart, asking why Miles is targeting him when he knows Elliot would never betray a friend. The truth is more twisted than he imagined years ago. A powerful father used his influence to swap those reports to force his son out of the game. But the hitman hired for the job was careless, confusing the names Jun and Jing in a mistake that ruined the wrong life. Miles lets out a bitter, hollow laugh, mocking Jing for trying to find an excuse for the man who destroyed him. The tension snaps as Jing stands up, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. He leans across the table, his eyes searching Miles' face for any trace of the friend he once knew. Miles' face contorts with a raw, agonizing pain as he demands to know why he was the only one who had to suffer. A dark, vengeful promise spills from his lips as long as Jing is still in the game. Miles will stop at nothing to drag him down into the abyss. Hunter lunged forward, his fingers digging into Shane's collar as the air turned cold between them. "Think twice," Shane sneered with a poisonous smile. "If I walk out with more injuries, it only makes matters worse for your brother." The threat hit home, forcing Hunter to abruptly release his grip as his hand trembled with suppressed rage. Shane adjusted his clothes, casually reminding Hunter that Miles was still vulnerable at the recovery center. A chilling, calculated look settled over Shane's features as he savored his leverage. Hunter's eyes darkened, realizing the only way to handle a monster was to become even more unpredictable. Shane let out a sharp, mocking laugh, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. Hunter looked down, his gaze fixed on the floor as he processed the weight of the blackmail. His hand reached for the medical documents, the paper crinkling under his touch. With a dismissive flick, Shane tossed the file into the air, letting the truth scatter. The paper landed, clearly revealing Miles Jun's status at the recovery center. Hunter turned his head away, the pain of his brother's situation etched into his features. "He must be so disappointed to have a brother like you." Shane spat, his words designed to cut deep. A staff member suddenly appeared at the door, demanding to know what the commotion was about. Shane's composure shattered into raw fury as he screamed an insult at the top of his lungs. In a flash of violence, Shane's fist connected with Hunter's face, a sickening thwack echoing through the hall. The guard lunged forward, dragging the thrashing boy back before he could strike again. Shane struggled against the hold, screaming about the unfairness of money and prestige. Tears of pure resentment welled in his eyes as he demanded to know why Miles got a second chance. Hunter stood still, blood trickling from his lip as he stared back with a hollow expression. Suddenly, Jing burst into the corridor, his face pale with worry as he took in the scene. The two brothers stood face to face, the tension between them thick enough to choke on. Shane pointed a trembling finger, labeling them both as hypocrites who deserved to be exposed. Jing looked at Hunter, his eyes searching for an explanation that wasn't coming. As Hunter began to walk away, Jing reached out, desperately pleading for him not to go. "Don't worry," Hunter whispered with a hauntingly calm smile. "I'll take care of this." He turned back to Shane one last time, acknowledging him with chilling formality. His profile was sharp and resolute, a man who had finally made a definitive choice. He offered a final, hollow wish that Shane would stop suffering once his grudge was satisfied. Turning to the staff, Hunter calmly announced his official resignation, shocking everyone present. Shane's eyes went wide, his voice cracking as he shouted Hunter's name in disbelief. The staff member stood frozen, unable to process the sudden departure of their star. Hunter added that he was willing to publicize his own illness if it meant ending the cycle. Shane could only stare, his expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. A hand yanked at Shane's arm, pulling him away from the confrontation as his world tilted. Jing stood alone with Hunter in the quiet hallway, the weight of the sacrifice hanging over them. "Why go this far for that bastard?" Jing demanded, his voice trembling with frustration. Hunter closed his eyes, admitting softly that he wasn't doing this for anyone but himself. The evening air at the market was heavy with unspoken thoughts as Hunter sat alone, lost in a sea of blue flowers and bitter memories. His fingers traced the cold rim of a can, his mind a million miles away from the quiet convenience store patio. "I don't want you to become another Shane Jun." The warning echoed in his head, a ghost of a failure he couldn't shake. Suddenly, a bright voice broke his trance. "Hunter?" Are you drinking beer on the sly? She chirped, her blue eyes wide with mock scandal. He flinched, quickly setting the can down with a sheepish look. No, I just had a sip. It wasn't good, he muttered, unable to meet her gaze. She laughed, leading the way as they began to walk. Let's go. Alcohol doesn't help you forget your troubles, she lectured playfully. Her expression softened as she glanced at his profile. Are you upset because of Jing's retirement? She asked softly. Hunter sighed, the weight of the pro-gaming world pressing down on his shoulders. I've been expecting him to retire for a while now, but it still didn't feel good when it happened, he admitted, his voice laced with a quiet grief. He remembered the grueling hours, the way his brother had sacrificed everything just to stand on that stage. Even when his health failed, he had pushed his body to the absolute limit for the sake of the game. It was a cruel end to a career built on such fierce dedication, leaving nothing but a shining trophy and a hollow heart. Looking at his retreating figure, he seemed so small against the vast, unforgiving sky. She stepped closer, her presence a warm light in his darkness. Everyone has to take responsibility for their choices, Hunter, she reminded him firmly. A radiant smile broke across her face as she looked up at him. So whatever you do, I will support you, she promised, her sincerity cutting through his armor. Hunter froze, his heart giving a sudden, violent throb against his ribs as he looked at the girl who refused to leave his side. The moment was shattered by the shrill screech of tires as a car tore through a nearby puddle. Look out! Hunter cried, lunging forward to shield her as a wall of dirty water erupted toward them. They stood frozen in a daze, two mud-splattered figures in the middle of the sidewalk. She peeked out from her hands and burst into a fit of giggles. Ha ha ha! Your face is so dirty, she wheezed, pointing at his speckled cheeks. Her laughter was infectious, her eyes crinkling with pure, unadulterated joy. Hunter wiped his brow, a smirk playing on his lips. Look who's talking, he retorted, his voice dropping to a low, intimate hum. He reached out, his thumb grazing her jawline as he pulled her closer. Stay still. Let me get it for you, he whispered, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her. The world around them faded into a blur of sparkling lights and shadows. Her breath hitched, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her chest. He's so close, she thought, her face heating up under his intense gaze. His eyes searched hers, dark and unreadable as his hand lingered on her skin. He traced a slow line across her cheek, his focus entirely on the girl in his arms. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he pulled back just a fraction. Look over there, he teased, gesturing toward the passing crowd. She blinked, touching her face in confusion. Are they laughing at me? Do I have something on my face? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Hunter just smiled, a look of genuine affection softening his features. It's nothing. I think it's kinda cute, he said, admiring his handiwork. She whipped out her phone, her jaw dropping as she saw the mud whiskers he had drawn on her face. No fair! Get back here, she screamed, chasing after him as he ran into the night, his laughter echoing through the city streets. High above the clouds, a figure shrouded in mystery sits in the silent cabin of a plane, his face hidden behind dark lenses and a heavy black hood. Even with his eyes obscure, there is a cold, calculated intensity radiating from him as he leans his chin on his hand, lost in a sea of secret thoughts. His focus is locked onto a screen where the headlines are screaming the news that has sent shockwaves through the gaming world. The legendary Jing is officially retiring and resigning from the national competition. A ghost of a smirk plays on his lips as he whispers to the empty air, his voice dripping with a mix of mockery and longing. Did you really just give up on everything, Jing? Meanwhile, far below that flight path, the sterile walls of the Grace Recovery Center stand as a silent witness to a very different kind of struggle. Inside one of the quiet rooms, the only sound is the rhythmic, crisp shulk of a knife peeling away the skin of a bright red apple. Miles sits at the edge of the bed, his movements careful and domestic as he prepares the fruit for the man who was once the king of the arena. With a gentle, almost hesitant motion, he holds out the pale fruit, his eyes searching Jing's face for any sign of the fire that used to burn there. Oh, by the way, Miles begins, trying to keep his voice light despite the heavy atmosphere. The national competition is happening right now, isn't it? Jing doesn't answer immediately, his gaze dropping as a flicker of unreadable emotion crosses his beautiful, tired eyes. The tension in the room thickens until Miles finally sets the knife down with a definitive tup against the table, the sound echoing like a closing door. He stands up, his silhouette framed against the soft light of the room, and reminds Jing that the top 3 players will be determined in just 2 short weeks. Miles forces a smile, a fragile mask of cheerfulness, as he tells his brother that it's good to hear things are going smoothly. But as he steps out into the hallway, the mask slips, and he finds himself face to face with a man holding a massive, breathtaking bouquet of lilies and red blossoms. Miles freezes, his breath hitching in his throat as he stares at the unexpected visitor who has dared to show up here. The man standing before him is strikingly handsome, his dark hair falling perfectly over eyes that seem to hold 1,000 unspoken apologies. Miles's expression hardens instantly, his eyes narrowing with a flash of protective fury and old, bitter resentment. They retreat to the back garden, the lush greenery providing a private stage for a confrontation that has been years in the making. What? Are you here to tattle on me to my brother? Miles snaps, his voice trembling with a cocktail of defensive anger and hidden pain. The dark-haired man looks away, his profile etched with a profound sadness as he softly replies, I didn't come for him. I came to see you. Miles isn't buying the sudden sentimentality, demanding to know exactly who told him where they were hiding. He scoffs, a bitter, beautiful smile crossing his face as he asks if the man truly believes his brother isn't still holding a deep, jagged grudge. The air between them is electric, charged with the kind of history that leaves scars long after the wounds have closed. Miles turns his head away, unable to look at the man who represents everything they lost, his heart thudding painfully in his chest. He clutches the half-eaten apple like a lifeline, his voice dropping to a whisper as he reminds the visitor that Jing was the one who had to give up on his entire dream. With a shaking hand, he thrusts the flowers back toward the man, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Take these. Give them to him yourself if you have the courage. The man stands there, the flowers a heavy weight in his arms, as the truth finally crashes down. The one who leaked their location wasn't some random stranger, but Sterling Han. A close-up of the man's eye reveals a swirling vortex of regret and a sudden, sharp realization of the web they're all caught in. Miles gasps, his world tilting on its axis as he demands to know the one thing he's been afraid to ask. What exactly happened between you and my brother? The scene shifts abruptly to the high-tech glow of the Team PPB clubhouse, where the air is thick with strategy and desperation. The remaining teammates are huddled together, their faces pale as they realize they need an all-around player to fill the void left by their fallen captain. Suddenly, the heavy doors creak open, drawing every eye to the entrance as a familiar, cocky figure steps into the light. The mysterious man from the plane lowers his sunglasses, a lethal, charming grin spreading across his face as he announces his arrival. Meet your new teammate. Sterling Han is in the building. The spotlight shifts to the man who has turned the entire league upside down. Sterling Han, a prodigy who began his meteoric rise at the tender age of 13. His arrival should be a triumph, yet the atmosphere among the veterans is thick with a suffocating, unspoken tension. Hunter's gaze remains sharp and analytical, his eyes betraying nothing of the storm brewing within the team. The match against Team SS is still a go, the manager declares, his voice echoing in the sterile room as he insists on using this as the stage to debut their new star. But the pressure is mounting, and the manager's face contorts with a mix of fury and desperation as he reminds them that Jing's sudden retirement left them completely vulnerable. Every word feels like a physical weight, pressing down on the players who are left to pick up the pieces of a fractured legacy. Standing with his back to them, the manager's silhouette is imposing as he barks about the astronomical price they paid to secure a player of Sterling's caliber. He must play in the next match so we can shift the conversations in our favor, he commands, leaving no room for argument. The team can only watch in grim silence, the air between them heavy with the scent of a looming disaster. In the midst of this high-stakes drama, Sterling himself remains infuriatingly detached, flashing a playful, arrogant smirk. I only drink the diet one with ice, he chirps, as if he hasn't just walked into a lion's den. Meanwhile, across the city at the Team SS clubhouse, the news of the signing hits like a physical blow. The red-haired star of SS stares at her phone in utter disbelief, her heart hammering against her ribs as she processes the betrayal. Why would he abandon his own team to compete in our country? Her teammate asks, his face pale with confusion and a hint of fear. The chibi-esque fury of their youngest member explodes as she throws her hands up, screaming that they don't need to understand his motives, they just need to crush him. Well said. The red-haired girl agrees, a fierce, competitive fire finally igniting in her emerald eyes. They lean into each other, a pact sealed in the heat of the moment. This time, they will be the ones to stand over Hunter in victory. Miles away, Hunter suddenly lets out a sharp sneeze, rubbing his nose with a look of mild annoyance. Who's talking trash about me now? He mutters, completely unaware of the target painted on his back. The scene shifts to the Grand National Competition Arena, where the air is electric with the roar of thousands. The stadium is a sea of flickering lights and frantic energy, every seat filled by fans desperate to witness history. Hidden beneath a heavy hoodie and a dark mask, Jing Xiao moves through the crowd like a ghost, his eyes scanning the stage where he once stood. Please welcome Team PPB, the announcer's voice booms, sent through the speakers with enough force to make the floor vibrate. One by one, the players emerge, their faces illuminated by the blinding white light of the stage. Hunter walks with a measured, stoic grace, the weight of the team's future resting squarely on his shoulders. Beside him, Sterling waves to the crowd with the practiced ease of a man who knows he is the main event. The fans erupt into a deafening cacophony of screams, chanting Sterling's name until the very walls seem to shake. As they take their seats at the glowing circular console, the reality of the situation finally settles in. How are we going to compete when we hardly have any synergy? A teammate whispers, his voice trembling with nerves. Hunter doesn't even look up from his screen, his profile carved from ice as he gives the only order that matters. Just play as you always do, and we will accommodate accordingly. He says, his voice a calm anchor in the rising tide of panic. Across the digital divide, his rival's lips curl into a predatory smile, sensing the kill. I'm curious to see how good Jing's brother really is, Sterling muses, his eyes flashing with a dangerous curiosity. Hunter closes his eyes for a single heartbeat, centering his soul before the dive into the virtual world. In that moment of darkness, the noise of the crowd fades into a haunting, beautiful silence. When his eyes snap open, he is no longer a boy in a chair. He is a celestial warrior, draped in flowing white robes that shimmer like starlight. Sterling watches the transformation with a sharp, sharp, knowing gaze, remembering the ghost of the teammate he once knew. Their avatars stand face to face in a realm of digital clouds and ancient beauty, the tension between them crackling like lightning. Hunter draws his blade, the cold steel reflecting the unwavering determination in his eyes as the first strike of the match draws near. Find an opening and take down their mage. Ellie bellows, his twin blades catching the harsh light of the arena as he lunges forward. Momo's eyes dart across the battlefield, her voice sharp with command as she realizes the gap in their strength. Our attack power isn't high enough, kite them, Celine. We need to find a chance to counter. Celine grinds her teeth, her fox ears twitching as she focuses on the enigma before them. Got it. But stay sharp. We have zero data on Sterling Hand for this map. With a guttural cry, Celine thrusts her clawed gauntlet forward, the metal screeching against the air as she engages in a desperate struggle. Across the digital expanse, Sterling and his partner meet their assault with terrifying precision, their blades sparking in a rhythmic dance of steel. Momo watches the exchange, her pupils narrowing as she calculates their next move with cold, ruthless efficiency. Sterling stands as a pillar of calm amidst the chaos, his elegant robes fluttering as if he's merely taking a stroll through a garden rather than a war zone. Inferno! Momo screams, her palms erupting in a blinding, searing heat that threatens to melt the very stage. She and Eli surge forward as one, a devastating hurricane of fire and steel aimed directly at the heart of the enemy formation. We saw that coming. The opponent sneers, his own blade rising to meet the flames in a clash that sends shockwaves through the arena. Momo's face contorts with effort, the golden light of her magic reflecting the sheer desperation in her soul. Sterling, help Eli! A voice cries out, the sound lost in the roar of the conflagration. Then, the world turns white as a massive pillar of fire consumes the center of the stage, an absolute inferno that leaves nothing but ash in its wake. As the smoke clears, the status icons flicker and die. Eli and Sterling's teammate have been wiped off the board in an instant. Sterling doesn't even blink, he moves with a predatory grace, his silhouette cutting through the haze like a ghost. Celine, save your protective technique for yourself. Momo shrieks, her voice cracking as she realizes the trap they've fallen into. A thunderous boom echoes through the stadium, the force of the blast nearly throwing the spectators from their seats. Celine stumbles back, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she realizes the truth. Momo, she used a self-destruct move just to clear the field for me. The announcer's voice is frantic, his words barely audible over the roar of the crowd. My goodness! Both teams are down to their final player. Celine stands alone, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as the final minute of the match begins to tick away. On the other side of the scorched earth, Sterling Han waits, his presence so heavy it feels like the air itself has turned to lead. He holds his blade with a terrifyingly casual grip, his eyes drifting shut for a fleeting second as if he's savoring the moment. Celine can't look away, her gaze locked onto the man who has systematically dismantled her team's every strategy. The tension in the air is suffocating, a silent promise of the violence that is about to unfold in these final seconds. Suddenly, Celine's jaw drops, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and mounting dread. Sterling isn't moving to strike. He's simply standing there, a faint, mocking smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The crowd is losing their minds, the chant of his name rising like a tide that threatens to drown out everything else. He leans in, his face inches from hers, his voice a low, dangerous velvet. Why don't you finish me off and end the match, Celine? Before she can even process the words, the KO notification blazes across the sky in a brutal, uncompromising blue. Sterling stands triumphant, his arms spread wide to embrace the adoration of the thousands who see him as a god of the arena. Back in the silence of the booth, Celine slowly lowers her headset, her fingers trembling as the cold reality of the loss finally washes over her. What were you doing, Sterling? Why didn't you protect your teammates? Hunter's voice echoes through the room, raw with a sense of betrayal that cuts deeper than any physical wound. Sterling doesn't even flinch, a chillingly calm expression on his face as he retorts, "Did I break any rules?" Hunter's breath hitches, his eyes wide as he realizes that to Sterling, their lives are nothing more than resources to be spent for a grander performance. A shadow of a smirk crosses Sterling's lips, the look of a predator who has already decided the fate of his prey. They stand back to back, the air thick with a suffocating silence that speaks volumes of the rift growing between the two teammates. "If you're unhappy, then we can change the lineup in the next round," Sterling says, his tone dismissive as he waves away Hunter's concerns like a bothersome fly. Meanwhile, over in the Team SS green room, the atmosphere is heavy with a different kind of tension. Momo leans in, her voice a soft, worried murmur as she checks on her friend, asking, "Celine, you okay?" Celine remains still, her eyes fixed on the floor as she tries to process the sheer ruthlessness of the man they just faced. Those cold, calculating eyes of Sterling had seemed to burn through the monitors, leaving a trail of unease in their wake. Celine bites her lip, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realizes the game is far more dangerous than she ever imagined. Suddenly, Momo reaches out and pinches Celine's cheek, her voice loud and sharp as she commands her to focus on the battle ahead. "Momo, he must have analyzed our gameplay. Celine gasps, her voice trembling as the terrifying truth begins to dawn on her. Momo's expression hardens, her emerald eyes flashing with a mix of fear and determination as she realizes they've been read like an open book. Celine crosses her arms, a cold shiver running down her spine as she wonders if Sterling is dragging this out just to satisfy his own twisted ego. Back in the PPB room, a phone glows on the table, the word Boas is flashing like a warning sign that the hammer is about to fall. Hunter's face pales, his jaw tightening as he listens to the cold, corporate voice on the other end of the line. Sterling doesn't wait for the conversation to end, turning his back on his teammate and walking toward the arena with an air of untouchable arrogance. Hunter looks down, his eyes filled with a quiet, burning despair as he realizes he's being sacrificed for the sake of the show. The phone remains on the table, a silent witness to the destruction of a team's bond in favor of a single man's talent. You know that Sterling purposely abandons his teammates. Yet I'm the one being substituted out? Hunter roars, his hands trembling with a fury he can no longer contain. But the voice from the phone is unyielding, admitting that while Sterling is difficult, his skill is the only thing that can save the team's reputation. Hunter stands alone, a shadow of his former self, realizing that in this world, skill is the only currency that matters. Outside, the arena erupts into a cacophony of sound, the crowd's roar reaching a fever pitch as the results are announced. Hunter's eyes widen in shock as the reality of the situation hits him like a physical blow. Could this be the record for the shortest match ever? The announcer screams, his words sending a shockwave of disbelief through the stands. The crowd is frozen in a state of collective awe, unable to wrap their heads around the speed of the destruction. Even Celine is stunned, her eyes darting to the timer as she realizes the match ended in less than 3 minutes. The arena is a sea of confused faces and flashing lights, everyone asking the same question. What the heck just happened? Congratulations on the victory, Team SS. The announcer bellows, though the words feel like a mockery to those who saw the truth of the throw. Sterling leans back with his headphones on, a dark, playful glint in his eyes as he tells his teammate he was simply trying to make the match more interesting for the audience. The crowd erupts in confusion as the seemingly invincible Team PPB falls in a shocking second round. On the massive overhead monitors, Sterling Hand's face remains a mask of cold, unreadable intensity. "Where are you going, R?" his teammate calls out as Sterling turns his back on the arena without a word. Despite the loss, the fans scream their support, begging Sterling to win it back in the next round. Sterling barely acknowledges the cheers, his gaze fixed on some distant, internal struggle. Whispers of foul play and team betrayal ripple through the audience. Hidden among the spectators, a mysterious figure in a dark hoodie and sunglasses watches the chaos with a heavy heart. Backstage, the atmosphere is just as tense as Celine and her friends retreat from the main stage. "Don't you think there's something weird going on with Team PPB?" her friend asks, her voice laced with worry. Hunter, his brow furrowed, can only wonder what Sterling is actually planning. Celine pauses, her eyes narrowing as she scans the sea of faces in the stands. There, amidst the crowd, she spots a familiar silhouette trying to remain visible. Is that Jing? He's actually here watching the matches. She realizes, her breath hitching in surprise. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and yanks the cap right off the stranger's head. The hood falls back to reveal Jing Xiao, looking vulnerable and exposed. "Why are you sneaking around?" a former teammate growls, his face twisted in anger. Jing can only look away, his voice a mere whisper as he mutters a hollow apology. The man refuses to let him go, demanding to know why the captain would just abandon his honor and his team. Jing's breath becomes shallow, his hand instinctively clutching at his chest as the walls start closing in. From a distance, Celine watches in horror as the mob begins to circle the struggling boy. "I need to go help him," she cries out, ignoring her friend's confused calls. She dives into the thick of the crowd, desperate to reach him before it's too late. In the frantic scramble, someone's heavy boot comes down hard on her hand, drawing a sharp cry of pain. Hunter is suddenly there, kneeling beside her and shielding her from the crushing weight of the fans. He looks at her with a mix of shock and concern, wondering why she would risk herself like this. "Hunter, take this to your brother. He's not feeling well," she gasps, pressing the fallen inhaler into his palm. Her eyes are wide with desperation, pleading with him to save the boy she cares for. Hunter nods firmly, using his strength to shove through the crowd and reach his brother's side. Left behind in the wake of the mob, Celine cradles her throbbing, bruised hand. "It hurts so much. What do I do if I can't play anymore?" she whispers, the fear of her future finally setting in. Celine stood frozen as her teammate demanded to know what she was doing back at the stadium. Despite the lingering tension, Momo insisted they return to the safety of their designated area. Celine's gaze lingered behind her, her heart heavy with unspoken concerns. Across the arena, a familiar figure stood alone, watching the crowds disperse into the evening. Hunter's expression was unreadable, a shadow of deep worry crossing his handsome features. His teammates noticed his sudden distraction, wondering what could have their star player so rattled. A sharp glint in his eyes revealed a determination that bordered on obsession. "Shut up!" he barked at them, shoving past his friends to make a move that no one expected. Back in the quiet of the green room, the adrenaline of the day finally began to fade. Momo carefully wrapped Celine's injured hand, her voice thick with frustration. "You're such a klutz!" Momo scolded, though her eyes were soft with hidden affection. Momo's face turned serious as she mentioned that Jing would have been in danger if Celine hadn't found the inhaler. Celine offered a tired smile, simply glad that she was able to help when it mattered most. Nearby, Sterling studied his tablet, his brow furrowed as he realized their tactics were completely exposed. Since he knows our moves, we have to do something he'd never expect, Celine declared with sudden fire. The team huddled close together, the air thick with the scent of desperation and new hope. Suddenly, the heavy door was thrown open with a violent crash that made everyone jump. Hunter stood in the doorway, his breath coming in ragged gasps as his eyes searched the room. Celine's eyes widened in pure shock, her tablet nearly slipping from her trembling fingers. "How did you even get in here?" she stammered, her face flushing a deep, chaotic crimson. Hunter ignored the questions of the others, his only focus being the girl standing before him. He marched toward her with purpose, the intensity of his gaze making the air feel heavy and still. "Were you hurt?" he whispered, his voice laced with a raw, agonizing concern that took her breath away. Celine could only stare at him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Sterling immediately stepped in, grabbing Hunter's shoulder to pull him back from her. "You can't just barge into an opponent's room like this," Sterling yelled, his temper flaring. Momo quickly intervened, dragging the hot-headed Sterling out by his ear to give the two some space. "We're leaving now, Celine," Momo called out, leaving the rivals alone in the sudden silence. "Wait, our match isn't even over yet," Celine protested, her voice small and shaky. Hunter didn't move an inch, his powerful presence completely overwhelming the small room. "The only thing that matters right now is checking on your injury," he countered firmly. Celine looked up into his eyes, finding a vulnerability there that mirrored her own growing feelings. She tried to argue that it would look bad for both teams if word of this meeting got out. Hunter looked down for a moment, a soft, sad smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The silence between them stretched, filled with the weight of everything they hadn't dared to say. "I thought about the rumors," he admitted, "but the thought of you in pain made me very anxious." He stepped closer, his gaze darkening with an emotion that was impossible to ignore. Celine felt her mind go completely blank, the world around her dissolving into a blur of light. Her vision swirled as she realized just how much this boy actually cared for her. Hiding her burning face behind her hand, she whispered that she didn't want to cause him any more trouble. "I don't mind the trouble," Hunter replied, his voice steady and filled with a new resolve. He looked her straight in the eye, declaring that he didn't care what the rest of the world thought of them. Celine's breath hitched as she saw the sheer, unadulterated honesty reflected in his eyes. Memories of their shared moments flashed through her mind like a beautiful, forbidden montage. It doesn't bother me either," she finally whispered, a soft, radiant smile blooming on her lips. "Xiao He," the voice crackles through the headset, and the boy's eyes snap wide, his hands clutching his headphones in pure, unadulterated shock. He can feel the walls closing in, his mind racing as he realizes that if they don't find evidence soon, they might actually have to walk away from the game forever. "First, I need to get this situation under control," he mutters, his chibi self practically drowning in tears over the small fortune he's wasted on a girl who might be a lie. He turns to his friend with a sharp, calculating look, explaining that he's hunting for the IP address of the imposter who's been dragging Tao's name through the mud. His fingers become a blur across the keys, the rhythmic click-clacking echoing the frantic beating of his heart. He leans into the glow of the screen code reflecting in his intense, narrowed eyes as he peels back the layers of digital deception. "Bingo," he whispers, a cold triumph settling in his chest as the final piece of the puzzle locks into place. His friend looms over his shoulder, the two of them staring at the data that could change everything. But as the name on the screen becomes clear, Xiao He's expression falters, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Isn't that a good thing? We can finally clear her name," his friend chirps, but Xiao He doesn't share the enthusiasm. He stares into the digital abyss, his gaze heavy with a secret sorrow as he wonders how the girl on the other side will react to the truth. In the virtual world, the fox-eared beauty stands defiant, her voice sharp as she asks why they've bothered her this time. Xiao He's avatar stands tall, a simple yes falling from his lips like a death sentence for her lies. The crowd of players begins to murmur, the seeds of doubt finally taking root as they wonder if Tao was innocent all along. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao He raises his hand, announcing to the entire server that he's identified the person who set her up. The realization hits the crowd like a physical blow, and suddenly everyone is shouting that Xiao He was right from the very start. He doesn't let the praise distract him, his eyes fixed on the girl whose world is about to crumble. His in-game persona is a pillar of strength, his gear glowing with an ethereal, intimidating light. From the sidelines, someone lets out a sharp, bitter tsk, their jealousy practically radiating off the screen. Xiao He ignores the noise, his focus purely on the girl who's been playing a dangerous game. He zooms in on the data, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the digital static. He reveals that he didn't just find an IP, he found the owner of the gaming album linked to the imposter. The girl's eyes widen, her breath hitching as the realization of her own exposure leaves her breathless. She stands small and vulnerable amidst the towering buildings of the virtual city. Every detail of her face is laid bare, her shock written in every pixel. "Huh?" she gasps, her voice a fragile thread as her defense mechanisms fail her. Her fear quickly curdles into a desperate, defensive rage, her face flushing as she screams at them to mind their own business. Xiao He doesn't flinch, his voice calm as he tells her he knows she doesn't actually hate Tao for being a bandit. The real reason is, you adore the esports player who quit 2 years ago, Heart Moon. he says, the name vibrating with a heavy, nostalgic weight. The girl's world stops, her eyes shimmering with a sudden, painful longing at the mention of the name she's kept buried. A speech bubble floats above the crowd, someone whispering that they've heard that name before. The whispers grow louder, the players recalling the former leader of YG, a legend who left a void that could never be filled. Xiao He leans in, his words cutting deep as he tells her she only detests because she thinks she's trying to fight like her idol. I refuse to believe that she sold herself out. The girl screams, her digital avatar trembling with the raw, human pain of a fan betrayed. She looks away, her profile etched with a loneliness that no game could ever cure. Xiao He asks her if that's really what she believes, his voice barely a whisper in the digital wind. Tears finally break through, the girl sobbing as she confesses that she's been Heart Moon's biggest fan for over 5 years. I would know more than anyone else what kind of person she is, she wails, her heart bleeding out onto the virtual cobblestones. She is a girl caught between her love for a legend and the bitterness of the present. Her head drops, her spirit broken by the weight of her own devotion. Xiao He watches her, his heart heavy as he asks if her love still remains after all the silence. The girl collapses into her own grief, remembering the Heart Moon who would never retreat, no matter how high the stakes. But that memory is drowned out by the echoes of those who called her a cancer, a blight that didn't deserve to exist. She stares into the light, her eyes reflecting a world that has grown too cold to bear. Her mouth hangs open in a silent, agonizing scream, the pain of the past finally catching up to her. Xiao He looks at her one last time, his expression a mask of pity as the truth settles between them. Why did she log off? He wonders aloud as her avatar vanishes into thin air. In the real world, a pair of cat ear headphones lies abandoned on the floor, the only sign of the girl who was just there. A pale hand reaches for a remote, the beep of the television a hollow sound in the empty room. She reaches for a bag of chips, her movements mechanical and devoid of life. The crunching sound is the only thing filling the silence, a lonely girl trying to eat away the void in her soul. But the food turned ash in her throat, a sudden, violent cough racking her thin frame. Water, she rasps, her eyes frantic as she stumbles toward the kitchen in the dark. Her foot slips on a discarded piece of clothing, the world spinning out of control in an instant. She hits the ground hard, her body a crumpled heap on the cold, hard floor. The spilled chips scatter around her legs, a mess of broken pieces that look just like her life. She lies there, the tears finally flowing freely as she sobs into the silence of her apartment. The cruel words from the screen echo in her head once more, a ghost that refuses to leave her alone. You're a cancer. You don't deserve to use her tactics. Celine stood tall, her blue hair shimmering under the clinical lights as she faced Dr. Xiao with a gaze that refused to waver. The doctor looked back at her, his expression unreadable behind his glasses, but the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. They are amazing pro gamers, she pressed, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. Are you truly unable to support them? He let out a cold sigh, adjusting his spectacles as if her passion was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Tears began to prick at the corners of Celine's eyes, her heart aching for the friends who worked so hard only to be met with this wall of indifference. Even if the path you've paved for them would leave them full of resentment, she whispered, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. She clutched her chest, her school uniform feeling tight as her heart hammered against her ribs in protest of his silence. Nearby, Hunter kept his head low, his dark hair casting a shadow over his face as he absorbed the crushing weight of his father's presence. Dr. Xiao remained a statue of logic and cold expectations, his profile sharp and unforgiving against the backdrop of the hallway. Celine's mind drifted back to her own childhood, to a time of warmth where her parents watched her draw with smiles of pure encouragement. She remembered the joy of throwing a paper plane into the sky, knowing she had the freedom to follow wherever it landed and make her own decisions. But looking at the man before her now, she saw only a cage made of utmost respect and rigid blueprints. Have you ever tried to understand your own kids? She demanded, her blue eyes flashing with a fire that surprised even herself. The silence that followed was deafening, the very air turning frigid as she stood her ground. Hunter stood like a ghost of his own potential, his back turned to the world that refused to see him for who he truly was. A single, shimmering look from him revealed a depth of pain that made Celine want to scream at the unfairness of his situation. The doctor eventually turned his head, his silhouette a grim reminder of the barriers they still had to break to reach him. Meanwhile, at the grand arena, the atmosphere was electric as the digital warrior back loomed over the screen with a chilling declaration of futile resistance. Sterling adjusted his collar with a smirk, his confidence bordering on arrogance as the roar of the crowd echoed through the stadium. The fox-eared avatar on the screen mimicked his every move, a graceful and deadly extension of his own will. He tightened the bandages around his wrists, preparing for the final, brutal push of the championship match. The crowd gasped in unison as the monitor's updated back had chosen the warrior class. A risky move that left the commentators scrambling to understand his surprise tactic. Sterling's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening to a point of lethal precision as the stakes reached their peak. Back in the stands, Celine and Hunter sat side by side, their fingers flying across their phone screens in a frantic dance of strategy. Nice, Celine shouted, her face lighting up as the notification flashed. Team SS has tied Team PPB. We're going into overtime. She looked like a determined little warrior herself, Her cheeks flushed pink as Hunter watched her with a soft, hidden smile. "Thank you so much," he murmured, his voice low and rich with a gratitude he couldn't quite put into words. Celine let out a bright, melodic laugh, her blue hair swaying as she turned to him with eyes full of genuine joy. "Don't worry, Hunter," she chirped, her optimism acting as a shield against the darkness of his father's disapproval. "We'll convince him," but before she could say another word, Hunter reached out and pulled her into a sudden, breathless embrace. Surrounded by the soft pink of falling cherry blossoms, Celine's heart skipped a beat as she realized the perfect facade she usually wore was finally beginning to crumble in his arms. Not everyone was celebrating, however, as Sterling lounged on a sofa backstage, his face twisted in a scowl of pure irritation. "Tesh! I can't believe we tied," he spat, his ego clearly bruised by the unexpected turn of events. His teammates approached him, their expressions grim as they prepared for the talk they knew they had to have. Sterling didn't even look at them, his eyes cold and distant as he dismissed their presence entirely. "We need to prepare ourselves and come up with a plan for overtime," one of them urged, his voice tight with the stress of the competition. Sterling simply raised a hand, his profile bathed in a harsh light as he prepared to deliver a crushing blow to their team spirit. "No need," he stated coldly, standing up and towering over them with an air of absolute superiority. "I don't need you guys to be my teammates for the overtime match," he declared, leaving his teammates frozen in shock and a cold sweat. The sterile scent of the hospital always brought back memories he wished he could bury forever. Hunter stood by the bed, his heart breaking as he watched his younger brother struggle for every breath beneath the weight of an oxygen mask. The slow, rhythmic drip of the IV was the only sound in the suffocating silence of the room, a constant reminder of their fragile reality. Hunter's expression was a mask of stoic grief, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated pain as he looked upon his only family. In his trembling hand, he clutched a small pendant, a symbol of a promise he wasn't sure he could keep. "I'll be fine," his brother whispered, his voice weak and raspy as he urged Hunter not to waste his youth in this gloomy ward. Hunter looked at him, his gaze softening with a love that felt like a heavy stone in his chest. The boy asked if Hunter was bored, a small, sad smile playing on his pale lips as he tried to lighten the mood. Hunter couldn't help but wipe away a stray tear as his brother reached out, promising that their mother would always be watching over them from above. With a final, encouraging look, the boy handed him the pendant and told him to go out and live his life, to do the things he truly loved. The memory shattered as a sharp knock echoed through the quiet hallway, pulling him back to the present. Celine stood there, her bright blue hair a stark, beautiful contrast to the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. Hunter's breath hitched as he looked at her, the intensity of his gaze making the air between them feel suddenly electric. Without a word, she threw her arms around him, pulling him into a desperate hug that felt like an anchor in a storm. A deep crimson flush crept up Hunter's neck, his entire body tensing at the sudden, warm contact of her body against his. "Why are you still here?" he managed to ask, his voice low and strained with a mix of confusion and secret longing. They pulled apart just enough to lock eyes, the silence stretching out between them, heavy with 1,000 unspoken feelings. Both of them were blushing furiously now, the sheer chemistry between them enough to set the very air on fire. Celine bit her lip nervously, her eyes searching his as she asked if he'd managed to eat anything yet. She held up a small paper bag, the sweet scent of sugar and dough wafting through the air. "I bought some cream puffs," she said, her voice soft and hopeful as she offered him this small, sweet comfort. They sat side by side on a bench, the simple act of eating together feeling more intimate than it had any right to be. Hunter's brow furrowed as he looked down at his treat, wondering aloud if his brother would be disappointed in him for failing the team. Celine's eyes snapped to his, her mouth falling open in a look of pure, unadulterated shock at his self-doubt. Hunter looked away, the crushing weight of his responsibilities pressing down on his shoulders once more. Suddenly, he reached out, his fingers grazing her skin as he gently wiped a smudge of cream from the corner of her mouth. Celine's heart hammered against her ribs, a wild bay thump echoing in her ears at the tenderness of his touch. Hunter's own pulse was racing, a shy, boyish blush coloring his cheeks as he realized how close they had become. The magical spell was broken by the frantic, digital ringing of his phone, the screen lighting up with an incoming call. He answered it quickly, his expression turning grim as he listened to the panicked voice on the other end. "Bad news, Hunter," his teammate barked, the urgency in his voice clear even to Celine. Hunter's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening into a hard line as the full scope of the management's betrayal became clear. He explained to a stunned Celine that the team manager was willing to throw the original members under the bus, just to secure a victory with their Korean teammates. If they failed now, every sponsor they'd worked so hard to gain would abandon them, leaving the team with nothing. "That's awful," Celine cried out, her eyes flashing with a protective fire that mirrored his own. Hunter stood tall, his resolve hardening into cold steel as he declared that he wouldn't let the team fall, no matter the cost. He looked Celine dead in the eye, his voice steady as he told her that even though they were opponents, he would do his absolute best to defeat her on the battlefield. Celine gave him a brilliant, encouraging smile, her eyes sparkling as she wished him the best of luck. Watching her walk away, a genuine, rare smile finally broke across Hunter's face, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. 2 days later, the day of the match arrived, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and a sense of impending dread. Hunter stood alone, leaning against a wall as he replayed the warnings Eli had given him about Sterling's teammates arriving that very morning. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he pulled out his phone and began to type a final, desperate message to the one person he trusted. Celine, I need your help with something. Sterling stands alone in the green room, the weight of the coming match pressing down on him. He stares at the small badge in his hand, a painful reminder of a broken bond. With a heavy heart, he tosses the memento into the trash, deciding the past must stay buried. It's over, Jing, he mutters, turning his back on his old life. Outside, the fans are buzzing as they scroll through their phones, shocked by the unexpected lineup. They question the management's choices, wondering if this new team can truly win. On the road, a suffocating gridlock has brought the city to a standstill. Sterling's teammates are trapped in the back of a car, watching the precious minutes slip away. From above, the sea of vehicles looks like a graveyard of ambition. The taxi driver grows restless as the traffic refuses to budge. Desperation sets in for the passengers who know the arena is still far away. Meanwhile, Hunter is already on the phone, plotting a way to stall for time. He grips his device, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, dangerous focus. Back at the cruel smirk plays on his lips, relishing the moment of betrayal. The newcomer steps forward, offering to take Sterling's place and lead the team. He claims they have plenty of members and no longer need a failure. We really don't need you. He spits, his voice echoing in the silent room. Sterling stands frozen as a finger is pointed directly at his chest. He is accused of screwing with their plans and ruining the team's future. The newcomer begs the manager for the chance to fight and prove his worth. The manager remains silent, weighing the risks of this sudden coup. With a hand over his heart, the newcomer vows he is only there to fulfill a dream. Sterling's jaw tightens, his pride wounded by those he once trusted. Finally, the manager gives the order for the new lineup to take the stage. The blonde teammate cheers, his eyes lighting up with the thrill of the game. Sterling is warned not to make a mess or get in their way. The newcomer's eyes flash with an icy, intense resolve. He accepts the PPB badge, the metal cold against his skin as he prepares for battle. We look back at a time when the club was filled with fresh faces, including talented trainees from across the globe. They were told that for the next month, they would be living and breathing the game within these walls. The manager offered a warm, hopeful smile, wishing for harmony among the rivals. Sterling was already making waves, his ego fueled by the praise of those claiming he was a shoo-in for Rookie of the Year. Who else would it be? He'd smirk, his arrogance masking a deep-seated insecurity. But there was one shadow he could never outrun. Jing, the undisputed #1 with a staggering 98% win rate. From the side lanes, Sterling watched with a gaze that burned with envy. His eyes were cold, calculating every move Jing made. He stood with his arms crossed, a wall of resentment building between them. Even then, the tension was palpable as they walked the quiet halls together. Sterling was desperate for power, announcing his intent to see the team manager immediately. His hand gripped the door handle with a white-knuckled intensity. Inside, the offer was being made, the mantle of team captain was within reach. The manager placed a steady hand on Jing's shoulder, seeing him as the only true leader. But Jing, ever selfless, declined the honor, choosing instead to return to his home country for the national team. The truth, however, has a way of coming to light. Sterling's face pales as the weight of his past actions finally catches up to him. The sound of papers hitting the desk is like a thunderclap, revealing every dirty trick and rigged match. Sterling stands frozen, his back to the truth he tried so hard to bury. Jing stares him down, his eyes ice, demanding accountability. No! No way. Sterling screams, the walls of his lies finally crumbling. He clutches his head in a fit of manic desperation. All he ever wanted was that title, that captaincy, but it was built on a foundation of sand. Jing looks at him, his blue eyes filled with a mixture of pity and resolve. He turns to leave, the silhouette of a true champion against the light. I'm not going to sink to your level, he declares, leaving Sterling in the ruins of his own making. Justice is finally served as the officials apologize for the corruption that tainted the competition. Jing offers a small, bittersweet smile, his heart already set on a different path. He walks away from the drama, ready to concede the match and return to his roots. Sterling is left alone, a broken figure on a cold sofa, haunted by what he lost. The world moves on, and the lights of the National Grand Finals shine brighter than ever. The crowd is a sea of roaring energy, the atmosphere electric. Hunter steps onto the stage, adjusting his headphones as he prepares for the fight of his life. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, welcoming the Titans to the arena. Fans wave their light sticks, their voices joining in a chorus of support for the original team members. In a quiet moment amidst the chaos, we remember a girl with hair like spun silver. She reached out, pressing a ticket into Dr. Xiao's hand with a desperate plea. Her uniform fluttered as she begged him to witness the culmination of their journey. Dr. Xiao stared at the ticket, his eyes unreadable behind his glasses, knowing that everything was about to change. A few days ago, the heavy weight of a hospital room hung over them as a doctor delivered the latest news about Jing's condition. Hunter listened in a heavy, brooding silence, his sharp profile masking the turmoil of a son caught between a family's duty and his own burning passion. His father, usually so stern and unyielding, finally seemed to relent, promising to make the necessary arrangements for whatever came next. As Hunter turned to leave, the distance between him and his father felt like a vast, unbridgeable chasm filled with years of unspoken words. He made a solemn, silent vow in that moment, deciding that today would be his final match before he informed the team of his resignation. His father watched him go, a rare moment of quiet, pained reflection crossing his aging features as he stared at his son's retreating back. Deep down, the old man couldn't shake the memory of his other son, begging through an oxygen mask with tears in his eyes not to let Hunter end up broken and alone like him. The memory of those desperate eyes behind the hospital glass was enough to crack even the hardest heart. "Make your own decisions," his father finally said, his voice cracking slightly. "I won't interfere anymore." Hunter's eyes widened in genuine shock, the sudden, unexpected freedom feeling heavier than the chains he had worn for so long. His father stood tall, adding a final, challenging command that reignited the fire in Hunter's soul. "Also, make sure you win." A small, genuine smile touched Hunter's lips for the first time in ages as he accepted the challenge with a renewed sense of purpose. Back in the present, a video message from Jing appeared on the massive stadium screens, his face pale but glowing with a supportive smile from his hospital bed. Fans in the crowd buzzed with electric excitement, their hearts fully on board the Hunter train as they prepared for the ultimate spectacle. The atmosphere at the Grand Finals arena was absolutely feral, charged with the hopes and screams of thousands of spectators. Even Celine's rivals were lurking in the stands, looking like absolute sore losers as they grumbled about their previous defeat. "It's all because I got hurt," one of them sighed dramatically, though they couldn't pull their eyes away from the stage. Celine's friends were much more optimistic, cheering at the top of their lungs and already making plans to dominate the league next year. Suddenly, Nancy and Elliot arrived at the seats, waving enthusiastically as they joined the rowdy group. Celine waved back with a bright, beaming smile, her long blue hair shimmering like silk under the intense stadium lights. Her friends began to tease her immediately, leaning in close to ask the one question that made her heart race. "Who are you rooting for today, Celine?" Celine's eyes sparkled with a mix of shyness and fierce pride as she prepared to give her answer. "I'm here to support Hunter, of course," she declared, her heart skipping a frantic beat just at the mention of his name. Her friends immediately began to giggle and gossip, whispering about how incredibly obvious her feelings had become to everyone around them. Celine tried to shush them, her cheeks flushing a deep, beautiful crimson as she pointed toward the darkened stage. Behind the scenes, Hunter was adjusting his headset, the crushing weight of the upcoming match pressing down on his broad shoulders. He caught a glimpse of her in the front row, and for a fleeting moment, the roar of the crowd faded into a dull hum as the world stood still. His heart began to hammer against his ribs, a hot flush creeping up his neck as he realized he couldn't step onto that stage without speaking to her first. "I have to take care of something important," he told his confused teammates. "Please, just give me 10 minutes. His teammates could only watch in utter bewilderment as their usually cool-headed and calculated captain rushed off into the shadows. "Wow, Hunter! Your face is so red!" one of them shouted after him, but he was already running toward the spectator barrier. He knew he had to let her know the truth right now, or he would live with the bitter taste of regret for the rest of his life. The crowd erupted into a frenzy as they spotted him near the railing, screams of "It's Hunter Xiao" echoing through the arena. He ignored the flashing cameras and the reaching hands of fans, locking his eyes onto Celine with a desperate, burning intensity. Before she could even process that he was standing right there, his hand reached out and firmly grasped her sleeve. Wait, Hunter," she gasped, her breath catching in her throat as he began to pull her away from her startled friends. He didn't say a single word, leading her into a quiet, secluded corner of the hallway with a sense of urgency that made her head spin. Suddenly, he pinned her against the wall, his hand slamming against the surface beside her head as he trapped her in his shadow. Their faces were mere inches apart, the air between them thick with a sudden, overwhelming tension that made her skin tingle. Hunter looked down at her, his breath coming in short, heavy hitches as he struggled to find the courage to speak his heart. Celine looked up at him with wide, trembling eyes, her mind reeling from the sheer heat radiating from his body. "What are you saying all of a sudden?" she managed to whisper, her voice barely audible over the distant roar of the crowd. In the distance, his teammates were screaming for him to hurry back before the officials disqualified them for running out of time. But Hunter didn't care about the timer or the trophy. He only cared about the girl trembling before him, looking like his entire world. He leaned in even closer, his voice dropping to a low, husky rumble that sent a delicious shiver down her spine. "If I win this match," he started, his eyes burning with a promise that made her knees feel like water. He finally let the secret out, his voice a soft, desperate plea that hung in the air between them. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Celine was frozen, her heart soaring to impossible heights as the words she had longed for finally reached her ears. "Dummy," she whispered affectionately, her eyes softening as she realized the great Hunter Xiao was just as nervous as she was. The massive stadium lights flared to life above the arena, signaling that the ultimate battle was finally ready to begin. The crowd's roar became a deafening wall of sound as the players finally took their positions on the grand, glowing stage. Celine's friends were already in the front row, their eyes glued to the massive digital screens with binoculars gripped tight in their hands. Even Hunter's father sat among the elite spectators, his stern face failing to hide the immense pride swelling in his chest. Hidden in the shadows of the upper deck, the antagonists watched like hungry hawks, waiting for any sign of a weakness. Hunter took one last deep breath, pressing his headphones against his ears to drown out everything but the rhythm of his own heart. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, visualizing the victory that would finally allow him to claim the girl he loved. With a final, determined look in his eyes, he prepared to face his destiny as the announcer's voice boomed. Let the games begin. A heavy silence hangs over the Shen mansion as they mourn the second daughter who was taken by illness far too young. Miss Shen Shen hadn't even reached her 16th birthday, leaving behind a family who barely remembered the curve of her smile. In their grief, they summoned a renowned painter named Mr. Xiao, a man fresh from his studies abroad, to capture her likeness one final time. He arrived at the somber estate, his boots clicking against the cold stone as he prepared for the morbid task ahead. The weight of the request was clear. He was to paint a masterpiece of a girl who was already gone. Guided into the dim hall, he was led to the place where the young lady's coffin rested in state. The butler leaned in, his voice a low, urgent rasp as he begged the artist to keep their secret. Mr. Xiao looked down, his breath hitching as he gazed upon the pale, still face of the girl he was meant to immortalize. She was breathtakingly beautiful, even in the grip of eternal sleep. Settling into the grand house, he began his work, his brush dancing across the canvas in an attempt to find life in the stillness. But frustration soon set in, his brow furrowed as he realized he simply couldn't capture her true essence. Suddenly, a soft voice drifted through the room, agreeing with his internal struggle. Xiao froze, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realized he wasn't alone. He turned to see the very girl from the coffin sitting right behind him, looking as vibrant as the spring. A palette fell from his hand as a strangled cry of "Ghost" escaped his lips. Trembling, he pointed a finger at her, demanding to know why she wasn't still in her grave. She looked at him with wide, curious eyes, her presence defying every law of nature. "Aren't you supposed to be buried?" he stammered, his vision blurring with shock. The girl simply beamed, thrilled that someone could finally see her. She chatted away, her voice light and airy as she confessed how lonely she had been. Xiao tried to maintain his composure, telling her she couldn't possibly stay here. She tilted her head, a playful spark in her eyes as she asked if he was truly afraid of a ghost. He sighed, the tension shifting as he asked if she wanted him to leave. Instead, he decided to make the best of the situation, telling her she might as well model for him. The girl blinked in confusion, her tiny form wondering what on earth that model was supposed to be. She let out a long yawn, complaining that sitting still was far too much work. When he reminded her that ghosts don't feel fatigue, she offered him the gold and silver hidden in her coffin as a bribe. Xiao turned back to his canvas, reminding her that grave robbing was a serious crime. She didn't seem to care, leaning in to ask about the strange lands he had seen across the sea. She wondered if the ships were grand and if he had seen the giants of the deep. He caught the longing in her gaze, a sharp contrast to the cold reality of her death. She marveled at his Western clothes, touching the fabric with ghostly fingers. Everything about him was new to her, from his tools to the thick paper he used for his sketches. Xiao watched her closely, his brush finally finding the charm that had eluded him before. She spoke of her regrets, of the city lanterns she had always wanted to see on the mid-autumn night. A shadow passed over her face as she remembered she had died before that dream could come true. Xiao stopped, his heart aching for the girl who was trapped between worlds. He made a quiet promise, telling her he would take her to see the western floats in her next life. Her eyes lit up with a joy so pure it felt like a physical blow. But as the hours ticked by, her patience began to wane. Xiao tried to keep her interested, mentioning a Western invention called a camera that could capture a face in a single click. She leaned in, fascinated by the idea of such magic. "Can you show me?" she asked, her voice a desperate whisper. He looked at her, realizing she had completely forgotten the tragic truth of her own existence. With a gentle smile, he promised to show her once the painting was done. He poured his soul into the work, knowing it would be the only thing left of her. When the final stroke was laid, the girl vanished, leaving him alone in the silent room. The seasons changed, the lush grass of February fading as the world moved on without her. Once the portrait was delivered, Xiao never saw the ghostly girl again. It felt as though he had simply woken up from a vivid, beautiful dream. He visited a mounting store later, hoping to put the memories behind him. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, mentioning a fine mahogany frame he had recently sold. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He revealed that the Shen family was using the portrait for a ghost marriage with another wealthy heir who had died young. Xiao's blood ran cold as he realized the horrific fate they had planned for her. He could see her in his mind, dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown, her eyes filled with tears. The two families were merging their power, using the dead as mere pawns in their game. It was a cold-blooded betrayal of the girl he had come to know. He rushed to the ceremony, calling out her name as he burst through the gates. There she stood, a tragic bride in red, her face obscured by a delicate veil. "Are you really getting married?" he cried out, his voice cracking with emotion. She looked at him, her eyes brimming with a sorrow that shattered his heart. She confessed that she didn't know what to do, preferring to vanish entirely rather than marry a stranger. Xiao looked at the altar, seeing the painting he had created being used for this dark ritual. The realization hit him like a physical blow. His art was the anchor for her suffering. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and cast the portrait into the roaring flames. The crowd erupted in fury, shouting that the painter had gone mad. He was swarmed by angry men, the sound of his own bones cracking echoing in the chaos. As he was pinned to the ground, he caught a final glimpse of her through the smoke. She looked at him with a soft, grateful smile as her form began to dissipate into embers. "Thank you," she seemed to whisper, finally finding the peace she deserved. She told him not to worry, that she didn't want to be a burden to him anymore. Her last thoughts were of the float he had promised her, a fool's dream that felt real for just a moment. She faded away completely, leaving only the scent of autumn flowers in the air. Xiao eventually found himself at her grave, the chug of his own heavy heart the only sound in the night. He had forced himself to stay away, hoping she would find a way to move on. He looked down at the earth, his eyes wet with tears as he whispered a final goodbye. But tucked away was a small picture of him, a token she had left so they would find each other in the next life. He clutched the image, knowing that some bonds were stronger than death itself.